Chapter 432. After being kicked, Ji Derong finally regained consciousness. He opened his eyes, still a little confused, but he immediately realized that something was wrong. Instantly he shouted, "You brat! Hurry up and release your Grandpa Ji. Let's fight for 300 rounds." A loser still dares to speak bravely. Ling Han kicked him again. "Pa, that's because your Grandpa Ji was careless. Otherwise, with a brat in the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier like you, Grandpa Ji would be able to beat you up with a single hand." Ji Derong continued to curse, and had no intention of admitting defeat. Ling Han ignored him, turned to Shui Guchang and said, "Come here, let me give you a beating, then I'll bring you back to be a waiter." "Hung!" Shui Guchang sneered. When he heard Ji Derong's words, he had an idea. Ling Han was very strong, but he was only in the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and Ji Derong had indeed been careless. Who was he? Shui Guchang. Ranked 20th on the prodigy roll. Back then, the White-Robed Sword King could be considered a monster, but wasn't he ranked below him? Now, he was in the 3rd layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, and his battle prowess had soared to 8 battle stars. How could someone in the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier be his match? "Then let me teach you a lesson," he said with a smile. Ji Derong was defeated by Ling Han, and if he defeated Ling Han, would Ji Derong still have the face to challenge him in future? For a brute like Ji Derong, Shui Guchang was actually very troubled. Ling Han waved his right hand, and 7 purple patterned gold rods appeared. Wang, the array was activated, and a white snake appeared, surging into Ling Han's body, forcibly increasing his battle prowess by 2 battle stars. Array Master! Shui Guchang was shocked. These days, array masters were pitifully rare, even rarer than alchemists, but they definitely couldn't be underestimated. Ling Han once again unleashed the demon birth sword. Anyways, many people had already arrived in the dark demon forest, so he didn't want to be secretive anymore. The strongest cultivator in the North region was only in the spiritual infant tier, and facing his identity as an earth-grade alchemist, at least they wouldn't dare to openly rob him. As for stronger existences, they couldn't come over, and even if they did, their strength would be greatly weakened. Anyone would have to think twice before making such a decision. Shui Guchang's legs instantly turned to jelly. Even if a 10th tier spirit tool was only emitting a sliver of its aura, how could it be anything ordinary? Thankfully, he had managed to form 7 flashes of qi and had advanced into the ranks of a king tier, so the effects he received were not that great. "Let's fight." Ling Han smiled faintly. Shui Guchang felt a headache coming on. The other party had a formation and a high-grade spirit tool, and it seemed like he had an astonishingly rich background, and could even bring out some other treasures at any time. This caused his confidence to plummet in a straight line. But now the arrow was already knocked on the bowstring. In front of so many people, how could he be afraid to fight? "If you want to fight, then let's fight." He leapt out, and a cold light surged. He too had drawn out his spirit tool. It was a long saber, and he slashed madly at Ling Han. No matter what, his cultivation level was much higher, so in terms of power, he naturally had the absolute upper hand. Thus, he gave up on all his fancy tricks, and wanted to fight head-on with Ling Han. This was the most dependable way for him to achieve victory. Ling Han used the 4-season sword technique, and the concept was continuous, moving as he wished. Compared to Lord Ji, who had been defeated in a single move, Shui Guchang's situation was much better. He was able to exchange blows with Ling Han, and this made Ji Derong extremely displeased. Didn't this mean that Lord Ji was much weaker than Shui Guchang? "Brat, you really have some tricks up your sleeve." Shui Guchang's abilities were forced out bit by bit, and he no longer dared to hold back in the slightest. This young man was really too strong. Meanwhile, Ling Han handled the situation with ease. Though the benefits of the Heavenly Luck Stone had not manifested yet, with the boost of power from the Black Tower, his physique had also been greatly improved, and his battle prowess had risen to a whole new level. His current strength had surpassed 20 stars of the spiritual ocean tier by who knew how much, because he could even fight against 8 stars of the spiritual pedestal tier head-on. This was definitely something that others could not accept. The surrounding spectators were all dumbfounded. This was really too freakish. In the previous tournament it was Shinzhong Chang, but when he was in the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, He could only match an opponent in the first layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. Yet Ling Han could battle an opponent in the third layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, forcibly raising the record by 2 levels. Draw the saber and cut the water. Extinguish emotions and cut off hatred. Shui Gucheng shouted loudly, and used a powerful move. The long saber slanted and 7 flashes of saber chi moved, actually bringing along over 100 flashes of saber light that surged towards Ling Han. Ling Han was slightly surprised. This saber technique was a bit like the mysterious 3000, but the opponent's saber chi could only bring out over a dozen flashes of saber light, and was far from being comparable to the mysterious 3000. But in terms of essence, the two were actually the same. As expected, there was no lack of capable people in this world. However, the inheritance of the Heaven Sword sect was even related to the realm of immortals, and it had not been destroyed for several tens of thousands of years, so it was naturally not something that other sects could compare to. Ling Han did not retreat, but advanced instead. The moment he used a powerful move, it was also the moment when his own defense was at its weakest. Seeing that Ling Han actually moved against the flashes of saber light, everyone was greatly shocked. Though everyone knew that this was definitely the moment when Shui Gucheng's defense was at its weakest, the problem was that the attack was so terrifying. Forcefully withstanding so many flashes of saber light would cause him to be heavily injured, so how could he still be able to attack Shui Gucheng? But what was shocking was that Ling Han's figure twisted, and like a withered leaf dancing in the air, he nimbly passed through all the obstacles and appeared in front of Shui Gucheng. He was now already able to shoot out 1,000 flashes of sword light, so he was naturally very familiar with this kind of attack. Added with the divine sense of the heaven tier, it allowed him to complete a task that in the eyes of others was absolutely impossible to complete. Peng Ling Han's fist shot out, and smashed onto Shui Gucheng's face. "Aya!" Shui Gucheng screamed, and was instantly sent tumbling onto the ground, fainting. Ling Han waved his hand, and the blood-sucking origin gold became even more slender and long, tying Shui Gucheng up again. "Who is so daring to come to my Tingyu pavilion to cause trouble?" An arrogant voice rang out, and a youngster also walked out from the pavilion. But when he saw Ling Han, his entire body instantly trembled, and he did not even dare to let out a fart, directly turning around and fleeing. It was Lu Qiyuan. How could he not be afraid of Ling Han? He did not do anything, only intimidated him a little, and then went to his family's restaurant once, and was almost beaten to death by his grandfather. And in order to give Ling Han an explanation, his grandfather had even annihilated the Lang clan. A malefic star. Whoever provoked him would be unlucky. There were naturally people here who recognized Lu Qiyuan. Seeing that he was like a mouse that had encountered a cat in front of Ling Han, everyone was shocked. In terms of martial art ability, Shui Gucheng and Ji Derong were naturally far superior to Lu Qiyuan, but in terms of status, the status of the grandson of an earth-grade alchemist was not low either, and he was even a local tyrant, but even Lu Qiyuan was so afraid of Ling Han. What exactly was the background of this youngster? Ling Han only smiled, and dragged Shui Gucheng and Ji Derong away. "Brat, quickly let go of your grandfather Ji." Ji Derong screamed. His cultivation had been sealed by Ling Han, and he could only crawl like a dog with his hands on the ground. Though he was in a rather sorry state, it was still better than being dragged away. "Stop talking nonsense, just obediently work for me for a month," Ling Han humphed. Chapter 433. When Ling Han dragged the 2 dead dogs back, the people in Forget Not were all dumbfounded. That was too ferocious, wasn't it? Those were existences close to the 20th place on the prodigy roll, yet they were defeated by Ling Han just like that. At this moment, Lu Yutong and the others had also come over. They naturally already understood the situation, and were also extremely shocked. Ling Han had actually easily defeated 2 experts on the prodigy roll. His battle prowess was really too shocking. Ling Han withdrew the blood-sucking origin gold and said, "Wu Jiao, keep an eye on them and make them work hard. If they dare to slack off, just beat them up. There's no need to hold back." He had already sealed their cultivation. Yes. Zhu Wujiu hurriedly nodded. Since Ling Han had said so, then no matter what, he would obey. Who cared what sect stood behind these 2 people? Shui Gucheng was beaten awake, but his cultivation was sealed, so he could only lower his head. Otherwise, if he was beaten up by a minor character like Zhu Wujiu, how could he endure it? Ji Derong also became obedient after shouting for him all the way. The two of them obediently served dishes and really became waiters. The hole in the wall was temporarily sealed, and the restaurant reopened for business. Because of its reputation, there was naturally no lack of customers, and some of them had even followed Ling Han all the way here. Now that there were two figures on the prodigy roll as waiters, how could they not come and have a meal? In the future, when they told others that their lord had been served by figures on the prodigy roll, how could they not be envious? When they received the menu, they were shocked at first. What the hell was this? It actually cost 1 origin crystal for a dish, but many people ordered it, and the fragrance was really tempting, so they couldn't help but order a dish to have a taste. The result was naturally obvious. Waiter, give me another extreme treasure. Me too. Me too. Shui and Ji both wanted to cry, but no tears came out. To think that they were experts ranked on the prodigy roll, but now they had actually been reduced to serving as waiters. What was even more depressing was that the business here was booming, making them so busy that it was even more tiring than fighting a war. How many of you want to participate in the prodigy tournament? Ling Han asked everyone on the 3rd floor. I, Lu Yutong and the others all raised their hands. Aside from Li Xichan and Guang Yuan, everyone else wanted to participate. Even Hu Niu raised her small hand high. Ling Han calculated. Qin Yi was now at the 3rd layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and his battle prowess was 9 stars. Lu Yutong was at the 1st layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and her battle prowess was 10 stars. Zhu Wujiu was at the 1st layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and his battle prowess was 7 stars. He said, "There's still a month left. I'll think about how to give you guys special training so that your battle prowess can rise to at least 15 stars. Otherwise, don't go and embarrass yourselves." Can you improve that much in just 1 month? Lu Yutong didn't believe it. Ling Han revealed a devilish smile and said, "Believe me, as long as you don't die, it won't be difficult to reach the 15 star. When he smiled like that, Lu Yutong and the other two shivered. They felt a chill run down their spines, and a strong sense of foreboding arose in their hearts. Ling Han rubbed Hu Niu's head and said, "From now on, only Niu can be on the roll, and it won't be difficult to enter the top 10. He paused, then said, "If Niu breaks through to the spiritual pedestal tier, the 1st place is also in the bag." Hee. Hu Niu laughed proudly, revealing 2 rows of small white teeth. Lu Yutong and the others were shocked, never thinking that Ling Han would give such a high evaluation to Hu Niu. This was only a 6-year-old little girl. Also, Hu Niu was about to break through to the spiritual pedestal tier. Wait, young Master Han, you're not participating? Zhu Wujiu was startled. Che, there's no reward, why would I participate? Ling Han waved his hand. Qin Yi was shocked and said, "Young Master Han, being able to enter the prodigy role represents supreme glory." Ling Han only smiled. In his last life, he was the Alchemy Emperor, an ultimate warrior of heaven tier. Did he need a ranking on the prodigy roll to prove himself? Moreover, after meeting Yao Huiyu, he did not take the prodigy roll seriously anymore. It's enough with Niu here. Get the 1st place and give it to Ling Han, Hu Niu said, patting her chest. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, "All right, this time it's Niu's." 2 prodigies on the prodigy roll became waiters, which naturally caused a great commotion. Every day, people would come because of its reputation. Their original intention was obviously to experience the enjoyment of being served by prodigies on the prodigy roll, but as long as they ate the delicacies of Forget-Not, there would naturally be a large batch of returning customers. Unfortunately, the restaurant space was limited. Even if it operated from morning until late at night, there were still so many customers that there was a long line, making Lu Yutong think of opening a branch. After getting Ling Han's nod, she immediately picked a location in high spirits. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed, and Lu Yutong and the others also experienced a true hell-like cultivation in the Black Tower. Ling Han completely trained them to death, and the intensity of the training was so high that it made one's hair stand on end. Every day, after they finished their training, they would immediately lie down and fall asleep. This also caused Lu Yutong's plan to choose a location for a branch to be delayed indefinitely. However, the effect was also extremely shocking. After squeezing out all of their potential, Lu Yutong and the others' cultivation improved very obviously, making even Guang Yuan envious, and he also joined in. In the end, it was very soon a mixture of pain and happiness. The four people's cultivation improved very quickly, but this experience also became a lifelong nightmare for them. Ling Han made another trip to the Spirit Treasures Pavilion to inquire about the 9-leaf black Ganoderma, but he still had to wait for Yin Hong's answer. He went to Forget Not. Now that Lu Yutong and the others were desperately cultivating in the Black Tower, he obviously had to pay more attention to the matters of the restaurant. Get lost. However, when he just arrived at Forget Not, he was blocked by two people before he even entered. What a joke. This was his restaurant and there were actually people blocking his way. This restaurant has been reserved by our young master, and we are not accepting anyone else today. Get lost, get lost. One of them waved his hand disdainfully at Ling Han. Ling Han frowned. He would never allow a restaurant to be reserved, and it was this so-called young master who had forced his way in. Since they had forced his way in, then he would not be polite. He directly stretched out his hands, grabbed the two people, and then slammed them in the middle. The two of them were knocked unconscious. He walked in and saw that the employees were all trembling with fear, and there were even a few footprints on Shui Guchang and Ji Derong's bodies. Obviously, they had been kicked by someone. There was only one table in the hall on the first floor, and there was a young man sitting there with an arrogant expression. He looked like he was about 20 years old, and behind him stood 4 servants, all of them wearing flattering expressions. And the taste is really not bad, the young man said as he ate. Ling Han walked over, and the 4 servants immediately walked towards Ling Han shouting, "Our young master has reserved the entire restaurant, get lost." This is the first time I've heard that the boss is not allowed to enter his own restaurant, Ling Han said calmly. Oh, so you are the boss of this restaurant? The young man beckoned at Ling Han and said, "There is no need to open for business this month. When I have finished the prodigy tournament, you can follow me back in the future. I guarantee that you will not suffer any losses. Hurry up and thank young Master Long." The 4 servants shouted at the same time. Chapter 434. Ling Han broke into a smile and said, "Thank you indeed." That young Master Long was immensely pleased with himself, but before he could finish his thought, he felt his vision darken. Pong, his face crashed onto the table, and under the huge impact, the entire table was shattered into pieces. His face was also covered in soup. "How dare you!" The 4 servants shouted angrily at the same time, and all grabbed at Ling Han. Pung 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 pung. Ling Han instantly threw out 4 punches, and the 4 servants instantly clutched their chests, their faces pale as they sat down on the ground. They felt that they couldn't catch their breath no matter how hard they tried, and the discomfort was indescribable. "Fuck, who asked you to be so arrogant?" Ji Derong charged over, and started to beat up the 4 servants. His cultivation was sealed, and because he was too slow in serving the dishes, it was inevitable that he would be arrogant since he was an elite warrior on the prodigy roll. As a result, he was ruthlessly kicked by that young man. If it wasn't for the fact that he had the spiritual pedestal tier's origin power to temper his body, he would definitely be heavily injured by now. How could he not be enraged? The expression on Shui Gucheng's face was not much better. It was just that he was not as rash as Ji Derong, and was even more disdainful to lower himself to the level of a few servants. Ling Han thought for a moment, then with a wave of his hand, undid the seals on Ji and Shui Gucheng's bodies and said, "On the account that you two have performed well these 10 days, I'll consider the debt settled." Shui Guchang and Shui Guchang were still in slight disbelief, and only when they felt the surging origin power in their bodies did they wake up from their dreams. They were both deeply moved. These 10 days their origin power had been sealed, and they were like ordinary people, allowing them to experience a different taste of life, and seemed to have a deeper understanding of martial art. "Bastard, you actually dared to injure me." Young Master Long crawled to his feet, a carrot hanging from the corner of his mouth. His face was covered in soup, and his expression was filled with rage. "Do you know who I am?" Hearing such a familiar tone, "I can guess that you have a very powerful elder brother, or perhaps a father," Ling Han said with a smile. "Wrong, I have an extremely powerful elder sister," young Master Long said proudly. Pa, he was once again slapped onto the ground by Ling Han. What a stubborn idiot, Ling Han said with a shake of his head. Ji Derong glared at the young man and said in a very ferocious manner, Han, young Master Han, hand this brat over to Ji De No, hand him over to me to deal with, what do you say? He licked his lips, his eyes ablaze. This young man was only in the 7th layer of Gushing Spring tier, and he was actually bullied by such a minor character. If he did not take revenge for this, how could he still be considered a human? In comparison, he was actually quite convinced of Ling Han's abilities. The latter's abilities were indeed impressive, and he was no match for him. You dare! Young Master Long shouted loudly. My elder sister is Zhu Xian heir. Ji Derong and Shui Gucheng both exclaimed in astonishment. Zhu Xian heir was not only the most beautiful person in the North region, she also had the potential to become the strongest person in the younger generation of the North region. In the future, it was possible that her achievements would not only be limited to the spiritual infant tier. One could offend anyone but not Zhu Xian heir because her influence was too great. She only needed to raise her voice, and how many heroes would be willing to go through fire and water for her? Pong, young Master Long was once again slapped onto the ground by Ling Han. What are you shouting for? Pay up, Ling Han said fiercely. Pay up? Pay up? Young Master Long looked very surprised. He was obviously the victim, all right? You broke the table in my shop, don't pay up, Ling Han said fiercely. It was obviously you who knocked my head onto the table, young Master Long said weakly. With a pung fine, he once again crashed onto the floor, smashing a hole in it. How dare you, you actually broke the floor of my shop again, Ling Han said darkly. Young Master Long felt extremely wronged. It was obviously him who was being beaten up, so why was he being blamed? But after being continuously hit a few times, he could be considered to have realized that Ling Han was even more arrogant and overbearing than he was, and even more unreasonable. People like him were usually arrogant, but what he was most afraid of was being fiercely yelled at by others. Now that he was repeatedly beaten up by Ling Han, he was finally afraid. I'll pay up, he said obediently. How much? Ling Han snatched the spatial ring from his hand and directly wiped away the divine sense that the other had left behind. Then, he scanned inside and found that there were actually a few thousand origin crystals. He couldn't help but smile and say, just this much, I don't think it's too little. You're practically robbing me, young Master Long said, feeling wronged. Ling Han glared at him. Young Master Long hurriedly shook his head and said, you deserve it. You can scram now. Ling Han casually flung his hand and threw young Master Long away. The 4 servants did the same. Wait and see, I'll definitely be back. After young Master Long ran far away, he threw down these words and then broke into a mad dash. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh. A second-generation ancestor was a second-generation ancestor, only knowing how to use others' power to intimidate others. Ling Han, will meet again in 20 days at the Prodigy Tournament. I definitely won't lose to you, Shui Gucheng said coldly. Ling Han had heard of the rules of the Prodigy Tournament. In this kind of tournament, alchemical pills and spirit tools were not allowed to be used to avoid unfair competition. However, the Spirit Treasures Pavilion would prepare a large number of weapons, all forged from level 5 materials. Though they weren't spirit tools, they were extremely sturdy and strong enough to withstand the attack of a spiritual pedestal tier elite. In Shui Gucheng's mind, he was able to win against him because of the Demon Birth Sword. Thus, since the Prodigy Tournament didn't allow the use of spirit tools, he naturally had a chance of winning. Ling Han didn't bother to explain, and only waved his hand. When the time came, he just let Hunyo ravage him. Ji Derong hurriedly broke into a run. After being tormented by Ling Han for 10 days, he could be considered to be filled with wariness towards Ling Han, so he naturally had to keep his distance from this demon. Young Master Long, whose full name was Zhu Longxing, was indeed Zhu Xian heir's younger brother. Actually, his talent in martial art wasn't bad, but it was still a far cry from Zhu Xian heir's. Moreover, he didn't have the fanatical pursuit of martial art in his personality, so he only ate, drank, and played around. At present, he was only in the 7th layer of Gushing Spring tier. How could he be willing to suffer such a huge loss? He immediately ran to find someone to help him, and his first choice was Lu Qiyuan, who had recently called him brother and was on very good terms with him. When he arrived at Listen to the Rain Pavilion, Lu Qiyuan received him very warmly. Good wine, good food, and there were even beautiful singers and dancers to accompany him, giving him enough face. Brother Qiyuan, I was bullied by someone today. After drinking a few cups of wine, Zhu Longxing couldn't hold it in any longer, and began to complain to Lu Qiyuan. What? There's someone in this extreme Yang city who dares to bully my brother. Tell me who's so daring. I'll chop off his dog head for you. Lu Qiyuan immediately said, patting his chest. Many thanks, Brother Qiyuan, Zhu Longxing hurriedly said. I've asked around, that guy's name is Ling Han. Who? Lu Qiyuan instantly sprayed out a mouthful of wine, which directly splashed onto Zhu Longxing's face, making Zhu Longxing's face filled with confusion. What was the meaning of this? Cough, cough, cough. Lu Qiyuan couldn't stop coughing, and hurriedly drank some tea to suppress his shock. Holding on to a sliver of hope, he said, It can't be can't Ling Han, right? It's that guy. Lu Qiyuan sprayed another mouthful of wine, which was surprisingly accurate, splashing onto Zhu Longxing's face again. Zhu Longxing. 10,000 grass mud horses galloped past. What the fuck? It's fine if you sprayed me once, but do you have a grudge against me? Chapter 435. Is there still a need to compete? Lu said indifferently, but she was incomparably arrogant in her bones. In the alchemy competition, he invited a low-level earth-grade alchemist, and in the martial arts competition, he even invited the freak Xianyuan Ziguang. He himself specialized in formations, and had already become a 6th-tier formation master. No matter what, he should have a complete victory in this competition, adding an incomparably glorious stroke to his resume. Why not compete? Hong crossed her arms, completely showing off her majestic breasts, as if disdaining others for not knowing that her breasts were large. Who knows, that alchemist of yours might fail miserably in an easy task. That's right, pill refinement is a meticulous work, and one careless mistake could result in a complete loss. Clan brother Lu is too complacent, Hao said angrily. Then let's compete. Under the supervision of the clan's bigwigs, the alchemy competition officially began. Actually, every clan could send 3 alchemists onto the stage, and choose the one with the best results. Lu was full of confidence and only sent Xian Jiyun, while Hong obviously trusted Ling Han even more, and only sent one person. The other 3 clans used up all 3 slots, afraid of making a mistake and adding insurance. Furnace explosion during pill refinement was an extremely common thing. Even heaven-grade alchemists like Kong Zisher and Nongbo Exine couldn't guarantee a 100% success rate, let alone others. There was only one chance in the alchemy competition, and if the furnace exploded, it would be over. First, choose the medicinal ingredients and determine what kind of medicinal pill to be refined. This involved a very deep game. As mentioned earlier, no alchemist dared to pat their chest and say that they would definitely succeed in pill refinement. The difference was that refining low-grade medicinal pills was infinitely close to a 100% success rate, and the higher the grade of the medicinal pill, the closer it was to one's alchemy level, so the failure rate would skyrocket. Normally, when a low-level earth-grade alchemist refined a low-level earth-grade medicinal pill, the success rate was only about 30%, which was equivalent to refining 3 furnaces of medicinal pills, and only 1 furnace could succeed. Thus, if Xian Jiyun chose to refine a low-level earth-grade medicinal pill and succeeded, then the other alchemists could only admit defeat willingly. But what if he failed? One had to know that the failure rate was as high as 60%, and once he failed, then it was nothing. So, choosing what kind of medicinal pill to refine not only depended on one's own alchemy level, but also how the opponent chose. For a moment, although the 10 alchemists were pacing back and forth in front of the medicine cabinet, and the medicine basket was filled with a lot of materials, whether or not they were refining this kind of medicinal pill, whether or not it was a smokescreen, only they knew in their hearts. This was a process of a battle of wits and courage. Only Ling Han didn't care, and he directly chose the materials to be refined. Unfortunately, there was actually no heaven-grade material in the medicine cabinet. True, heaven-grade materials were too precious, so how could they be taken out? It was common knowledge that there were only 3 heaven-grade alchemists in the whole world now, and if the Spirit Treasures Pavilion took out heaven-grade medicinal ingredients now, other than wasting them, what use would it have? They were merchants, not idiots. Forget it, Then let's just refine a high-level Earth Grade 1. Ling Han casually chose and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the others. To him, alchemy was just a formality. His goal was the martial arts tournament 6 days later, the battle with Xianyuan Ziguang, and who was the strongest in the younger generation. He returned to his own position and immediately opened the furnace to concoct pills. Is this guy an idiot starting to concoct just like that? There are obviously 3 days, and the first day is definitely a battle of wits and pressure the opponent. It's best if he can make the opponent make a mistake and choose to refine a high-level medicinal pill, then the possibility of the furnace exploding would be higher. Coming to the North region means he doesn't want to win. Last time he was at the bottom, and this time probably won't be an exception. I reckon the first place this time is the South region. A low-level Earth-grade alchemist has a huge psychological advantage, and if he chooses to refine a high-level black-grade medicinal pill, not only will the success rate increase greatly, it can also force others to choose to refine high-level black-grade medicinal pills, and the possibility of the opponent's furnace exploding is extremely high. Yeah, Xianyuan Ziguang has also been roped in by the South region, and in the martial arts tournament, he should be able to secure first place. Yin Li's strength in formations is even more impressive, and even if she can't get first place, she'll be able to secure second place. 2 first places and 1 second place, that'll definitely be the champion this time. The big shots of the Spirit Treasures Pavilion all spoke one after another, but there were also a few who revealed pensive expressions, such as Yin Shuiyang, who was looking at Ling Han. Being able to become sworn brothers with a shattering void tier elite, how could he possibly be simple? Isn't that brat's technique shocking? Soon there were exclamations of surprise. Although the Spirit Treasures Pavilion didn't have their own alchemist, they had always had an extremely good relationship with the Alchemist Society, and could often get alchemists to refine pills. Thus, even if they didn't know how to refine pills themselves, they could still taste some flavor. Ling Han's technique was definitely shocking. Experienced and ruthless. Smooth. Done in one go. More and more people arrived, and all revealed shocked expressions. This youngster was only 24 or 25 years old, so how could his technique be so skilled? What medicinal pill is he refining? The material seems to be the 5 turns black jade pill. Isn't this a high-level Earth-grade medicinal pill? What, this guy is crazy wanting to refine a high-level Earth-grade medicinal pill. Meanwhile, the corner of Ing Hong's mouth twitched, thinking that this guy was already giving them face by not refining a heaven-grade medicinal pill. Otherwise, he would have scared them to death. Ling Han's technique was practiced and smooth, to the point that people couldn't help but feel a sense of beauty, as if it wasn't alchemy, but rather a master-performing art. Too wonderful. After completing the selection and purification of the ingredients, Ling Han began to refine the pill. He was now in the flower blossom tier, and refining a high-level Earth-grade medicinal pill no longer required the help of the strange fire. His own strength was already enough. His figure moved, and he struck palm after palm at the alchemy furnace. Flames rolled, and one after another seals shone brightly. This was drawing upon the essence of heaven and earth in the ingredients, perfectly interweaving the medicinal effects. Phew, unbelievable. This guy's technique is too experienced. Could it be that there really is hope to form a pill? From the looks of it, everything is going smoothly. There's going to be another alchemy genius in this world. He's already a high-level Earth-grade alchemist in his 20s, so it's extremely possible that he'll advance into the ranks of heaven-grade in the future. Don't you guys forget, this guy's talent in martial arts isn't bad either. What a freak! Ling Han was unmoved, and only focused on alchemy. After a little less than half a day, multiple wisps of dense qi floated above the alchemy furnace, turning into the shapes of mountains and rivers, birds and beasts, which was incredibly wondrous. The pill is about to form, everyone exclaimed. Xian Jiyun and the other alchemists were even more shocked by Ling Han. The difference of one level in alchemy was like the difference of one major tier in martial arts. That was an absolute gap, not to mention that a high-level Earth-grade alchemist was almost standing at the peak of alchemy, making them want to prostrate themselves in worship. Chapter 436. Speaking of which, the person from this morning is even more powerful, only 21 years old and already in the first layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, with battle prowess reaching 12 stars. What? Someone can surpass 10 stars in battle prowess. What's that person called? Shuren Ping. Never heard of him. Indeed, never heard of him. According to his registration information, he came from overseas. Hey, that means he came from the seas outside the desolate north, is that true? Who knows? No wonder I've never heard of him before. Some people came early in the morning, so they didn't miss anything from beginning to end, knowing what amazing new talents appeared during the registration process. Actually, some of the new talents weren't young, but they missed the last batch due to various things, and only managed to catch up this time. This was normal. After all, the prodigy role was just an empty title. If it was the crucial time to fight for treasures, who would be willing to give it up and come to fight? Master Ling. Ling Han and the others were queuing up when they saw people in front greet them and specially walk over. There were quite a few of them, and they were the ones they saw at the Fallen Moon Gorge. Gu Fenghua, Qi Hualan, Lin Xiangqin, and the others. After more than half a year, their cultivation all reached the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, but none of them broke through to the spiritual pedestal tier. It wasn't that they couldn't, but that they were consolidating their cultivation. Forcibly raising their cultivation level for an empty title was like pulling up seedlings to help them grow, causing great harm to their future cultivation. How could the prodigies that could enter the role not understand this? How long could they stay proud on the prodigy role? The longest was 10 years, but they could all advance to the flower blossom tier in the future, and their lifespan was as long as 300 years, so what was 10 years worth of glory? How could they lose the big for the small? Long time no see. Ling Han clasped his hands at them. Everyone chatted about recent events, and naturally couldn't avoid talking about the domineering battle between the Rain Emperor, Yao Huiyu, and the demonic ape in the Dark Demon Forest, all of them looking forward to it. One should be like Yao Huiyu. I'll be the second spear in the world in the future, Su Wentong said with a smile. If I could be like Grandmaster Ling and become an Earth-grade alchemist, wouldn't I also be able to dazzle the world? Lin Xiangqin laughed lightly, her charm overflowing. She had the same effect as Yin Hong, both of them natural beauties. This guy and Yao Huiyu are both freaks, but one is in martial art, while the other is in the Tao of alchemy, Gu Fenghua lamented. Qi Hualan said seriously, Master Ling's talent in martial art isn't weak either. Everyone was startled, mainly because Ling Han's achievements in alchemy were too dazzling, becoming an Earth-grade alchemist at the age of 17, causing everyone to subconsciously forget his talent in martial art. When this guy was in the Gushing Spring tier, he'd already cut through the spiritual ocean tier, and now that he'd advanced into the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, would he be able to cut through the spiritual pedestal tier? Moreover, he'd only just turned 18 years old. Don't worry, I won't be participating in this gathering, said Ling Han with a smile. You scared this freak to death. If you participate, you'll definitely snatch away one of the spots, and maybe I'll be eliminated, Gu Fenghua said, patting his chest, looking like he'd let out an exaggerated sigh of relief. Master Ling won't be on the prodigy role. Lin Xiangqin threw him another coquettish glance, tempting his heart. In truth, she wasn't trying to seduce Ling Han, but rather was born this way, throwing him a coquettish glance when she wasn't paying attention. Haha, what big words. Someone at the side was unconvinced, crossing his arms over his chest with a disdainful expression. Seeing everyone's gaze on him, he gave himself a thumbs up. Jiawenda of the Blood Flame Valley is me. If you guys are unconvinced, I'll beat all of you up one by one. Blood Flame Valley, no wonder they were so arrogant. The 4 strongest forces of the North region were 1 valley and 3 sects, and the valley was the Blood Flame Valley, which had even nurtured a genius like Zwayuda. Everyone was young and impetuous, so naturally none of them were convinced, glaring angrily at him. Ling Han, however, waved his hand and said, No need to lower yourself to the level of these small fries. That's right, who are we? Why do we have to fight with these small fries? If we really meet them, we'll just cut them down with one strike. Gu Fenghua and the others all nodded, yet it made Jiawenda's expression ashen. He had intentionally provoked them because there were a few incredibly beautiful women in this group, naturally to attract the attention of the beauties, but he didn't expect that they wouldn't take him seriously at all. Detestable guy, when you see my battle prowess later, see how scared you all will be, Jiawenda said inwardly, but he managed to restrain himself. Martial artists naturally spoke with their fists. Without sufficient strength, the words that came out of their mouths were like farts. It's the 7 sons of Ao family's turn. Someone exclaimed in front. Ao Xinglai and the others indeed filed out, arriving in front of the testing stone monument. However, Ao Xinglai and Ao Yuanwei were both on the prodigy roll, so they automatically obtained the right to enter the main competition. Half a year had passed, and 3 of the 7 sons of Ao family had actually stepped into the spiritual pedestal tier, namely Ao Xinglai, Ao Yuanwei, and Ao Jiancheng. Ao Jiancheng was the 7th, but he actually managed to catch up, which was a bit strange. The 5 sons of Ao family that didn't directly enter the main competition were tested one by one, and all of them obtained battle prowess above 15 battle stars. It could be seen that though their cultivation level hadn't increased in this half a year, their battle prowess had increased considerably. Ao Jiancheng even had battle prowess of 3 stars of the spiritual pedestal tier, and could be ranked in the top 40 on the prodigy roll. Of course, this was based on last year's battle prowess, and it might not be the same this year. Yuanwei and I also want to test our battle prowess, you don't mind, right? Ao Xinglai asked the few people in charge of recording with a smile. Of course not, please. The few people nodded at the same time. They definitely had to give face to the heroes on the prodigy roll. Ao Xinglai nodded and said to Ao Yuanwei, "Second, you first." Ao Yuanwei nodded expressionlessly. Ever since he'd stepped into the spiritual pedestal tier, he'd always refused to accept the second ranking, and wanted to replace Ao Xinglai, but never had a good chance. This time he'd let the other test his battle prowess. He took a long saber from the weapons rack on the side. This was made from level 5 materials, and could completely withstand the powerful power of the spiritual pedestal tier. He focused, calmed his breathing, and after at least 3 breaths' time, he suddenly slashed out with the saber. Hong! 7 flashes of saber chi swirled, but they struck the same spot on the stone tablet as the tip of the saber, exploding all the attack power in such a small area. This kind of test, rather than saying it was battle prowess, it would be better to say it was the strongest destructive power. Under normal circumstances, there was no chance for you to prepare for 3 breaths' time before attacking. You'd have already died a few times. Wong wong wong, the characters on the 5th row lit up one after another. 1 2 3 4 5. Battle prowess of 5 stars of the spiritual pedestal tier. This was quite extraordinary. Because he just stepped into the spiritual pedestal tier, he naturally focused on increasing his cultivation level. Where would he have the time to temper his origin power and solidify his cultivation level? This kind of thing was obviously only done when he reached the 9th layer. As expected of the 2nd son of the Ao family, the 78th place in the last tournament so strong. This time, he might be able to surpass the eldest son of the Ao family. The 2nd son of the Ao family can improve so much. Could it be that the eldest son of the Ao family can't? It's Ao Xinglai, right? Everyone's gazes turned to Ao Xinglai. Chapter 437. Oh! Ao Xinglai smiled proudly, and drew a long sword from the weapons rack. However, he didn't make any preparations at all, and directly slashed with his sword. Wong wong wong, the same characters on the 5th row lit up 1 2 3 4 5 5. 5 stars of the spiritual pedestal tier. But compared to Ao Yuanwei, one prepared for 3 breaths before striking out with the battle prowess of 5 stars of the spiritual pedestal tier, while the other had such power with a casual strike, the difference was very obvious. Ao Yuanwei's expression darkened, and the other 5 sons didn't look much better. The gap between them and Ao Xinglai was getting bigger and bigger. 5, please come and fill out your information, a person in charge of registration said with a smile. Though these 5 sons of the Ao family were also contestants in the last tournament, they didn't enter the ranking, so they were considered newcomers every year. The 5 sons went to fill out their information. Next, they had to test their bone age, while Ao Xinglai and Ao Yuanwei were invited to the lounge. Everyone continued to line up. Isn't that Yu Kuan-Luan? There was a commotion in the crowd as they all walked in. A tall and slender man appeared, exuding a powerful aura that was very shocking. However, there was a slender and graceful beauty beside him. Even Yu Kuan-Luan's aura couldn't suppress her. Standing beside him, she wasn't overshadowed, but appeared even more dazzling in comparison. Who is this girl? So beautiful, my soul is about to leave me. Not inferior to Fairy Zhu, right? Hey, that's because you haven't seen Fairy Zhu. As long as you've seen Fairy Zhu, all other women are as ugly as pigs. Hey, is Fairy Zhu that beautiful? Hearing everyone's discussion, Hua Han was quite proud at first, but the more she heard, the colder her pretty face became. For a beauty, the most annoying thing was that her appearance was inferior to others, not to mention being looked down upon as worthless. Zhu Xian during the Prodigy tournament, I'll carve your face into a flower. How can you still be beautiful then? She thought resentfully. Yu Kuan strode forward. His cultivation of the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier could be considered unparalleled in the current younger generation, and his aura alone could crush others. However, those who did not break through to the flower blossom tier were all mortals, and that step was far too difficult to take. Perhaps 10 or 20 years later, he would still be at the same spot. But now Yu Kuan was too strong. Everyone lowered their heads as he walked past. Firstly, it was because they were suppressed by the other party's aura, and secondly, it was out of respect towards the former number 1 on the Prodigy roll. He brought Hua Han to the testing area and said with a smile, "Do you mind if I cut in line?" I don't mind. No matter what, the previous champion of the Prodigy roll should have some special privileges. Junior apprentice sister, please, Yu Kuan said with a smile. Hua Han nodded and picked up a sword from the weapons rack. She concentrated and calmed herself, her almond-shaped eyes glowing. It was obvious that she was about to unleash a powerful move. Originally, with her cultivation level of the spiritual pedestal tier, a casual strike would be enough, and she would definitely be able to enter the main competition, but she was obviously stimulated and wanted to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. After a few breaths of time, she suddenly pounced forward and struck with her sword. Bang! Countless golden lights actually flickered behind her, and it caused many people to be unable to help but turn around. Hong, her sword struck, and the characters on the 5th row of the testing stone steel immediately lit up. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 11 12 23. Battle prowess of 13 stars of spiritual pedestal tier. Hiss! Everyone cried out in surprise. Another dark horse appeared in this competition. Battle prowess of 13 stars of spiritual pedestal tier. She could even squeeze into the top 10, right? Hua Han smiled proudly. She was not convinced by Zhu Xian. What number 1 beauty of the North region, what number 1 genius? This time, she was here to drag her down from her high horse. Past, please come and register. The person in charge of registration said hurriedly. Yu Kuan smiled and said, "You don't mind if I also take a test?" "No problem, of course, no problem." Hearing that the number 1 who had just retired from the Prodigy role said he wanted to test his battle prowess, everyone became excited. What kind of battle prowess did the former number 1 have? Last year it was speculated that his battle prowess reached 17 stars, so would it be 18 stars now, or even 19 stars? Yu Kuan very quickly struck with his sword, and the characters on the 5th row lit up one after another. Finally 18 characters lit up. 18 stars of spiritual pedestal tier. This was the strongest battle prowess that had appeared so far. Everyone cried out in surprise. A difference of 1 star of battle prowess could decide the victor. How awesome was 18 stars of battle prowess? As expected of the number 1 on the last Prodigy roll, strong. This was the effect that Yu Kuan wanted. Though he had retired from the role, he could not let go of that kind of glory. No matter what, he had to make his presence known. After a period of clamor, the test continued. This time there were no more freaks. Most people were mercilessly eliminated after the test. After all, only the top 200 in battle prowess would be taken. Finally, it was Gu Fenghua and the others' turn. One by one they went up to be tested, and the results were all good news. At least they were still within the top 200. Gu Fenghua was the more miserable one. In the 3 tests he had not been able to enter the top 200 in the first 2 times. Only in the last time did he explode, but it was unknown who he had squeezed out. There were only 200 people, and in the end another 56 people had to be eliminated. During the test, one could attack a total of 3 times, and the one with the best result would be taken to prevent one's performance from being abnormal due to nervousness. "I'll go first," Zhu Wujiu said. He strode up to the testing stone tablet, took out a long sword, and used the 4-season sword technique. When the sword technique was channeled to the extreme, he slashed out. Gee! Dazzling sparks flickered on the stone tablet, and the characters on the fourth row also lit up. 15 stars of the spiritual ocean tier passed. Come and register. Zhu Wujiu instantly looked pleasantly surprised. Who would have thought that over a year ago, he was still an unremarkable disciple of Huyang University, but now, he could actually appear on the stage of the North Region's Prodigy Tournament. Furthermore, he only needed to win one match to become a prodigy on the roll. All of this was brought to him by that young man who was even a few years younger than him. Zhu Wujiu could not help but cast a glance at Ling Han, and solemnly bowed. His heart was filled with gratitude, and he secretly swore that he would use his entire life to repay Ling Han. His Diawanda broke out in a cold sweat. He was also in the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, but his battle prowess was only 14 stars. Qin Yi was the second. What, even a cripple is here? This is the prodigy roll, not the heaven crippling roll. Ha 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 ha. Some mean people immediately laughed loudly, but Qin Yi was not angered in the slightest. He merely took out a long saber and shua with a slash wong wong. The characters on the 4th row of the testing stone tablet immediately lit up. 15 stars of the spiritual ocean tier. His result was the same as Zhu Wujiu's, but considering that the heavenly luck stone inside his body had yet to show its effects, even if he was a minor tier higher than Zhu Wujiu, his talent was really much higher than Zhu Wujiu's. Passed. Qin Yi similarly bowed to Ling Han, and then walked over to fill in the information. The people who mocked Qin Yi earlier immediately lost their voices, and their expressions became extremely ugly. Being able to enter the main competition was already an impressive figure, and if he advanced a step further, he would definitely become a Flower Blossom tier warrior in the future. Was it really good to offend a Flower Blossom tier warrior? Those people were already thinking of apologizing to Qin Yi later. No matter what, they couldn't let a future Flower Blossom tier warrior remember them. Meanwhile, Jiao Wenda's face began to turn green. Chapter 438. Here outstanding performance would receive cheers and the favor of beauties. Once Qin Yi and Zhu Wujiu broke out of the encirclement, many beauties immediately threw flirtatious glances at them. Even Zhang Yuxian, Di Tinglan, and other noble young ladies were no exception, but their expressions were much more reserved. People on the prodigy roll would definitely enter the Flower Blossom tier. Who wouldn't want to marry such a hero, and which force wouldn't want to recruit such a future elite? Flower Blossom tier in the North region was an absolute elite. I'm going, Lu Yutong said to Ling Han. Ling Han nodded. Today was only registration, so Guang Yuan and Li Xichan didn't come, but when the competition officially started tomorrow, they would naturally come to cheer. Lu Yutong appeared. She was dressed in white, and she was as beautiful as a fairy. Everyone in the surroundings was instantly entranced by her beauty. Beauties weren't rare, but beauties with high talent in martial art were rare. Each one was a rare resource, which was why Huang Han caused such a huge commotion. Lu Yutong also used the 4 seasons sword arts, and when she used the most powerful move, she slashed at the testing stone tablet. 20 stars of spiritual ocean tier immediately. Cries of surprise sounded everywhere. Before this, there was only one freak of 20 stars of spiritual ocean tier, but now there was a second one. This was battle prowess surpassing 11 stars, too shocking. Moreover, this girl was so beautiful. There were many elites on the roll watching in the surroundings, and their eyes couldn't help but shine. If they could marry such a girl, it would truly be a good match. Geniuses like them were destined to advance into the Flower Blossom tier, and have a lifespan of up to 300 years, but there was no one by their side to spend it with. What a pity. But if they had a similarly powerful partner, it would be different, living and dying together until the end of their lives. Thus, beauties like Lu Yutong, Huang Han, Qi Hualan, and Lin Xiangqin were all extremely popular, far surpassing Zhang Lixian and the others, although they were almost equal in appearance. Lu Yutong bowed to Ling Han, then went to fill in the information. This made everyone cry out in surprise. Why did 3 people bow to Ling Han one after another? Who was this guy? After all 3 of them were qualified to be on the list. Diao Wendy's face twitched. If it wasn't for the fact that he hadn't registered yet, he really wanted to cover his face and run. It's Nyo's turn. Hu Nyo leaped down from Ling Han's body and ran off with a pa-pa-pa sound. Puff, at least half of the people laughed out loud. What kind of joke was this? A little girl of 5 or 6 years old actually dared to join in the fun. Because there was only one day to register, the Spirit Treasures Pavilion also had a basic requirement for the applicants. They had to at least reach the spiritual ocean tier. Why are you here if you haven't reached the Sea of Souls realm? However, she was just a 5 or 6-year-old girl. Not to mention the Sea of Souls realm. Her spirit root had not even awakened yet. Wasn't this a joke? Little girl, this is not a place for you to play. Go back quickly. One of the people in charge of registration said with a smile. He was only being polite because of Ling Han. After all, there were 3 experts on the list who had bowed to Ling Han. Nyo was very displeased, and with her hands on her hips she asked, "Why don't you let Nyo play? This is really not a place for you to play." That person broke out in a cold sweat. This kind of little girl was the best at pestering endlessly, and just talking wouldn't do. In the surroundings, everyone laughed incessantly. Nyo looked like she was carved from jade, and such a little girl was pleasing to the eye. Moreover, the childlike interest she displayed was so fun, making everyone extremely happy. Don't laugh. Nyo was displeased. She wasn't here to be funny. She threw a punch at the testing stone tablet. Wong wong wong, the characters on the 4th row immediately lit up. 20 stars. Instantly the whole place was silent. Holy shit. Battle prowess of 20 stars of the spiritual ocean tier. A little girl of 5 or 6 years old. Everyone held their faces with both hands to prevent their jaws from dropping. Was this possible? Nyo, you can still try 2 more times. Ling Han obviously wouldn't be shocked and said with a smile. Hee hee. Nyo laughed, turned her fist into a claw, and waved at the testing stone tablet. Wong. This time the characters on the 4th row didn't light up, but the characters on the 5th row lit up. 1 2 only 2. Poo pew pew. However, the surrounding people all stuck out their tongues. What did the characters on the 5th row light up mean? Spiritual pedestal tier battle prowess? The little girl's casual grab actually had the battle prowess of 2 stars of spiritual pedestal tier? My god, where did this freak come from? Pass, please come over and fill in your information. There were a total of 8 people, but he was the only one who could still maintain consciousness and speak. The other 7 had long since turned into stone statues. Nyo wasn't done playing. Her punch and claw actually didn't shatter the stone tablet. Nyo was very angry, and the consequences were very serious. She pounced down, opened her small mouth and bared her snow-white teeth at the stone tablet, biting it in one bite. Fuck. Seeing this scene, everyone who was still in a state of shock didn't know what expression to have. Such a little girl with nature-defying battle prowess was too good at pranks. You actually used your mouth to bite a stone. And when fighting enemies in the future, you wouldn't also want to bite like this, right? Wong. As Nyo bit down, the characters on the 5th row lit up one by one. 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. Instantly all 20 characters lit up, and then dimmed at the same time, and the characters on the 6th row began to light up. My god. At this moment, everyone felt as if pigs were flying in the sky. This world must have collapsed. How could such an absurd thing happen? Aha, I must be seeing things. But the characters on the 6th row continued to light up. 5 10 15. The whole place was silent, and everyone's eyes were popping out as they stared at the testing stone tablet and Nyo, who was lying on it in a ridiculous posture, but no one could laugh. 18 19 20. Finally, the testing stone tablet stopped changing, and stopped at the state where the characters on the 6th row were all lit up. Flower Blossom tier 20 stars. Everyone's mouths twitched. If they were bitten by the little girl, then even the defense of Flower Blossom tier would be useless. Although the greatest destructive power didn't represent true battle prowess, and you might not be able to bite someone if you were bitten, then even a Flower Blossom tier would cry freak. This wasn't a freak but a monster. Yu Kuan Luan. O Xing Lai. Zhu Xian Er. Huang Han. Whether it was the elites on the roll or the quasi-elites, they all fell into a completely speechless state at this moment. And the faces of the few old monsters that were keeping watch here also twitched, feeling a faint pain in the balls. Nyo's destructive power made them all feel wary. Only Ling Han laughed secretly. Nyo's small mouth could even bite through the power barrier set up by a king-tier demonic beast in the 9th layer of the Flower Blossom tier. So what kind of teeth were those? That's true. Niu turned around and smiled sweetly at Ling Han. Chapter 439. Don't listen to this female pervert's nonsense. Ling Han pointed at Yin Hong and said, in the future, don't treat her as a woman, but as a man who reincarnated into the wrong body, possessing the body of a woman. So, if she approaches you, you have to imagine it as a man approaching you, understand? Helian Sun Shui and Hu Niu instantly revealed ominous glints. A stinky man wanted to approach them? You're brainwashing, Yin Hong pointed out. As expected of a grandmaster, you're really full of tricks. No wonder so many young girls were deceived by you. Less nonsense, what's that news? Ling Han asked. Yin Hong finally said with a serious expression. The Heaven Sword Sect, the Cloud Phoenix Sect, the Absolute Saber Sect, the Blue Thunder Sect, and the Earth Dragon Sect, the 5 great sects have jointly announced that they will establish the Restore Heaven Academy to recruit all the geniuses in the world. Oh! Ling Han was puzzled. These 5 great sects had been passed down since ancient times, and were the only 5 forces that had been passed down since ancient times. Every one of them had a long history, so why would they jointly establish some Restore Heaven Academy now? Did they say why? He asked. The 5 great sects have jointly announced that the world will experience great chaos in the near future, possibly leading to a fault in the entire martial arts world. Thus, the 5 great sects have to select as many outstanding geniuses as possible to nurture. In case a great calamity really does occur, they can also leave behind the seeds of revival, Yin Hong said. This reason is quite lofty, Ling Han mumbled. Grandmaster Ling, are you interested in going? Yin Hong asked. Ling Han thought for a moment, then asked, where is this Restore Heaven Academy? 9 Dragons Mountain. A thought flashed through Ling Han's mind. This 9 Dragons Mountain was in Flying Blossom County, and the Boundless Mountain where Shuexian had left her message should also be in Flying Blossom County. What a coincidence! Since he was going to the Flying Blossom County, there was no harm in going along the way. After all, the 5 great sects had existed for who knew how many tens of thousands of years, and possessed the most complete martial arts inheritance. Going there to study should be somewhat beneficial. Though Ling Han had obtained a considerable number of secret arts in his last life, how could the power of a single person compare to the accumulation of countless generations? If all the freaks in the world are gathered there, then I'm somewhat looking forward to it, Ling Han said with a smile. I knew you'd be interested. However, not everyone can enter this Restore Heaven Academy. The 5 great sects will first send out notices to some geniuses, allowing them to directly enter the academy. As for the remaining people, they'll have to pass through layers of selection, Yin Hong continued. So it's like that, Ling Han said with a smile. I wonder if anyone has sent me a notice? Yo, Grandmaster Ling, are you jealous? Yin Hong laughed loudly. Let me tell you a piece of unfortunate news. Xinyuan Ziguang has already received the notice, and set off this morning. As for you, there's no sign of movement at all. Ling Han was puzzled and said, in terms of martial arts level, I'm at least not inferior to Xinyuan Ziguang, and in terms of alchemy ability, I'm even an Earth-grade high-level alchemist, so why did they skip over me? He wasn't placing too much importance on this admission quota, but was purely unable to understand. Grandmaster Ling, you think too highly of yourself. Yin Hong shook her head with a smile. The 5 great sects must have long since planned for the establishment of the Restore Heaven Academy, and have long since confirmed a batch of geniuses that can enter the academy, such as Yao Huiyu, Small Saber King, Dong Linger and the others. As for you, how long has it been since you appeared? Indeed, it had only been 3 days since Ling Han defeated Xinyuan Ziguang, and previously Million Treasure City had been sealed off by the 4th Great Formation, so it was impossible for any news to have spread out. Ling Han laughed loudly. He had indeed taken things too for granted. After Yin Hong left, Ling Han could not help but ponder. In the memory stone that Shuexian left behind, 10,000 years ago, it should have been people from the immortal realm who destroyed the martial arts inheritance of the previous generation. According to the news of later generations, it was the Heaven Sword Sect, and the other 4 great sects who joined hands to turn the tide and drive away those invaders. Ling Han had once been to an ancient battlefield in Rain Country. At least a few hundred Heaven Tier elites joined hands to attack a shattering Void Tier elite, leaving behind innumerable corpses. Now, that Shattering Void Tier Elite might not have been a Shattering Void Tier Elite but could have been an immortal realm, but his tier was suppressed by this realm. However, Zishuxian said that all of this could be a lie. Now, 10,000 years had passed, and the 5 great sects opened the Restore Heaven Academy, saying that it was extremely possible that the world would fall into chaos. Could it be that the immortal realm was going to descend to the lower realm to invade again? Ma Duobao had once said that he wanted to split open the sky and bring a piece of heaven and earth directly into the immortal realm, so that even the fowls and dogs could ascend to the heavens. Could it be that he had also foreseen this great chaos? Also, Feng Peyun said that he didn't dare to rashly break open the void, and that there would be a great calamity. Could it also be related to the immortal realm? Ling Han's head swelled as he pondered. He knew a lot of things now, but he was more and more confused. Why did the immortal realm want to invade the vast lands? What was there here that was worth the immortal realm coveting? Moreover, if the immortal realm really wanted to destroy the vast lands, would the 5 great sects really be able to stop them? If a few thousand or a few tens of thousands of immortals came, even if they were all suppressed to the Shattering Void tier, would that still not be enough to sweep through them? Ling Han couldn't understand no matter how much he thought about it. If it was really the immortals invading, then what kind of ability did the 5 great sects back then have to expel the foreign races and return their lands? Could it really be, as Zishuxian said, that everything was a lie? He could only find out if he found Zishuxian's message. This trip to the Heaven Mending Academy was something that he had to go. Ling Han had nothing to worry about anyway. Once he made up his mind, he decided to immediately set out. Zhu Erxian and the other 2 girls naturally wouldn't object. After bidding farewell to Yin Hong, they set out on their journey. At first, Ling Han still wanted to meet Kong Zishu. It was very likely that he was a descendant left behind by his disciple, but he was now a heaven-grade alchemist after all. His days were very comfortable, and there was no need for him to worry about him. Moreover, if he said he was the ancestor of the Kong clan, he would definitely be rolled his eyes, right? Forget it, he'd think about it later. The only thing that left Ling Han with regret was that he still didn't know what the treasure that the Thousand Corpse sect was scheming for when they attacked Million Treasure City was. Though it might not be useful to him, when a person's curiosity arose, he would always keep it in mind. The 4 of them set out, heading towards Flying Blossom County. They hired a carriage, and Ling Han naturally reverted to his original appearance. Always wearing a face that was disguised made him uncomfortable, too. After arriving at the Restore Heaven Academy, he could disguise himself as another person. It was extremely likely that Han Lin's identity had already been exposed. After all, the 2 of them had such similar names, and they both cultivated both martial arts and alchemy. Their accomplishments were shockingly high, and it was extremely easy for people to associate them together. Inside the Black Tower, Ling Han played with the Sunset Bow. The Flood Dragon's tendons were indeed tough. Not to mention Flower Blossom tier warriors, even Heaven tier warriors might not be able to use this bow. Because if one didn't cultivate physical arts, drawing the bow would consume a huge amount of origin power, and how would one be able to concentrate the excess origin power on the arrow to deliver a fatal blow? Unlike weapons like swords, sabers, and spears, even if forged with rare metal, they wouldn't weigh more than 50 kilograms. Who didn't have this bit of strength? But to draw the sunset bow, what kind of strength would be needed to lift up a mountain? Phone reading was more refreshing. Chapter 440. Advancing into the Flower Blossom tier, surpassing mortality. This was every martial artist's dream. But how many people could advance into the Flower Blossom tier in this world? Although there were definitely no exceptions in the prodigy role, only 100 people could enter this role every 3 years, and there were many repeats during this period. At night, Gu Fenghua, Qi Hualan, Lin Xiangqin, and the others all came over. Everyone had successfully advanced to the main competition, which was naturally something worthy of celebration. Of course, they had to properly celebrate, and when they talked about Ling Han and Hunyo's performance during the day, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Too fierce. When fighting with Hunyo in the future, you definitely can't be bitten by her, Gu Fenghua said with concern. And then, everyone nodded. The little girl's savagery was thoroughly engraved in their hearts. Nyo won't bite you guys, stinky. Hunyo ate happily, but she could speak very clearly, which was really admirable. Grandmaster Ling, when did you become an array master? Lin Xiangqin looked at Ling Han with a charming gaze, causing Lu Yutong and Li Xichan to involuntarily feel disgust towards her. That's right, that's right. You're an alchemist and an array master, and your talent in martial art is also frighteningly high. Gu Fenghua felt the same side and said, compared to you, I can't keep my title as a freak. All right, I have no intention of snatching your title at all, so don't worry, Ling Han said with a smile. Everyone ate the vegetables grown in the Black Tower, wolfing them down. Even Qi Hualan and Lin Xiangqin, the two beauties with the title of fairies, were no exception. Moreover, they fought fiercely, causing others to stare in shock. After a good day's rest, the elimination battle finally began. Everyone drew lots, and according to the principle that the people on the roll should not meet, a total of 100 battles were formed. They were divided into 10 groups, and each battle was limited to 1 hour. If there was no victor, then there would be an extra battle after all 10 groups finished their battles. This was an elimination battle, so there naturally wouldn't be a tie. Ling Han, Li Xichan, and Guang Yuan all sat on the stage. For this, they all paid an entrance fee of 1 origin crystal. It was really expensive. Even Sea of Souls realm warriors would have to spend a month to make it. But even so, this coliseum was still filled to the brim. Just from the entrance tickets alone, the Spirit Treasures Pavilion was able to earn 200,000 crystals a day. This ability to make money was astonishing. After all, this ranking was run by them. Only the neutrality and strength of the Spirit Treasures Pavilion could allow the results to be recognized by all the cultivators in the northern region. Otherwise, no matter which sect ran it, people would question whether they were biased towards their own people. Lu Yutong, Qin Yi, and Zhu Wuzhou all drew good lots, successfully avoiding the people on the previous tournament roll, as well as the few publicly acknowledged elites among the newcomers. However, Hu Niu drew Ao Xinglai. He was originally ranked 78th on the prodigy roll, and now he had already advanced into the spiritual pedestal tier. His battle prowess was at least 5 stars. Logically speaking, a newcomer would definitely sigh at his bad luck when encountering a powerhouse on the rankings. The other party had been on the rankings for 3 years, so his skills would definitely have improved after 3 years. But now, everyone was filled with sympathy for Ao Xinglai. This person on the previous tournament roll would have to bear the title of previous forever. Who didn't know of Hu Niu's freakishness now? One punch had the power of 20 stars of the spiritual ocean tier, one claw had the power of 2 stars of the spiritual pedestal tier, and one bite had the power of 20 stars of the flower blossom tier. A complete little monster. Ao Xinglai was indeed very strong, and was also the leader of the 7 sons of Ao family, but now no one dared to challenge him. His battle with Hu Niu was in the 7th group, and would only start in the afternoon, but Ao Xinglai's expression was not good. It wasn't that there was no precedent of an elite on the tournament being knocked down by a newcomer, but it was extremely, extremely rare. If it happened to him, then it would really be too embarrassing. Please choose your weapon, the MC announced. The battle of the first group immediately began. After the 20 people chose their weapons with a command, they immediately began the battle. Qin Yi was in the first group and his opponent was an expert spear user. He was also in the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and his tested battle prowess was as high as 15 stars, equal to Qin Yi. However, the test of battle prowess was only a reflection of the greatest destructive power, and not true battle prowess. A martial artist's strength still needed to be reflected through actual combat. The two immediately began a fierce battle. Qin Yi was merciless and 7 flashes of saber chi swept out, slashing ferociously one after the other, slashing continuously with a domineering momentum. In a single breath, he blasted out 81 slashes, and that person couldn't even hold his spear. The web between his thumb and forefinger split, and he had no choice but to admit defeat. Ling Han nodded. Qin Yi had also found his own path of martial art, and possessed his own strong personal style, which was to advance bravely, and rather break than bend. Either his saber would slash his opponent or he would shatter himself. There was no third possibility. It could be called a tyrannical saber. After an hour, the battles of the first group all ended. There was not a single unexpected winner, and all the elites on the tournament obtained victory. The second round began, and there were quite a few highly popular contestants in this group. Lu Yang, ranked 9th on the prodigy roll, was also the person with the highest rank at the moment. The top 8 were automatically eliminated due to age. Chu Xiaozhu possessed battle prowess as high as 20 stars of the spiritual ocean tier. Huang Han, Yu Kuanluan's junior sister, a newcomer to the spiritual pedestal tier. Ling Han's main opponent was Lu Yang. He was an outstanding disciple of the Beast Emperor sect and had a pet beast, frost-clouded leopard. Because of the uniqueness of this sect, he was allowed to bring his pet beast to battle, just like the Thousand Corpse sect. Without corpse soldiers, battle prowess would drop by at least 90%. However, Lu Yang's opponent was too weak, only in the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Because Lu Yang won the match with a casual strike, he didn't use his pet beast at all. 6th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, Ling Han said in a low voice. This might be the person with the highest tier in this prodigy tournament. Chu Xiaozhu and Huang Han also successfully fought their way out, entering the prodigy role as newcomers. The battles continued and finally, there was an unexpected winner. Luo De, ranked 42nd on the prodigy role, actually lost to a mysterious newcomer. That person only showed the strength of 1 star of the spiritual pedestal tier during the test, yet easily defeated Luo De. He hid his true strength. Indeed, that person was in the spiritual pedestal tier, and only needed to show 1 star of battle prowess to enter the main tournament. He attacked so calmly just now, so it obviously wasn't his true strength. This could be another dark horse that can charge into the top 10. This person's name was Yang Jun Hao. There was pitifully little information, and it was only known that he was 23 years old. The age of his bones also confirmed this, but when Ling Han's eyes swept over him, he was astonished because this guy was in the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. In the North region, such an age and such a tier could be considered a genius among geniuses. The 3rd and 4th rounds passed, and in the 5th round Zhu Wujiao stepped out. After a hard battle for an hour, he finally defeated his opponent and became a member of the prodigy role. This meant that he had almost 100% chance of breaking through to the flower blossom tier in the future, which made him extremely excited. Returning to Rain Country, he would be fully deserving of his strongest battle prowess. In the 6th round, Ling Han faced Yu Kaiyu, his cousin. After this guy obtained the Restore Origin pill, he solidified his foundation and advanced into the spiritual pedestal tier. His battle prowess was quite impressive, and he very easily defeated an elite on the prodigy role. This was the 4th battle where a newcomer defeated an old man. Chapter 441. In the 7th round, the most anticipated battle was naturally Hunyao battling Ao Xinglai. Everyone had already witnessed Hunyao's unreasonable destructive power. Even the strongest flower blossom tier cultivator couldn't stand against her teeth. However, destructive power was destructive power, and didn't represent battle prowess. Everyone wanted to see Hunyao's actual battle. She would undoubtedly be everyone's formidable opponent. Thankfully, the other monster, Ling Han, didn't participate in the battle, or else everyone would have another target to be wary of. Ao Xinglai was very displeased. Why did he draw a freak like Hunyao? However, it had already happened, and an elite like him naturally wouldn't shrink back. Creating the possibility from the impossible was the character of an elite. He raised his long sword horizontally, his expression solemn. His opponent was only a little girl, so he obviously wouldn't say any pleasantries. No matter how brilliant his speech was, it would only make others laugh at him. Nyo's ultimate move, invincible wind and fire wheels. Hunyao charged out, her arms dancing in circles like 2 wheels, smashing towards Ao Xinglai. Ao Xinglai was unafraid. He had the complete advantage in cultivation level, which also meant that he had the advantage in power. This was the unshakable truth of martial art. He stabbed out and 7 flashes of sword chi flew out, slicing towards Hunyao from different directions. He was similarly confident in his attack power. As long as he managed to land a hit, Hunyao would definitely lose. With a flower blossom tier cultivator keeping watch, it was impossible for anyone to die here. Hunyao used her high-speed movement technique, and with a schwa appeared behind Ao Xinglai. Pung 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 pung. Invincible wind and fire wheels smashed onto his back. Pung 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 pung, one punch followed by another. Her fist power had the destructive power of 20 stars of the spiritual ocean tier. How terrifying was that? Added with the fact that Ao Xinglai didn't expect her speed to be so fast, He used all his power on the thrust of his sword, and the defense on his back was extremely weak. Instantly he staggered forward, continuously throwing up blood. No way! The spectators were all dumbfounded. How could there possibly be such a fast speed? Such absolute speed coupled with terrifying destructive power. This was a perfect combination. If one wanted to deal with such an attack, they could only use an area of effect attack from all directions without any blind spots to prevent Hunyo from getting close, or use a killing move when she got close. Ao Xinglai roared in fury, and hurriedly used his origin power to protect his back. Pung 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 pung, the will of martial art clashed violently, forming one brilliant pattern after another. He finally steadied himself. The battle prowess of 20 stars of the spiritual ocean tier was still only in the spiritual ocean tier, after all, and would not be able to cause any damage to his spiritual pedestal tier defense. He turned around wanting to face Hunyo head-on, but was Hunyo's speed something that he could match? He turned around and Hunyo also moved, following closely behind him like a shadow. Pung 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 pung. Ao Xinglai could only take a beating. He had the power of the spiritual pedestal tier, but it was completely useless. Hunyo's Heaven Wolf Claw. Seeing that punches were ineffective, Hunyo switched to using claws. This time even Ao Xinglai's defense could not withstand it, and streaks of fresh blood spurted out from his back. Enough, the referee said, and stopped the battle. This battle was out of everyone's expectations, but it was also within reason. It was unexpected because the battle was so one-sided. Ao Xinglai was, after all, ranked 78th in the last prodigy roll, yet he practically did not even have the ability to fight back. However, Hunyo had displayed the destructive power of 20 stars of the Flower Blossom tier, so this kind of result seemed to be within reason. In the 8th round, Lu Yutong also smoothly advanced. At this point, the 4 people by Ling Han's side had all advanced into the prodigy role. This was definitely a miracle, because even for great clans like the Beast Emperor sect and the Winter Moon sect, there were only 2 or 3 disciples that could simultaneously enter into the prodigy role. Now, it was a matter of how far these 4 people could advance. Lu Yutong, Ken Yi, and Zhu Wujiu could probably only advance beyond the 50th place, but as long as Hunyo performed as usual, she definitely had the ability to charge for the first place. The first day's battles ended, and the new candidates for the prodigy role were all born. Of the 56 people that remained in the last prodigy role, 7 were actually eliminated. In other words, more than half of the new prodigy role had changed faces, which was something that rarely happened in the history of the prodigy role. The second day, the ranking tournament began. Though Ling Han went, he did not care too much. It was only an empty title, and increasing his strength was the way to go. The battles were very intensive and everyone had to fight 10 battles every day for 10 days. The outcome of each battle would affect the final ranking. Thus, if one wanted to obtain a good ranking on the prodigy role, each battle was very important. Lu Yutong, Zhu Wujiu, and Ken Yi were restricted by their cultivation level after all. If they encountered a spiritual pedestal tier opponent, they would definitely lose, but if they encountered a spiritual ocean tier opponent, they would win more than lose. Only Hunyo advanced triumphantly, but when the little girl encountered Zhu Wujiu on the 3rd day, she voluntarily forfeited the battle and gave the latter a victory. On the 5th day, she encountered Ken Yi again and similarly threw the match. On the 7th day, she encountered Lu Yutong and did not throw the match. These were the only 2 defeats she had. And on the ranking list, the mysterious person Yang Junhao displayed absolute strength. Even Kulu Yang Zhuxian Air Zui Yuda, and other prodigies of the previous prodigy role like Huang Han, Shuren Ping, and the others were trampled underfoot. At present he had 98 wins and 0 defeats, occupying the first place. Next were Lu Yang Zhuxian Air and the others. They all had 96 wins and 2 defeats, one by Yang Junhao and the other by Hunyo. Obviously, Yang Junhao had already obtained the first place in the prodigy role. The last round was the anticipated battle between Yang Junhao and Hunyo. Unfortunately, the result could no longer affect the ranking. When the battle began, Hunyo still relied on her speed to obtain an overwhelming advantage, but her claws could not break through Yang Junhao's defense. She was also unwilling to bite Yang Junhao because he was dirty. Thus, she could not obtain victory, and in the end the battle ended in a draw. And because of this, Yang Junhao obtained the first place in this prodigy role, with an absolute advantage of 98 wins and 1 draw. The second place was Luda with 97 wins, the third was Hunyo with 96 wins, the fourth was Zhuxianair with 96 wins, and the 5th to 10th were Huaing Han, Zhuiyuda Shurenping Shanzhongcheng Shuigucheng and Jidarong. Qin Yi was 48th, Lu Yutong was 52nd, and Zhu Wujiu was 79th. Additionally, Yu Kaiyu's ranking was very high, rushing up to 22nd place in one go. After using the Restore Origin pill to strengthen his foundation, his rise was indeed very fierce. However, everyone felt it was unfair that Hunyo was ranked 3rd. She defeated the 2nd place, and in her battle with Yang Junhao, Hunyo did not use her full strength, because she did not use her strongest teeth. Otherwise, it was guaranteed that Yang Junhao would also be kneeling. But it did not matter. In another year, the prodigy roll would not be ranked like this. Instead, it would be ranked according to the actual battle results of the hundreds of people on the roll, taking into account spirit tools, luck, alchemical pills, and so on. Moreover, how old was Hunyo? She was only 6 years old now, and could still dominate the prodigy roll for a whole 24 years. She was already so fierce in the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. So who would be able to match her in the spiritual pedestal tier? After the prodigy tournament ended, a big piece of news suddenly spread out. The 12 heaven mystery realms were about to open, and the 100 people on the prodigy roll would automatically obtain the right to enter. Holy shit! When Ling Han heard this news, he immediately cursed. Chapter 442. The 12 heaven mystery realms open once every 100 years. But this 100 years was only a rough number. Sometimes it was 90 years and sometimes it was 100 years, there was no precise date. This was a mystery realm that belonged to the North region, and there were countless examples of people obtaining benefits and accomplishing great things inside. It was said that the 4 strongest sects had obtained great benefits in the 12 heaven mystery realms, which was why they could stand out among the other sects and become the 4 strongest. As for what the benefits were, the 4 great forces obviously wouldn't say. This was their biggest secret. Unlike the Devil Sky Mystery Realm, which anyone could enter, the 12 Heaven Mystery Realms had strict entry restrictions. One was the number of people, and the other was the comparison of cultivation and age. It didn't strictly limit who couldn't enter. For example, a 100-year-old spiritual infant tier warrior could enter, but a 100-year-old flower blossom tier warrior couldn't. A 30-year-old deity transformation tier warrior could, but a 30-year-old spiritual ocean tier warrior couldn't. To sum it up, only youngsters who belonged to various levels of martial art were qualified to enter, which meant that they had great potential. It was still unclear how many people could enter the 12 heaven mystery realms, but every entry quota was in the hands of the North region's great sections. The stronger the sect, the more the quota, and vice versa. For example, the Spirit Treasures Pavilion had 100 quotas, but they were a loose party that did business, so what use did they have for this quota? Thus, the Spirit Treasures Pavilion simply generously gave it to those on the prodigy roll, which could be considered as adding some weight to the prodigy roll. This time, the 12 heaven mystery realms opened a bit later. 103 years had passed since the last time. Ling Han was depressed. If he'd known earlier, he would have gone to obtain a quota on the prodigy roll, so that he could automatically obtain the qualification to enter the mystery realm, but now he had to think of another way. The Alchemist Society or the Winter Moon Sect. If he disguised himself as Han Lin and returned to the Winter Moon Sect, the Ao family would definitely stop him. There wasn't much hope, so he could only go to the Alchemist Society. Ling Han immediately went to the North Pill Pavilion. He found Lu Jitong, but the latter told him that alchemists focused on alchemy and improving alchemy, so how would they have time to waste in some mystery realm? Thus, even if the Alchemist Society had decisive power, they didn't have a quota. How do I get a spot? When Ling Han returned home, he saw that Zhu Xianair had come to visit. As it turned out, the 1-month period had already passed. However, she had been fighting in the prodigy battle for the past few days, so she hadn't had the time to come. Now that the prodigy battle had ended, she naturally couldn't resist coming over. Ling Han's eyes lit up and he said, "Get me a slot to enter the 12 heaven mystery realms, and I will give you the crimson red chilling ice grass." Zhu Xianair instantly revealed a troubled expression. She was only in the spiritual pedestal tier, and was unable to influence the sect's decision to give up a spot, and the 12 heaven mystery realms could very possibly change one's fate, so who would easily give them up? "Xianair will do her best," she said. Zhu Xian'er immediately returned to the Half-Moon sect. For something as important as the quota for the 12 heaven mystery realms, she had to personally return to convince the higher-ups of the sect, but she had no confidence at all. That was because if the crimson-red chilling icegrass could completely cure her master, then the Half-Moon sect would naturally not mind using a spot to exchange for an elite of the spiritual infant tier. However, the problem was that the crimson-red chilling icegrass was only a supplementary ingredient. Thinking about the several heaven-rank elixirs required, it was simply a pipe dream. Would the Half-Moon sect do something so unprofitable? Ling Han did not hold much hope for this. He was waiting. Maybe some party would take out 1 or 2 spots to auction, and then he would only need to prepare a large amount of origin crystals. Lu Yutong and the others were naturally willing to give up their spots to Ling Han. After all, the Black Tower could bring people in, but the problem was that their spots could only be given up and could not be transferred. A few days later, another shocking piece of news spread. The Jiang clan was going to recruit a son-in-law, and the one being married was their beloved daughter, Jiang Luxian, the eldest young lady of the extreme young 3 beauties. It was very traditional, a martial arts competition to find a spouse. This was also considered a big deal. If it was just a martial arts competition to find a spouse, then it naturally wouldn't be a big deal. However, if one could win the Jiang clan's beauty, he would also receive a dowry, and it was this dowry that caused a stir in the whole extreme Yang city, no, the whole north region. Of the 12 mystery realms, the key to open the Sagittarius Palace Hall. As long as one had the key to open the 12 mystery realms, then there was no need to walk through the entrance of the mystery realm, and one could directly enter the mystery realm with the key once they arrived nearby. Thus, the Jiang clan recruiting this son-in-law was equivalent to giving away an entry spot, plus the secret treasure in the Sagittarius Palace. How could this news not cause a stir in the whole north region? In the 12 heaven mystery realms, spiritual qi was abundant, and cultivating for 1 day inside was equivalent to tens or even hundreds of days outside. Moreover, 100 years of isolation from the world, coupled with the abundant spiritual qi, how many spirit medicines could be produced? Merely these 2 points were incredibly attractive, not to mention that there was also the key to open the Sagittarius Palace. According to the legends, who knew how many years ago, there was a lucky person who opened the Aries Palace, obtained the inheritance within, and finally became an elite of the heaven tier. However, at that time the environment was too terrible, and shattering void tier elites couldn't appear, causing him to stop here. But now martial art was flourishing, and there were quite a few shattering void tier elites in the middle state, so after obtaining the inheritance of the Sagittarius Palace, he would definitely be able to advance into the shattering void tier. Entering the shattering void tier meant that there was hope of becoming a god. The whole north region was stirred by this, and many people even wanted to openly snatch it. But thinking about it, how many people wanted to obtain that key now? And whoever made a move would definitely be treated as the bird that stuck out and beaten. Everyone wanted it, so it became a situation where no one dared to make a move rashly. After all, the extreme Yang city still had the North Pill Pavilion and the Spirit Treasures Pavilion, 2 colossi, so who would dare to act recklessly? If you snatched the key, wouldn't that be giving others a reason to talk, causing people to gang up on you? Moreover, even the Half-Moon sect and the Blood Flame Valley might not dare to clash head-on with the Alchemist Society and the Spirit Treasures Pavilion. Anyway, the Jiang clan was going to take out the key, so they just fight it out. However, there were naturally restrictions for the marriage contest. The Jiang clan had clearly stated that the participants had to be at least 40 years old and below, so old grandpas shouldn't come and join in the fun. Weren't you ashamed? The contest would be held for a total of 3 days. And at midnight 3 days later, the champion still standing on the stage would be the Jiang clan's son-in-law. When Ling Han heard this, his heart was naturally moved. At first he was still fretting over where he could get a place, and now it was right in front of him, and there was even a treasure in the Sagittarius Palace. However, the problem was that he didn't want to marry Jiang Luxian in the slightest. He had the intention to let Qin Yi or Zhu Wujiu go, but their strength. Cai Hunyo was fierce, but the problem was, even if she was a man, she was still too young, wasn't she? Chapter 443. You guessed right, but there's no reward. Ling Han laughed loudly, and his figure once again flew up. Holding the purple bale sword in his hand, he used the demon fairy step to prevent the opponent from aiming at him while beginning to accumulate power. Preparing to unleash the ultimate move, 10,000 techniques returned to 1. When the mysterious 3,000 was used to attack a large number of enemies, the effect was great, but to use it to attack 10,000 techniques returned to 1 was obviously more kick-ass. Gathering 3,000 attacks into one attack, the destructive power was simply unimaginable. "Shoot for me!" Big Metal Head exclaimed. The cannon muzzle moved here and there, but couldn't aim at Ling Han all along, so he simply gave up on him and turned to aim at Hellion Sun Shui. Hellion Sun Shui was instantly scared pale and said to Ling Han, "I didn't hit them, so why are they hitting me?" "Because they're bad people and bad people won't reason with you," Ling Han explained. "So against bad people, you don't have to reason with them. Just directly swing the brick and smash it." "Oh." Hellion Sun Shui nodded, made an aiming gesture, and then she smashed the brick in her hand. The brick flew furiously, and just as it was about to smash onto the black ship, a black screen of light suddenly appeared on the ship's body, forming a protective shield just like before. However, this time, the light screen didn't have the desired effect. With a pong, the light screen was actually completely shattered by the brick. The brick's momentum didn't stop, and it directly sank into the ship's body. Then pong 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 sounds were continuously heard. The brick flew out from the other side of the ship's body like a shooting star, fiercely shooting into the distance. "My brick!" Hellion Sun Shui cried out in surprise, and hurriedly stepped on the waves to chase after it. Hong long long, the black ship emitted a strange sound, and there was fire and black smoke coming out. The ship's body actually began to tilt, and was actually about to sink. Ling Han grimaced. Hellion Sun Shui's brick was really awesome, directly smashing and sinking a large-sized spirit tier-level treasured ship. Pung pung pung. The ship's body began to explode. The cannons on the ship could turn origin crystals into attacks. This was very powerful, but it was also extremely unstable. Now that the ship's body was on fire, it also caused these specially processed origin crystals to explode. This was equivalent to a few hundred spiritual infant tier elites bombarding inside the ship's body, and the resulting destructive power was too terrifying. The entire ship practically disintegrated in an instant. Most of the pirates didn't even have time to react, and were directly blasted into dregs. Only Big Metal Head and his tall assistant managed to escape in time. After all, they were in the Flower Blossom tier, and being unable to stand against spiritual infant tier elites was one thing. It could be seen that they were quick-witted, and escaping in time still left them a sliver of hope. Unfortunately, Ling Han was waiting for them. Ling Han knocked them out with 2 slaps, and directly brought them into the Black Tower. Han. Hellion Sun Shui returned with the brick, and seeing Ling Han suddenly disappear from where he stood, she couldn't help but be very displeased. This guy would sometimes suddenly disappear, making her wait for half a day. In the Black Tower, Ling Han slapped Big Metal Head and the tall man awake. Since they entered the Black Tower, then they could forget about leaving for the rest of their lives. Considering that they were pirates, they definitely killed no small number of people these years, and the punishment of imprisonment for life wasn't excessive. Where is this? After Big Metal Head woke up, he was instantly greatly shocked. Boss, where are we? The tall man grabbed Big Metal Head's arm in fright. You ask me, but who do I ask? Big Metal Head immediately slapped the tall man's head. Cough. Ling Han coughed and said, You guys are now my prisoners. If I want you guys to live, then you guys can live. If I want you guys to become eunuchs, then you guys will have one less thing. His Big Metal Head and the tall man hurriedly covered their crotches with their hands. The reason why men were men, wasn't it because they had one more thing? Ling Han laughed mischievously, and stretched out his finger to the left and right. Instantly, Big Metal Head and the tall man's hands were separated by an invisible force. Their bodies also floated up, and their 4 limbs were forcibly pulled into the Chinese character. You don't mess around. My boss is very powerful. If you dare to touch a single hair of mine, my boss will definitely slaughter you. Big Metal Head was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he hurriedly warned Ling Han. Ling Han gave an ah and said, Aren't you the boss? I'm their boss, but I still have a boss. Big Metal Head said stubbornly, I'll give you a word of advice, don't ever go against my boss. Although my boss is also in the Flower Blossom tier, he grasps many strange things, and his battle prowess is too terrifying. Oh, just like that ship, Ling Han said casually. Humph, I only have a silver dragon ship, and our boss uses a golden dragon ship. That's what's called powerful. Big Metal Head said proudly. Ling Han deliberately sighed and said, It's the first time being so awesome as a prisoner. Forget it, I'll just castrate him first. Castrate? You can't castrate him. Big Metal Head was so scared that his face turned green. Aren't you afraid my boss will find you for revenge? Not afraid, Ling Han said with a smile. Although these words were simple and clear, Big Metal Head didn't know how to refute. On the side, the tall man didn't even dare to let out a fart, fearing that Ling Han would notice him. Ling Han summoned the bone sword and said, I ask one question, you guys answer one and answer together. Whoever answers too slowly, I'll peel off one of his eggs, and after peeling off the egg, I'll peel off the roots. You guys calculate for yourselves how many eggs and roots do you have for me to peel off. Wasn't this simple? 2 eggs, the tall man said. 1 egg, Big Metal Head said, almost in unison. Obviously, Ling Han's threat was very effective. Huh, boss, you only have 1 egg? The tall man immediately asked curiously. Ha, I'm dying of laughter. How can there be someone with 2 eggs? Big Metal Head laughed loudly, tears seemingly about to come out from his eyes. Were these 2 buffoons? Ling Han waved the bone sword, making the 2 of them shut up, and then said, Who's your boss? Feng Weiqi. Big Metal Head. Ling Han glanced at the tall man. Was this guy really stupid? He turned to Big Metal Head and said, What's the background of this Feng Weiqi? I don't know either. I was originally a tyrant here, running amok in these waters. Who wasn't afraid of me? But our boss is more powerful. After coming here 3 years ago, he subdued me and even gave me that ship, making me even more powerful, Big Metal Head said. And that armor, it was also given to you by Feng Weiqi? Ling Han asked again. Yes. Big Metal Head nodded obediently. Feng Weiqi, where is he now? Ling Han asked. Big Metal Head was a bit hesitant, but the bone sword flashed and blood bloomed in his crotch. He instantly shivered in fright and said, Our boss is on Blackwood Island. He's always been there. And where is Blackwood Island? In the southwest corner of the Fog Water Domain. Ordinary people can't find it at all. Big Metal Head actually revealed a complacent expression, but immediately felt a pain in the balls, and his expression instantly collapsed. Chapter 444. How vexing, after I reach the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. How many stars of battle prowess will I have? Ling Han scratched his head. With his current battle prowess, how many times could he instantly kill himself in the same stage as he was in his last life? 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Ling Han couldn't help but wonder just how powerful the Sword Emperor and Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden had been in the past. It was just that even though his battle prowess was great, the price he had to pay for it was that his cultivation speed had slowed down. Similarly, if he wanted to advance a step further, he would need to accumulate 10 times more elemental energy than others. Thankfully, I have an immortal grade spirit base, and am also an alchemist. Otherwise, with such a solid foundation, I might not be able to break through to the flower blossom tier in this lifetime. He shivered. Congratulations, young Master Han. When Ling Han stood up, Lu Yutong and the others all congratulated him. Ling Han nodded and said, You guys have to work harder too. Don't fall too far behind me. Yes. Everyone, including Guang Yuan, nodded. If they couldn't share Ling Han's worries and difficulties, they wouldn't be able to keep their faces. After all, they had gotten so many benefits from Ling Han. Everyone exited the Black Tower. Exactly 1 day had passed, and the Jiang clan's martial arts tournament for espouse had yet to begin. After a day, Zhu Xian'er came to visit, but her face was filled with disappointment as she said, Grandmaster Ling, can you change the condition? Obviously, the sect refused to take out a quota to exchange for a level 7 spirit medicine. It wasn't that a level 7 spirit herb wasn't valuable enough, but the crimson red chilling ice grass's uses were very limited. Other than being the main ingredient for recovering spirit roots, it could only be used as a supplementary ingredient for the tiger-subduing heavenly luck pill. Therefore, this kind of spirit herb would only show its value when someone needed it. If it could increase one's cultivation level in the spiritual infant tier, or increase one's comprehension of martial art, Would those old monsters of the half-moon sect be extremely proactive? Ling Han thought about it and said, "All right, I'll trade it for a piece of information." Zhu Xian'er was astounded. A stock of level 7 spirit medicine could be exchanged for just one piece of information. Previously, Ling Han had even fought so fiercely with her. She could not understand this. Could it be that, in fact, the other party was interested in him, so he was using this method of loosening the reins only to grasp better? "May I ask what Grandmaster Ling wishes to know?" she asked. "How did your master get injured?" Ling Han was very curious. Logically speaking, there couldn't possibly be an elite of the Shattering Void tier in the North region, but if it wasn't an elite of the Shattering Void tier making a move, how could a spiritual infant tier cultivator suffer a Dao wound? In any case, he already had full confidence that he would be able to obtain the Zhang clan's key, so he naturally did not care about the quota to enter the secret realm. He only hoped that the Zhang clan's key was not a toy that Zhang Yefeng had left behind as a joke. If that was the case, he would be screwed over by his own disciple. Zhu Xian'er's expression involuntarily changed. Even through a layer of white gauze, the change in her eyes could be seen. After a while, she said, "Master discovered a prehistoric site and was injured by a restriction in the process of exploring it." Ling Han clapped his hands and said, "As expected. There were no Shattering Void tier cultivators in the North region, so how could a spiritual infant tier elite suffer a Dao wound? The only possibility was an ancient historical site." Seeing Ling Han's excited expression, Zhu Xian'er was instantly displeased and said, "Grandmaster Ling, please respect my master." Ling Han laughed mischievously, took out a stalk of crimson-red chilling ice grass, and placed it on the table. The 2 stalks of crimson-red chilling ice grass had long since been harvested by him in case they bore fruit and couldn't be used as medicine. The 3rd stalk bore fruit and was planted again. In the future 3 would become 9, 9 would become 27, and very soon there would be a ridiculous number. Zhu Xian'er's beautiful eyes immediately lit up, and she reached out to take it. Ling Han raised his right hand, and she instantly grabbed nothing but air. "Grandmaster Ling, what do you mean by this?" Zhu Xian'er said angrily. Was this guy going to go back on his word? Ling Han placed the crimson-red chilling ice grass back on the table and said, "Where is that ancient site?" Zhu Xian'er hesitated slightly, but when she recalled that even her master suffered a Dao wound there, it was obvious that even if there was a great fortune inside, it would have no fate with them, so she said, "Agriculture enclosed mountain, Agarwood Valley." Ling Han nodded, raised his hand, and left the crimson-red chilling ice grass on the table. Zhu Xian'er hurriedly stored the spirit herb into her spatial ring, and revealed a joyful expression as she said, "Thank you, Grandmaster Ling." Ling Han brushed off his hand and said, "You can leave now." Zhu Xian'er's pretty face couldn't help but twitch slightly. How unhappy was he to see her actually chasing her away. Yet that indifferent attitude wasn't fake, which made her even more depressed. Women were really strange. Just now, she mistakenly thought that Ling Han was interested in her, and she was worried that Ling Han would do something to her. Now that Ling Han completely ignored her, she was depressed again. Sigh. She was angry in her heart and said, "Grandmaster Ling is probably preparing to become the Zhang clan's son-in-law. Otherwise, he wouldn't have changed his request, and easily given the crimson-red chilling ice grass to her." Ling Han laughed mischievously and said, "What jealous? Wishful thinking." Zhu Xian'er only snorted lightly and said, "In the Zhang clan's martial arts tournament to find a spouse, not only the top 10 elites of the prodigy role will participate, but also the elites of the past few tournaments will appear. Although they haven't advanced into the Flower Blossom tier, their strength might have already reached the level of half-step into the Flower Blossom tier." Ling Han only smiled. His current strength probably reached half-step into the Flower Blossom tier, and in the future it was possible that he would be infinitely close to the Flower Blossom tier. Zhu Xian'er's beautiful eyes turned, and she suddenly said, "Grandmaster Ling wants to see Xian'er's true appearance? What the hell?" Ling Han looked at her in surprise, but Zhu Xian'er smiled lightly, stood up and left saying, "When Xian'er's mood is good, maybe I'll let Grandmaster Ling see my true appearance." Saying so, she swayed her slim waist and left, extremely flirtatious. A little vixen. Even if Ling Han's heart was set on martial art, a strong desire still rose within him as he looked at her captivating figure, and he had an urge to rush out and push her down to the ground. He hurriedly restrained his thoughts. Who said that a beautiful woman couldn't seduce? On the contrary, a usually dignified and solemn expression that suddenly revealed a myriad of flirtatious expressions would only be more alluring. As expected, every beauty was a vixen transformed into. It didn't matter if she wanted to seduce someone or not. Another day passed, and the Jiang clan's martial arts tournament to find a spouse officially began. Ling Han brought Lu Yutong and the others to join in the fun. Anyways, the tournament would last for 3 days, so there was no need for him to go now. It wouldn't be too late to wait until the 3rd day. Moreover, he would participate as Han Lin and leave after getting the key. As for the Jiang clan, he would compensate them in the future. Is there even a need to compete? It's definitely the newly advanced first on the prodigy roll, Yang Junhao. He defeated all the young generation of the North region. A martial arts tournament is a martial arts tournament, but there are no restrictions on the use of various spirit tools now. Everyone's battle prowess will be vastly different. Furthermore, before entering the arena, one has to sign a life and death contract. That's a battle to the death, and a battle to the death is completely different from sparring. Furthermore, experts who have just entered the prime of their lives like Yukuan Luan can also participate. It will be difficult for Yang Junhao to win the beauty as he wished. That's right. The martial arts tournament for a spouse this time will definitely be more exciting than the prodigy tournament. The Jiang clan rented a space in the Great Colosseum for the martial arts tournament for a spouse, and the Spirit Treasures Pavilion took the opportunity to earn another sum of money. Whether it was to enter the arena to spectate or participate in the tournament, one had to pay a piece of origin crystal. Ling Han paid the entrance fee and entered the arena to spectate the tournament. The battles on the first day were indeed lackluster. Most of them were people who had yet to make it onto the prodigy roll, making their presence known. It was precisely because of this that the Jiang clan and the Spirit Treasures Pavilion worked together to change the rules of the arena. Chapter 445. The rules had changed. If one wanted to enter the arena to compete, one must first pay 10,000 crystals. If one obtained 10 consecutive victories, then the crystals would be returned, and one would obtain the qualification to enter the next round. In addition, if one could stand on the stage for a full hour, it would also be considered as 10 consecutive victories. This was the qualifier and it would last for 3 days. After 3 days, the semifinals would take place. All the martial artists who had obtained 10 consecutive victories would be eliminated, and the final winner would be the Jiang family's son-in-law. After learning of this news, Ling Han's face couldn't help but twitch. In his heart he thought the Spirit Treasures Pavilion really knows how to make money. They can even come up with so many tricks for a joust for a spouse search competition. Starting with the preliminaries and the semifinals, they practically treat it like a genius battle. But it had to be said that this was much more attractive than before, and the battle would be even more intense. Meanwhile, the Jiang clan and the Spirit Treasures Pavilion could also make a huge profit. The tickets and participation fees would be enough to make a fortune. Those with insufficient strength would naturally not ascend the arena to challenge, as it would require 10,000 origin crystals. Who would have so much money to squander? Moreover, the preliminaries only lasted for 3 days, so they naturally could not wait until the 3rd day to participate. What if there wasn't enough time? Elites appeared one after another. Yang Junhao, Lu Yang, and Yukuan Luan made their moves. They possessed absolute battle prowess, so no one dared to challenge them. They only stood there for an hour, and successfully advanced to the semi-finals. Ling Han didn't plan to take action today because he hadn't changed his appearance yet. At the end of the first day, the top rankers on the prodigy roll advanced one after another. Many of those who had been famous for many years also easily advanced to the 2nd round. Comparatively speaking, those who had stood on the prodigy roll a few years earlier were even more powerful. After all, they had cultivated for a few more years. Below the flower blossom tier, a difference of a few years was not much. The next day, Ling Han disguised himself as Han Lin and separated from Lu Yutong and the others, entering the Colosseum alone. He handed over a piece of crystal and entered the field. Grandmaster Ling. A sweet voice suddenly sounded behind him. Ling Han turned around and pretended to be surprised. Did you call me? In Hong's pretty face immediately revealed a look of astonishment. This person was actually not Ling Han. She smiled faintly and said, "I'm sorry, I mistook you for someone else." She then immediately mumbled, "Why do you look so similar?" Ling Han sighed. He had only changed his face, not his body shape. If someone familiar looked at him from behind, they would easily mistake him for himself. Ao Feng was like that, and now In Hong was also like that. Ling Han arrived at the registration area, took out 10,000 origin crystals, and reported his identity information. Han Lin, 20 years old, from Fuyun Mountain. He received a challenge card, which meant that he had already paid the fee. When he went to challenge, he just had to hand in the challenge card. Moreover, if he were to win 10 battles, he would have to use this challenge card to get back the 10,000 crystals. If he were to lose it, then sorry, he could only blame it on his bad luck. Naturally, there was no need for him to be polite. It just so happened that the battle between two people on the stage had just ended, so he immediately jumped onto the stage. Challenge card. The referee immediately held out his hand. Ling Han tossed the challenge card over. The referee caught it, verified it, nodded and said, "Begin." "Brat, you can't possibly be my match. You'd better obediently go down and save some origin power for me." His opponent was a brawny man about 30 years old. He was tall, at least 2 heads taller than the average person. Those who dared to fight on the stage now were definitely people with some skills. This person had already advanced into the spiritual pedestal tier, and although he was only in the first layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, he could be counted as an elite among those under 40. He had cultivated for 10 more years, which was a huge advantage, so he was naturally full of confidence. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "Why can't it be you? Get down." "Ignorant brat." That person snorted and said, "Forget it, I can finish you off with one punch anyway, so it doesn't matter. However, since you're disobedient, then I'll kill you." He raised his fist and punched heavily at Ling Han. Killing intent flashed past Ling Han's eyes. Since that was the case, then he didn't have to be merciful. He casually punched. Hong, a terrifying origin power spread out, and vein-like patterns opened, shining brilliantly. Pung! What's impossible? That person's fist exploded upon contact with Ling Han. As a mist of blood flew, Ling Han's fist also smashed in front of him, and the terrifying origin power vibrated, directly blasting him into a rain of blood. Hiss! The spectator seats were deathly silent. A dignified spiritual pedestal tier elite was actually blasted apart with one punch. This was too exaggerated. But after an instant, excited cheers sounded everywhere. Didn't everyone sit here for such an intense, bloody and violent scene? Han Lin wins. The referee read the name on the challenge card and announced loudly, "Han Lin." Who's Han Lin? He's so fierce that he can enter the top 20 of the prodigy roll, but I've obviously never seen him before. I know, this person is a new disciple that the Winter Moon sect took in last year. He defeated the 7 sons of Ao family once he entered the sect. What, the 7 sons of Ao family aren't his match? No wonder he's so powerful, exploding a first-layer spiritual pedestal tier elite with one punch. Strange, why didn't he participate in the prodigy tournament? Maybe the Winter Moon sect doesn't want him to overshadow the glory of the 7 sons of Ao family, so they didn't let him participate. That's right, the ancestor of the Ao family is a spiritual infant tier elite of the Winter Moon sect. If he spoke, even if Han Lin was a genius, he could only swallow it. Everyone on the stage discussed animatedly, and the expressions of the 7 sons of Ao family became extremely ugly. They didn't think that Ling Han would appear here. They were all slapped clean by Ling Han, and though their teeth had grown back, how could they forget the pain of being slapped in the face? Moreover, Ling Han killed their younger sister. Father didn't kill this brat? The 7 of them were filled with doubt. With the power of the Flower Blossom tier, not only did they not kill a spiritual ocean tier brat, they even allowed him to break through to the spiritual pedestal tier. Moreover, how long had it been, and this person advanced into the spiritual pedestal tier? This speed was too frightening. Ling Han stood solemnly, waiting for others to challenge him. However, the power of his punch just now was too shocking, and for a while no one stepped forward to challenge him. Even if some people were confident that they weren't weaker than Ling Han, They didn't plan to start a fierce battle with Ling Han now. After all, the rules of the tournament had changed, and it wasn't necessary to fight for the qualification spot. It wasn't until the hour was almost up that someone leaped onto the stage. It was a middle-aged man with a white face and no beard. His hair was gray, and he seemed to be approaching the end of his life. However, his skin was smooth and tight, and he didn't look like an old man at all. Quicksword Yang-Chi! Someone on the stage exclaimed. It's really him. I heard that this person doesn't live up to his reputation. He obviously has the strength of the prodigy role, but has never participated in the prodigy tournament. However, his quick sword is shocking, and it's said that no one in the same tier can defend against his quick sword. Though it's a bit exaggerated, it's enough to prove his strength. This is good. Quicksword Yang-Chi advanced into the spiritual pedestal tier 5 years ago, and with his talent, he should be at least in the 4th or 5th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier by now, right? This Han Lin is in trouble. Chapter 446. Oh. Everyone looked down on Ling Han. Although the power of his punch was very fierce, he had only killed a cultivator in the 1st layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, unlike Quicksword Yang-Chi, who was famous and had killed who knew how many spiritual pedestal tier cultivators in his hands. Yang-Chi, kill him. Don't disappoint us. On the stage, some fierce people already shouted loudly. They spent 1 origin crystal just to fight a bloody battle. Yang-Chi was unmoved, only staring at Ling Han and said, You're very strong, qualified for me to fight with my full strength. Oh, then do you have the right to make me fight with my full strength? Ling Han said with a smile. To be honest, he really hoped that there was someone in the spiritual pedestal tier that could make him fight with his full strength. He already felt lonely at the top, and life was as lonely as snow. Sword. Yang-Chi attacked. Shua, a sword appeared in his hand at some point. The blade was as thin as a cicada's wing, and with a flick of his wrist, the tip of the sword appeared at Ling Han's left shoulder. It was shockingly fast. Too fast, as expected of Quicksword Yang-Chi. It's over. Han Lin is also going to be defeated by a single strike. Everyone shouted, but Yang-Chi actually aimed at Ling Han's left shoulder and not his heart, which disappointed many people. It would be better if this strike killed someone. Ling Han smiled slightly and grabbed with his right hand, and Yang-Chi's wing sword appeared in his hand. Yang-Chi's expression changed drastically. His sword was already so fast, so how did Ling Han catch it? He hurriedly drew his sword, confident that with the snow wing sword's sharpness, it was enough to cut Ling Han's hand full of wounds. However, he immediately discovered that the snow wing sword seemed to have taken root in Ling Han's hand, and actually didn't move at all. Ling Han slowly raised his left fist. Obviously, he was going to throw a punch. Yang-Chi knew that if he abandoned his sword and retreated, he should be able to avoid this punch, but as a swordsman, he lived with his sword, and if the sword died, he died. He didn't abandon his sword, and only forcefully drew his sword. Unfortunately, although he had the cultivation of the 6th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, his power was actually not as strong as Ling Han's, and he couldn't draw his sword no matter what. His eyes turned cold, and he simply pushed his sword forward, wanting to pierce through Ling Han's left shoulder. However, this was also an extravagant hope. After all, Yang-Chi was an expert in the way of the sword. With a loud shout, 7 streams of sword chi shot out from the tip of his sword towards Ling Han. How can you hide when you're so close? Ling Han smiled and didn't dodge at all. He just tilted his head slightly and didn't let the sword chi hit his eyes. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The 7 flashes of sword chi landed solidly on him, but he had already cultivated iron sheep body, and his physique was comparable to forging materials of the same level. The 7 flashes of sword chi did not even leave a scratch on him. Puff, seeing this scene, everyone choked. What kind of frightening defensive power was that? Sword chi was composed of a martial artist's own strength, their understanding of the sword Tao, and the carrier. Yang-Chi was in the 6th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, so there was naturally no need to talk about his power. He was definitely very powerful, and being able to form 7 flashes of sword chi, his understanding of the way of the sword was naturally not bad. Lastly, his snow wing sword was a level 5 spirit tool, so it was definitely not weak. But even so, it didn't manage to leave a single wound on Ling Han's face. Fuck, is he still human? Is this guy's skin made from rare metal? How can it not be damaged by even this kind of sword chi? This kind of defense really makes one despair. Who can cut through this kind of defense? The spectators outside the ring all cried out in shock. Some people even held their faces in their hands, revealing expressions of complete disbelief. But not everyone was like this. For example, Yang Junhao, Lu Yang, Zhu Xian'er, and Yu Kuan-Luan all revealed expressions of battle thirst. This kind of opponent was worth fighting. They all had sky-high confidence, believing that they were absolutely invincible in a battle of the same cultivation level. Ling Han threw a punch and with a pung, it smashed onto Yang Qi's face, instantly knocking him out. Yang Qi didn't have any killing intent towards him, so he also showed mercy. Han Lin wins, the referee announced. After defeating Yang Qi, though Ling Han didn't manage to accumulate 10 victories, the time had already reached an hour, so he naturally obtained the right to enter the next round. He left the tournament stage and returned to the ring. He could clearly feel a few solid gazes staring at him, causing him to feel a faint pain. This wasn't physical pain but on a spiritual level. The fighting spirit of Yang Junhao and the others was too strong. Ling Han only smiled faintly. Now, who else in the spiritual pedestal tier could pose a threat to him? Unless the Sword Emperor and the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden reappeared and returned to the spiritual pedestal tier, then perhaps he would have the right to fight. After all, he could be freakish, and so could the Sword Emperor and the others. The Heaven's Sword Sect was an ancient great sect that had connections with the realm of immortals. In his last life, only 7 people advanced into the Heaven tier, which showed how freakish the Sword Emperor and the others were. On the 3rd day, Ling Han didn't appear in the great arena. He didn't need to know which elites were among his opponents and observe their ultimate moves. In short, whoever appeared in front of him, he could send them flying with a punch. Another day passed, and the semifinals began. A total of 49 people entered the semifinals, so in the first round 15 people would have a bye and automatically enter the second round, while the remaining 34 would have to battle it out for the 17 places to advance. However, who would have a bye was not decided by drawing lots, but by the Jiang clan. This was obviously unfair, but who asked them to hold the tournament for a spouse so they had all the right to interpret? Thus Yu Kuan-Luan, Yang Junhao, Chao Tianyi, and the other first places on the old and new prodigy roll all had a bye without any suspense. Ling Han, Lu Yang, and other young geniuses were the same. Obviously, they were favored by the Jiang clan, not wanting them to be eliminated in the first round. Unfortunately, the Jiang clan only had one key, or else there would be quite a lot of marriageable girls. The first round ended, and the list of 32 people appeared. Although only men could participate in the tournament for a spouse, this list was definitely more awesome than this prodigy roll. There were several generations of top 10, and there was also a super freak like Ling Han. There was also one person who attracted everyone's attention, but no one knew what he looked like. Because he wore a mask, his figure was slightly thin, and he was obviously half a head shorter than normal people. His name was Zhang San, which was obviously a fake name. Ling Han swept a glance over him, and was certain that he was in the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, faintly emitting an aura that made him loathe. The second round began, and Ling Han was the 7th to fight. His opponent was the White-Robed Sword King Shen Zhongcheng. The first few battles ended very quickly, because the organizers arranged the strong to fight the weak as much as possible, and Ling Han against Shen Zhongcheng. Did they think that Ling Han had an absolute advantage, or an absolute disadvantage? Ling Han entered the ring and nodded at Shen Zhongcheng. He had a good impression of this swordsman. Please, Shen Zhongcheng said solemnly. He had seen Ling Han fight before, and knew that Ling Han was very powerful. Ling Han clenched his fists and said, "Please." Shen Zhongcheng drew his sword. Chong, a flash of sword light soared into the skies, and 7 flashes of sword chi instantly appeared, sweeping towards Ling Han. Ling Han's move was simple yet violent. He faced it head-on, raising his fists and striking fiercely. Pung, 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 pung. With only 7 consecutive punches, without even using fist chi, Shen Zhongcheng's sword was sent flying by him, and he was defeated. Chapter 447. They had not exchanged more than a dozen moves when Ling Han flicked Feng Weiqi's blood-red saber away with a swing of his sword, and placed his sword against the latter's neck. He laughed mischievously and said, "Now can we talk? If you want to kill me, then kill me." Feng Weiqi actually did not show any fear. He looked at Ling Han coldly and said, "However, you will also soon lose your life." "Oh, could it be that you know how to curse?" Ling Han asked with a smile. If the latter really had a treasure like the vial of curses, perhaps he would be a little wary. "My son is an elite of the spiritual infant tier, and is even at the peak stage of the spiritual infant tier." Feng Weiqi laughed loudly. "If you kill me, he will immediately sense it. No matter where you hide, he will find you, drag you out and kill you. I really thought you weren't afraid of death. After all, you're still threatening me, wanting me to not kill you." Ling Han shook his head, patted the latter's face and said with a smile, "Who isn't afraid of death? Being able to live well, of course no one wants to die. Tell me about the situation here. We don't have any enmity anyway, so it's not like I can't spare your life." Feng Weiqi sneered and said, "Don't even think that what you said just now was absolutely true. My son is the small saber king of the absolute saber sect. If you don't believe me, you can find anyone to ask." Ling Han rubbed his chin and said, "Usually, I've only seen spoiled brats brandishing the banner of their parents to act violently. I never thought that I'd actually encounter someone who uses his son's name to act tyrannically. My outlook on life has really been refreshed." He knocked Feng Weiqi unconscious with a slap, and stored him inside the Black Tower, planning to properly interrogate him. "This umbrella is so beautiful." Losing Feng Weiqi's control, that myriad sieve umbrella also fell from the sky, and was caught by Helian Sun Shui. This girl fondled it lovingly. Ling Han went up to take a look, and couldn't help but frown. He said, "This doesn't seem to be the original but an imitation." The handle and leaves of the umbrella were engraved with vein-like patterns that were very complicated, but the markings were very new, and didn't seem to be an ancient object at all. If the spirit tool was newly made, then it was impossible that there was only one. Moreover, these materials were only 6th tier, so if there were still 7th tier and 8th tier materials, then wouldn't they be able to make an even stronger myriad sieve umbrella? This Feng Weiqi had to be properly interrogated. Ling Han and Hu Niu entered into the Black Tower, and Helian Sun Shui could only sulk again. "Tell me everything about this cave in full detail," Ling Han said in a calm tone as he looked at Feng Weiqi. "Haha, you're delusional." Feng Weiqi appeared to be very scoundrel, but there was still fear in his eyes. Suddenly coming from the underground cave to this inexplicable place, this exceeded common sense, causing him to involuntarily feel fear. Could it be that he was unconscious for many days? Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "In this place no one can say no to me, and you are naturally no exception. I have plenty of ways to torment you, and it's up to you how long you can persevere. Bring it on. If I say a word of weakness, then I'm your grandson," Feng Weiqi said with his head held high. Half a day later, "I'll speak, I'll tell you everything," Feng Weiqi screamed. In this half a day, he had suffered all kinds of unimaginable tortures, such as burning, drowning and burying, making him die and live again, and live and die again. It was really a life worse than death, and he couldn't die even if he wanted to. He now only wanted to be freed. "You're really Small Saber King's father?" Ling Han asked. "Yes, I'm really his father," Feng Weiqi said, panting. His eyes had already lost focus, as if he had become stupid. "Why did you come here?" Ling Han asked. "When my son was exploring ancient sites, he discovered clues about this place. He came here first and obtained some ancient objects," Feng Weiqi answered. "But my son has to concentrate on cultivation, so I came here to take charge of the excavation project here." "What exactly is this place?" "I'm not very clear either. I only know that this belongs to an ancient dynasty from several 100,000 years ago," Feng Weiqi said. However, his next words caused Ling Han's heart to tremble. That ancient dynasty wanted to split open the skies and let the entire vast lands ascend into the realm of gods, but failed. This place is only one of the ancient dynasty's treasuries in the past. Split open the skies again. Ling Han was shocked. That ancient dynasty was really bold, wanting to let the entire continent ascend into the realm of gods, and let mortals become citizens of gods. Just thinking about it made one's scalp go numb. "Tell me, how many treasures have you dug out here?" Feng Weiqi explained one by one. As Ling Han listened, He became more and more shocked. What was most abundant here were puppets. Aside from gold, silver, and iron, there was also a type of diamond puppet, but there was only one, and Small Saber King had taken it long ago. If this kind of puppet unleashed its full power, it would be equivalent to an elite of the deity transformation tier. And what was more terrifying was that it still had a considerable amount of intelligence. Additionally, the gold, silver, and iron puppets were far more than what Ling Han had found, and they were all taken by Small Saber King. As for what Small Saber King wanted to do, Feng Weiqi didn't know either. He was only excavating this historical site for his son. Aside from puppets, there were also the battleships that Ling Han saw earlier, which were only divided into two types, gold and black. The black battleships could pose a threat to Flower Blossom tier warriors, and there were as many as 100 of them, while the gold battleships could kill spiritual infant tier warriors. There were only 10 of them, and only one was left here. The others were all in Small Saber King's hands. Thankfully, this gold battleship wasn't by Feng Weiqi's side. Or else Ling Han wouldn't have been able to take down Feng Weiqi so easily, and would instead be hunted down. The gold battleship was not only more powerful, it was also a flying-type treasured tool. It was no more than 10 meters long, and its flying speed was extremely fast, but it also consumed a lot of origin crystals. This Blackwood Island was also impregnable, so Feng Weiqi never thought that he would need to use this large-scale spirit tool. Aside from this, there were all kinds of practical spirit tools such as the 10,000 Treasures umbrella. This was indeed an imitation because the real one was already damaged, but it could still prevent deity transformation tier warriors from sensing spiritual qi, which was extremely terrifying. Ling Han couldn't help but sigh. How powerful was this ancient dynasty back then? This was only one of its treasure troves, but the various treasures excavated already made him shocked. However, the most important thing was still that obelisk. It was said that it involved a mystical power, and after 3 years, only this obelisk hadn't been excavated. The power of lightning was too terrifying, greatly affecting the progress of the project. From the information obtained by Small Saber King, that ancient dynasty had a total of 4 mystical powers, which were respectively sealed in 4 treasure troves, and the mystical power here was called Thunderclap Ninth Heaven, the weakest of the 4 mystical powers, while the strongest mystical power was called Nine Deaths Heaven Art, which had the effect of reversing life and death. Small Saber King was very concerned about this mystical power, and would ask about the excavation progress of the obelisk every once in a while. If it weren't for his rather special identity, he actually wanted to personally oversee the excavation. "This time it's all mine," Ling Han said. Chapter 448. Liu Yang's continuous barrage of seals was only a feint to make Ling Han focus his attention on him, creating the best opportunity for the frost-clouded leopard to attack. As expected, he succeeded. "Han Lin, you're indeed very strong, but you're too arrogant." Liu Yang sneered and was about to throw a punch at the ice pillar. Freezing Ling Han with ice, the latter's defense would naturally fall to rock bottom, so how could he block his full power strike? Ka, ka, ka. But at this moment, countless cracks appeared on the ice pillar like a spider web. Ling Han was about to break free. What? Liu Yang was instantly so shocked that even his hair almost stood on end. He was hit by the frost-clouded leopard's powerful attack, yet he was able to break free so quickly. Impossible, impossible. One had to know that the frost-clouded leopard was in the 5th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, and after being sealed in ice, it almost lost its battle prowess. Could be imagined how terrifying the power of this attack was. That was what he thought, but Liu Yang still threw a punch. This was the only chance he had to win. Pong, his fist hadn't hit, but the icicle suddenly exploded. Countless fragments of ice shot out, and actually sent Liu Yang flying. Ah! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and there were many wounds on his body, all of which were cut, and pierced by the ice. Liu Yang was, after all, an elite rank 2nd on the prodigy roll, so he still managed to stop himself from being thrown off the stage by this attack. He panted heavily, his eyes filled with disbelief. He used an ultimate attack, but it was almost completely useless. Ling Han walked out slowly and said indifferently, "Your beast pet is a king tier, right? Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to possess a mystical power." That's right, that ice seal just now wasn't a casual attack, but the frost-clouded leopard's unique ability to seal ice, which was why it almost lost its battle prowess after a single attack. However, its bloodline isn't pure, so it can't continue after releasing a mystical power. Ling Han continued, "That's true. Otherwise, why would a king-level demonic beast become a human's pet beast? Unless, of course, they were extremely lucky and adopted a demonic beast with the bloodline of a king-level demonic beast. But even so, when the demonic beast's intelligence was developed, there was a possibility that it would turn on its master. This was because a king-level demonic beast was too proud and would not allow itself to be a slave. Just like the kings of the human race, they could be defeated, but they would never become someone's servant." Lu Yang was speechless. Although he still had many trump cards that he had yet to use, the attack just now was his strongest trump card. If even this move was useless, then what else could he do? He sighed dejectedly and said, "I admit defeat." Originally, he had been brimming with confidence, thinking that he was only inferior to Yang Junhao in terms of cultivation level. As long as their cultivation levels were the same, he and the frost-clouded leopard would definitely be able to defeat Yang Junhao if they joined forces. However, Ling Han was only in the first layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, yet easily defeated him, dealing a great blow to his confidence. Seeing him depart dejectedly, Ling Han only smiled faintly. If the other could pull himself together again, there would still be a place for him among the elites in the future, but if he continued to be depressed like this, he might create a history of people on the prodigy role being unable to break through to the flower blossom tier. This had nothing to do with him. Ling Han merely swept a thought over and walked off the stage. He specially observed the masked man's battle. Like him, the masked man's battle style was extremely simple, but every punch and palm strike was just right. If one only needed to use 30% of their strength to finish the battle, he definitely wouldn't need to use 30.5. This was not only an extremely precise control of power, but also a complete control of battle, knowing how much power was needed to achieve the desired effect. This person was extremely terrifying. Ling Han felt that this person was somewhat familiar, but this kind of battle style was something he had never seen before. In terms of control of power, it was possible that he was even superior to the Sword Emperor and Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden in his last life. Such a monster actually appeared in the spiritual pedestal tier? In the fourth round, Ling Han's opponent was Yang Junhao. He had just beaten the second on the prodigy roll, and now he was fighting the first. What a coincidence. The two ascended the stage. Yang Junhao revealed a smile and said, "I was just thinking that the prodigy battle wasn't satisfying enough, and now I've finally met someone worthy of fighting." Ling Han laughed loudly and said, "Weren't you having fun playing with a 5 or 6-year-old little girl?" Yang Junhao's expression instantly darkened. He prided himself on being invincible among those of the same age level, yet was brutally beaten by Hu Niu. Fortunately, she didn't use her mouth, or else he would very likely suffer a calamity and suffer a defeat at her hands, something he would take as a grudge. She really touched his sore spot, and he immediately became angry. Come, since you're lacking discipline, I'll give you a beating." Ling Han crooked his finger. "Han Lin, you're so confident. When you're defeated by me later, won't you want to cry?" Yang Junhao sneered. Ling Han smiled and directly flashed out. So fast. This thought only flashed through Yang Junhao's mind when he felt a pain in his lower abdomen, and his whole person was sent flying. With a pong, he fell onto the ground, his mind blank. The whole place was in an uproar. The dignified first rank of the prodigy role was actually knocked off the tournament stage without even being able to fight back. This was really too humiliating. Lu Yang had at least exchanged a few moves, and had even sealed Ling Han in ice, giving him a chance of victory, but what about Yang Junhao? Yang Junhao himself hadn't reacted. He had too many ultimate moves that he hadn't used, and this time he didn't need to use spirit tools. His battle prowess could even reach the level of half a step into the flower blossom tier. But with a single punch, he was sent flying off the stage. "I refused to accept this." His face twitched. This was too humiliating. The first on the prodigy roll was actually sent flying with a single punch. How could he face others if it was spread out? He wanted to return to the stage, but was coldly stopped by the referee, who even rolled his eyes at him, causing him to almost explode in anger. In the fifth round, Ling Han encountered the first on the last prodigy roll, Yukuan Luan. After this battle, he would be able to enter the finals, and the winner would be the battle between the masked man Zhang San and Chao Tianyi. Chao Tianyi was the first on the prodigy roll 2 years ago, and in terms of strength he was above Yu Kuan-Luan. After all, the latter had accumulated 2 to 3 years more on the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. Yu Kuan-Luan ascended the stage, stood face to face with Ling Han, and said with a smile, "I thought I would face Yang Junhao, a battle between the old and new first on the prodigy roll. What a pity." Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "It can't be helped, I'm too strong." "Oh, how strong are you?" Yu Kuan-Luan asked smilingly. "Much stronger than you. I'll knock you down with 3 punches because the other side has already finished," Ling Han said. "What?" Yu Kuan-Luan was shocked, and headed towards the next stage. As expected, Chao Tianyi had already been sent flying off the stage. So fast. Yu Kuan-Luan's expression changed in shock. Though he was not afraid of Chao Tianyi, he definitely did not have the ability to defeat the latter so quickly, yet the masked man Zhang San had done it. This meant that if the two of them were to exchange blows, he would definitely lose without any suspense. "There's no need to think so far ahead. It's impossible for you to exchange blows with him," Ling Han said with a smile. Yu Kuan-Luan took a deep breath, and actually revealed a smile. He said, "Since you have such strong confidence, then I'll leave this opponent to you." After saying this, he actually directly leaped off the stage, forfeiting the battle. Chapter 449. Oh, a very decisive person. Ling Han nodded. Even if Yu Kuan-Luan could defeat him, the masked man could easily defeat Chao Tianyi, so he could also easily defeat Yu Kuan-Luan. Thus, the masked man simply chose to retreat bravely to save his face. If this matter spread out, it would obviously affect Yu Kuan-Luan's reputation, but it was better than being defeated in public, not to mention he might even gain a crushing defeat. Ling Han looked towards the masked man, and the masked man also looked towards him. Green light intertwined in his eyes, exuding a terrifying pressure. Even Ling Han, who had a sliver of heaven-tier divine sense, felt fear. How was this possible? Could it be that this was a shattering void-tier elite that disguised himself to participate in the tournament? But if he really was in the shattering void-tier, so what if he directly snatched the key? Not to mention in the north region, even in the middle state, no one dared to say anything. So strange. Ling Han and the masked man didn't ask to rest, and directly faced each other. "Have I seen you before?" Ling Han asked with a smile, beginning to fish for information. The masked man also grinned and said, "I do know you, though you've changed your face." Ling Han was astonished. His disguise had actually been seen through by someone else. "Come, make your move. Let me see how much your strength has grown," the masked man said. Ling Han clenched his fists, not daring to have the slightest bit of carelessness. The masked man completely exposed him, and there was a bone-deep evil that made him extremely disgusted. "Wait." A thought flashed in Ling Han's mind and he said, "Yen." You finally remembered," the masked man said with a smile. Yan Tianzhao, no wonder he gave him an extremely evil feeling. Ling Han had only felt such a shocking evil from this person, as if he was the embodiment of evil. He didn't expect that in the year since leaving Rain Country, his strength had also improved greatly. Although he was a bit freakish at the time, he was far from being as shocking as he was now. Neither of them called out the other's real name. "This was you keeping my secret, and I'll keep yours." "Then let's fight," Ling Han said confidently. He believed that if he fought in the same realm, he would be able to sweep through all opponents. "As you wish." Yan Tianzhao's figure flickered, and he charged towards Ling Han. Pung 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 pung. The two of them exchanged more than 10 moves in an instant. Ling Han was astonished. Yan Tianzhao's strength was actually not the slightest bit weaker than his, and in terms of the details of battle, the other party had even reached an astonishing level. It was as if he was born a warrior, and could completely rely on his instincts to battle. There were clearly a few times when he had fallen into a dangerous situation, but Yan Tianzhao had used his elbows to block, his waist to bump, and his shoulders to block. Although he did not seem to have a proper technique, not only had he managed to resolve the danger, he had even created quite a bit of trouble for Ling Han. If it were not for the fact that Ling Han had cultivated the body of Iron Sheet, he might really have suffered a great loss. However, the body of Iron Sheet was not omnipotent. After Yan Tianzhao discovered his astonishing defense, he turned his palm into a finger and attacked Ling Han's eyes. Every move was swift and fierce, causing Ling Han to be in an extremely sorry state. When battling with others, Ling Han would always be able to gain the upper hand in the overall situation. The divine sense of the heaven tier allowed him to predict his opponent's attacks, and from there react in advance. It could be said that in the instant his opponent made a move, victory was already within his grasp. However, when fighting against Yan Tianzhao, it was the complete opposite. His every move was predicted by his opponent, and thus, although Ling Han had an astonishing battle prowess, he was gradually being suppressed by the other party. Ling Han suddenly recalled that the other party's eyes had once exuded a pressure that made even him palpitate. Could it be that Yan Tianzhao was like him, and had been possessed by an elite? Moreover, the other party was even stronger, and was very possibly an elite of the Shattering Void tier? Only then would the pressure of the other party's divine sense be above his, and suppress him in terms of battle prowess. Interesting. Ling Han not only did not feel the slightest bit of fear, but instead felt a burning fighting spirit. He practically had no opponent in the spiritual pedestal tier, but the sudden appearance of a great enemy caused his blood to boil. Come, let's fight to our heart's content. He laughed loudly and used War Elephant Fist. 7 dragons appeared, crushing towards Yan Tianzhao. Yan Tianzhao could not help but be slightly shocked, and blurted out, Earth Dragon Palace's technique? Earth Dragon Palace, a thought flashed through Ling Han's mind. War Elephant Fist came from Nalan Tu, and Nalan Tu came from the Earth Dragon sect. Ever since the Azura Demon Emperor recognized the 3 styles of black origin as a martial arts technique of the Heaven Sword Palace, Ling Han became more attentive. Perhaps those great clans in the Middle State all had connections to the realm of immortals, and Zishuesian of the Blue Thunder sect even had clansmen from the realm of immortals. Thus, when Yan Tianzhao said the words Earth Dragon Palace, he definitely did not believe that the other had made a mistake, saying Earth Dragon sect as Earth Dragon Palace. Could this guy also have connections to the realm of immortals? Yan Tianzhao had been sealed by someone when he was 5 years old, and had been in a state of deep sleep. He only awoke after receiving his alchemical pill, and within a few days, he had soared to the spiritual ocean tier, even displaying strange abilities. If it was said that Yan Tianzhao had been possessed by a deity, then everything could be explained. A pressure that could make even his heart palpitate, and that meticulous battle ability. Who on earth are you? Ling Han asked solemnly. Oh, I'd also like to ask, who are you? Yan Tianzhao laughed. Yet his fists continued to strike out. There was obviously not a single flash of fist chi, but the power of the fists he struck out was extremely domineering, as if Ling Han had voluntarily come forward to receive a beating, showing his absolute control over the battle. As expected, Ling Han nodded internally. The other had definitely been possessed by an elite, and it was extremely likely that it was a divine spirit. At that time, someone had already made a mistake, but they had only sealed Yan Tianzhao and forced him into a deep sleep. However, after being released by him, this soul could finally completely control this body and display terrifying battle prowess. Sir, you've come from the realm of immortals, right? Ling Han asked in a low voice as he exchanged blows with the other. This was too shocking, and he did not want others to hear it. Realm of immortals. Yan Tianzhao laughed loudly and similarly lowered his voice, saying, a frog at the bottom of a well, not knowing even when death is at hand. How laughable. What do you mean by that? Ling Han asked. Perhaps in a few dozen years or perhaps in 100 years you'll know, Yan Tianzhao said coldly. Now defeat me. I swear to obtain the treasures in the 12 heaven mystery realms. Haha. Ling Han also laughed coldly. Since that's the case, then all the more I can't let you succeed. You can't stop me, Yan Tianzhao said proudly. Now, I can display close to 100% of my battle prowess. How could you possibly be a match for me? Don't forget, I'm only in the first layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, Ling Han said with a smile. This was his greatest advantage. Yan Tianzhao's gaze involuntarily turned cold. Although he had complete control over this body and could display 100% of his battle prowess, he was similarly limited by the power of this body, and battle prowess was not unlimited. Ling Han was already so fierce now, And if he reached the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, then his battle prowess would definitely increase by a few levels, and he would be even harder to deal with. Then I can't let you live. A green pentagram lit up in Yan Tianzhao's eyes. He raised his hands and instantly multiple green threads spread out. Pung! It was at this moment that someone dashed into the great arena and cried out in shock. Lord Clanhead. The key has been snatched away by a strange person hiding in a coffin. Chapter 450. Key. Hearing these two words, Ling Han and Yan Tianzhao stopped fighting at the same time. They subconsciously thought that this was the secret key to open the Sagittarius Palace Hall. As expected, the clan leader of the Zhang clan immediately stood up, revealing a shocked and angry expression as he shouted, "How is this possible? The key was hidden so well. How could it be found?" Reporting to the clan leader, that person said, trembling with fear. That person used some secret technique to control the fourth elder, making him personally take out the key and give it to that person, then escaped on the coffin. Ronghuan Xianling Han immediately confirmed in his heart that although there could be other members of the Thousand Corpse sect in the extreme Yang city, only Ronghuan Xian dared to openly show his identity as a member of the Thousand Corpse sect. With the 3 lives corpse casket, one could be so willful. Without another word, Ling Han and Yan Tianzhao directly turned and left. With a few leaps, they had already jumped to the highest point of the great arena. Their gazes swept over, and they had already arrived at the place of the commotion. They both used their movement techniques to pursue. Since the key was stolen, what was the point of fighting for a spouse? Xiao Hunyo also used her extreme speed to catch up. She glanced at Yan Tianzhao and opened her mouth slightly, revealing her snow-white teeth, appearing very hostile. Yan Tianzhao's eyes actually revealed a hint of fear, and he involuntarily kept a distance from Hunyo. Azure Demon Emperor could possess Ronghuan Xian, and Yan Tianzhao was suspected to be possessed by a god. If Hunyo's body also had a terrifying god's will, it wouldn't be strange. However, Ling Han was still very doubtful. Was there such a god that was cruel but ate as his duty, and also acted cute in passing? The little girl's strangeness was in her spirit base, which seemed to be completely different from Ronghuan Xian and Yan Tianzhao. What a headache. There were too many monsters in this world. Ling Han didn't care about it for now. The current priority was to stop Ronghuan Xian and snatch the key. Thankfully, the 3 lives corpse casket's defense was incredibly strong, but its speed was not ridiculously fast. At least, Ling Han and Yan Tianzhao were closing the distance between them, not to mention Hunyo. However, she did not go all out, and kept following by Ling Han's side. There was no lack of flower blossom tier elites in the extreme Yang city, and though Ling Han had not seen any of them yet, he believed that there would still be ultimate elites of the spiritual infant tier. Ronghuan Xian had so casually snatched the key. Could he really let him escape so easily? However, at least until now, not a single flower blossom tier elite had made a move. It was simple. If he snatched the key back in the city, there was a high possibility that he would be pressured to return it to the Zhang family. However, once they were out of the city, they would be in the wilderness. If you found something in the wilderness, it would definitely belong to you. There was no such thing as losing the owner. This was an unspoken rule. Thus everyone was waiting. When Ronghuan Xian left the city, he would definitely draw out a large number of elites. It wouldn't be strange for Flower Blossom tier, or even spiritual infant tier elites to make a move. The 3 lives corpse casket opened a path, and no one could obstruct it. In only about 10 minutes, Ronghuan Xian had already left the city. Instantly, figures appeared one after another, no longer holding back. Careful, this casket is a treasure of the Thousand Corpse sect, and its power is extremely extraordinary, someone warned. It was a flower blossom tier elite that appeared in the dark demon forest, and personally witnessed the terror of the 3 lives corpse casket. Quite a few people nodded, but even more people were disdainful. Even if it was a level 10 spirit tool, it still depended on who was using it. Since you guys are so cowardly, I'll take this key. Someone made a move, slapping towards the 3 lives corpse casket. Idiot, many people said inwardly. Pa! The palm slapped onto the 3 lives corpse casket, and instantly vein-like patterns lit up on the lid of the casket, turning into a skeleton soldier that appeared and pierced towards that person with a spear. That person was greatly shocked, and hurriedly used the intent of martial art to build a defense around his body. However, this spear directly pierced through. It pierced through his head, and drops of blood rolled down from the tip of the spear. His luck was not as good as that flower blossom tier elite in the dark demon forest, and he was directly killed by a spear through his head. The skeleton soldier automatically disappeared, and that flower blossom tier corpse lost its support, immediately falling from the sky and landing on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ha 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 ha. Actually gifted me with the material of a flower blossom tier corpse soldier, thanks. Rong Huanxian's voice sounded from within the casket. The casket lid opened and a hand reached out, quickly dragging that flower blossom tier corpse inside. The casket lid closed again. This scene made everyone speechless. This casket was going to defy the natural order. What to do? Flower blossom tier warriors were completely helpless, so they could only rely on spiritual infant tier warriors. An elite completely enveloped in purple divine light appeared. A terrifying aura circulated, and even spiritual pedestal tier warriors would have to grovel under his feet without the slightest bit of resistance. Spiritual infant tier elite. However, Ling Han, Hunyou, and Yan Tianzhao were not ordinary people, so they were not the slightest bit afraid of this kind of aura and pressure. Yan Tianzhao had the protection of the Three Lives corpse casket, so he was similarly unafraid. Moreover, this kind of aura was not invincible. As long as it was a king tier that had formed 7 flashes of qi, they would have the right to resist, and the influence they would receive would be extremely small. It's the purple point old man. Seeing this elite appear, the flower blossom tier warriors all cried out in surprise. Though everyone knew that this would alarm a spiritual infant tier elite, when such an elite appeared, it still caused quite a commotion. As expected, the inheritance of the 12 heaven mystery realms would move even spiritual infant tier elites. Though the purple point old man might not have the right to enter the mystery realms, he had an extremely large number of disciples and grand disciples, and there would definitely be 1 or 2 outstanding ones. As long as they could obtain the inheritance, wouldn't that mean that the purple point old man had obtained it? The purple point old man's figure descended, and he pressed a palm towards the Three Lives corpse casket. Ha ha ha, damn old man, you also want to seek death? Rong Huanxian laughed loudly, appearing extremely arrogant. This caused everyone to be displeased. He was merely a junior of the spiritual pedestal tier, and just because he had a level 10 spirit tool, he dared to look down on them. This was also because the North region lacked top-notch elites. Otherwise, if you went to the middle state to try, even if you had this tortoise shell, you would definitely be instantly dragged out and killed. The purple point old man pressed his palm down, and instantly the Three Lives corpse casket reacted. Another skeleton soldier appeared, slashing towards him. Pung pung pung. Both sides instantly engaged in a fierce battle. The purple point old man did not descend, but the skeleton soldier could not be destroyed either. Instantly a stalemate appeared. But the skeleton soldier was only an attack formed by the Three Lives corpse casket. If it was destroyed, then so be it. They could just launch a second attack. Could the purple point old man withstand such exhaustion? Purple point old man, I'll lend you a hand. Another spiritual infant tier elite appeared, and directly slashed out with his sword. Hong, a flash of sword chi formed a divine sword that was as long as 3,000 meters, and ruthlessly slashed out. Pong, the divine sword slashed onto the coffin, instantly stirring up layers of ripples of light. Woo! Rong Huanxian released a tragic cry. Though he had not been directly hit, the shock from the power still caused him great pain. Chapter 451. Pung Pung. However, although Small Saber King deflected the arrow, he was struck by Hunyou's small fist. Even if he was awe-inspiring, he was still struck staggering, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body started to tremble. How could the might of lightning be underestimated? Damn it! His eyes were murderous. This mystical power should have been his, and the stronger Hunyou's current battle prowess was, the more jealous he was. He wanted nothing more than to immediately split open Hunyou's head and extract the thunderclap 9th heaven mystical power. Very good. You guys have successfully enraged me. Small Saber King gripped his saber. Wang, the saber chi on his whole body overflowed, and there was black light intertwining. The air of despair intertwined between heaven and earth, making one have the urge to commit suicide. Ling Han's heart trembled. The path that small Saber King walked was the saber of despair. When the saber slashed out, it would steal one's mind and make one feel despair, even forgetting to parry. Under the influence of this saber intent, it was difficult for Zhu Xian'er to control the boat. The golden boat continuously swayed left and right as if it was about to fall. Xian'er! Ling Han shouted loudly, like the evening drum and morning bell, thought-provoking. Zhu Xian'er immediately came back to her senses. She also possessed the aptitude of a king among martial artists, and began to walk on her own path. Even if she wasn't as freakish as Ling Han, she wouldn't be completely controlled by someone else's saber intent. In the beginning, she just wasn't on guard, but now with Ling Han's shout, she immediately recovered herself. All of you die. Small Saber King brandished his saber and slashed. Saber ray swept out, reaching a length of 300 meters with astonishing might. Hunyo was agile, and as her small body swayed, she attacked Small Saber King again. Meanwhile, Ling Han took out another arrow and knocked it on the bow, yet held it in place without releasing it. An attack that was about to be released yet to be released was the greatest threat. Small Saber King couldn't help but keep most of his attention on Ling Han, because that arrow from Ling Han was indeed enough to pose a threat to him, so he had to be on guard. However, if Ling Han shot this arrow, then he'd have nothing to fear even if he slashed it down with a single saber strike. Yet, Ling Han didn't shoot, leaving him on tenterhooks and having to be distracted. Hunyo took the chance to attack. As she brandished her small fists, lightning intertwined. Small Saber King snorted, shook off Hunyo and charged towards Ling Han. This calamity had to be eliminated first, or else he wouldn't be able to unleash 100% of his battle prowess. Pong pong, Hunyo's fists landed on Small Saber King's back, but only set off a series of lightning. His defense was completely activated, and he could actually take Hunyo's attack head-on without being injured. Small Saber King brandished his saber and charged towards Ling Han. Damn it, you dare ignore Nyo. Hunyo was furious. Her small body once again turned into lightning, and with another flash, she appeared behind Small Saber King. She directly rode on his neck, opened her small mouth and bit at him. Ah! Small Saber King screamed. He'd clearly opened up his defense completely, and even a high-level spiritual infant tier cultivator couldn't possibly break through such a defense, but encountering Hunyo's sharp teeth, it became a decoration. A spurt of blood flew out, and it was actually bright silver, showing this person's peculiarity. Damn it! Small Saber King brandished his saber and slashed behind him. Hunyo once again flashed, turning into lightning and escaping. Her battle instincts were too shocking. Small Saber King. Ling Han shouted fiercely, and shot out another arrow. You really think I can't do anything to you guys? Small Saber King gave a long howl, and his whole body activated with a silver radiance. His whole person also turned silver, as if he'd become a statue, and his battle prowess rose rapidly. Pong, his saber slashed, and directly shattered the arrow into pieces. Not good. Ling Han's expression changed in shock and he shouted loudly, Hunyo, come back quickly. Small Saber King was in the peak stage of the spiritual infant tier in the first place, and even had one foot in the deity transformation tier. Now it was unknown whether he'd circulated some kind of secret technique or activated his bloodline, but he'd actually directly crossed into the deity transformation tier. This made him completely invincible. Hunyo was quick-witted, and with a flash of lightning, she'd already appeared on the golden ship. Let's go. Ling Han shouted loudly, and continued to knock the bow, shooting toward Small Saber King. However, after shooting 3 arrows consecutively, he also felt like collapsing. He couldn't even stand steadily, and his figure swayed. This arrow slightly stopped Small Saber King. After all, it was a combination of 2 mystical powers, annihilating Dragon Star Arrow and Eye of Truth, and even used 7th tier rare metal, so it couldn't be taken lightly no matter what. However, for Small Saber King, who'd already crossed into the deity transformation tier, this was only a matter of making him swing his saber once more. Zhu Xian'er hurriedly controlled the ship, and swiftly shot away. Can you escape? Small Saber King sneered. Pung! A fist suddenly smashed down out of thin air, and just happened to block the golden ship's flight path. Pung! A terrifying power surged, and the spiritual infant tier level shield actually instantly shattered, and the entire ship was directly blown apart. At this time, a peculiar human figure appeared in the sky, as if made of transparent crystal. Light rays refracted irregularly on his body, and one had to look carefully to discover the existence of such a person. Previously, he'd been hiding in the sky as if he didn't exist at all, but now he suddenly launched an attack and smashed the golden ship with a single punch. Small Saber King caught up, but he was immediately astonished, because although the fragments danced in the air, there weren't any remains of Ling Han and the others. Teleported away. He mumbled. That peculiar person stood behind him, and was about the same height as him, yet it was as if he didn't exist. If it weren't for the refraction of light, he really could completely disappear from his line of sight. Diamond Puppet. This was the highest level puppet in the ancient dynasty's treasure trove, possessing deity transformation tier battle prowess. The special nature of the material made it seem as if it could turn invisible, and it possessed considerable intelligence, practically a natural-born killer. Even if it was teleportation, it wouldn't have escaped too far. Small Saber King mumbled. With my art of remote sensing heaven and earth, I'll be able to find it very soon. Humph, after obtaining my mystical power, you still want to run. He stepped into the air, and the diamond puppet quietly disappeared in the air. No one knew where it went. Ling Han obviously didn't use the instant teleportation talisman. He indeed had such a treasure, but he didn't plan on using it here. In the instant that the golden ship was destroyed, he stored Hunyou and Zhu Xian air into the Black Tower. The Black Tower was like a grain of mustard seed as it floated down from the sky, falling into the forest river below, and flowed along with the water. Ling Han very soon exited the Black Tower, turned around and returned, starting to search the area of the previous battle. Found it. Not long after, he discovered a drop of silver liquid on the ground. This was Small Saber King's fresh blood. He probably had a special bloodline, or cultivated some kind of cultivation technique actually turning his blood silver. This drop of blood was bitten out by Hunyou, and a few drops spilled out, but some splashed into the water already diluted, and couldn't possibly be found again. Only this drop landed on a leaf. The blood of a spiritual infant tier elite was extremely domineering, emitting a terrifying aura. The vitality of this plant below had already been extinguished, and when Ling Han neared, he also felt a huge pressure. It's just a drop of blood, and it still wants to overturn the heavens. Ling Han spread out his origin power to protect himself. Body of Iron Sheet allowed him to be qualified enough to resist this kind of pressure. He stored this drop of blood into the vial of curses. I won't curse you to death. Chapter 452. Peng Sword Light splashed, all landing on the 3 Lives corpse casket. This was a level 10 spirit tool, and very easily blocked Ling Han's attack. Thankfully, the Demon Birth Sword was also a level 10 spirit tool, so it didn't draw the 3 Lives corpse casket's counterattack. However, the 3 Lives corpse casket was already covering Rong Huanxian. As long as he was inside, then Rong Huanxian would be in an invincible state again. Ling Han, you can't do anything to me. Rong Huanxian sneered. As long as Hunyou was here, wouldn't he be able to confirm Ling Han's identity? Wait, where's that little girl? It was her turn just now, why did she disappear all of a sudden? Ah! He suddenly let out a scream and turned his head to look. Hunyou's little head had actually appeared in the green net, and there was still blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. She had shockingly bitten off 2 of his fingers, one of which was wearing a spatial ring. No! He immediately shouted. The spatial ring wasn't worth much, but the problem was that all his belongings were hidden inside, including the key that he'd snatched from the Zhang clan. Hee. Hunyou grinned. She and Ling Han cooperated well. One attacked from the front, drawing his attention, while the other launched a sneak attack from the side. With the destructive power of 20 stars of the Flower Blossom tier, she bit through the green net and also bit off 2 of Rong Huanxian's fingers. She retreated hurriedly. Peng, the 3 Lives corpse casket closed, swallowing Rong Huanxian inside. Kill them all. Rong Huanxian's hoarse voice came from inside. Losing 2 fingers was fine. As long as the heart wasn't damaged, corpse chi could regrow all organs, but the spatial ring had to be taken back. Instantly, that corpse soldier stared at Ling Han. Yin Tianzhao also shook his right hand and put away the green net. He looked at Ling Han, his eyes filled with coldness, and said coldly, "Hand over that key and I'll spare your life." Ling Han casually wiped away the divine sense that Rong Huanxian had placed on the spatial ring. Sure enough, there was a silver key inside. He didn't know what material it was made of, but it was as thick as a child's arm. He smiled faintly, and directly stored the spatial ring into the black tower. Then he dodged to the side, not clashing head-on with the corpse soldier. It was meaningless. "Oh, the battle between you and I wasn't decided in the first place, and I just wanted to have a good fight. You forced me to use my full strength. Only death awaits you," Yin Tianzhao said coldly. With a wave of his right hand, a ray of green light shot out. It actually transformed into a pair of extremely thin wings, and like a peerless divine blade, it slashed towards Ling Han. Ling Han unsheathed his sword. Ding! When the long sword struck the wings, intense sparks actually appeared. Upon closer inspection, those weren't ordinary sparks but vein-like patterns. What a terrifying Yin Tianzhao. The martial art willpower he unleashed could actually contend against a 10th-tier spiritual tool. But at this moment, that corpse soldier waved a claw at Yin Tianzhao. The order it received was to kill everyone, which naturally included Yin Tianzhao. At first, Yin Tianzhao was a bit further away, so it naturally prioritized attacking Ling Han. However, Yin Tianzhao suddenly charged so close to it, so it naturally didn't mind adding a hit in passing. Fuck! Yin Tianzhao cursed. No matter how glorious his last life was, he was now only in the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, so he definitely couldn't ignore a flower blossom tier corpse soldier, even if it hadn't been completely refined. He waved another attack, but this time it was aimed at the corpse soldier. Ling Han charged forward. The demon birth sword swung out, and 10 flashes of sword chi appeared. The 4-season sword technique was already used, and the concept fluctuated as if time was passing. This time it became him and the corpse soldier attacking Yin Tianzhao together. Yin Tianzhao was suspected to have been possessed by a god, and his battle prowess was shockingly terrifying. He raised his hand and kicked, easily dispersing all of the corpse soldiers and Ling Han's attacks. However, the moment Ling Han got close, the corpse soldier turned to attack Ling Han, causing the scene to become extremely chaotic. In the 3-way battle royale, Ling Han, who had obtained the key, naturally became the main target of attack. However, the corpse soldier was a typical two-faced person. When it could attack Ling Han, it would attack Ling Han, and if Ling Han was far away, it wouldn't stay idle either. It would also attack Yin Tianzhao in passing, making Yin Tianzhao feel very gloomy. This ally was really too unreliable. Hunyo kept clapping her hands on the sidelines. She was full of confidence in Ling Han. After a period of time of accumulating power, Ling Han's sword swung out, and the mysterious 3000 was instantly used. 1,000 flashes of sword light. The 4-season sword technique was only a black-grade high-level martial arts technique, but spiritual pedestal tier cultivators could already use earth-grade martial arts techniques, and the mysterious 3000 was an existence that surpassed heaven-grade martial arts techniques. Its might was only limited by the martial artist's understanding of the sword. Suddenly jumping from black grade to surpassing heaven grade, the power of the sword technique naturally increased drastically. Xiao xiao xiao, 1,000 flashes of sword light interweaved, and every flash of sword light was equivalent to Ling Han's full power attack. How shocking was this power? Moreover, this was struck with a level 10 spirit tool. Yin Tianzhao immediately grunted and spread his arms. Flashes of green lines spread out. This time it didn't form a net, but was far denser than a net. It was actually a pair of wings formed by vein-like patterns, protecting him within. The corpse soldier, however, charged forward stupidly, bearing the majority of the might of the sword light. Pung! The sword light shattered, causing a huge explosion that was extremely terrifying. When the sword light completely dispersed, the corpse soldier was already riddled with holes, and its left arm was also severed. However, it still pounced towards Ling Han, completely unafraid of death. Yin Tianzhao was much better. The wings of light that protected him only had a few feathers scattered, and he was completely unharmed. This was naturally because the majority of the attack was taken by the corpse soldier. It had to be said that merely based on the toughness of the physique, The corpse soldier could really compare with rare metals of the same level, and could even compare with body of iron sheet. Furthermore, this was also because this corpse soldier had not been completely refined. It could only be said to be above the level of a level 2 silver armored corpse, and had not reached the level of a level 3 silver armored corpse. Otherwise, even the mysterious 3000 would not be able to cause any damage. After all, this was a sword technique that dealt mass damage, and 10,000 techniques returned to 1 was the true killing move that could break through the toughness. This is the sword technique of Heaven's Sword Palace. Yin Tianzhao exclaimed, frowning slightly. No, there is a Heaven's Sword sect here. Could it be that you are a disciple there? No, you are born in Rain Country, so you should not be related to Heaven's Sword sect. Could it be that you are the reincarnation of some great elite of Heaven's Sword Palace here? His first sentence was actually spoken to himself, but the latter sentence was actually directed at Ling Han. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, I have no relationship with Heaven's Sword Palace. But you, since you know of Heaven's Sword Palace, you must be someone from the realm of immortals, right? Realm of immortals. Yin Tianzhao was startled for a moment, and then he suddenly laughed loudly, his face filled with disdain. Ignorant people of the lower realm, impossibly stupid. To tell you the truth, I am indeed Yin Tianzhao. It's just that when I was young, I accidentally triggered a tool that contained the memories of an immortal, so I was slightly affected. Yet Ling Han suddenly understood. Things like memories could not be touched randomly. The reason why he was unwilling to use the soul-searching technique was because after touching another person's memories, they would fuse together with his own memories. Once there were too many of these memories, he would not be able to distinguish which was his own and which was the other person's. It would definitely affect him, and even his personality would change greatly. Yin Tianzhao was only 5 years old at that time, and his own personality had not formed at all. How could he possibly bear the memories of an immortal's entire life? Naturally, his personality changed greatly, and he was practically a copy of that immortal's. He became incredibly evil, and that was why he was sealed away. Chapter 453. Fuck. From the 3 Lives corpse casket came Rong Huanxian's cursing. He was really unlucky. First, he was possessed by the god-level Azura demon emperor, and now he encountered a monster that obtained the memories of a god. Moreover, Ling Han was very likely related to the ancient times. Yin Tianzhao didn't pay any attention to him. In his eyes, Rong Huanxian was naturally a minor character among minor characters, not worth mentioning at all. He looked at Ling Han and said, My sincerity is enough, right? Ling Han, how about this? I don't need you to give me that key, but I want to enter the Sagittarius Palace Hall with you and take something from inside. Seeing Ling Han frown, he immediately waved his hand and said, Don't worry. This thing is absolutely useless to you. He paused, then said, I can also kill the brat in the coffin for you. Other people can't do anything to the 3 Lives corpse casket, but it's useless against me. I can drag him out. Fuck. Rong Huanxian cursed again. If it was someone else who said this, he would naturally scoff, but Yin Tianzhao possessed the memories of a god, which was equivalent to a reincarnated god, so he might have a way to deal with the 3 Lives corpse casket. Ling Han, however, cracked a smile and said, No. Why? Yin Tianzhao was practically driven mad. He had already made enough concessions, but Ling Han still refused him. Ling Han said, The brat in the coffin. I can't kill him now, but in a few years I'll be able to drag him out and kill him. Keeping him as a reminder is good as well. As for that key, it's obviously mine, so why should I give it to you? Moreover, even a god is so concerned about it, tsk, then all the more I can't miss it. You! Yin Tianzhao was furious and instantly leapt up, charging towards Ling Han. Since the negotiation had failed, then they could only fight to the death. Then you know the terrifying battle prowess of my peacock race, Yin Tianzhao said with a cold snort. As he waved his hands, they actually transformed into wings that were 300 meters long. They were densely woven with vein-like patterns, and they shone with resplendent light. They were incomparably terrifying. Ling Han used the mysterious 3000. He did not need to accumulate enough power. Every time he only needed to send out 100 or so sword lights. He shattered the wings that Yin Tianzhao had sent flying towards him, turning them into shattered feathers that filled the sky. Then they immediately turned into vein-like patterns that quickly dimmed and returned to the world. Die! 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 Yin Tianzhao's expression became incomparably evil. As his figure rapidly spun, it was as if his entire person had turned into a gigantic peacock. His feathers fluttered, and his killing intent filled the sky. Ling Han was fearless and only used the mysterious 3,000. Hundreds of sword lights soared into the sky, which was enough to resist. Damn it, I am no longer a peacock after all, and am unable to unleash the Wisdom King's secret technique to its fullest. Yin Tianzhao roared angrily, but the madness in his eyes did not diminish. Instead it increased. Give me my key. Hong, his entire body actually blazed with green flames, distorting the space. Ling Han immediately felt a hint of dizziness. There's poison, he thought. He hurriedly took out a golden flower of the stone and swallowed it, then headed towards Hunyou. Thankfully, the little girl was far away, and was not engulfed by the flames. However, after taking a golden flower of the stone, Ling Han only felt that his dizziness was somewhat under control, but it still did not improve. Obviously, the golden flower of the stone was unable to cure this fire poison, and could only be put aside for now. What kind of poison was this? Even the golden flower of the stone that was said to be able to cure all poisons couldn't do anything to it. However, Ling Han's fighting spirit did not diminish, but instead rose. He gripped the demon birth sword and said, Yin Tianzhao, take a strike from me. Hong, the thunder battle armor activated, forming a barrier that isolated the green flames. At this moment, the corpse soldiers were no longer of much use. They had been heavily wounded by Ling Han's mysterious 3,000 and Yin Tianzhao's green flames, so their threat could be completely ignored. Thus, Ling Han only needed to focus on dealing with Yin Tianzhao. With a flick of his sword, he once again activated the mysterious 3,000. Instantly, 1,000 flashes of sword light surged, covering the sky and covering the earth. Yin Tianzhao hurriedly spread out his green wings and wrapped them around himself. The sword light attacked, filling the sky with the radiance of vein-like patterns, bombarding his figure into continuously retreating. The sword light was being destroyed, and the wings in front of him that were protecting him were also being destroyed. When the sword light had been reduced to 200 flashes, the green wings were also completely shattered. Piu, the sword light wreaked havoc and instantly fresh blood sprayed wildly. Ling Han was secretly shocked. This guy really could not be underestimated. If he had not pushed his sword chi from 7 flashes to 9 flashes, even the mysterious 3,000 would not have been able to break through the opponent's defense. Yin Tianzhao roared furiously as he spat out blood. This time his injuries were quite severe. But at this crucial moment, Pang the 3 Lives corpse casket opened, and Rong Huanxian rushed out, slashing at Yin Tianzhao with his saber. This was the moment when Yin Tianzhao was at his weakest, and how could he have imagined that Rong Huanxian would actually attack him? Instantly he was hit. Green blood splattered and he was actually cut in half at the waist, cut into 2 halves. You actually attacked me? Yin Tianzhao's face was filled with disbelief. Nonsense, you said yourself that you could drag me out of the 3 Lives corpse casket, so if I don't kill you, who else would I kill? Rong Huanxian sneered. In comparison, at least he still had the ability to protect himself in front of Ling Han, and even if he could not obtain the treasures in the 12 heaven mystery realms, he would not suffer any loss. It was not his in the first place, so he naturally did not feel any pain. Yin Tianzhao was gloomy. He did not think that the ants in his eyes would actually heavily injure him one after the other. However, would he die so easily? Both halves of his body actually moved. One began to run with its 2 legs, while the other supported itself with its 2 hands. Then, the 2 halves of his upper body used its 2 arms to leap, overlapping with his lower body as if they could be glued together. When the mystery realm opens, I will definitely stop you and you. He first said to Ling Han, then pointed at the 3 Lives corpse casket. The next time, I will definitely turn you into a corpse. After saying so, he broke into a run. Hong 2 green wings of light actually grew out from his back, and with a flap he instantly broke through the air. He didn't even die? Ling Han stood with his sword in his hand. Yin Tianzhao could completely be seen as the reincarnation of an ancient god, possessing a shocking amount of secret arts. He actually did not die after being cut in half. Next time would he have to blow up his heart or head? Ling Han, don't be too proud. I will go get a gold-armored corpse, and next time I will definitely take your life. Rong Huanxian also threw down some pleasantries, obviously wanting to slip away. I know, go, Ling Han said impatiently. You! Rong Huanxian snorted. He was extremely displeased with Ling Han's attitude, as if he was an insignificant nobody. He swore that he would definitely make Ling Han regret it. Hong the Three Lives corpse casket slid, and Rong Huanxian also swaggered off. Ling Han, however, sank into deep thought. Yan Tianzhao's situation, could he be considered the reincarnation of a god from his previous life? Or was he still himself? On the other hand, what kind of situation did he belong to? Was it only the memories of his previous life that had been transferred onto this current body? This made him somewhat at a loss. Ling Han. Hunyo leapt over and pulled Ling Han's hand, instantly causing Ling Han to smile, driving away the bewilderment in his heart. He was himself. He was neither the alchemy emperor of his previous life, nor the useless youth of this life, but a body that combined the two. He had both advantages and disadvantages, a living person. This was already enough. Come, let's go back, Ling Han said with a smile. N. Hunyo nodded forcefully. Chapter 454. On the way back to the Extreme Yang City, Ling Han removed his disguise, and when he arrived at the Extreme Yang City, he naturally recovered his identity as Forget-Not and the owner of the Alchemist King Pavilion. He disappeared for 10 days, and Lu Yutong and the others were all very worried. Thankfully, Ling Han finally returned, allowing them to relax. Ling Han went to the Spirit Treasures Pavilion again, thinking that Ing Hong would at least get him the 9-leaf black Ganoderma this time, right? I'm really sorry. Ing Hong apologized the moment she saw him, causing an ominous feeling to rise up in Ling Han. As expected, he heard Ing Hong say, "The stock of spirit medicine you wanted was stolen. Who did it?" Ling Han's killing intent surged. This stock of spirit medicine was the key to whether Ling Dongxing could cultivate again, and for that, he would not hesitate to start a massacre. I'm not sure about the specifics, only that it was sold to a person surnamed Kong. Coincidentally, according to my investigations, he also came to the Extreme Yang City, and is currently in the North Pill Pavilion, Ing Hong said. I'm really sorry. I originally already negotiated with the seller, but this person surnamed Kong should have a very powerful background to make the seller sell the spirit medicine to someone else even at the cost of offending me. I originally wanted to communicate with the person surnamed Kong to see if I could make him change hands, but before I could start, you already came running over. Ing Hong continued. Ling Han nodded and said, Still many thanks. At least he knew the specific location of the 9-leaf black Ganoderma. Be careful. This person could make the seller reject me, so perhaps he has shocking strength or a powerful background, Ing Hong said solemnly. I understand. Ling Han stood up and left. After Ing Hong watched Ling Han's back disappear through the courtyard gates, she couldn't help but rub her chin and say, Strange, is there a great elite surnamed Kong in the North region? Ling Han headed straight for the North Pill Pavilion. Although he was an Earth-grade alchemist, and although he stayed in the Extreme Yang City for many days, he really did not come to the North Pill Pavilion many times. At most, he would choose some spirit medicine seeds to enrich the space of the Black Tower. He asked the staff in the Pill Pavilion about the Kong family, but everyone shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know. Thinking that this person with the surname Kong might have a great background, it was normal that these low-level people didn't know about him. Ling Han decided to ask someone with a higher status. But how could ordinary people enter the important areas of the North Pill Pavilion? He was just about to reveal his identity as an Earth-grade alchemist when he glanced over and saw 3 people walking in from outside, 2 in front and 1 behind. Of the 2 people in front, one was dressed in a simple yet elegant white dress. Her black hair was like the clouds, and her face was covered with a white veil. Although there were thousands of people dressed like this in the world, there was only one person who could make people think endlessly. Zhu Xian'er. Beside her was a young man who looked about 24 or 25 years old. His cultivation was in the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, and in the North region, he could be considered a top-notch prodigy. However, a flower blossom tier elite followed behind the 2 of them. His expression was solemn as he followed closely behind. From the looks of it, this flower blossom tier elite actually seemed to be the servant of the two people in front of him. Ling Han knew that Zhu Xian'er definitely didn't have this kind of extravagance, so this flower blossom tier elite should be the young man's subordinate. However, even if it was the Winter Moon sect or the Beast Emperor sect, which disciple would use a flower blossom tier elite as a bodyguard or servant? Flower blossom tier elites were definitely the mainstay of a sect, and could become spiritual infant tier elites in the future. This young man had a great background. Thinking of Yin Hong's words earlier, Ling Han could almost conclude that this young man was someone with the surname Kong. Grandmaster Ling. When Zhu Xian'er saw Ling Han, it was as if she had met her savior. Her beautiful eyes immediately lit up, and she walked over with graceful steps. Do you have time? Xian'er has something to ask Grandmaster. Grandmaster. The young man instantly revealed a disdainful expression after hearing and said, Xian'er, if you want to understand alchemy, feel free to ask me. As a black-grade high-level alchemist, I can naturally answer all your questions. This young man was actually a black-grade high-level alchemist? TSK, he really wasn't simple. No wonder he was so arrogant. However, if he was merely a black-grade high-level alchemist, he still wasn't qualified to have a flower blossom tier elite as his bodyguard, right? Ling Han turned to the young man and said, And who are you? How dare you speak to young Master Kong with such a tone? The flower blossom tier elite immediately rebuked angrily, his eyes sharp and filled with killing intent. Flower blossom tier cultivators had left their mortal bodies, and this angry shout was naturally filled with might, capable of scaring a spiritual pedestal tier cultivator to the ground. He naturally did it on purpose. Young Master was pursuing Zhu Xian'er, but now Zhu Xian'er seemed to have a good impression of Ling Han, so he naturally had to make the latter make a fool of himself in front of Zhu Xian'er, making him lose a lot of face. But who was Ling Han? He had a sliver of heaven-tier divine sense, and was also a king that formed 9 flashes of qi, so how could he be oppressed by the imposing manner? He merely picked his ears and said, What are you yelling for? Your ears aren't good, so you think others are also deaf? Insolence. The flower blossom tier cultivator was furious. A mere spiritual pedestal tier cultivator actually dared to be insolent in front of him, disregarding the level of martial art? Was there still justice in this world? Zhu Xian'er hurriedly stopped him and said seriously, This is Ling Han, Grandmaster Ling, an earth-grade low-level alchemist. What? The flower blossom tier cultivator's eyes instantly widened. Ling Han was only 18 or 19 years old, and already became an earth-grade alchemist. One had to know that even a genius like young Master Kong was only black-grade high-level now. Although black-grade high-level and earth-grade low-level were only one level apart, this one level was enough to make one despair for life, forever impossible to cross. So what if he's an earth-grade alchemist? The young man sneered. In front of me, even an earth-grade high-level alchemist isn't enough. Brat, get out immediately, or else I'll have you die. Ling Han didn't get angry but instead smiled and said leisurely, I don't seem to have offended you in any way, right? You spoke to Xian'er without my permission, that's your crime. The young man said coldly. Zhu Xian'er, however, was annoyed and said, Who I speak to, what does it have to do with you? Of course it's related. The young man chuckled. I fucked you. Since you're my woman, no man can talk to you. Otherwise, they'll be courting death. Don't speak nonsense. Zhu Xian'er rebuked angrily. Instead, that young man laughed loudly and said, I heard that Yao Hui you had also slept with you. After I heard that, I specially came over from the Central Plains. I just wanted to see for myself what kind of beauty could move that sword fanatic's heart. That bastard has always been against me. I can't compare to him in martial art, but I can steal his woman. Ha 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 ha, I really want to see the expression on his face. Dream on. Zhu Xian'er snorted coldly. Is that so? The young man revealed a playful smile. Don't you want to concoct a heaven-grade alchemical pill? There are only 2 heaven-grade alchemists in the entire Middle State, and one of them is my great-grandfather. What right do you have to have a heaven-grade alchemist concoct pills for you? Just like my Kong clan, which has been concocting pills for generations, the wealth we have accumulated is incomparably shocking. What bargaining chip can you take out to move my great-grandfather? Unless you can become my woman and let me beg great-grandfather to refine pills for you. Chapter 455. When a martial artist advanced a level, the increase in power would be 10 times or even 100 times, but in terms of speed it would be pretty good if it could be doubled. Thus, Ling Han cultivated a body of lightning, and his speed increased explosively by 3 times. Added with the demon fairy step, this had already surpassed the level of the spiritual infant tier, and stepped into the height of the deity transformation tier. However, running isn't an option after all. I still have to break through to the spiritual infant tier as soon as possible, and only then will I truly have the qualifications to stand against Small Saber King. The level of martial arts in this life is really too high. If it was in my last life with my current strength, only Sword Emperor and the others would have the qualifications to stand against me, and at least an old monster over 100 years old would be able to suppress me. Now it's great. Geniuses under 100 years old are like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, emerging endlessly. Hee, but this will give me enough motivation. I've just formed a body of lightning, and still can't truly transform my body into lightning. However, I'm not far from this step, and at that time my battle prowess will be even stronger. Ling Han walked to Hunyo and Zhu Xian'er's side, revealed a smile and said, "Let's go, we should also go to Thousand Flower County to meet the prodigies of the present age." "Let's go." Hunyo jumped happily. They'd stayed here for many days and were very bored. Unfortunately, their golden ship was destroyed by the diamond puppet, and now they didn't have any means of transportation, so they could only walk on their 2 legs. They didn't bother to find another carriage, either, and just walked like that. In order to reduce trouble, they all disguised themselves. Ling Han originally wanted to disguise the 3 of them as husband and wife with an adorable daughter, but Hunyo was unwilling no matter what. Thus, they could only disguise themselves as 3 siblings. Ling Han became a few years older, Zhu Xian'er's beautiful face was covered, and Hunyo's face became a little flowery. Ling Han also specially circulated an ancient art. It didn't have much effect, and only made the aura he emitted become much weaker, reaching the spiritual ocean tier. In this way, if Small Saber King could still find him, then the latter really had the ability. They left Nine Cloud City and set out towards Thousand Flower County. Ling Han wasn't in a hurry. The opening of the ancient academy was only a rumor, and the actual entrance examination was still far away. At least, the information he'd heard in Nine Cloud City was that the examination date hadn't been decided yet. No matter how he thought about it, there was at least half a year's time. Otherwise, with how big the vast lands were, many people wouldn't be in a hurry to rush over. They walked leisurely. This was also cultivation anyways. Ling Han paused slightly and turned his head to look back, only to see a cloud of dust rising behind him as a group of people quickly approached. He first thought that Small Saber King had caught up again, but immediately realized that something was wrong. These people were only in the flower blossom tier. There was a total of 7 people, and their speed was extremely fast, quickly catching up to Ling Han's group. Then without a pause they continued forward. Ling Han's gaze swept over, and he couldn't help but reveal an expression of surprise as he said, "Can ye?" Among the group of people, someone immediately stopped and turned around. His figure was slender, and his whole body emitted a piercingly cold saber chi, as if he was a sharp unsheathed blade. He looked at Ling Han in surprise, confusion in his gaze. It was Ken Yi. After not seeing each other for a long time, he actually broke through to the flower blossom tier, and also walked his own path, becoming extremely confident. "I'm Ling Yun," Ling Han said with a smile. Hearing this name, Ken Yi immediately understood that this was Ling Han, and a hint of joy instantly appeared on his face. "Ken Yi, what's the matter?" a woman in red asked. She was extremely beautiful, with beautiful hair like clouds, and skin as smooth as jade. Under the sunlight it actually glowed brilliantly, as if she was a goddess. Ken Yi didn't speak yet, but Ling Han first came forward, laughed and said, "Meeting an old friend in a foreign land, my name is Ling Yun, and I'm Ken Ye's fellow townsman." "Oh!" The woman in red and the others all nodded. So it was just a fellow townsman. These 6 people were all dragons and phoenixes among men. Their bearing was extraordinary, and they had a kind of soaring confidence. Obviously, they came from prestigious clans. When they saw that Ling Han was only in the spiritual ocean tier, they naturally wouldn't give him a second look. If it weren't for the fact that Ken Yi was unwilling to leave, they would definitely have already turned around and left. This kind of person didn't belong to the same world as them at all. Young Master Ling. Meanwhile, Ken Yi was very excited. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, "You call me Young Master Ling, so isn't that asking me to call you Young Master Yi as well? I'm not as thick-skinned as you." Ken Yi understood that Ling Han didn't want to be ostentatious, so he also smiled, and no longer insisted on calling Ling Han Young Master. The woman in red and the others, however, were slightly indignant. What right did a mere spiritual ocean tier have to stand on equal footing with them? Calling you Young Master, and you actually became cocky and pretentious. Where did your confidence come from? Ken Yi, we'd better set off quickly. I've already received definite news that the Restore Heaven Academy will officially open in half a year's time. If we go earlier, we might be able to find out the contents of the test and be better prepared, one person urged. Oh, there's still half a year before the Restore Heaven Academy opens, Ling Han interrupted. That was fine too. He could take advantage of this gap to go search for the whereabouts of the Boundless Mountain. What does it have to do with you? A pretty boy looked at Ling Han impatiently, revealing a look of disdain. Could it be that this brat also wanted to go to the Restore Heaven Academy? What a joke. He was already in his 20s, and still only had the cultivation of the spiritual ocean tier. If he could enter the Restore Heaven Academy like this, then wouldn't that be a joke? They accepted all the elites of the world, geniuses among geniuses, and only people like them had the right to enter. Cho Zifei, what do you mean by this? Ken Yi walked menacingly towards the pretty boy, and unhesitatingly drew his long saber, aiming it at that person. Ken Yi, for such a piece of trash, you actually drew your saber against this young master. The pretty boy called Cho Zifei's face was filled with astonishment. He had completely never thought that Ken Yi would actually turn hostile against him for a mere spiritual ocean tier. Apologize. Ken Yi said coldly, his eyes like a saber, his killing intent fully revealed. In his eyes, Ling Han was his benefactor, and more so the idol he worshipped. Cho Zifei actually dared to look down on Ling Han, which naturally made his killing intent burn. Ken Yi, your talent isn't bad, that's why I befriended you. Don't think that you're really qualified to be on equal footing with this young master. Cho Zifei's expression also turned cold. Young people were the most proud and arrogant, so he obviously wouldn't lower his head. Forget it, we're all friends, why make things unpleasant? A man came out to smooth things over and said with a smile, since we're all going to the Restore Heaven Academy, then let's go together. Cho Zifei immediately wanted to object that he actually had to travel with such a minor character, but before he could voice his objection, he was stopped by a man who whispered in his ear, "Isn't it quite interesting to toy with this brat?" When he heard that, he immediately gave up on the idea of objecting, and merely looked coldly at Ling Han, thinking that he would definitely embarrass this guy enough, and then he would dejectedly leave on his own. Although Ken Yi didn't want to let it go, seeing that Ling Han also shook his head, he put away the saber, and the situation eased up. Phone reading was more refreshing. Chapter 456. Elder Shur was a consecrator of the North Pill Pavilion, and had been standing guard here for almost 100 years. Because he had not gone to the middle state when he was young, it was even more impossible for him to go when he was old. Passing through the barrier would not only weaken his cultivation, it would even shake the source of his life. He no longer had any lofty aspirations, and only wanted to enjoy the rest of his life here. But Tang Zuming's words caused his heart to thump with excitement. The 8th layer of martial art cultivation technique, and the Heaven's Heart Void pill strengthened his foundation, which gave him hope of breaking through to the deity transformation tier. If he could advance into the deity transformation tier, he could gain another 200 years of lifespan. Who wouldn't want to live a few more years? What more 200 years? That was twice the lifespan of an ordinary person. Old Shur, your heart is in a mess. A calm voice rang out. It sounded very clear, but if one listened carefully, it was filled with vicissitudes of life. This was the true boss of the North Pill Pavilion, the Earth-grade mid-level alchemist Gongyang Tai Sunday. At the same time, he was also an elite of the spiritual infant tier. He actually had hope of breaking through to the deity transformation tier, but he had spent too much energy on alchemy. Now, his chi and blood were dried up, and he no longer had the strength to break through to a higher cultivation level. Elder Shi humphed and said, "Brother Gongyang, you are dedicated to alchemy, and this old man admires you greatly, but this may be this old man's only hope of breaking through, so please do not stop me. Old Shi, you are a consecrator of my North Pill Pavilion. You took the money of my alchemist society, yet turned around and tried to kill my alchemist. There is no such thing in this world." Gongyang Taisun's voice rang out again. "Then, Brother Gongyang, this old man will resign from the position of consecrator of the North Pill Pavilion." Elder Shi was very straightforward. How could a person who could cultivate to the spiritual infant tier be someone who would worry about personal gains and losses? Gongyang Taisun sighed and said, "It was just an empty promise and you believed it?" He wouldn't deceive this old man," Elder Shi said very confidently. "Is that so?" Guang Taisun shook his head. "Old Shi, you really have been clever all your life, yet you are muddle-headed for a moment. With the barrier of the region wall in the way, would you be able to chase him all the way to the middle state? Moreover, spiritual infant tier cultivators can only be considered elites in the middle state, but not ultimate elites." Elder Shi couldn't help but feel stifled. In the North region there was indeed no one who dared to deceive him, but what if this brat surnamed Kong ran back to the middle state and didn't come back? Moreover, he was the junior of a heaven-grade alchemist, and if he really went into hiding, would he dare to go to his residence to demand repayment? "Don't worry, Elder Shi. I, Tang Zuming, hereby swear that I will definitely fulfill my promise. Otherwise, I will be struck by lightning," said Tang Zuming hurriedly. He was a spoiled brat, he was arrogant, and he was also domineering, but he was definitely not an idiot. Otherwise, his cultivation could be raised through alchemical pills, but the status of a black-grade high-level alchemist was something he had obtained through his own abilities and knowledge. Old Man Shi cackled strangely and said, "Brother Ram, I don't want to be your enemy, so please don't be my enemy." "Haha, all of you think that you've got me for sure," Ling Han said. He strode back, the thunder battle armor on his body emitting rings of lightning, making him appear incomparably mighty. "You're dead for sure today," Tang Zuming said coldly. What he was most proficient in was using his status and the various resources in his hands to crush others. Beautiful women would undress for him, prodigies would lower their heads, and his enemies would naturally die without a place to be buried. Ling Han smiled calmly and said, "Isn't it just an old ancestor of a heaven-grade alchemist? What's there to be so arrogant about? Brother Ram, please make some preparations for me. I want to take the heaven-grade alchemist test." Hearing Ling Han address Ram Taisun as brother, many people stuck out their tongues. This youth was really not afraid of death. Could it be that he didn't know that in the North Pill Pavilion, only Ram Taisun was capable of stopping Elder Shi? A mere Earth-grade low-level alchemist was a level lower than a middle-level Earth-grade alchemist, and this level might require a few dozen years to cross, or even a lifetime without any hope of crossing, yet you actually dared to address Ram Taisun as brother? You really had no respect for your elders. But when they heard Ling Han's last sentence, everyone was instantly petrified. This guy actually wanted to get certified as a heaven-grade alchemist? Fuck. This was completely impossible. Putting aside whether or not Ling Han had such ability, heaven-grade materials could only be found in the middle state. Thus, even if Kong Zixi came, it would be useless. At most, he would only be certified as a high-level Earth-grade alchemist. "Don't worry, I have my own materials," Ling Han said calmly. In the Alchemist Society, no one was allowed to stop an alchemist from getting certified as a high-level alchemist, and even heaven-grade alchemists were no exception. Thus, Ram Taisun was stunned for a moment and then said, "Prepare an alchemy room." Elder Shi also appeared slightly surprised, and was even more hesitant. However, as long as Ram Taisun protected Ling Han, then he would definitely not be able to do anything to Ling Han in the North Pill Pavilion. That was because there was a supreme great formation in the Alchemist Society, and when fully activated, it could even display the might of a deity transformation tier elite. This was also one of the reasons why the Alchemist Society was able to stand tall. In the North region, the strongest elite was only in the spiritual infant tier, so how could they stand against the great formation of a deity transformation tier elite? Thankfully, Elder Shi was also familiar with the workings of this great formation. Thus, he had the confidence to keep his life under the great formation, but if he still wanted to kill Ling Han, that would really be a pipe dream. Thus he only bickered with Ram Tai Sun, hoping that the latter would take a step back. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. A mere Earth-grade low-level alchemist actually wants to be certified as a heaven-grade alchemist. Tang Zuming held his stomach and laughed loudly. However, the others all detested his arrogance, and only Zhuo Gaofeng gave him face, laughing along with him. All right, come with me. Ram Tai Sun took a deep look at Ling Han. This young man was really too young. When the Star Brilliance Palace Hall had sent the request for certification, he had been in complete disbelief, and because of that, he had a very deep impression of Ling Han. By now, he had naturally already accepted the fact that Ling Han was an Earth-grade alchemist, but when he suddenly heard Ling Han say that he wanted to be certified as a heaven-grade alchemist, he still cursed inwardly. You're only an Earth-grade low-level alchemist, so how far away are you from becoming a heaven-grade alchemist? Not level 3 but infinitely far. Just like how a black-grade high-level alchemist had a 99% chance of not being able to advance to Earth-grade in their lifetime, an Earth-grade high-level alchemist had a 99% chance of not being able to advance to heaven-grade. There were only 2 heaven-grade alchemists in the whole vast lands. Okay? Ling Han had obviously been provoked into saying that he wanted to be certified as a heaven-grade alchemist. No matter what, he was doing it out of spite, so how could he possibly succeed? It was not an exaggeration to say that even Kong Zishu and Nongbo Exine had to calm their minds and fast for 3 to 4 days before they could refine a heaven-grade pill. Was it something that they could refine just because they wanted to? He really wanted to stop Ling Han so that he wouldn't waste heaven-grade materials, but there was nothing he could do. Any alchemist had the right to certify as a high-level alchemist, and even he could not take away this right. The elixir room was ready. As Ling Han strode over, the entire North Pill Pavilion was in an uproar. Someone wants to be certified as a heaven-grade alchemist. This was an inconceivable thing in the North region, because though there had been heaven-grade alchemists in the history of the North region, all of them had completed their breakthrough and certification in the Middle State, and had never returned to the North region since then. Now, there was actually someone who wanted to be certified as a heaven-grade alchemist in the North Pill Pavilion. Fuck, he definitely had to go. Chapter 457. Ling Han indeed decided to certify as a heaven-grade alchemist on a spur of the moment. An 18-year-old heaven-grade alchemist was really too dazzling, and he hadn't built his own force. For example, if the Winter Moon sect and the Beast Emperor sect secretly abducted him and imprisoned him to force him to concoct pills, what would he do? On the surface, no one would dare harm a heaven-grade alchemist, but in private, hee. After all, there were only 2 heaven-grade alchemists in the entire vast lands. Ling Han had the Black Tower, which was indeed enough to protect himself, but if the secret of the Black Tower was leaked, he might encounter more trouble. Didn't the Thousand Corpse sect have their eyes on him now? However, for the sake of his father, Ling Han chose to act impulsively. He had to obtain the 9-leaf Black Ganoderma and concoct the Restore Spirit pill. The problem now was, could he concoct a heaven-grade medicinal pill? After all, he only had the cultivation of the spiritual pedestal tier, and theoretically, he could at most concoct a medium-level earth-grade medicinal pill. With the strange fire, high-level earth-grade was no problem, but heaven-grade was uncertain. He could only hope that small fire was drilled badly enough in the Black Tower, and his strength improved greatly. Otherwise, he really might fail. Face was secondary. The key was that he couldn't snatch back the 9-leaf Black Ganoderma. Ling Han put away his random thoughts, and took out a stalk of Spirit Heart Heaven Spring Bamboo from the Black Tower. This was a kind of spirit medicine that could be concocted into the most common Return Origin pill to replenish origin power. However, Spirit Heart Heaven Spring Bamboo could be concocted into a high-level Return Origin pill. A 10-year-old could instantly restore 1/10 of a spiritual infant tier warrior's origin power. A 100-year-old could be effective for deity transformation tier warriors, and a 1,000-year-old could be effective for heaven tier warriors. Ling Han had obtained a 100-year-old Spirit Heart Heaven Spring Bamboo in the Devil Sky Mystery Realm, and after a year of cultivation by the Black Tower, it was now a 1,000-year-old, and could be concocted into the highest level Return Origin pill. For heaven tier warriors, it was obviously a heaven-grade medicinal pill. Although heaven-grade medicinal pills were also divided into high, medium, and low-grade because the grade was too high. Heaven-grade low-grade was directly called heaven-grade medium-grade was saint-grade, and heaven-grade high-grade was god-grade. Saint-grade alchemical pills could be effective on shattering void tier cultivators, And immortal-grade alchemical pills truly did not belong to this world. In his previous life, Ling Han was able to concoct saint-grade elixirs and had some knowledge of god-grade elixirs as well. He had even found some substitutes and managed to concoct half-god-grade elixirs, which proved that his talent in alchemy was unparalleled. The title of Alchemy Emperor wasn't obtained through flattery, but through genuine ability and knowledge. The two heaven-grade alchemists in the middle state should be heaven-grade low-level alchemists. There was a huge gap in the inheritance of alchemy. This had absolutely nothing to do with the prosperity of the martial art environment, so it was completely impossible for them to become saint-grade. Although the heaven-grade return origin pill was the most ordinary and trashy heaven-grade alchemical pill, no matter how ordinary or trashy it was still a heaven-grade alchemical pill. It was something that no earth-grade alchemist could concoct, and it was enough for him to pass the certification. More importantly, he did not have any other heaven-grade materials. Ling Han began to sort out the materials. The Spirit Heart Heaven Spring Bamboo was the main ingredient, but some supplementary materials were also needed. He manipulated it like moving clouds and flowing water, causing the alchemists outside to stare in shock. So the sorting of materials could be done so elegantly, and even filled with beauty. Zhu Xian'er's heart was thumping wildly. Although she was called the #1 beauty of the North region and the strongest of the younger generation, to talk to a heaven-grade alchemist was really a fantasy. There were only 2 heaven-grade alchemists in the whole middle state, and this status was practically comparable to Shattering Void tier elites. Did she have the right to talk to a Shattering Void tier elite? Of course not. Thus, Tang Zuming's threat and temptation were actually very practical. To request the 2 heaven-grade alchemists to concoct alchemical pills for him, the most effective method was to ask their descendants for help. Otherwise, he could only wait until Zhu Xian'er grew to a level that even heaven-grade alchemists would have to give her face. Shattering Void tier. Putting aside whether Zhu Xian'er could reach the Shattering Void tier, even if she could, that would be a matter of when. But if Ling Han could become a heaven-grade alchemist, Zhu Xian'er's heart could not help thumping wildly. She should be considered as Ling Han's friend, right? Since they were friends, then it should not be too difficult for her to help him, right? At that moment, she was incomparably hoping that Ling Han could succeed. Meanwhile, Tang Zuming smirked coldly. There were a total of 27 Earth-grade high-level alchemists in the middle state, and they had been charging towards the threshold of heaven-grade alchemists for 100 years, but in the end, no one had been able to cross over. Why? This step was too difficult. An 18-year-old youngster also wanted to succeed. He was really too naive. However, he was still rather astonished by Ling Han's techniques, because he was also a genius of alchemy. He was already a black-grade high-level alchemist at the age of 20, which was enough to show how extraordinary he was. Ling Han's techniques were too experienced, causing him to feel ashamed of his inferiority. He even had the thought of secretly learning from Ling Han, but looking at those dazzling movements, he completely did not know where to start secretly learning from. There had initially been some clamor outside, but at this moment it had become absolutely silent. They were all quietly watching Ling Han. That kind of charm actually caused them to feel a strong resonance, as if something was about to surge out from within their bodies. After sorting out the ingredients, Ling Han once again entered the stage of purifying the medicinal effects. That astonishing technique naturally caused everyone to be shocked and dazed again. A few people even cried out in surprise, but they were repeatedly rolled their eyes at by others. The most important segment had arrived: pill concoction. No matter how pleasing to the eye one's choice of ingredients was, no matter how exquisite the purification of medicinal effects was, if one was unable to concoct the alchemical pill, everything would be meaningless. Ling Han focused his mind and calmed his heart, summoning the strange fire, and thought, "Small fire, it's yours now." Hong, a crimson flame suddenly ignited, and if one looked closely, there was actually a small ball of purple in the center of the flame, appearing very unusual. Ling Han was surprised. Small fire was indeed very different now. Compared to the beginning, small fire had swallowed another ball of strange fire, and its power had definitely increased greatly, but the greater change should have come from the improvement of the Black Tower, which had truly allowed it to be reborn. Heaven-grade alchemical pill. There was hope. The flames raged, and the light of the fire soared to the skies. No way, with such a fierce fire right from the start, Isn't he afraid of losing control? That's right, the furnace could explode at any moment. Immediately, many people began to shake their heads. Ling Han's skill in sorting out ingredients and purification made them all sigh in admiration, but his level of alchemical pill concoction sigh was really a bit pathetic. This kind of person could actually become an earth-grade alchemist, right? Though many of the older elites did not say anything, there was also disappointment in their eyes. At first, they had thought that Ling Han was aggressive and brimming with confidence, and they had really thought that he had some confidence. Who would have thought that he was only putting on a brave front? He was only a youngster, so why did he mysteriously have confidence in him? Truly laughable. The furnace fire was still blazing, shooting straight to the roof, forcing Ling Han to activate the thunder battle armor to resist such high temperature. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, time passed very quickly. How long has it been? Why hasn't the furnace exploded yet? That's right, it's been at least 3 hours, and it should have exploded long ago. Could it be that there is hope of success? Impossible. I'm guessing that the ingredients he used are not heaven-grade at all, and is completely fake alchemical pill concoction. Hey, he wouldn't be so reckless, right? Everyone discussed animatedly, and Tang Zuming simply laughed loudly. How could a heaven-grade alchemical pill be so easy to concoct? It had to be that Ling Han had already failed long ago, and was just unwilling to admit defeat, stubbornly trying to save face. Chapter 458. Another 3 hours passed. Lord Gongyang, what should we do? Someone asked Gongyang Tai Sunday. What do you mean, what should we do? To be certified as a heaven-grade alchemist, one can concoct for as long as 3 days and 3 nights. Only 6 hours have passed, and you're asking me what to do? Could it be that we should stop him? Gongyang Tai Sun humphed. That person smiled sheepishly, thinking, didn't everyone know that Ling Han had already failed? Why waste everyone's feelings? Let's go, there's nothing to worry about. That's right, go back and hug your wife to sleep. You speak as if you have a wife. Pa, believe it or not, I'll hug your wife to sleep. The crowd quickly dispersed, leaving only a few people outside. A spoiled brat like Tang Zuming naturally lacked patience. Otherwise, with a heaven-grade alchemist's great-grandfather, he might have already advanced into earth-grade by now. He yawned and said, Gao Feng, stand guard here. I'm going back to sleep. Keep an eye on him, don't let this brat slip away. Once the 3 days are up, I'll personally kill him. Yes, young master. Zhuo Gao Feng said respectfully. Tang Zuming snickered at Zhu Xian air. He believed that this beauty would soon come to terms with him, obediently taking off her clothes and pleasing him on the bed. He could not help but shiver. He was slightly impatient, and wanted nothing more than to force himself on her immediately. There was no rush. This seductive beauty was destined to be a dish in his bowl. For spiritual pedestal tier elites, as long as they did not engage in an intense battle, enduring for 10 days to half a month was not a problem. Thus, Zhu Xianer and Zhuo Gaofeng both stood guard outside the alchemy chamber. Elder Shi and Gongyang Tai Sun were also the same. Added with a few earth-grade alchemists, there were about 10 people. 1 day passed, 2 days passed. Ling Han was still concocting pills, and more people returned to the alchemy chamber. Ling Han did not seem to have failed yet. They could clearly feel that in the process of Ling Han's alchemy, he drew out vein-like patterns from the furnace, made slight adjustments, and sent them over again. Those were the vein-like patterns that belonged to the various materials in the furnace. Bearing the essence of heaven and earth, these vein-like patterns were naturally formed. Alchemy was to let these vein-like patterns fuse together in a certain way, and finally produce an astonishing effect. However, this kind of mixing of materials' vein-like patterns would only be used when concocting heaven-grade medicinal pills. Thus, when they saw the movement of these vein-like patterns, as well as Ling Han's practiced and graceful technique, all the alchemists were so shocked that their scalps went numb. This young man is really concocting a heaven-ranked medicinal pill. Oh my God! Moreover, it had already been 2 days, yet the furnace had not exploded. On the contrary, the divine essence within the medicinal ingredients had been refined, revealing the most essential vein-like patterns. This meant that up until now, Ling Han was still smooth and successful. This was simply too shocking. Would it really work? Everyone had no idea in their hearts. Alchemy could be said to be a journey of 100 miles, but only 190 miles. No one could be sure of success until the final moment when the pill was formed. Any mistake at any stage would result in a fatal failure. Moreover, this adjustment of the vein-like patterns to let all the materials interact and resonate with each other was the most difficult step. One mistake and the whole thing would be lost. But at this stage, Ling Han was instead extremely relaxed. He was the alchemy emperor. What kind of level was he in his previous life? Saint tier, and even concocted demigod-grade medicinal pills. It was not an exaggeration to call him demigod-grade. What he lacked was the ability to stimulate the extreme temperature of the fire. Apart from this, he naturally had nothing to fear. He moved his 10 fingers as nimbly as if he was playing a zither. That was called easy, that was called smooth. Vein-like patterns appeared one by one, and were adjusted by him one by one before being sent back into the furnace. The vein-like patterns corresponded to the changes in the medicinal effects, and under his adjustments they produced a fusion, developing in the direction he hoped for. Sometimes Ling Han even closed his eyes, as if he had returned to his previous life. Heaven-rank medicinal pills were nothing, and saint-rank medicinal pills were just SOSO. With Ling Han's mastery of alchemy in his previous life, as long as he was given real god-rank materials, he might be able to concoct god-rank medicinal pills. Hey, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Why did it seem like he closed his eyes just now? Yeah, I felt it too. Fuck, is this guy a freak? He's concocting heaven-rank medicinal pills in such a carefree manner. Everyone cried out in surprise, really frightened. Ling Han's movements became more and more skillful, and he knew every step like the back of his hand. His fingers seemed to have a mind of their own, playing with the characteristics of the various materials in the palm of his hand, relaxed and happy. As the deadline of 3 days approached, the vein-like patterns that came out from the furnace became more and more numerous. Merely one look was enough to make an earth-grade alchemist's face turn green. But Ling Han was completely unconcerned. The speed at which his hands moved also increased, methodically, too wonderful for words. Tang Zuming had already recovered, and when he saw this scene, his expression involuntarily darkened. Even if Ling Han failed in the next step, this level of skill was really close to heaven rank. An 18-year-old pseudo-heaven grade alchemist, this was really too frightening. Finally, every single vein-like pattern was pressed back into the furnace by Ling Han, and not a single one came out again. The time was almost up, and the end of the 3rd day was approaching. Hong, a dark cloud suddenly appeared in the clear sky without any warning, and within it, lightning flashed, crackling chaotically. According to the legends, when a heaven-grade medicinal pill is concocted, a lightning tribulation will descend, preventing it from leaving the furnace. This means that Ling Han has really concocted a heaven-grade medicinal pill, or else how could he possibly attract a lightning tribulation? But this is also the most difficult step to cross. As long as the medicinal pill concocted does not reach a certain standard, it will turn into ashes under the lightning tribulation. But if it does, it will absorb the power of heaven's way in the lightning tribulation, and only then will it truly possess the effects of heaven grade. Even if a deity transformation tier cultivator eats a heaven-grade medicinal pill, his body will still explode and die, completely unable to withstand the power of heaven's way. But will we be affected by the lightning tribulation? Everyone's expression darkened slightly. They had never experienced a lightning tribulation before, not even once. They had only heard of such a thing. Retreat. Meanwhile, the expression of the Earth-grade middle-level alchemist changed drastically. As an Earth-grade middle-level alchemist, he naturally knew that a heaven-grade medicinal pill would attract a lightning tribulation when it left the furnace. That was no joke. Everyone hurriedly fled in all directions. At this stage, everyone was sure that what Ling Han had concocted was a heaven-grade medicinal pill, or else it would be impossible to attract a lightning tribulation. Then, as long as the medicinal pill survived the lightning tribulation, Ling Han would become a genuine heaven-grade alchemist, and even if he could not survive it, he would still be qualified to be called a pseudo-heaven-grade alchemist. Elder Shi and Zhuo Gaofeng's expressions were ashen. Though one of them was in the spiritual infant tier, and the other was in the flower blossom tier, if they really fought against a heaven-grade alchemist, they would be torn to shreds at any moment. How many people begged a heaven-grade alchemist to concoct pills, and among them there was no lack of heaven tier and deity transformation tier elites. In front of such elites, What did spiritual infant tier cultivators count for? Even if there were restrictions obstructing them, and deity transformation tier cultivators coming over would greatly damage their vitality, as long as Ling Han made a call, it was guaranteed that all the spiritual infant tier cultivators in the North region would obey him. There was no need for a heaven-grade alchemist. Pseudo-heaven-grade alchemist was enough, because spiritual infant tier cultivators did not need heaven-grade medicinal pills, and earth-grade middle level was enough. Chapter 459. Xiao, she was like a flash of lightning, so fast that it surpassed the limits of what the naked eye could capture. At least it was extremely hard for spiritual infant tier cultivators to capture. Yang Yingshi had only just broken through to the spiritual infant tier, and added with the fact that who would be wary of a 7 or 8-year-old little girl, she didn't have the slightest bit of attention on Hu Niu. She only felt a blur before her eyes, and Hu Niu had already dashed in front of her. She cried out inwardly and still wanted to leap back, but Hu Niu had already shot out a punch, smashing it onto her chin. Peng Yang Yingshi's entire person was sent flying, and the terrifying impact hit her, causing her to be knocked unconscious. Hu Niu's feet shot out, and with an even faster speed, she caught up to her. Riding on her shoulders, she pressed down on her head with both hands and twisted. Ka, the crisp sound of bones breaking was heard. Having lost the defense of origin power, the physique of a spiritual infant tier cultivator was extremely weak, and her head was forcibly plucked off by Hu Niu. Yang Yingshi instantly woke up again. Her eyes opened, revealing a terrified expression, and her headless body was flailing about. The chi of a spiritual infant tier cultivator was very long, and after her head was plucked off, she actually didn't die on the spot. Moreover, if her head was reattached at this time, she could still recover. Hu Niu landed, and with a casual wave of her hand, that head was thrown out by her. Yang Yingshi's body hurriedly ran over, blood continuously spurting out from her severed neck. However, she only ran a dozen or so steps before crashing onto the ground. Her limbs twitched a few more times and she was forever still. A dignified spiritual infant tier cultivator's head was easily plucked off by a little girl, and killed on the spot. The whole scene was silent. Qin Lianyu, He Lan Yun, Chou Zifei, and the others, which one of them didn't know Hu Niu? They'd even had a meal with her. But now their legs were all trembling, and they had the urge to faint. This little girl was too terrifying. Qin Lianyu recalled that yesterday, the little girl was still very displeased, asking if Ling Han could kill her. At the time it naturally sounded like a joke, but now the little girl was clearly serious. Unknowingly, she actually took a detour in front of the gates of hell, making her instantly overflow with cold sweat. She couldn't help but feel an incomparable chill. Ah! Hu Qingfang and Yang Yingyun finally came back to their senses, and hurriedly escaped into the carriage. Hurry, hurry! He urged the 4 beautiful women to drive the carriage away. You want to kill the cute Niu Niu. Niu is angry. Hu Niu broke into a run and chased. She turned into lightning, arriving above the carriage in a flash, and threw a punch. Wang, a screen of light spread out, blocking her fist. After all, this was at the level of the spiritual infant tier, and the little girl was only at the high stage of the flower blossom tier, so her fist couldn't break it. Only then did Hu Qingfang calm down slightly and said sternly, "Ha ha ha, come, want to kill this young master? You still have to cultivate for 10 million years." Hu Niu was furious, and opened her small mouth to bite at the screen of light. Kacha kacha. Even this screen of light couldn't resist Hu Niu's teeth, and instantly shattered. However, this was activated by origin crystals, and the shattered screen of light immediately began to repair itself, as if in a race with Hu Niu's destruction. In a short period of time, the two sides seemed to be evenly matched. However, Hu Qingfang was scared out of his wits again, and hurriedly called out again, "Hurry, hurry, hurry!" The 4 beautiful women hurriedly urged the carriage to speed into the sky. Xiao, the carriage quickly disappeared into the horizon. Qin Lianyu and the others still didn't move, dumbstruck. The impact they suffered was too great. After a while, with a flash of lightning, Hu Niu had already returned. She pouted in displeasure, put her hands on her hips and said, "Not fun." They ran away. "You're already fierce enough. Killing a spiritual infant tier elite with one strike and breaking open a spiritual infant tier's defense with one bite. If this were to be known, it could shock the whole world." At this time, everyone seemed to have been struck by an alarm, and they all moved towards Hunyo. This time there wasn't the slightest bit of contempt in their eyes. This was a little demon king, enough to kill them. After a fight, I'm hungry. Hunyo stuck to Ling Han and said fawningly, "Can you eat another piece of meat?" "No, you've already eaten enough today." Ling Han shook his head, and definitely wouldn't allow it. "Eat another small piece, just a small piece," Hunyo said coquettishly. No means no. Ling Han was very determined. Stingy, Nyo is going to turn bad. Hunyo pouted and became angry. Everyone broke out in cold sweat for Ling Han. This little demon king had forcibly snapped the head of a spiritual infant tier elite, and you actually dared to defy her? Weren't you afraid that she'd flip out and twist your neck off to use it as a wine pot? But what surprised everyone was that Hunyo actually didn't make a big fuss. Not long after, she stuck to Ling Han again, and begged pitifully. When she finally got a piece of jerky, she was extremely happy. This was practically inconceivable. They were all tempted. So this little girl was a glutton, and could be bribed with food. If they could kidnap this little girl back, then she now had the ability to kill a low-level spiritual infant tier elite. When she grew up to 10 or 20 years old, how strong would she be? They'd make a killing. They hurriedly took out some jerky to seduce Hunyo, thinking that Ling Han was really an idiot. With such a strong lackey, he naturally had to win her over, but he actually couldn't bear to part with a few pieces of meat. Hadn't he heard of the old saying, "If you don't give up your child, you can't catch the wolf"? This didn't need your child, and just a few pieces of meat would do. But how could they possibly be able to move Hunyo? They were all kicked back by the little girl. If it wasn't for the fact that she had somewhat restrained her murderous nature, she would definitely kill all of them that dared to be so annoying. Qin Lianyu, however, focused her beautiful eyes on Ling Han. She recalled Yang Yingyun's inexplicable consecutive stumbles earlier, which was an inconceivable thing on an expert. Now, combined with Hunyo's freakishness, she had a bold conjecture. If it wasn't for Ling Han also possessing terrifying strength, he would be able to restrain this savage little girl. "Ugly, you're staring at Nyo's Ling Han, are you having some bad thoughts?" Hunyo suddenly appeared in front of Qin Lianyu, her little face full of vigilance. She really couldn't be careless. There would always be people who had ideas about her, Ling Han. Qin Lianyu didn't think much of it, and only thought that the little girl didn't speak clearly and said Ling Han's name wrongly. She smiled faintly and said, Nyo, how is big sister ugly?" "Ugly everywhere," Hunyo said solemnly, pointing at Zhu Xianair and said, "Not as good as that ugly freak, tell me, how aren't you ugly?" Qin Lianyu couldn't help but smile. Her beauty surpassed Zhu Xianair by who knew how many times, but she obviously wouldn't say it and only said, Nyo, is your Lingyun powerful?" "Of course, as powerful as Nyo," Hunyo immediately said, her face full of pride. "Oh!" Qin Lianyu's beautiful eyes lit up. She knew that Ling Han definitely wasn't as ordinary as he appeared. Phone reading was more refreshing. Chapter 460. Forget Not had set another record. Previously, there were 2 people on the prodigy role working in the restaurant. This had already caused a great commotion because the people on the prodigy role would definitely break through to the flower blossom tier in the future. But now, not only was there a flower blossom tier elite willing to be a waiter, there was even a spiritual infant tier elite who did not hesitate to do something like serving dishes and tea. That was the spiritual infant tier, an existence that stood at the pinnacle of martial art in the North region. Now, who else dares to make trouble and forget? Not even the Thousand Corpse sect would have to consider whether or not they would lose everything and suffer a double loss. Not only these 2, Tang Zuming also obediently came over to work, and his identity was also very quickly made clear. He was a black-grade high-level alchemist, and was more so a direct descendant of Kong Zisher, one of the 2 great heaven-grade alchemists in the Middle State. When they heard this news, everyone couldn't help but exclaim in shock. This was even more sensational than a spiritual infant tier elite coming to work as a waiter. What kind of status did young Master Kong have? It could be said that he could do whatever he wanted in the 3 sects of the valley, and even spiritual infant tier elites would have to lower their heads, but now? He obediently became a waiter. I wipe, yet Ling Han was completely uninterested in all this. At first, he had wanted to immediately return to Rain Country, but the 12 Heaven Mystery Realms were about to open, And he had also obtained the key to the Sagittarius Palace Hall. If he missed this opportunity, he would have to wait another 100 years. After much consideration, he decided to concoct the Restore Spirit pill first, and have someone send it back to Rain Country so that Ling Dongxing could recover his spirit base first. Then, when he came out from the Mystery Realm, he would return home. Moreover, since he had regained his identity as a heaven-grade alchemist, he naturally couldn't waste it. He immediately wrote a letter and had someone send it to the Winter Moon sect, requesting them to release his mother. Naturally, he would not say that Yu Hongchang was his mother. It was inevitable that people like the Ao clan would think of using Yu Hongchang to control him. He only demanded them to release her, bring her to the extreme Yang city, and send her to the North Pill Pavilion to stay there first. He did not give a reason at all. So what? I'm a heaven-grade alchemist, I'm just that willful, bite me then. From the moment the 12 heaven mystery realms appeared in the void, it would take a total of 1 month for them to be able to enter. Now more than 10 days had passed. In another 10 days they would open up completely. However, in the past 10 days Ling Han was extremely vexed. The alchemists of the North Pill Pavilion all viewed him as a figurine. All of them were extremely fanatical, and would come to pay their respects every day. Even if they couldn't see him, it didn't matter. They would definitely kneel and pay their respects outside. They had already regarded Ling Han as a kind of faith, a totem. With so many people coming to pay their respects, it was naturally impossible to hide the news. Only then did the people of the extreme Yang city know that the boss of Forget Not and Alchemy King Pavilion was actually a newly advanced heaven-grade alchemist. No wonder so many people with high status ran to work there. No wonder Dan King Hall dared to boast like this. Could a heaven-grade alchemist not be called a king? For example, Ji Derong and Shui Gucheng no longer regarded the fact that they had worked in Forget Not as a disgrace. On the contrary, this had become their glory. You guys, the two of us are the first martial artists to work in Forget Not, even before those spiritual infant tier and flower blossom tier cultivators. In terms of seniority, the two of them had to call them senior brothers. Ling Han was actually quite free. He had already concocted the Restore Spirit pill, and specially asked Lu Jitong to make a trip. With an earth-grade low-level alchemist taking care of him by his side, Ling Dongxing's recovery would definitely not be a problem. Gongsun Taiyang even personally made a trip to the Winter Moon sect. With an earth-grade mid-level alchemist taking care of him, he did not believe that the Winter Moon sect would dare to delay and not release him. He spent every day studying the Tiandu Thunderstar formation. By drawing parallels, he felt that it would advance his sword arts. Young Master Han, Miss Zhu Xianair requests an audience. Ling Han was currently studying the formation in the courtyard when Zhu Wuzhou knocked on the door and said in a low voice. Ling Han hesitated slightly, then said, "Let her in." Yes. Zhu Wuzhou agreed and left. Actually, if it were any other person, he definitely would not come in to inform, but Zhu Xianair was the #1 beauty of the North region. He sincerely hoped that she could become Ling Han's companion. Only the #1 beauty of the North region was worthy of a person like Ling Han. After a while there was a light knock on the courtyard door again. Then it opened and 2 people walked in. Zhu Xianair and Zhu Longxing. The current Zhu Longxing did not have the slightest bit of arrogance, and could not help but lower his head, looking very obedient. Xianair pays her respects to Grandmaster Ling. Zhu Xianair bowed, her white dress fluttering like a beautiful flower blooming. Zhu Longxing hurriedly bowed as well and said, "Greetings, young Master Han." Ling Han raised his hand and said, "What is it?" He had no time to waste. "Grandmaster Ling, can you concoct the Subduing Tiger Heavenly Luck Pill for Xianair?" Zhu Xianair looked at Ling Han with a hopeful gaze. "Sure." Ling Han agreed readily. "As long as you can get the ingredients, I will give you a friendly price. A level 9 spirit tool as payment is enough, 10 level 8 spirit tools are also fine, but if it's a level 7 spirit tool, then at least 1,000. Zhu Xianair's face paled. Even if she was the #1 beauty of the North region, if she really sold herself, would she be able to get a level 9 spirit tool? Haha, just joking. No matter what, we are friends, so just get the ingredients, Ling Han said with a smile. Zhu Xianair breathed a sigh of relief, but there was still a troubled expression on her face. Although the cost of concocting the pill was waived, the Subduing Tiger Heavenly Luck Pill required Samadhi Heaven-grade ingredients, which was not much cheaper than a level 9 spirit tool. How could she, A mere spiritual pedestal tier cultivator. Obtain them. Grandmaster Ling, you are a heaven-grade alchemist, so you should have a way to get the main samadhi ingredient, right? She asked probingly. Ling Han humphed and said, Have you been spoiled rotten? What relationship do I have with you? Why should I help you? You are indeed quite good-looking, but that's all there is to it. Don't take everyone in this world for fools. When Zhu Xian'er was reprimanded like this, tears instantly flowed from her eyes. She had never felt that it was fortunate that she was so beautiful. If it were not for the fact that she had outstanding talent in martial art, she would definitely have long since become someone else's plaything. But when faced with such a powerful spoiled brat like Tang Zuming, she also felt powerless, because the latter could easily take hold of her pulse, and could even use forceful methods to obtain her body. Not everyone was as gentlemanly as Yao Huiyu. In the North region, there was indeed no one who dared to do anything to her. But the vast lands did not only consist of the North region. Grandmaster Ling. She looked pitifully at Ling Han, her beautiful eyes filled with pity. Even a heart of stone would soften. However, Ling Han's willpower of martial art was even harder than steel. He did not soften in the slightest, and only looked coldly at this genius beauty. Zhu Xian'er gritted her teeth and said, Xian'er knows what to do. She actually turned around and left. Ling Han, however, was a bit puzzled. What did she know? But who cared? Why haven't you left yet? He swept a glance at Zhu Longxing. Hey, brother-in-law. Zhu Longxing moved closer, his face full of flattery. Pooh! Ling Han instantly spat out a mouthful of water all over his face. Chapter 461. Cough cough. Ling Han coughed continuously, looked at Zhu Longxing and said, Who are you calling brother-in-law? My sister is so beautiful, and brother-in-law, you are so wise and mighty. If my sister doesn't marry you, who else will she marry? You two are definitely a match made in heaven, and there's no one more compatible. Zhu Longxing came up to curry favor. Nonsense. Ling Han glared at him. However, Zhu Longxing wasn't afraid at all, still full of smiles, and said, Brother-in-law, you haven't seen my sister's appearance, but if you have, you'll definitely like my sister. She's so beautiful that you'll be enchanted with one look. Ling Han looked at him with a strange expression. Was this guy Zhu Xian'er's younger brother? Or was he her pimp? Thinking about it, Zhu Xian'er was also quite pitiful. Aside from having to constantly run about for the sake of her teacher who was injured, she also had such a worrisome younger brother who wholeheartedly wanted to marry her off to an influential person so that she could shelter him from the sun and rain. Ling Han was impatient and pointed a finger. Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Zhu Longxing didn't understand. Ling Han cracked a smile and said, I made you temporarily lose your ability as a man. What ability as a man? Zhu Longxing was also dazed, and then reacted, instantly screaming in fright. Brother-in-law, how could you do this to me? I'm completely loyal to you, and want to marry my sister to you. Ling Han patted his shoulder and said, As long as you don't call me brother-in-law, I'll consider removing the seal for you. Brother-in-law. Zhu Longxing was extremely persistent in this aspect. You really don't want to be a man? Ling Han was surprised. Brother-in-law, I'll wait for you to change your mind, Zhu Longxing said confidently. He wasn't an idiot. On the contrary, he was a very smart person. Who was Ling Han? He was only 18 years old, yet he already became a heaven-grade alchemist, one of the only 3 in the whole continent, the most awesome in the North region. Moreover, his cultivation reached the spiritual pedestal tier, and in the prodigy rolls test, he even blasted out battle prowess of 20 stars of the spiritual infant tier. Such a genius in both the Tao of alchemy and martial art would only appear once every several tens of thousands of years. Was there a stronger thigh than this? Once Zhu Longxing heard the news that Ling Han had become a heaven-grade alchemist, he set his sights on this brother-in-law. As long as he could become Ling Han's brother-in-law, who in this world would dare to touch a single hair on his head? The brother-in-law of a heaven-grade alchemist, wasn't that even more awesome than the sect master of the Winter Moon sect and the pavilion master of the North Pill Pavilion? Therefore, he did not mind suffering a little now. He believed that his sister's charm would definitely move Ling Han. As long as Ling Han became his brother-in-law, he wouldn't have to worry about the seal on his body that couldn't be removed. At that time, he would naturally be as lively as a dragon or a tiger, and who knew how many beauties would throw themselves at him. Enduring for a moment would bring light for a lifetime. It was naturally very easy to make a choice. Zhu Long's star stuck to Ling Han like a piece of sticky candy. No matter what he did, he couldn't get rid of it. This gave Ling Han a headache. He didn't do anything bad. He just called him brother-in-law a few times. That wasn't some kind of scolding. Ling Han sighed and said, "How can you stop calling me brother-in-law? Brother-in-law, just marry my sister. My sister is definitely the best woman in the world. Not only is she gentle and kind, she's also the world's greatest beauty. Brother-in-law, you won't lose out," Zhu Longxing said. Ling Han looked at Zhu Longxing, revealed a smile and said, "Whoever says you're stupid is definitely the stupid one." Having lived 2 lives, he naturally knew what Zhu Longxing was planning. Zhu Longxing's face was filled with a humble smile, and his attitude was extremely humble. No matter what, he wouldn't miss out on this good marriage. The next day, unexpectedly, Zhu Xian'er actually went to Forget Not and took the initiative to do the errand of serving food and wine. This instantly made Forget Not, which was already causing a sensation, become even more of a focal point. The North region's greatest beauty actually became a waitress here. Forget Not, which was already packed to the brim, once again upgraded the queue. It had to be said that the effect of a beauty's attention completely surpassed that of spiritual infant tier and flower blossom tier cultivators. At least, Elder Shi and Zhuo Gaofeng definitely didn't attract so many customers as waitresses. Ling Han was shocked. Was this Zhu Xian'er's resolve? To be a waitress? He really didn't understand women's logic. Zhu Xian'er's charm was indescribable. In just 2 or 3 days, Zhu Wujiao, Qin Yi and Guang Yuan became her staunch supporters. Even Lu Yutong and Li Xichan were won over by her, not treating her as an outsider at all. Zhu Longxing didn't even need to be mentioned. He completely considered himself to be her brother-in-law. His skin so thick that even a sharp arrow couldn't penetrate it. Now, only Hunyou stood on the same side as Ling Han. The little girl never had a good impression of Zhu Xian'er, and now she was even more displeased. She kept baring her little white teeth, as if she was going to pounce and take a bite. The day of the 12 Heaven Mystery Realms opening was getting closer and closer. Ling Han led everyone and set off. Zhu Xian'er naturally followed them, as if she had inherited her younger brother's thick skin, and didn't feel there was anything inappropriate at all. The place where the 12 Heaven Mystery Realms opened was 10,000 miles east of the extreme Yang City. With Ling Han's hired foot soldiers, it was about a 4-day journey. The group hired a total of 2 carriages, one for the men and one for the women. Originally, Ling Han was definitely going with Lu Yutong and the others, but this time, because Zhu Xian'er was here, he chose to go with Qin Yi and the others because he could avoid Zhu Xian'er and use the Black Tower. On the way, they inevitably encountered robbers, but as long as Zhu Wujiao, Guang Yuan or Qin Yi moved, it would be enough, and the mountain bandits would be easily beaten to a pulp. 4 days later, they arrived at Wugu Valley. At this time, many martial artists had already arrived and set up tents outside the valley, waiting for the mystery realm to open. This valley was very mysterious, covered by endless fog all year round. Anyone who entered would lose their way and be trapped to death inside. Only 1 month before the mystery realm opened would the fog disappear here, and the entrance to the mystery realm was deep inside the valley. Thus, it was very easy to determine whether the mystery realm opened or not. They just had to send someone to guard the valley entrance and observe if the fog dissipated. Fairy Zhu, when Zhu Xian'er got off the carriage, at least 100 young men rushed over, all of their eyes radiating red light, extremely fanatical. The title of the number 1 beauty of the North region was definitely not a boast. Zhu Xian'er was obviously used to this kind of scene, dealing with them skillfully and easily. She was elegant yet cold, making others unable to get close to her, but also not making others feel ill will, fully displaying the demeanor of a goddess. Ha ha ha, I've long heard that there's a stunning beauty in the North region. As expected, the reputation is well deserved. A young man walked out with large strides. He was only 22 or 23 years old, tall with long legs and handsome beyond description. What was even more shocking was that there was actually a pair of light wings on his back, spreading out from time to time and flapping lightly, emitting an extremely domineering aura. He walked over with large strides, and the people on both sides were all shaken, involuntarily kneeling down. Chapter 462. This person was like a god descending into the world, his aura astonishing. He was obviously only in the spiritual pedestal tier, but his martial art intent was ostentatious, and his deterrence was almost no weaker than the flower blossom tier. Behind him, many beautiful female martial artists held their cheeks, their eyes full of stars, and couldn't help but scream, looking infatuated with him. He strode in front of Zhu Xian'er, the corners of his mouth curling up, revealing a smile that could make one's mind go wild, and said, "Zhu Xian'er, take off your veil, and let me see if you're qualified to be my bride. So handsome. Too domineering. When Yi Jian marry me, I'm willing to be your bride." Many female martial artists screamed, extremely crazed. Zhu Xian'er's pretty face turned cold, and her gaze swept over Ling Han, but she said indifferently, "Xian'er has already taken young Master Han as my master. As long as young Master Han agrees, Xian'er will naturally take off her veil. Conversely, as long as Ling Han didn't agree, then she'd just stay where she was." What? Once these words were spoken, everyone was in an uproar. The women were obviously indignant that Zhu Xian'er actually refused such a super handsome guy, while the men's eyes were red with anxiety. Take young Master Han as my master. What did this mean? Did you offer your body and mind? In an instant, countless murderous gazes stared at Ling Han. If gazes were like swords, Ling Han would definitely be chopped into pieces, and if gazes were like fire, Ling Han would definitely be burned into ashes. Haha, you're that young Master Han? The godlike youngster stared at Ling Han, revealing a disdainful smile. I'm called Wen Yi Jian, and will also be the future #1 sword in the world. Haha, there's an idiot in the middle state who calls himself #2 sword in the world. Fortunately, he didn't call himself #1 sword, or else I'd definitely let him know what sword Dao is. So handsome. Hearing these bold words, many women became infatuated again. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "Yao Hui, you indeed has the qualifications to be called #2 sword in the future, but I'm just a lowly person. Whether or not you can become the world's lowliest depends on how hard you work." Wen Yi Jian's face immediately darkened and he said, "You dare to humiliate me?" "Humiliate you? I don't think so. I'm just telling the truth." Ling Han shrugged. Wen Yi Jian faced the sky and laughed, saying, "In this world, no one can humiliate me." "Oh, who do you really think you are?" Ling Han said disdainfully. Originally, he had not been interested in dealing with this kind of overconfident person, but who asked him to provoke him first? "Apologize to me if I'm satisfied. I can only cripple one of your arms," Wen Yi Jian said proudly. Ling Han gave an O and said, "From your tone, you don't seem to be from the North region." "Nonsense, how could there be a genius like me in the Northern region? I'm the #1 genius of the Eastern region's sword path," Wen Yi Jian said without the slightest modesty. His gaze swept across, and seeing many men revealing angry expressions, he couldn't help but sneer. "What, you don't accept it? If not, then come at me. I can beat you until you accept it, starting with you." When he said the last sentence, he stared at Ling Han again. "You don't have the qualifications to fight with Master Ling." A white-clothed figure shot out. It was Shenzhong Cheng. "I'll defeat you. White-clothed Sword King. 8th on the prodigy roll. White-clothed Sword King. Beat up this Eastern region bastard." Many men roared. Wen Yi Jian's arrogance had already aroused public anger. Of course, there was one person who also became public enemy #1, and that was naturally Ling Han. But many people had already heard of Ling Han becoming a heaven-grade alchemist. At least on the surface, who dared to challenge a heaven-grade alchemist? Wen Yi Jian was slightly surprised and said to Ling Han, "You're still some master? Don't be scared when I say it." Ling Han smiled faintly. "Haha, what master can scare me?" Wen Yi Jian said disdainfully. "You're at most a high-level black-grade alchemist, although for your age this is already very impressive." Ha 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 ha. Everyone instantly laughed loudly. Wen Yi Jian was baffled by the laughter and said darkly, "Is what I said that funny? Idiot, my family's young Master Han is a heaven-grade alchemist." Zhu Wujiu shouted. Ha 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 ha. This time it was Wen Yi Jian's turn to laugh loudly, almost tearing up from laughing. Wasn't this funny? Who didn't know that there were only 2 heaven-grade alchemists in the entire vast lands? But these 2 had diligently studied alchemy for who knew how many years, So how could they be this immature youngster in front of him? But after he laughed for a while, he discovered that no one agreed with him, and instead looked at him like an idiot. Apart from a few beauties who still had their usual fanatical gazes. Master Ling is indeed a heaven-grade alchemist, admired by the whole world, an old man said. He was a flower blossom tier elite of the extreme imperial sect, specially escorting the sect's disciples into the mystery realm. That's right, Master Ling is our North region's most outstanding genius, second to none, the Great Compassion sect's flower blossom tier elite also said. Greetings, Master Ling. The flower blossom tier elites present all cupped their hands in salute to Ling Han. Alchemy and martial arts weren't in the same domain, but were inextricably linked. If it weren't for Ling Han's cultivation being too low, these flower blossom tier elites would all have to kneel and salute. Ling Han only raised his hand, appearing calm and collected. He'd seen this kind of scene many times in his previous life, so he obviously wouldn't be flustered. When Yi Jian was greatly shocked. A flower blossom tier might be muddled, but it was impossible for over 100 flower blossom tier elites to all have a seizure. This youngster in front of him was really a heaven-grade alchemist? Holy shit, this was too young, right? Alchemists had an aloof status, and even if you didn't ask for an alchemist's help, you definitely couldn't offend them. Because offending an alchemist, especially a high-level alchemist, many people would volunteer to stick up for the alchemist without the alchemist even having to say anything. If the matter of him, when Yi Jian, looking down on a heaven-grade alchemist, was spread, would there still be a place for him in the entire vast lands? When Yi Jian was proud but definitely not stupid, so he immediately lowered his proud head and said, I didn't know, Master Ling, please forgive me. Master Ling. Ling Han smiled and said, Actually, I'm not some heaven-grade alchemist, just a small martial artist. Didn't you want to teach me a lesson? Come, let's fight to our heart's content. Fight your sister? Do you think I'm stupid? How could one Yi Jian believe that over 100 flower blossom tier elites cooperating with a small spiritual pedestal tier like Ling Han to put on a show? Was that possible? He laughed loudly and said, Master Ling really knows how to joke. He was also an extremely slick person, and wasn't troubled by Ling Han's words in the slightest. When Yi Jian, come fight. Shin Zhongchang was full of fighting spirit. He was also a sword user, and couldn't help but want to spar with the sword arts expert. When Yi Jian just kicked an iron plate and lost a lot of face, so he obviously wanted to regain his face. He immediately snorted and said, Since you want to lose so much, I'll let you have it all. Chapter 463. If it was only a flower blossom tier or spiritual pedestal tier medicinal valley, Ling Han wouldn't be interested. He'd soon cross the flower blossom tier and advance into the spiritual infant tier. I'm not sure about the specifics. There's a spiritual infant tier beast keeping watch at the valley entrance, so I don't dare to go deep, but I also discovered a spirit fruit tree at the valley entrance, Qin Lianyu said. It's also because of this medicinal valley that I ran into Hu Qingfang. I see. Ling Han murmured. There was a 7th tier spirit fruit tree at the valley entrance, so there might be even higher level spirit medicines in the valley. Even if they were only 7th tier spirit medicines, they were still quite useful. Brother Ling, are you moved? Qin Lianyu said with a smile. Are you showing off now? Ling Han asked. Follow me. Qin Lianyu didn't take the opportunity to push him, and instead led the way in front while talking about how she discovered the medicinal valley. Because there was still half a year before the Restore Heaven Academy officially opened, she wasn't in a hurry, and wandered around along the way, still wanting to find her own fated chance. And she was really lucky. When she was tracking a big white rabbit, she came to that medicinal valley. However, there were spiritual infant tier beasts roaming about, frightening her. She was just about to find someone to join forces and barge in, but unexpectedly encountered Hu Qingfang. She was then chased by the latter, and tangled with him for more than half a month. So they were still quite far from that medicinal valley. When Qin Lianyu ran, she obviously took many detours, but they didn't have to go to the medicinal valley. They only needed to walk in a straight line, so it was about a 5-day journey. A day later, they arrived at a small town, and stopped to rest for the night. Lady Qin. Lady Qin. Early in the morning the next day, they were just about to set out when they saw a young man chasing after them. He looked to be about 26 or 27, and was actually already at the peak stage of the flower blossom tier. His strength was rather impressive. His appearance was also very impressive. He wore a cyan outfit, completely outlining his slender and fit figure. His hair was jet black as if it could give off light, and his skin was sparkling, smoother than many women's. Yi Rong. Qin Lianyu revealed a surprised expression and said, "Why have you come? I heard that Lady Qin was entangled by that evil thief Hu Qingfang, so I immediately rushed over. Fortunately I came in time." The cyan-clothed man heaved a great sigh of relief, as if relieved of a heavy burden, and there was obvious adoration in his eyes. Qin Lianyu acted as if she didn't see it and said, "This is Flying Star Sect Master's beloved disciple, Yi Rong, Brother Yi. Brother Ye's martial arts talent is extremely high, and obtained the direct qualification to enter the Restore Heaven Academy." Yi Rong immediately revealed a proud expression, and put his hands behind his back, appearing extremely insufferably arrogant. Being able to obtain the direct qualification to enter the Restore Heaven Academy proved that his talent was indeed extremely awesome. Such a genius obviously held his own pride, and was polite to Qin Lianyu because he liked this woman. In front of others, he naturally revealed the arrogance that geniuses usually had. As the saying went, birds of a feather flock together. A genius like him obviously disdained to be in the company of Ling Han and the others. Ling Han only smiled and said, "So it's Brother Yi." Seeing Ling Han greet him, Kan Yi Zhuxian Air, and He Lan Yun also greeted him one after another. Hun Yo, however, didn't bother to pay attention to such a cocky guy. Yi Rong took everyone's greetings as a matter of course. Being able to obtain the direct qualification to enter the Restore Heaven Academy already sufficiently affirmed his talent, and was the capital for his pride. He was completely condescending, and only looked at Qin Lianyu and said, "Lady Qin, it's better if I escort you to the Restore Heaven Academy." Qin Lianyu was displeased and said, "Brother Yi, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Hehe, I'm just concerned about you." Yi Rong didn't take it seriously. However, if these words were said by someone else, he'd definitely fly into a rage, and it was even possible that he'd directly kill the other party. An exceptional genius. How could he be insulted lightly? Qin Lianyu looked at Ling Han with an inquiring gaze, because they were going to the medicinal valley next. If there was one more person, then after obtaining the treasured medicine, there would obviously be one more person to distribute it to. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "Since Brother Yi is sincere, then let's go together." Yi Rong couldn't help but glance at Ling Han, feeling that this person was a bit perceptive, knowing that he was pursuing Qin Lianyu, and deliberately speaking up for him. And there was no harm in guiding him in the future. He opened his mouth very arrogantly and said, "You guys are all going to the Restore Heaven Academy, right?" After obtaining everyone's affirmation, he laughed mischievously and said, "I'm a direct disciple after all and have certain privileges. In the future, when you guys go to the academy to participate in the exam, I'll put in a few good words for you guys and help you guys." Thank you very much," Ling Han said indifferently. He'd seen too many people who thought themselves infallible, so he didn't take it to heart at all. Zhu Xianer, Qin Lianyu, and the other 2 girls covered their mouths and laughed lightly. If this guy witnessed Ling Han's battle prowess, he probably wouldn't say anything about helping them even if he was beaten to death. Blushing, including Yi Rong, the 7 of them continued forward. Yi Rong certainly had quite a background. The Flying Star sect was a super sect that wasn't inferior to the Wind Moon sect, but couldn't compare to ancient orthodoxies like the Absolute Saber sect and the Heaven Sword sect. This Yi Rong was the 7th disciple of the Flying Star sect's sect master, and also one of the most outstanding 3. Being able to obtain the direct entry qualification to the Restore Heaven Academy was proof. He was currently only 29 years old, and looked 26 or 27 years old. That was because he entered the Flower Blossom tier early, and his appearance changed slowly. Peak stage of the Flower Blossom tier. Battle prowess of 16 stars. Extremely outstanding. Along the way, only he had the right to talk, boasting about his battle achievements, what kind of elites and geniuses he'd once beheaded, insufferably arrogant. However, everyone paid no attention to him, making him often unable to continue the conversation as he spoke, appearing extremely awkward. For days later at night, they passed by a village. Because it wasn't far from the medicinal valley, they wanted to rush there in one go, not thinking of stopping here. However, Ling Han suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Zhu Xian'er asked. Yi Rong was extremely displeased. If it weren't for Qin Lianyu's sake, he wouldn't have dragged these people along, but now Ling Han actually dared to drag them down. It's only just entered night, so why isn't there any fire in this village? Ling Han asked. Maybe they sleep early, Yi Rong said casually, appearing extremely displeased. A mere mortal village, even if something happened, how could it be worth paying attention to? The typical mentality of a superior. Ling Han ignored him and turned to walk towards the village. Yi Rong trembled in anger. They actually dared to ignore him, truly despicable. He said, Ignore him, we. Before the word go left his mouth, he saw that the others had already followed Ling Han, almost making him faint from anger. Were these people possessed? Chapter 464. With Ling Han's heaven-tier vision in his previous life, there were very few people he couldn't see through, but Hunyo was one of them. Unknowingly, the little girl was already in the spiritual pedestal tier. So fast. When Yi Jian only saw a blur before his eyes, and Hunyo's small fist was already in front of him, giving him no time to parry or dodge. However, he was a genius after all, and with a glare 2 beams of light shot out, piercing towards Hunyo's small hand. Pung with a sound, the 2 sword beams hit Hunyo's fist. The power wasn't small, and Hunyo's fist was deflected, brushing past his cheek. When Yi Jian's battle awareness was extremely strong, and once the danger was averted, he immediately counterattacked, turning his index finger into a sword and piercing towards Hunyo. Hunyo's figure flashed and disappeared again. When Yi Jian cried out inwardly, and sure enough, there was a gust of wind behind his head as Hunyo threw another punch. He hurriedly leaned his upper body forward, but all his black hair stood up as if turning into sharp swords, piercing towards Hunyo. Pong with a punch, Hunyo instantly broke several hundred strands of Wenyi Duo's hair, but drops of blood actually appeared on Hunyo's small hand, which was blasted out by the hair sword. Hunyo was furious and punched repeatedly. When Yi Jian waved his hair sword to defend while turning around, finally facing Hunyo head-on. He pointed and instantly 9 flashes of sword chi crisscrossed as the will of martial art spread out, emitting a terrifying, intimidating aura. At this moment, he was awe-inspiring like a sword emperor, making others not dare to look directly at him. Hunyo, however, was unafraid, and turned her fist into a claw, waving towards the sword chi. Piu, the sword chi was completely destroyed by Hunyo, but Hunyo's attack was also ineffective. The two's moves were extremely fast, as if it was a spark from a flint, but every move and style was extremely dangerous. No matter who made the slightest mistake, they would be heavily injured. The surroundings were completely silent, and even breathing couldn't help but be held back. Only after a long while did the sound of coarse breathing resound. Everyone's heart was shaken. It turned out that these 2 people were actually this strong. No matter who went up, they would definitely be hit by Hunyo's attack, and Hunyo's position, facing Wen Yijian's counterattack, would also suffer a merciless backlash. But the other 2 fought to a draw, truly terrifying. Wen Yijian's eyes were wide open. How old was this little girl? She could already stand up to him as an equal. If the 2 of them were the same age, then wouldn't she be able to suppress him with one hand? Hunyo's ferocious nature erupted, and she kept attacking. Her small figure was as fast as lightning, constantly flying, and Wen Yijian could only struggle to parry. However, he was indeed strong, and even in such a situation he had the power to retaliate, giving Hunyo quite a bit of pressure. Ling Han was astonished. This was the first time he had seen Hunyo struggle so much. It wasn't that Hunyo didn't want to use her terrifying teeth to decide the outcome of the battle in one strike, but rather that she didn't have the chance to launch an attack at close range. Wen Yijian's battle prowess couldn't be underestimated. If Hunyo wanted to bite him, she would definitely be hit by his sword chi, and the result would be hard to say. Hunyo stopped. She took the complete initiative, and the Tonghulu in Wen Yijian's hand was snatched away by her. At this moment, she was peeling off the sugar coating and eating it happily. Ugly, you can take this ugly woman away. Wen Yijian smiled and said, I really underestimated the people of the North region. Little girl, you can be my opponent. 20 years later. I'll wait for your challenge. As he spoke, he turned around and left. Hunyo cried out in anger. How could there be such a dishonest person? They clearly said that if he couldn't beat her, he'd take the ugly woman away, but he left just like that, too hateful. Hunyo is still powerful, actually fighting to a draw with Wen Yijian. He truly interesting. The first on the prodigy roll, Yang Junhao, was defeated in one move, but the third-ranked Hunyo could suppress Wen Yijian. I wonder if Yang Junhao's face is red. Everyone discussed spiritedly. Hunyo didn't disappoint them as expected. The stronger the opponent, the stronger she was, finally preserving the face of the martial artists of the North region. Although there were many people present that could suppress Wen Yijian, if a flower blossom tier warrior was deployed, wouldn't that mean there was no one in the North region? If this flower blossom tier warrior was of the younger generation, then there was no problem. It meant that the martial art of the North region was powerful, but to be suppressed by the older generation, that was simply embarrassing. Ling Han said to Zhu Xian'er, "You come with me." The two entered the tent that was set up, blocking everyone's gazes, making everyone's hearts itch. A lone man and woman, would they do some shameful things? The tent was very big. Not only were there tables and chairs, there were even beds. Who asked everyone to not lack spatial rings now, bringing whatever they wanted. Ling Han sat down and said, "When did I become your master?" Zhu Xian'er bowed down gracefully and said, "Xian'er wants to do something for young Master Han." Ling Han laughed loudly and said, "Go to the restaurant as a maid and follow by my side, that's doing things for me. Please instruct me, young Master Han. Xian'er will definitely work hard," Zhu Xian'er said seriously. Ling Han rolled his eyes. When did this woman become so silly and adorable? He shook his head and said, "So annoying." He pointed at the table and said, "Go lie down there." Zhu Xian'er's pretty face instantly flushed and paled. Could it be that this guy's lust flared and wanted to possess her here? She hurriedly said, "Young Master Han, don't misunderstand. Xian'er really wants to do things for you." "It's not that I misunderstood, you misunderstood." Ling Han took out a rattan. "I hate disobedient people the most, so I'm going to beat you up now." Zhu Xian'er could only obediently walk to the side of the table, lie down and raise her butt. This position caused her pretty face to involuntarily blush. It was so embarrassing. Ling Han laughed mischievously. After whipping her like this woman probably wouldn't pester him anymore, right? Pa, he mercilessly lashed out with the whip, making a crisp sound. However, this was only a normal rattan, so how could it hurt Zhu Xian'er, who was in the spiritual pedestal tier? Pa sounds did not stop, and Zhu Xian'er's pretty face became redder and redder, hotter and hotter. She seemed to understand something and couldn't help but squirm. She could imagine her current appearance. Her full little butt should be facing Ling Han, right? Too embarrassing, too shameful. Her consciousness was a bit blurry, and she only felt that her pretty face was shockingly hot, as if it was about to burn. There was also a feeling that she had never felt before growing inside her body, spreading and rising. Just as she was in a daze, she heard Hunyo say, "Ling Han, you're too lenient, let Nyo help you." She hadn't come back to her senses when she felt a piercing pain coming from her butt, causing her to involuntarily cry out in surprise. She suddenly turned around, only to see that Hunyo had bitten her butt. Chapter 465. What's going on? What's going on? Outside, everyone was incomparably anxious, climbing up and down, about to go crazy. Just now they heard pa sounds, and now there was such a soul-stirring scream. What exactly happened inside? It was hard not to think otherwise. If not for fear of the might of a heaven-grade alchemist, someone would definitely have rushed into the tent to see what was going on. After a while, the tent was opened and Zhu Xian'er walked out, but she didn't take 2 steps before she stretched her hand to her, but as if she was injured. Looking at the way she walked, it was obvious that she was limping. It's over, their goddess was ruined. Beast! Ling Han found it strange. The 12 Heaven Mystery Realms originally belonged to the North region. So why did an East region prodigy come? As the days approached, more and more people came to the valley. For example, the Winter Moon sect, the Beast Emperor sect, and so on, they all came in groups of several dozen people. For a large sect like the Winter Moon sect, they had several dozen entry quotas, and for weaker sects like the Great Compassion sect and the Cold Water sect, they had a few to a dozen quotas. However, only these sect-level forces had the right to obtain the quotas, or colossi like the Alchemist Society and the Spirit Treasures Pavilion. Unfortunately, the Alchemist Society didn't care at all, and the Spirit Treasures Pavilion gave all the quotas to the people on the prodigy roll. When the Winter Moon sect arrived, Ling Han reached Feng Yan. Almost a year had passed, and he also advanced into the spiritual pedestal tier, reaching the second layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. The speed of his improvement was a bit shocking. His bloodline was completely activated. The wild strength berserk ape was a shattering void tier existence in ancient times, and after the awakening of his bloodline, it had great benefits for the improvement of his martial art. On top of that, he had a spiritual infant tier master who could obtain countless resources for him. Before the flower blossom tier, it was acceptable no matter how fast one improved, but after the flower blossom tier, it would be truly frightening. Feng Yan had also arrived at Ling Han's side, and an incredibly complicated expression appeared in his eyes. However, it immediately became determined, and his killing intent was boiling. He obviously knew that Ling Han had already become a heaven-grade alchemist, and normally speaking, he would not have the chance to take revenge in this lifetime. But Ling Han's rise was too fast, and he had not gathered the power that a heaven-grade alchemist should have by his side, so he still had a chance. Who would know if they killed him secretly, especially in the mystic realm? This guy didn't participate in the prodigy tournament? Ling Han nodded internally. Feng Yan must have been at a crucial stage of his cultivation at that time. It was possible that he was trying to break through to the spiritual pedestal tier, which was why he did not make it in time. Everyone came to pay their respects to Ling Han. As a dignified heaven-grade alchemist, he could be said to be the figure with the highest status in the North region at present. Even if the leaders of the three sects of the valley came, they would also have to be respectful in front of Ling Han. However, this was the North region, and the strongest cultivators were in the spiritual infant tier. It was very difficult for even stronger cultivators to come over. Thus, for spiritual infant tier cultivators, whether Ling Han was a heaven-grade alchemist or an earth-grade mid-level alchemist, there wasn't much of a difference. As the saying went, when there was no tiger in the mountain, the monkey would be king. The North region was just like that. Spiritual infant tier warriors were the strongest in martial art, just like the shattering void tier warriors in the middle state, so there was naturally no need to fear a heaven-grade alchemist. Of course, if there were a few heaven tier and deity transformation tier elites by Ling Han's side, then the situation would naturally be different. Although the fog in Wugu Valley had already dispersed, no one dared to enter. It was said that before the mystic realm officially opened, there was great inauspiciousness in the valley where the fog had dispersed. Those who entered would most likely encounter a bloody disaster, so everyone would rather stay outside for a while longer. When the 1-month period was up, everyone entered the valley one after another. The great forces of the North region jointly controlled this mystic realm, and without an entry quota issued by them, no one could enter. On the way, Ling Han took Guang Yuan and Li Xichan on another path. When the time came, he would put the two into the Black Tower and directly enter the mystic realm with the secret key. However, he didn't want to become the target of public criticism. The inheritance of the 12 palaces was too shocking, and even Flower Blossom and spiritual infant tier warriors would make a move regardless of his identity as a heaven-grade alchemist. Besides, in order to fight for opportunities in the historical site, there was no need to give face to anyone. At worst he wouldn't be killed, and if he could be silenced, so what if he was killed? This time there were indeed a few Flower Blossom tier warriors that entered, such as Aofeng of the Winter Moon sect. A Flower Blossom tier warrior under 50 years old could definitely be classified as young, meeting the entry requirements of the 12 heaven mystic realms. Besides, the Beast Emperor sect, Blood Flame Valley, and the others also had such geniuses, all ranked at the top of the prodigy roll over 20 years ago, so they broke through to the Flower Blossom tier early. Otherwise, breaking through in their 80s was very normal. There were Flower Blossom tier warriors, so Ling Han decided to keep a low profile. Lu Yutong, Ken Yi, and the others took Zhu Xianair with them and first went to the entrance of the mystic realm at the bottom of the valley. Meanwhile, Ling Han, Guang Yuan, and Li Xichan came to the dense forest in the valley. There was no one around, so he put the two into the Black Tower and took out the key to the Sagittarius Palace. Wang, the key immediately lit up, as if it had established a connection with some power in the valley. Wang, a ray of light engulfed him, and his figure immediately disappeared. When he appeared once more, He'd already arrived at an unfamiliar place. This was a barren land, and round rocks could be seen everywhere, gray and unadorned. Is this a small world? Ling Han looked into the distance. In ancient times, there was a powerful being that could forcibly separate a city, or even a larger place from the original world, overlapping with the existing world and becoming a mystic realm. It was very mystical. Such a method was nature-defying, at least in Ling Han's previous life. He definitely couldn't do it. He was just about to release Guang Yuan and Li Xichan when he was startled because not far from him another person was teleported in. After entering the mystic realm, the teleportation was random, and everyone would appear in different places. It was a very outstanding beauty, her skin white and sparkling like fine jade. She was tall, long-legged, and voluptuous, very alluring. She appeared a bit dazed but quickly calmed down, and at the same time discovered Ling Han, but revealed a vigilant expression. Fighting for treasures in the mystic realm, everyone was a potential enemy. So what if it was a heaven-grade alchemist? Here, the most important thing was to be able to protect oneself. The spiritual qi here was really abundant. Ling Han withdrew his gaze. After he had advanced into the spiritual pedestal tier, every time he built a layer of his spiritual pedestal tier, he would need to expend an endless amount of origin power. Thus, even for him, the speed at which his cultivation advanced had dropped to the point that he could only increase one layer every 3 months. Actually, this wasn't slow, as he could complete the spiritual pedestal tier in 2 years. Who asked him to have such a solid foundation and be invincible in the same tier? Naturally, he had to pay some price. However, if he cultivated here, he could increase 1 level in 2 months. Unfortunately, the 12 heaven mystic realms would only open for a month or so each time. He was now in the middle stage of the first layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, and without some special opportunity when he left, he would only be in the second layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. Ling Han suddenly felt a sense of danger, and immediately held his sword in hand, standing solemnly without moving. The girl in the distance thought that Ling Han had the intention to kill her, and immediately turned to run. A strange scene appeared. A rock actually stood up, and with a punch the girl was instantly smashed into a bloody mess. Phone reading was more refreshing. Chapter 466. This was a stone man that had curled up its body like a stubborn rock, but now suddenly went berserk, smashing a delicate flower-like beauty into minced meat with one smash. The scene was somewhat miserable. The stone man wasn't very tall, only about a meter or so. Its head and limbs poked out of its irregular body, which was also formed by the accumulation of stones. Rock spirit, Ling Han said softly. Heaven and earth had spirits, and could give birth to all kinds of living beings, many of which weren't flesh and blood at all. For example, the Traiants were a race that had evolved from plants after gaining sentience. Another example was the heavenly flame, which was also a kind of living creature. A heavenly flame that had reached the great accomplishment stage could take on the form of a human. Even ordinary warriors would not be able to distinguish it from a real human. And this one in front of him was a rock spirit. Living beings of the 5 elements had a common characteristic, which was that they didn't feel the pain of normal living beings, and were also very, very difficult to kill. Strange fire didn't have a physical body at all, and couldn't be hurt by gravity, and could only be restrained by water-type arts. And the rock spirit's characteristic was its terrifying defense, just like Ling Han's previous rock cliff body. Although it wasn't comparable to rare metals of the same tier, it was still extremely tyrannical. After smacking the woman to death, the rock spirit turned to face Ling Han. It clearly had no facial features, but it still gave Ling Han a feeling of being stared at. Although this is a holy land for cultivation, it's also a dangerous place, Ling Han murmured. However, if I can collect a few rock spirits, then I can scatter beans and turn them into soldiers, and I'm sure it can give people a great surprise. The Thousand Corpse sect desired the spatial spirit tool in his hands that could accommodate living beings so much to hide the army inside. And when they launched a surprise attack, the effect would definitely be shocking. Just as he was lost in thought, the stone man had already rushed over and punched out. It was so powerful that it broke the speed of sound. Immediately, rings of air that could be seen with the naked eye formed behind its fist, and the sound of explosions rang out chaotically. Ling Han laughed and also punched out, saying, "You think I'm afraid of you? Let's see whose fist is harder." But when the two fists collided, a shockwave instantly burst out. Then the stone man was sent flying, and his entire right arm was shattered. Ling Han was surprised. He didn't hold back in this punch, he just didn't use any martial skills or fist chi. But he only broke one of the golem's arms and didn't completely explode. It could be seen how strong the golem's strength was, and how tough its physique was. There was no need to hold back against the stone men, because the stone man's shattered arm turned into countless pebbles that fell to the ground, but they immediately began to roll again, as if each of them had a life of their own. When they gathered at the foot of the stone man, they all flew up and connected to its broken arm. In just an instant, the stoneman's arm recovered to its original state. The strange fire did not have a physical body and could not be harmed by brute force. The stone man, on the other hand, had a strong physique and a frightening recovery ability. The stoneman's head opened like a large mouth, and it let out a furious roar. It had never suffered such a big loss before, actually having its arm blown up by someone. Tung, it rushed towards Ling Han with large strides. With each step, the ground trembled slightly, showing its terrifying weight. Punched out again. I can't beat you into submission. Ling Han smiled and also punched out. Pong, the stoneman's right arm was shattered again. This time, Ling Han didn't wait for it to recover, but instead rushed up and gave it a flurry of punches. The stoneman's body was very sturdy, not less than rare metals of the same level, but it couldn't be compared after all. Otherwise it would be an iron man and not a stone man. Compared to the metal spirit, the rock spirit's defense was slightly lacking, but its recovery ability was powerful. After taking a dozen punches, the stoneman was instantly blasted into pieces, scattering all over the ground. But these small stones immediately started rolling again, and began to reform. Ling Han didn't stop it, but when the reform was about to be completed, he punched out again. Another ground full of crushed stones. The stoneman began to reform again, but every time it was about to be completed, it was once again scattered by Ling Han. After 5 times in a row, it finally stopped reforming. Several hundred crushed stones wriggled one after another, and actually became several hundred little stone men. These stone men roared in unison, and instantly, the stones lying on this desolate plain stood up. They were all stone men. Fuck! Even Ling Han was a little surprised. He actually fell into the lair of the stone men. This was really extremely bad luck or extremely good luck. All the stone men roared at the sky and responded. Haha! Ling Han laughed loudly. With so many stone men, he could build a powerful army for him. He waved his hand and said, "Quickly come to the bowl." Pong, 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 there were at least 100 large stone men here, and they all rushed towards Ling Han, and that shattered stoneman also took the opportunity to complete its reform. The life force and recovery ability of this kind of living thing was really a little too strong. Ling Han met them head-on, and launched a frenzied attack at these stone men. His battle prowess was too terrifying, and he could send a stoneman flying with a single punch. But these stone men were not injured at all, and immediately charged back. Not easy to deal with. Just right, he could use them to sharpen his fist darts. Ling Han launched the War Elephant Fist, and 7 flashes of energy surged, transforming into a total of 8 ancient war elephants that charged towards these stone men. Now that he was serious, his battle prowess immediately skyrocketed. The war elephants crushed, and as long as they collided with a stoneman, they would be smashed into pieces. However, this only suppressed the stonemen, and couldn't destroy these stonemen's powerful recovery ability. They were still reforming, and once again joined the battle. Ling Han considered putting them into the Black Tower, but each stoneman had its own consciousness, and it was the same even after they were shattered, so he couldn't put them into the Black Tower no matter what. If he didn't give them a taste of his power, they wouldn't learn their lesson. Ling Han unleashed the Demon Birth Sword. With the destructive power of a 10th tier spirit tool, could these stone men still recover if he slashed with the sword? Once the Demon Birth Sword appeared, instantly, the 10th tier spirit tool's ferocious might overflowed. These stone men's ferocity was greatly restrained, and they actually hesitated. One had to know that they were extremely ferocious just now, without the slightest bit of scruples. Haha, you guys also know fear? Ling Han said, laughing. These stone men were naturally ferocious, and they immediately regained their ferocity, attacking Ling Han. Ling Han unsheathed the demon birth sword, and instantly 9 flashes of sword chi surged, sweeping towards those stone men. The stonemen's intelligence wasn't high, but they had an instinctive sense of danger. All of them dodged the demon birth sword's sharpness, but in the end they couldn't completely avoid the sword chi. Pew. Instantly many stone men were hit by the sword chi and were sliced into 2 without any suspense. This time, the stonemen's reconstruction became much slower. This was the sword chi struck by a 10th tier spirit tool, possessing terrifying destructive power. Even with the stonemen's recovery ability, they couldn't immediately complete the reconstruction. Ling Han once again suppressed all the stonemen with his own power, displaying the style of being invincible in the spiritual pedestal tier. These stonemen all retreated, then pounced together, piling up into a human pyramid. Seeing these stonemen continuously drilling into each other's bodies, Ling Han couldn't help but be surprised and blurted out, "It can't be that these stonemen all split from a large rock spirit, right?" Chapter 467. What is the origin of that mountain valley? Why are there so many deity transformation tier demonic beasts? Ling Han was curious. Deity transformation tier demonic beasts could rule over an entire mountain region by themselves, so how could they possibly live together? It was completely illogical. The large white rabbit said, "That's natural. There is a heaven tier eagle king in the valley, a purple jade azure eagle, an ancient remnant species, a king among kings, ruling over tens of thousands of beasts." Ling Han sighed. In his last life, this kind of eagle king was definitely an invincible existence. It was not as simple as being a king among demonic beasts, but a king among kings, being able to stand side by side with the Sword Emperor and the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden. And in this life, this kind of beast king still had the chance to advance a step further, and advance into the Shattering Void tier. If it really managed to take that step, then it would really be the strongest existence in the world, practically peerless. "You're quite daring to barge in," Ling Han said with a smile. "Rabbits and eagles cannot coexist, so Uncle Rabbit obviously has to give that bastard some trouble and steal all its spirit medicine. I definitely can't let it advance into the Shattering Void tier." The large white rabbit shouted. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, "What a pity. A heaven tier king among demonic beasts can teach you how to behave with a single claw. Damn brat, do you know how to chat? Can't you say something nice?" The large white rabbit said in displeasure. Biting your Uncle Rabbit again." Hu Nyo humped and said, "Don't be fierce to Nyo's Ling Han or else I'll eat you. Let go, let go." The large white rabbit only knew how to scream. As they spoke, they also arrived at the agreed rendezvous point. The small village was in sight, but the villagers had all turned into corpse soldiers, already killed by Ling Han and the others earlier. "Why did you guys only come now?" Yi Rong appeared, and said unhappily to everyone. Did they know how long he'd waited? He was a genius that obtained direct entry into the Restore Heaven Academy. How valuable was his time? It actually took him as long as half a day. "We encountered something," Qin Lianyu said, and recounted the matter of encountering the beast-tide riot. "What?" Yi Rong was shocked. "No wonder I felt the mountains crumble and the earth split earlier. So it was actually a beast-tide erupting, and all of them were at the level of the deity transformation tier. Lady Qin, fortunately, you're fine." His eyes burned as he looked at Qin Lianyu, so fiery that it was somewhat unbearable. Ling Han made an O sound, took out a spirit peach, threw it over and said, "Here's yours." Yi Rong subconsciously caught it, stared blankly for a moment and said, "You guys actually plucked a spirit peach. Truly inconceivable, plucking a spirit peach under the circumstances of a beast tide erupting." However, he used a divine travel spirit talisman in exchange for a spirit peach. Even if this was a 7th tier spirit fruit, it was still too much of a loss. However, who told them to encounter a beast tide? So obtaining a spirit peach was better than not having one at all. Yi Rong gloomily put away the spirit peach. This was a 7th tier spirit fruit after all, so of course it couldn't be eaten carelessly. It was best to leave it for when one encountered a bottleneck in cultivation. Then, after eating the spirit fruit, heaven and earth's inspiration would interweave, and there might be a breakthrough. Seeing this, everyone shook their heads. One had to know that they ate the spirit fruit casually. Different people had different fates as expected. Why is there a rabbit? Yi Rong stared at the large white rabbit. A rabbit that could grow to such a size was undoubtedly a beast. Previously, Qin Lianyu only said that a beast tide had erupted, and didn't say that the beast tide this time was actually caused by the ruffian rabbit stealing the dragon blood tyrant ginseng. With Yi Rong's eyesight, he obviously couldn't see through a spiritual infant-tier beast rabbit. The ruffian rabbit revealed its true form and yelled at Yi Rong. What? Uncle Rabbit will kick your face full of blood. The corner of Yi Rong's mouth instantly twitched. A beast that could actually speak was extremely inconceivable. But what he didn't expect even more was that this rabbit's mouth was actually so despicable, capable of angering people to the point of exploding in a matter of minutes. This beast rabbit can actually speak. He suppressed the fury in his heart, and raised his head to confirm with Qin Lianyu. This was hard to believe. There were indeed beasts with intelligence that didn't lose to humans, but being able to speak human language was unheard of, not to mention being so ruffian. The boundless world has all sorts of strange things, Qin Lianyu said. Come, let's go to the Restore Heaven Academy, Ling Han said. Everyone set off again. The ruffian rabbit was very attentive to Ling Han. This human casually took out 1,000-year-old ginseng as a side dish, so he should be extremely wealthy, making it envious. It stared at Ling Han for food, yet it would always suffer Hunyo's sneak attacks. It didn't know how many bites it took, and screaming was its daily routine. What was rare was that no matter how many times Hunyo abused it, it seemed to view Hunyo as its first love. It only ran and never thought of counterattacking, making Ling Han click his tongue in wonder. It was truly strange. After entering the Flying Flower County, travel-worn youngsters could be seen from time to time. Most of them weren't even 50 years old. 50-year-old flower blossom tier and spiritual infant tier cultivators could obviously be classified as young. However, those over 100 years old obviously wouldn't compete with youngsters. They couldn't put down their old face. Isn't this Brother Yi Rong? Ling Han and the others had just walked out of a small town, and were about to hurry on their way when they saw a group of people walk out from the side. Someone recognized Yi Rong, and immediately called out with a pleasantly surprised expression. You are. Yi Rong hesitated slightly. He indeed didn't recognize the other party. I'm Hoji. The other party hurriedly introduced himself. I'm a disciple of the 5 Elements Valley. 2 years ago, I met Brother Yi on the 12 consecutive rings. At that time, Brother Yi had won 12 consecutive victories, becoming one of the few winners since the 12 consecutive rings' inception. I really admire you from the bottom of my heart. Only then did Yi Rong give an "oh," and an expression of realization appeared on his face. In reality, he only remembered the 12 consecutive rings, so how could he possibly remember the people who had once been below the ring? However, he had made a name for himself in the 12 consecutive rings. Being mentioned by the other party, he couldn't help but feel pleased with himself. He revealed a pleased expression, and instantly, his favorable impression of this person increased greatly. Come. Let me introduce everyone. This is Brother Yi Rong, an outstanding disciple of the Flying Star sect. He has obtained the direct entry qualification to the Restore Heaven Academy. Hoji introduced to his friend. Everyone instantly cried out in surprise. What Flying Star sect 12 rings were all very abstract, but the phrase direct entry qualification to the Restore Heaven Academy could represent everything. An awesome genius. Instantly, those people all gathered around, and none of them didn't reveal expressions of worship, greatly satisfying Yi Rong's vanity, and he was in no hurry to leave. Qin Lianyu couldn't help but cough and said, Can we be on our way? In front of young Master Yi, what right do you have to speak? One person reprimanded Qin Lianyu, anxiously flattering Yi Rong. Yi Rong instantly revealed a displeased expression and said, This is Dark Glory Valley's Qin Lianyu. Lady Qin, my good friend. Quickly apologized to Lady Qin. Once that person heard, how could he not know that Yi Rong was interested in Qin Lianyu? He hurriedly bowed and said, I didn't know it was Lady Qin. I hope Lady Qin can forgive me. Qin Lianyu sneered and said, Yi Rong, just accompany them. We can't afford to associate with an important person like you. She'd had enough of listening to him brag along the way. Phone reading was more refreshing. Chapter 468. Hey. No way. Is it really okay to play like this? Ling Han sighed. He had finally gained the upper hand after much difficulty, and had even formed the 10th flash of sword chi. Everything was perfect. But suddenly the opponent cheated and didn't fight you in the same tier, wanting to advance to the flower blossom tier. How could he stand it? Ling Han was freakish. He was only at the first layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, but his battle prowess already reached half-step to the flower blossom tier. Even if he advanced to the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, his battle prowess was still half-step to the flower blossom tier, just a stronger half-step to the flower blossom tier. How could mortal boundaries be so easy to cross? Even Rain Emperor relied on the country's power to forcibly raise his half-step flower blossom tier strength to the flower blossom tier. The country's power. How many people and martial artists were there in Rain Country? Earlier, the massive golem dispersed into countless small golems, lying on the ground like stubborn rocks, probably absorbing the power of the earth, making the final effort to break through to the flower blossom tier. Thus, his and that woman's arrival didn't immediately alarm the golem, because it was at a crucial moment. That woman also didn't pay attention and stepped on the rock, which naturally made the golem feel a sense of danger, killing her with a casual slap. When a martial artist was in seclusion and had his nose poked with a finger, would you explode with anger and want to kill? Now that the massive golem couldn't beat Ling Han, it could only forcefully start breaking through. As long as it advanced to the flower blossom tier, killing Ling Han would be as easy as turning over its hand. This wasn't just revenge but also for survival, so it had to fight. Ling Han wanted to stop the golem from taking this step, but after some thought, he dismissed the idea. He wholeheartedly subdued this massive golem, so the stronger it was, the better. The golem could cheat, but so could he. Small tower, is there any way to attack? Ling Han asked. This was a mystery realm, a small world. Small tower immediately said, although this is a small world, and I also absorbed some source power, it's still not enough to conceal the power fluctuations when attacking. Ling Han was instantly disappointed. After all this time it still couldn't be used, so he could only stop this massive golem's breakthrough or turn around and run. However, if you only unleash the Black Tower, and do not use any power, I can still suppress this kind of aura fluctuation, Small Tower continued. Oh! Ling Han's heart moved. If he unleashed the Black Tower and lured the massive golem inside, then inside the Black Tower, not to mention Flower Blossom tier warriors, even Shattering Void tier ones would have to listen obediently. He immediately made up his mind to let the massive golem break through and subdue a Flower Blossom tier rock spirit. Each of the 5 elemental spirits had their own special abilities. The mystical fire could assist in alchemy, the rock spirit could nourish the earth, the metal spirit could make weapons sharper and stronger, the wood spirit was the source of life and had amazing healing effects, and the water spirit could summon clouds and rain, relieving drought. Ling Han silently waited for the massive golem's breakthrough. Being idle, he summoned Guang Yuan and Li Xichan out of the Black Tower, and the 3 of them started cultivating together. The spiritual qi here was too dense, forming streaks of spiritual mist. Cultivating for one day was equivalent to cultivating for dozens of days outside. Ling Han and Guang Yuan were both martial art fanatics, so they obviously entered the state at the first moment. Although Li Xichan mainly focused on alchemy, cultivation was still needed. She didn't have a mystical fire, so her alchemy level was limited by martial art. Therefore, she quickly began to cultivate. They all took medicinal pills to assist in cultivation, further speeding up their cultivation speed. They only stopped when their soul power was exhausted. At this time, the massive golem was still in the midst of breaking through. Rocks crumbled all over its body, and its entire body was actually shrinking. Ling Han was clear that this wasn't the massive golem's failure. On the contrary, it was walking quite solidly on this path. The flower blossom tier was breaking away from the mortal body, and for the rock spirit it was the same. It condensed the essence within its body, shedding the useless stubborn rock, and developed towards a higher level of life. What's that big guy? Li Xichan finally had the time to ask. Rock spirit, a worldly strange rock with intelligence, transforming into a living being. Ling Han said simply. It seems to be undergoing some kind of transformation, Guang Yuan said. Yes. Ling Han nodded. It's breaking through to the flower blossom tier, and I'm waiting for it. After it successfully breaks through, I'll subdue it. Pooh! Guang Yuan and Li Xichan spurted out at the same time, feeling that Ling Han had gone mad. Flower blossom tear? Weren't these 3 words enough? Under the flower blossom tear, all were ants. No matter how freakish Ling Han was, he couldn't possibly compare to the flower blossom tear, unless he ascended to the throne and triggered the great power of a nation, like the Rain Emperor. Would the rock spirit be merciful because you were a heaven-grade alchemist? Obviously not. Young Master Han. Guang Yuan and Li Xichan both looked nervous. No matter. Ling Han smiled faintly. He had the Black Tower, which was his greatest trump card. Guang Yuan and Li Xichan obviously thought of it as well. Although they didn't know what the Black Tower was, they only knew that Ling Han could hide in that absolutely safe place in times of danger. After cultivating, Guang Yuan and Li Xichan returned to the Black Tower. The massive golem could complete its breakthrough at any time, so don't be flustered at that time. Sure enough, after only another 2 hours, the massive golem suddenly let out a violent roar. The sound waves soared into the sky, tearing apart the clouds with a shockingly terrifying momentum. Its height shrunk to about 3 meters, still much taller than normal people, but compared to its previous height of 30 meters, it could be said to be miniaturized. Flower blossom tear. This rock spirit already shed its mortal body, stepping into the realm that all living beings yearned for even in their dreams. It was different, completely different. This stone man's aura was like the ocean, and patterns actually appeared on its body. They looked a little like words but also a little like pictures. It was impossible to tell them apart. They were ancient and simple, like an ancient language that had existed since the primordial age. The massive golem proudly looked at Ling Han. Although it still didn't evolve its eyes, its feet actually left slowly, floating in the air. Flower blossom tear, able to fly with the physical body. A fat golem floating in the air. This scene was a bit comical. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, "Blockhead, come and hit me." As he transmitted his thoughts to Small Tower, he said, "You can begin." Small Tower didn't answer, and directly unleashed the Black Tower. Wang! A pitch-black pagoda appeared. At first, it was only 3 meters tall, but it immediately expanded, reaching a height of 300 meters. At the bottom, a door opened, revealing a muddled entrance. From the outside, there was nothing but primal chaos, and nothing could be seen. The Black Tower was extremely plain. There were no golden words of the indestructible heaven scroll floating, nor any ancient primeval aura rising. It couldn't be any more ordinary. Ling Han knew that this was Small Tower controlling the circulation of the Black Tower's aura. Otherwise, as long as it leaked out, it would attract the attention of the upper realm's supreme beings, who would directly break through the realm and enter to snatch the Black Tower. Big guy, come to the bowl, come to the tower. Phone reading was more refreshing. Chapter 469. The massive golem went berserk. A mere human insignificant creature dared to provoke it again and again, especially when it already advanced into the flower blossom tier. This was an upgrade in the level of life, surpassing Ling Han by who knew how many times. If its intelligence was normal, then it would definitely be fearful of a Black Tower that suddenly appeared, but the rock spirit moved based on instinct and instinctively felt that this Black Tower was ordinary, so what was there for it to be afraid of? Xiao! It immediately tore through the air, and a terrifying aura swept past, causing the earth to tremble. Meanwhile, Ling Han's face turned pale and his skin rippled. This wasn't as simple as spiritual pressure. The flower blossom tear's aura could completely materialize, especially a rock spirit that was born from heaven and earth. That kind of pressure was too powerful. Ling Han slowly retreated and arrived at the entrance of the Black Tower. Ung! The massive golem pounced. It wanted to crush this human with one punch, daring to break its head and arms several times. Ling Han took another step back and Xiao, his entire body already entered the Black Tower. The massive golem didn't hesitate and charged in. Seeing that Ling Han wasn't far from it, it instantly became ferocious and flew over, smashing a fist towards Ling Han's head. It wanted to blast Ling Han into minced meat. "Stop!" Ling Han said softly, and the massive golem's movements instantly stopped. Inside the Black Tower, he was the master. At this moment, Small Tower had already turned the Black Tower into a mustard seed again. Even if it was just unleashing the Black Tower and controlling the leakage of its aura, it was a burden for Small Tower. It would consume source power, so it obviously didn't want to waste it. The massive golem was a bit dazed. Why did it suddenly not move? Its intelligence wasn't enough, and it instantly shook its head as if racking its brains to understand. Ling Han laughed loudly, and with a wave of his fingers, the massive golem immediately flipped upside down. Ung! The massive golem opened its mouth and roared, and a sound wave instantly attacked. Stop again, Ling Han said softly, and the sound wave abruptly stopped, stopping in the air as if time and space could be paused. He walked over and kneaded it casually. This arc of sound wave was kneaded into a ball by him before he pressed it toward the gigantic golem. Pong! The power of the sound wave exploded and instantly sent the massive golem flying. There was even a huge dent in its chest. Now that the massive golem advanced into the flower blossom tier, the power of the sound wave was obviously on another level. Moreover, it was combined by Ling Han and concentrated at one point to explode, which was even more terrifying. Ling Han smiled and said, "Big guy, are you convinced yet?" The large golem crawled up, and the shattered rocks immediately flew toward its chest. As if it was made of water, it quickly recovered to its original state. There was not even a wound. It glared fiercely at Ling Han. Xiao! It once again shot out and attacked Ling Han. Ling Han casually waved his fingers. This powerful opponent that could compete with him in the spiritual pedestal tier, although advanced into the flower blossom tier, didn't even have the slightest power to fight back. However, this massive golem was truly fierce. No matter how Ling Han tormented it, even shattering it into thousands of pieces to prevent its recovery, it refused to surrender. Every time Ling Han released the suppression, it would fiercely attack Ling Han. Ling Han couldn't help but lose his patience. How long would it be tormented for? I'll do it. Small tower appeared and lightly vibrated its body. Pa! A scene that made Ling Han's eyeballs pop out appeared. The massive golem actually knelt towards small tower. It was clearly a golem, but Ling Han could actually see the pious expression on its face. Holy shit! If he knew small tower was so kick-ass, he should have let it go straight away. Ling Han understood in his heart that an existence born from heaven and earth like the rock spirit didn't fear death at all. For them, death was merely returning to heaven and earth. They were proud because they were born from heaven and earth, standing high above and looking down on all living things. So no matter how Ling Han suppressed it, it was useless, only inciting the rock spirit's fury and unyieldingness. However, small tower's life level was far above the rock spirit's, like a born king, so the rock spirit could only kneel when it saw it. Small tower trembled slightly, releasing waves of fluctuation, while the rock spirit continuously nodded as if the two were communicating. After a while, the massive golem crawled up and obediently walked to Ling Han's side, intimately rubbing its head against his shoulder like a dog. The corner of Ling Han's mouth twitched. The previously rebellious big guy was now as obedient as a dog, which he couldn't quite accept. Master! The golem transmitted a divine sense. The rock spirit was the same as the fire spirit, unable to speak but didn't need to. They innately could use divine sense, which crossed the language barrier. Ling Han laughed and said to Small Tower, "What did you say to it to make it so obedient?" "I told it that you're my master, so you're naturally its master too," Small Tower said indifferently. "It was that simple?" Ling Han sighed, full of emotion. The Black Tower was really too awesome, subduing a flower blossom tier rock spirit so easily. If it was another person, even if it was a shattering void tier, it would be useless. At most, they could shatter the rock spirit with a slap, but it would be impossible to subdue it. "Master hungry, eat rock." The massive golem transmitted a divine sense to Ling Han. Shit, why did it turn into another glutton? Ling Han slapped his forehead with his palm, but this big guy probably wasn't as gluttonous as Hunyo. But like strange fire, this was a need for its own strength. Strange fire could devour strange fire to improve itself, while the rock spirit devoured other spirit stones. He immediately thought of Heavenly Luck Stone, which was also a precious stone nurtured by heaven and earth, but he hurriedly shook his head. This thing could nurture a genius, and it would be too wasteful to let the rock spirit devour it. There were plenty of strange stones in the world. Ling Han nodded and said, "Follow me, the boss, and you'll have stones." The massive golem laughed foolishly, as silly as an idiot. Ling Han looked at the other party and couldn't help but have a sudden thought, hurriedly saying, You can change your body at will, right? Oh right, I'll give you a name first. Now that you have small tower and small fire, you'll be called small rock. The massive golem obviously wouldn't object, and only nodded, transmitting a certain divine sense. Ling Han made it raise 36 stone pillars above its head. They were very short, only needing the length of a finger. Although the massive golem didn't understand, it didn't even ask, obediently doing as it was told as if it suddenly grew hair. It worked as expected. Ling Han transmitted his divine sense again, making it change the position of the stone pillars, forming a very mysterious pattern. He wasn't playing around. Earlier he had a sudden thought. The rock spirit's body was extremely sturdy, only slightly inferior to rare metals of the same tier. So what if he carved the Tiandu Thunderstar formation on it? This was a trial, and if it worked he'd carve a 6th tier formation, or a 7th tier formation on it in the future. Phone reading was more refreshing. Chapter 470. Ling Han was a man of action, immediately carving formation patterns on the massive golem's hair. These 36 hairs were the formation's eyes. He'd obtained the Tiandu Thunderstar formation for many days and had long mastered the formation patterns, but hadn't been able to lay it out due to the lack of materials. Now that there was such a large piece of material before him, it instantly made him eager to try. Previously, he'd already carved formation patterns on ordinary stones, so it was a piece of cake now. After advancing to the spiritual pedestal tier, his divine sense also improved greatly. Thus, he could now carve 3 formation patterns in one go, then cultivate for 5 to 6 hours and carve another 3 formation patterns. Calculating like this, he could carve about 10 formation patterns a day, and in less than 4 days, he completed 36 formations eyes. Inside the Black Tower there was no Tao of heaven and earth. Ling Han summoned the massive golem and said, "Sacrifice the formation's eyes." Tsang tsang tsang, stone pillars immediately emerged on top of the massive golem's head, forming a formation. Instantly, the formation patterns shone, and the power of heaven and earth converged. The entire formation was densely woven with white lightning. The massive golem threw a punch. Zzz, bolts of lightning followed, awe-inspiring and shockingly terrifying. Ha 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 ha. Ling Han laughed loudly, appearing very satisfied. This was a true movement formation. He stroked his chin. There were also formation patterns on Ing Hong's body, forming a shocking defensive effect that could even block Hunyo's attack. This proved that the human body could also be used as a formation's eye, and his sudden idea was inspired by this. I've already cultivated body of iron sheet, and my physique is comparable to rare metals of the same tier, so I should also be able to withstand the formation pattern's power of heaven and earth, as long as the formation's level doesn't surpass my tier, Ling Han pondered. If he could also carve formation patterns like Ing Hong on his body, his defense could increase by another level. I've stayed here for 4 days, so it's time to depart. Ling Han stored the massive golem into the Black Tower. Things were much easier now. The massive golem was loyal to him like a dog, so it obviously wouldn't resist his divine sense. Ling Han, Guangyuan, and Li Xichan traveled together. They actually didn't know where to go, but in any case they decided to walk first. This was not a real world. The sky was always covered by clouds, and the sun could not be seen. However, there was also day and night, which was the change between light and dark. There was no moon at night. After the 3 of them walked for a while, the wilderness area was already behind them. A vast plain appeared in front of them. The grass was like a carpet, only reaching the tops of their feet. The gentle breeze made them feel comfortable. "Wait," Ling Han suddenly said. He took a few steps forward to the left and pushed aside the grass with his foot. Immediately, a blood-stained bone appeared. Guangyuan also walked over. After carefully examining it for a while, he said, "This is a human clavicle." Ling Han nodded and said, "It should be a martial artist who entered this place, but if he was injured by someone, it would be impossible for only a piece of bone to be left. Moreover, from the fracture point, it seems like he was bitten off by sharp teeth." The 3 demonic beasts came to a conclusion at the same time. Why wasn't there any before? Li Xichan was a bit puzzled. Ling Han thought for a while and said, "That was Little Stone's territory before, so the demonic beasts didn't dare to invade. From this, we can be sure that this demonic beast or group of demonic beasts shouldn't be Little Stone's match." Li Sichan and Guang Yuan didn't dare to be careless. The rock spirit was in the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier before, and only Ling Han could disregard it. One of them was in the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and the other just entered the gushing spring tier, far from it. They continued forward, and after walking for a while, a fishy wind suddenly came. Demonic beast nest, Ling Han immediately said. He leapt up, and after a few leaps, he discovered that a barren piece of land had appeared on the grassy ground. A hole had been dug out, and the fishy smell was coming from there. As if it had also heard Ling Han's voice, a demonic beast emerged from the cave. It was no more than 3 feet long, and its entire body was dusky. It looked a bit like a wolf, but its mouth was flat like a duck's. Flat-mouthed vicious hoe. Ling Han revealed a smile. The leader of the vicious hoe is very likely to have the bloodline of a king. That's great nourishment. Even a normal vicious hoe was in the spiritual ocean tier. Raised in the Black Tower and eaten in the future, it would definitely make one drool. Sichan, you go back first, Ling Han said. He waved at Li Sichan and put her into the Black Tower. Young Master Han, then I'll go first. Guang Yuan shouted and charged out. Although he was still in the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, he had stepped into the spiritual pedestal tier after all, and with Ling Han's guidance, he learned War Elephant Fist. His battle prowess was quite extraordinary in the spiritual ocean tier. With a few moves, the vicious hoe fled while covering its head. However, this was a demonic beast nest. One after another vicious hoe came out. At least a dozen of them were in the spiritual ocean tier, and the last few even stepped into the spiritual pedestal tier. They had a unique divine light, and there was a pattern on their foreheads that emitted a vicious light. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, Brother Guang, I'll leave all the spiritual ocean tier demonic beasts to you. I'll take care of these spiritual pedestal tier ones, but don't kill them. They'll be our delicacies in the future. Young Master Han, this requirement is a bit high. Guang Yuan attacked while complaining to Ling Han. At least 4 of these vicious hoe reached the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and it was difficult for him to win, not to mention taking them down without injuring them. Ling Han smiled and said, Can't you do it? I'll try my best. Guang Yuan gritted his teeth and raised his fists, attacking those vicious hoe. A few spiritual pedestal tier vicious hoe wanted to help, but were blocked by Ling Han. Your opponent is me. Ling Han smiled and casually threw a few punches. Pung pung pung, these vicious hoe were all knocked over by him. In the spiritual pedestal tier, there were really few that could fight against Ling Han. He stored these vicious hoe into the Black Tower. Then Guang Yuan fought the other vicious hoe. He was slightly startled, feeling a hint of danger. He couldn't help but turn his head, only to see an old vicious hoe crawl out of a cave. The hair on the corners of its mouth had already turned gray, but the presence it emitted made even Ling Han not dare to be careless. As expected, King Tier. Ling Han's eyes lit up. This was a 9th layer spiritual pedestal tier old vicious hoe, but it was different with King Tier bloodline. Its battle prowess would far surpass normal 9th layer spiritual pedestal tier beasts. However, King Tier against King Tier, Ling Han obviously wasn't afraid at all. He smiled and said, Brother Guang, you're about to break through to the spiritual pedestal tier again, and this King Tier beast can help you take this step. Thank you, young Master Han. Guang Yuan was overjoyed. To break through to the next tier, it obviously needed the support of a huge amount of energy, or else it could only be accumulated over time and then formed into an explosion rushing over in one go. However, this would take a long time and it might not succeed. However, a King Tier beast was different. Its flesh and blood essence was like a precious medicine, definitely able to provide enough energy support. Chapter 471. Small Tower did not respond. It was unknown whether it was too lazy to respond, or because it had lost its memory, it did not know. Ling Han did not receive an answer, but he was not disappointed. He had only asked casually in the first place, and did not really expect to receive an answer from Small Tower. He carefully studied these patterns, pondering over the profound mysteries within. I seem to understand a little, Ling Han said to himself. The bottom of this bottle was actually a spirit tool in itself. After he injected his divine sense into it, the profound mysteries of the spirit tool were also revealed to him. That old man said that this was a refined celestial bottle, which was naturally too exaggerated. However, the bottom of this bottle is flat on the outside and concave on the inside, so it is actually a bowl. The inside has its own space and can absorb all things and refine them, turning them into the most basic essence qi. Isn't this equivalent to refining origin crystals? Ling Han was extremely astonished. He continuously moved this bowl around, and now it was a stone bowl. It was very small, and the mouth of the bowl was only the size of a palm. However, the inside could form an extremely large space, which was very mystical. He pulled out 5 stalks of spirit medicine, and then drew out the stone bowl. Spiritual power poured into it, and the veins on the surface of the bowl immediately lit up. The entire stone bowl became resplendent, and released a powerful suction force. Those 5 stalks of spirit medicine immediately flew up, and they disappeared into the bowl. As expected, there was another space inside. The few stalks of spirit medicine were obviously bigger than the stone bowl itself, but they were swallowed cleanly by the stone bowl without any difficulty. In a short while, Ling Han smelled a sweet fragrance coming from the stone bowl. He looked again, and saw that there was no longer any spirit medicine left in the bowl. It had turned into a drop of light green liquid, emitting a sweet fragrance that gladdened the heart and refreshed the mind. Those were 5 stalks of spirit medicine, and each stalk was in the 5th tier, but only a drop of medicinal liquid was formed. This was too exaggerated. Ling Han retracted his origin power, and the stone bowl instantly lost its brilliance, becoming extremely plain. It looked like an old antique on the surface. He turned the stone bowl upside down, and poured the liquid into his mouth. That green drop slowly fell. It fell into his mouth. Instantly, an indescribable sweet fragrance filled his mouth, making him feel as if he was about to ascend to become a deity. But what was even more shocking was that kind of incomparably pure energy entered his stomach through his throat, then spread and circulated throughout his entire body. Such pure medicinal power! Ling Han sighed ruefully. Generally speaking, no matter if it was spirit medicine or alchemical pills, most of them only had the effect of accumulating origin power. However, from the flower blossom tier onwards, what martial artists needed more was the comprehension of Tao. For example, in the flower blossom tier, to make the Tao flower grow, one had to inscribe martial intent on it. This was nourishment. A great alchemist as strong as Ling Han could extract the heaven and earth's intent from medicinal ingredients. Eating it would allow one to connect with the Tao, and thus have the effect of improving one's martial arts. However, this stone bowl had the same effect. There were extremely shocking patterns of the Tao in the spiritual liquid. It's equivalent to a great alchemist. Moreover, after a level 5 material is purified, it actually reaches the effect of a level 6 material, which even surpasses the effect of alchemical pills. Not only can medicinal ingredients be purified, even spirit stones and rare metals can be purified. Even living beings can be purified. I understand why the predecessor sealed it in another spirit tool to conceal its existence, because this thing is truly nature-defying, even harming the harmony of the world. If it fell into the hands of an evil person, it would be too dangerous to refine all living beings to nourish oneself. Ling Han sighed. The predecessors probably couldn't bear to destroy such a precious treasure, so they threw the bright pearl into the dark, burying it in another spirit tool. Tools, in and of themselves, aren't divided into good and bad. It all depends on the intentions of the user. I definitely won't use this to harm all living beings in the world. Otherwise, even if I could obtain an endless supply of spiritual liquid, my heart would be shrouded in a demonic barrier. So how far could I advance on the path of martial arts? He cultivated the path of the strongest, and not the emotionlessness or the path of slaughter. Otherwise, for the latter two, using this stone bowl to slaughter all living beings would be more in line with the path they chose. Small tower, I seem to have obtained something incredible, Ling Han said with a smile. Small tower appeared. It stared at the stone bowl for a while and said, I remember now, this should be the heaven transformation bowl. However, this definitely isn't the real thing. In my hazy memory, the heaven transformation bowl has long since been shattered, and this is an imitation. It's not bad, right? If you give it to me, I can extract 7 flashes of source power. Only 7? Ling Han thought for a moment and said, that large primal chaos source rock, how much source power did you extract? 9, Small Tower replied calmly. This stone bowl was actually not as strong as that primal chaos source rock? Hold on, the primal chaos source rock was something that even the Azura demon emperor would go crazy over. Moreover, just how big was it? The stone bowl was only so small, yet it could extract 7 flashes of source power. It could be seen that the material it was made of was not the slightest bit inferior. For example, a piece of godly metal that was only 1.5 kilograms was forged into a level 10 spirit tool, while another piece of godly metal that was 5 kilograms was forged into an original embryo. Then, according to Small Tower's calculations, the latter piece would definitely be more valuable. However, for cultivators it would be 100 times more valuable than the former piece. From different perspectives, the value of each item would be different. Ling Han was pleasantly surprised. This stone bowl could not replace alchemical pills, because it could only extract the purest energy. It was not like alchemical pills, which had a wide variety of uses. However, because it also had the effect of purification, allowing level 5 medicinal ingredients to possess the effects of level 6, it was very useful. There were too many low-level spirit herbs in the Black Tower. Originally, they were not very useful, but now, with the Heaven Transformation Bowl's purification, level 3 became level 4 became level 5, and the waste could be recycled. Ling Han made an attempt. He plucked out a large amount of level 3 medicinal ingredients and absorbed them into the Heaven Transformation Bowl for purification. Very soon they had turned into over 30 drops of liquid, but he did not stop. He continued to urge the Heaven Transformation Bowl, and these drops of liquid once again fused and purified, becoming 1 drop. He tasted it and could not help but smile. This was equivalent to a 2-star origin crystal, but it was easier to absorb because it was directly ingested into the body. A 2-star origin crystal was something that could only be refined by a spiritual pedestal tier elite, and was equivalent to a level 5 treasured medicine. A level 3 medicinal ingredient had become a level 5 medicinal ingredient. Although the quantity was pitifully small, it was a qualitative change. Ling Han was extremely satisfied. The Black Tower and the Heaven Transformation Bowl were practically a perfect match. His figure flashed and he exited the Black Tower. Strange, why did this brat suddenly appear? When Rabbit saw him, he could not help but call out loudly. Ling Han laughed mischievously and said, "My Qinggong is becoming more and more awesome." This was definitely not Qinggong. Rabbit was certain in his heart. With his senses that were a whole tier higher, if Ling Han leapt over from a distance, he would definitely be able to detect him. "It's about time we can go to the banquet," Ling Han said with a smile. Before the 3 of them set out, they had already asked around, so they knew where they should go now. After passing through a forest, a side courtyard suddenly appeared in front of them. It occupied a very large area, and there was actually a lake inside. This was definitely built recently. The walls and tiles were all very new. The Wang clan was really generous. Their young miss was cultivating here, and they had built a side courtyard here. Not only that, starting from the main entrance of the side courtyard, there was a road paved with bluestone. It extended all the way and was several miles long. On both sides of the road, there were large patches of trees. "Move to the side!" A carriage drove over, and the coachman shouted coldly. Chapter 472. Ling Han cooked the old vicious mongoose and let Guang Yuan eat most of the essence, while he and Li Xichan ate a small portion. After that, Guang Yuan immediately began to cultivate in seclusion again to break through to the spiritual pedestal tier, while Ling Han and Li Xichan also obtained considerable benefits and began to break through the barrier of the small tier. The higher the tier, the sturdier the barrier of the small tier and harder to break through. It was fine under the flower blossom tier, but after the flower blossom tier, each small tier was as difficult to break through as a large tier, requiring the help of natural treasures or medicinal pills. It could be said that before the flower blossom tier, medicinal pills were used to help martial artists quickly accumulate origin power, and from the flower blossom tier onwards, the importance of medicinal pills increased further, playing the role of helping to break through the shackles of the tier. The flesh of a king-level beast could be treated as a precious medicine of this level, so the effect was naturally great, helping the 3 accumulate origin power and break through to a higher tier. 2 hours later, Ling Han was the first to complete the breakthrough, advancing to the second layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, followed by Li Xichan, who reached the 3rd layer of the gushing spring tier. Although it wasn't high, with her talent in martial art, such cultivation, and such age, if she returned to the Rain country, she could be considered one of the geniuses. Taking advantage of the fact that Guang Yuan was still trying to break through, Ling Han took out the piece of bone with the engraved pattern. It was obviously just a bone pattern that seemed to be formed naturally, but it gave Ling Han a feeling of endless profoundness, as if some extremely profound Tao art was displayed in the form of a pattern. He studied it attentively, and the bone pattern continuously evolved in his consciousness, extremely complex. I must master it, it can improve my battle prowess a lot, Ling Han said. It was easy to say but too difficult to do. Other than the indestructible heaven scroll, it was the first time Ling Han encountered a Tao art he couldn't immediately comprehend, which surprised him but also made him more interested. One had to know that the old vicious mongoose was only in the spiritual pedestal tier, yet it could grasp this bone pattern. Could it be that he was inferior to a beast? In any case, he was once a powerful warrior of the heaven tier, but even he couldn't grasp it quickly, which meant that the power of this bone pattern was indeed great. 2 days passed, and Guang Yuan finally came out and returned to the spiritual pedestal tier. Congratulations, Brother Guang, Li Sichan said sweetly. Her coldness was only directed at outsiders. Guang Yuan was beside himself with joy. He had never thought that in just over half a year's time, he would once again return to the spiritual pedestal tier. Moreover, he was even more powerful than before. If he met Duan Zhengji again now, he was confident that he could kill the latter with his own abilities. Thank you, young Master Han, for fulfilling my wish, he said, half kneeling towards Ling Han. Ling Han nodded and put away the old vicious mongoose's parietal bone. Not being able to comprehend this bone rune in 2 days made him very unhappy. They set off on their journey. In the distance, they could vaguely see a pillar of light rising into the sky, as if it was guiding their way. Since none of them knew where to go, they simply headed in that direction. Half a day later, a lake appeared in front of them. Before they even got close, a terrifying chill assaulted them, causing their blood to feel as if it was about to freeze. At the lakeside, there were at least 100 people surrounding it, and they were actually fishing. These people all came from outside not long ago and were definitely not natives of this place. They had never heard of the existence of residents here. Ling Han's gaze swept over and landed on his cousin Yu Kai-yu. This guy was currently holding a giant net, waving it about and throwing it into the lake. Then he fished it. His upper body was bare, revealing his bulging muscles, and he seemed to be selling meat. So many people were fishing. What did that mean? The fish here were definitely not simple. Ling Han walked over and activated his origin power to resist the chill. Fortunately, although this chill was bone-chilling, one could resist it if they reached the poly tier. Obviously, the chill came from the lake, but the entire lake's surface rippled and showed no signs of freezing, appearing extremely strange. Master Ling. Greetings, Master Ling. As Ling Han walked by, a considerable number of people paid their respects to him. Of course, there was also a small portion of people who ignored him, thinking that since they were not asking Ling Han to concoct alchemical pills for them, was there a need to flatter him? This was mainly because Ling Han was too young and made people jealous. Otherwise, if he looked like an 80 or 90-year-old man, it was guaranteed that the youngsters here would give him face. It couldn't be helped. Youngsters were proud and arrogant. They could accept lowering their heads to the older generation, but Ling Han was so young, even younger than the majority of the people here, which naturally made people jealous and unconvinced. Ling Han wasn't so free to force everyone to be convinced by him. He smiled and nodded, asking one person, "What fish are you catching?" "Absolute cold ice fish," that person said. Suddenly, he was startled and pulled the bamboo pole. He actually caught a white fish that was over a foot long. Its belly was lustrous and transparent, and one could clearly see the inside, which seemed to be a layer of ice. That person was overjoyed and said with a smile, "Master Ling is really blessed. I caught one the moment you came. This is also the first absolute cold ice fish I caught in 3 days." Information on absolute cold ice fish immediately appeared in Ling Han's mind. This was known as a treasure medicine among fish, a great tonic. Especially for martial artists, it could replenish chi and blood, increase origin power, and had better effects than most medicinal pills. Because this was a naturally formed thing, eating it wouldn't have any drug resistance, pill poison, and the like. One could eat as much as they wanted. At most, if one's tier was higher, they would need more absolute cold ice fish to have an obvious effect. No one went into the water to fish because the water temperature was too cold. Even if a spiritual pedestal tier warrior went into the water, it wouldn't take long for them to be frozen into an ice block. Ling Han was instantly in high spirits and said to Guang Yuan and Li Si-chan, "Let's fish too." There were almost all kinds of materials in the Black Tower. Soon Ling Han and the others each had an extra set of fishing gear. And the fishing line Ling Han used was formed from blood-sucking origin gold. He took out a large pile of ginseng from the Black Tower, which was bait. Absolute cold ice fish itself was a super tonic, so it also liked to eat spirit medicines, making it the best bait. However, how precious were spirit medicines? The people here at most took out some second-tier and third-tier spirit medicines, and the more valuable ones couldn't be taken out, and even if they did, how much could they have? It was precisely because of this that everyone's harvest was so little. If the bait wasn't good enough, why would the absolute cold ice fish take the bait? However, what Ling Han lacked the least now was spirit medicines, at least below 5th tier. He definitely didn't lack. What he took out were all 100-year-old ginseng, and the ginseng was at least 100 years old. It wasn't that there weren't any 1,000-year-old ginseng, and using this to fish would be too extravagant. Ling Han threw some ginseng to Guang Yuan and Li Si-chan, and everyone looked at this stalk of ginseng that was as thick as a child's arm being thrown around like a carrot. Their faces couldn't help but twitch. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. This was too rich, right? Ling Han used blood-sucking origin gold to entangle the ginseng, and with a casual fling, the ginseng fell far into the center of the lake, causing slight ripples. Chapter 473. After a short while, a smile appeared on Ling Han's face. With a shake of his right hand, the blood-sucking origin gold was immediately withdrawn. Shwa! A large fish was also pulled out of the water's surface. It was at least 2 feet long, and after it was out of the water, it was still thrashing about with its tail. Compared to other people's bait, the 100-year-old ginseng was naturally much more attractive, and other people's fishing line couldn't reach the center of the lake. Only Ling Han could, so it was a large one right off the bat. Ling Han suddenly had an idea and said to Small Tower, "The Black Tower can speed up the planting of spirit grass. Then can this kind of fish that have very strict requirements for the environment also be able to be raised? If it was possible, he wouldn't eat them for now." Raising all these fish inside was equivalent to having another treasure trove. "No," Small Tower immediately said. Ling Han couldn't help but be disappointed. He could only fish as much as possible, and even if he couldn't finish it, he'd make it into dried fish and take it all away. He exchanged it for a ginseng and threw it into the center of the lake. After a while he had another catch. Because the bait was excellent, Lian Guangyuan and Li Si-chan also frequently caught fish. However, they were fishing at the edge of the lake, so the fish that they caught were not very big. They were only about a foot long, and could not compare with Ling Han's. Even so, the other martial artists fishing by the lake were already red-eyed, wanting nothing more than to come and snatch it. It was just a heaven-grade alchemist who dared to act rashly. If there was no one else here, then so be it, but who would know if they killed him? And there was another problem. Ling Han's battle prowess was also extremely shocking. Although he didn't participate in the Prodigy tournament, the battle prowess of 20 stars of the spiritual infant tier was terrifying. Even if he borrowed the power of a spirit tool, you'd still need a similar spirit tool to resist, right? Thus, they could only secretly drool at the side. But there would always be restless people. "I can't snatch you and I can't win against you, but who doesn't know how to cause trouble?" The lake water rippled, and several people actually threw stones into the lake, instantly startling the school of fish that all ran back to the bottom of the lake. Ling Han instantly frowned and said to Guang Yuan, "Chase those people away." "Yes, young Master Han." Guang Yuan immediately stood up with killing intent. Returning to the spiritual pedestal tier, his hands were itching. He strode over, overflowing with murderous intent. "What do you think you're doing?" The nearest troublemaker's expression immediately changed as he shouted at Guang Yuan, "Get the hell out of here." Guang Yuan attacked, and 5 war elephants charged at that person. Damn it! That person hurriedly fought back as he shouted, "Master Ling, aren't you being too overbearing? This lake doesn't even belong to your family. What right do you have to let your subordinate do this?" Are you trying to take it for yourself? That's right, you're too domineering. Natural resources naturally belong to everyone under the heavens. What are you trying to do? Someone else chimed in. These were naturally the other troublemakers. Chasing people away at every turn, that's too much. More troublemakers jumped out and pressed towards Guang Yuan. They naturally didn't dare to do anything to Ling Han. He was a heaven-grade alchemist, but Guang Yuan was different. He was only a dog of a heaven-grade alchemist. A dog, so what if he was killed? Because they all came from large sects, they were full of confidence. Just like how Yao Hui didn't care about an earth-grade alchemist at all. Although these people weren't arrogant to that extent, the possibility of them asking for a heaven-grade alchemist was almost zero, so why would they need to give face? The most important thing was that they were young and aggressive, and Ling Han was too young, making others jealous. They put a big hat on Ling Han and stood firm on reason first. In the future, even if Ling Han made a ruckus at their sects, they could be confident and confident. After all, in the North region, what difference was there between a heaven-grade alchemist and an earth-grade mid-level alchemist? Sects respected high-level alchemists, but definitely wouldn't listen to high-level alchemists' words. Guang Yuan's battle prowess was very strong, but he just entered the spiritual pedestal tier after all. Moreover, the breakthrough this time was to return to the spiritual pedestal tier, so he couldn't activate the benefits of the heavenly luck stone. Thus, his battle prowess was only about 4 stars. Against these elite disciples of large sects, 1 or 2 was fine, but when the numbers increased, he couldn't hold on. Under the siege of 6 people, Guang Yuan was already in imminent danger. Those who didn't cause trouble were also acting on the side. Ling Han was too young, and they actually had to bow respectfully to such a young man and call him master. They were naturally displeased and happy to watch the show. Ling Han's gaze was cold as he suddenly stood up and walked towards the battle. Master Ling, are you going to fight personally? A troublemaker said. He wasn't on the prodigy roll, but he was extremely conceited and didn't believe that Ling Han had once fought with 20 stars of spiritual infant tier battle prowess, thinking that it was just someone deliberately boasting to boost Ling Han's reputation. Ling Han revealed a cold smile and said, "Since you guys aren't willing to get lost, then all of you stay here." With a shake of his right hand, the demon birth sword was already unleashed. With a slash, the troublemaker's head immediately flew up. Blood spurted wildly from the neck, rising more than 3 meters high before falling back. The head fell to the ground with an expression of disbelief on his face. He never would have thought that Ling Han would suddenly kill him. He was a disciple of the Blood Flame Valley, from the North region's most powerful sect. Anyone would think twice before making a move. This bloody massacre instantly stunned everyone. The disciples of the Blood Flame Valley were killed as he pleased, which meant that Ling Han didn't have the slightest scruple. Could a heaven-grade alchemist really be so willful? Ling Han walked towards Guang Yuan's battle. His killing intent overflowed, making the 6 troublemakers feel pressure and involuntarily retreat. However, it was already too late. Ling Han slashed out with his sword, shooting out 6 flashes of sword chi that sliced towards the 6 people. The 6 people didn't even have the slightest ability to resist and were instantly sliced in half. Severed limbs and heads were scattered everywhere, and blood was everywhere. Everyone was terrified. A large part of the reason why alchemists had a transcendent status was that they didn't participate in the conflicts of interest between martial artists, so they could be transcendent. Otherwise, with competition there would be conflict, so how could they be transcendent? There had never been any alchemists who participated in the fights for treasures, because alchemists all understood that the reason why their status was transcendent was because they isolated themselves from the fights for benefits. But Ling Han was so fearless. Not only did he enter the mystery realm, his actions were decisive and ruthless, making people tremble in fear. The 7 troublemakers were all executed. Ling Han sheathed his sword, swept a cold glance over everyone, and returned to his original spot, continuing to fish. He could act as if nothing had happened, but the others couldn't. Those 7 corpses with severed heads and arms still laid there. Who could turn a blind eye to it? Some people even began to tremble, fearing that Ling Han's murderous nature would erupt and kill them all to silence them. These people quietly left, but some people were reluctant to give up on the absolute cold ice heartfish still fishing there. Chapter 474. In just one morning, Ling Han caught more than 100 absolute cold ice heart fish, and adding on Li Sichan and Guang Yuan's harvest, the total reached more than 150, which was more than the total harvest of everyone present. As the saying goes, a worker must first sharpen his tools if he wants to do a good job. This was the principle. At noon, Ling Han started a fire and began to cook these treasure fish. 4 were roasted to eat, and the other 4 were made into soup. Ling Han also added many spirit medicines, and as it was cooking, the tempting aroma spread out, making people salivate. Moreover, this wasn't just a matter of incense. There were actually rays of light shooting up into the sky from the furnace, the scene astonishing. That was a great supplement, drawing upon the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, forming a unique scene. Everyone was envious and hurriedly cooked their own, but they didn't add spirit medicines, and the fish soup they made was only a clear soup, absolutely incomparable to Ling Han's pot. Ling Han looked at Yu Kaiyu and suddenly said, "Brother Yu, how about coming over to eat together?" Yu Kaiyu was startled, never thinking that Ling Han would actually open his mouth to invite him. After being startled for a moment, he even pointed at himself and said, "What, brother, you won't give me face?" Ling Han said with a smile, "I heard that you and brother Guang Yuan had a friendship." Yu Kaiyu naturally recognized Guang Yuan. Back then, the 3 of them entered the Thousand Corpse Sex branch in Sea Flow City together, and formed a friendship of battle. However, back then the other person was Han Lin, not Ling Han, so Yu Kaiyu didn't dare to come up and recognize him. After all, Ling Han was a heaven-grade alchemist. Ha ha ha, since Grandmaster Ling invited, how could I dare not give face? He strode over and sat on the ground. For people, just enough for each person to sit in a corner. Ling Han took out bowls and plates. There was exactly 1 grilled fish for each of them, and 1 bowl of fish soup. However, there was no longer any fish or spirit medicine in the fish soup. They had all been cooked until they were soft, and the essence had all been absorbed into the soup, which was snowy white. Yu Kaiyu's expression was a little strange. For grilled fish, could it be that Ling Han already had the idea of inviting him? Come, don't stand on ceremony. Ling Han grabbed a grilled fish and started eating. Li Sichan and Guang Yuan naturally wouldn't stand on ceremony. As long as they ate with Hunyo, they would naturally develop the habit of grabbing the opportunity to eat. Otherwise, there would definitely be no food to eat. This was a bloody lesson. Yu Kaiyu was a bold and unrestrained person, so he immediately threw away his politeness and started to eat with big mouthfuls. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. He immediately praised. Big fish are really different. Not only is the meat more plump, but the essence of the precious medicine is also richer. I estimate that eating a dozen of them will allow me to advance a small realm. Guang Yuan also nodded. This was a great help to him. Li Sichan, on the other hand, couldn't speak at all. Divine multicolored light continuously surged out from her delicate body. That was the precious flesh medicine that had already displayed its effects. It was currently crazily increasing her cultivation. She was about to break through again. The main reason was that her tier was too low. Even spiritual pedestal tier cultivators only needed a dozen fish to advance, so for gushing spring tier cultivators, 1 bite could really break through a small tier. Ling Han was very satisfied. He wanted to leave some dried fish for Ling Dongxing. As long as Ling Dongxing's spirit base recovered, his cultivation would welcome a shocking explosion. Reaching the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier within 3 years was definitely not a dream. Li Sichan couldn't eat a second bite at all. She immediately sat to one side and started to adjust her breath, preparing to break through to the 4th layer of the gushing spring tier. Yu Kaiyu felt strange. Only young geniuses could enter here, and the term young was relative to age. For example, a 100-year-old spiritual infant tier cultivator was definitely considered young. However, Li Sichan was only in the gushing spring tier, and was almost 20 years old. Such a genius could be easily found anywhere, so why did she have the right to enter the mystery realm? However, as he drank the fish soup and ate the grilled fish, he quickly forgot about this. After eating, he immediately sat cross-legged and adjusted his breath to quickly refine the benefits in his body and truly be absorbed by his body. Guang Yuan was the same. He just broke through and needed the nourishment of this kind of treasured medicine. Only Ling Han was very gloomy. His spiritual pedestal's construction was really too strong. Guangyuan and Yukai only needed a dozen or so treasured fish to advance one layer, but he estimated that he needed a few hundred. Moreover, this was only the second layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. After the fifth layer, eighth layer, who knew how much this number would increase? Then he'd fish more. Ling Han continued to cook the absolute cold ice heart fish. He prepared to turn himself into a glutton, fishing while eating fish. The fish here were definitely idiots. They probably hadn't been fished for over 100 years, so even though a few hundred of their companions disappeared, they still pounced forward and continued, fulfilling an old saying, "Men die for wealth and birds die for food." By this night, Ling Han had already fished over 300 absolute cold ice heart fish. After being slaughtered by him, he stored them in the Black Tower to ensure that the essence within wouldn't be lost. The night passed and the next day Ling Han continued to fish. However, after a day, his harvest was much less than the day before. There were only about 200 fish. He didn't know whether it was because these fish had become smarter, or because the overall number was insufficient. Another day passed, and on the third day, Ling Han's harvest further decreased, only 100 or so fish. Everyone shook their heads. Although this lake wasn't small, the number of absolute cold ice heart fish it could support was also limited, and that was about it. Hong Long Long, a whirlpool suddenly appeared in the center of the lake. Originally, there were already quite a few people planning to leave, but seeing this scene they couldn't help but be surprised. Was some treasure about to come into being? This wasn't impossible. A place that could grow absolute cold ice heart fish, how could it be an ordinary place? The whirlpool spun fiercely, becoming bigger and bigger. Hong, a shocking scene appeared, and a strange creature emerged from the whirlpool. It had a tiger's head, but a crocodile's body. Moreover, it had 6 legs, and a pair of eagle wings grew on its back. Its entire body was around 10 meters long. Now this monster flapped its eagle wings and flew towards the shore, spreading its wings and emitting a terrifying might. Everyone was terrified. This was a flower blossom tier beast. It was over, there were no flower blossom tier martial artists here, so how could they resist this monster? Ling Han, however, revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. The aura emitted by this great beast far surpassed that of normal flower blossom tier beasts, and wasn't the slightest bit weaker than the golden blood demonic ape in the dark devil forest. King Tiara's expected of a mystery realm. He only entered for a few days and already encountered 2 king tier beasts. One had to know that king tier beasts were equivalent to treasured medicines of the same tier, and they were the highest quality ones. Now that they appeared one after another, wouldn't it be a pleasant surprise? Moreover, the rock spirit should also be considered king tier, even more powerful than normal king tier beasts, because it was a spirit of the 5 elements, nurtured by heaven and earth. Run! It was unknown who shouted first, but everyone fled in all directions. Spiritual ocean tier and spiritual pedestal tier warriors encountered flower blossom tier warriors. What else could they do but run? That beast lightly flapped its wings and instantly cold wind howled, forming ice blades that sliced towards everyone. This was a flower blossom tier warrior's attack, and a king tier great beast at that, so its power was naturally terrifying. Shwa shwa shwa, the ice blades attacked and didn't need to hit anyone. As long as they were a bit on the side, they would be frozen into a frozen stick, and if they were directly swept, it would be even worse. They would first be frozen, then shattered into pieces, dying without a complete corpse. So powerful. Chapter 475. A beautiful romance. Everyone looked over and saw that in the pavilion at the center of the lake, a woman dressed in white had appeared out of nowhere. Her hair was like the clouds and her hair was like snow. She was so beautiful that she was not tainted by any worldly aura. She was playing the zither with her jade-like hands. As she gently plucked the strings, beautiful notes could be heard, intoxicating everyone. This song should not exist in this world. The fish in the lake kept jumping out of the water and gathered around the pavilion in the center of the lake. They were extremely happy. In the sky, a large number of birds flew over and danced in the sky like fairies. The sound of the zither turned into talismans and entered the lake. They caused slight ripples, but they were not destructive at all. The fish were happy and the birds were dancing. Everyone revealed an intoxicated expression. This woman and this song should only exist in the heavens, so how could they descend into the mortal realm? Fairy Yun. What? She's Fairy Yun. Truly an exquisite beauty. She's actually not the most beautiful woman in the middle state. I don't believe it. I don't believe it either. Everyone shook their heads. Wang Yiyun's appearance was above Lu Yutong's level, but was inferior to Zhu Xian'er's. Added with this breathtakingly beautiful scene in front of them, it naturally added endless charm to her. Zhu Xian'er was a little jealous. She moved closer to Ling Han's ear and said in a low voice, "Xian'er also knows how to play the flute." Ling Han looked at her bright red lips, and his heart involuntarily swayed. He said, "All right, when you're free, play it for me." Zhu Xian'er nodded, extremely gentle. "Everyone, please be friendly." Wang Yiyun pressed her hands lightly on the zither, but the lingering sound still lingered. Her voice was also gentle and beautiful, ethereal like the gurgling of spring water. Yes, everyone was convinced and nodded in agreement. Ling Han was astounded. This girl was only 23 or 24 years old, yet had already broken through to the spiritual infant tier, which was very extraordinary. As expected of a disciple of an ancient great sect, her cultivation level far surpassed that of her peers. There was definitely no one in the North region who could compare to her, and only a few well-known figures in the other 3 regions, like Mu Rongqing and the others, would be qualified to compare to her. Our sect and the other few great sects have divined the secrets of heaven, and believe that a great calamity will occur soon. Wang Yiyun continued. The whole place was silent, and only her ethereal voice resounded. Close to 10,000 years ago, the calamity that caused great destruction to the vast lands will descend once again, and our sect and the other few great sects will act just like they did 10,000 years ago, joining hands to face the powerful enemy, and plow through the world. But as a precaution, we have still decided to establish the Restore Heaven Academy to preserve as much of the hope and kindling of the future as possible. So everyone here is the key to reviving martial arts in the future, so we must not harm our own people. When she finished speaking, she stood up and walked towards the shore, treading on the waves. With every step she took, fishes leaped out of the water to frolic, and skylarks flew and danced behind her. It was as if a fairy had descended into the world, so beautiful that she was pure and otherworldly. Fairy is really kind-hearted. The 5 great sects also have the world in their hearts. If a great calamity really happens, only the 5 great sects can protect the world. Great benevolence and righteousness. Great merit. Everyone was full of praise. No matter if it was sincere or not, who would dare speak ill of the 5 great ancient sects? They were super forces with shattering void tier elites overseeing them, and any one of them could proclaim themselves the ruler of the world. However, the 5 great sects had always guarded their own territory, and had never planned to proclaim themselves the ruler of the world. This couldn't help but make others raise their thumbs in praise. Wang Yiyun arrived, smiled sweetly at Nong Man and said, "Sister Man, don't be angry anymore, okay? For sister's sake, I obviously won't be angry." Nong Man forced out a smile. The great principle had already been said by the other party, and if she continued to pester her without letting it go, she would instead be looked down upon. Thus, being able to speak eloquently was also a kind of sharp weapon, standing on the moral high ground to criticize others, causing them to be so depressed that they could only lower their heads and say that they were convinced. "Brother Ling." Wang Yiyun turned her gaze over again. "I heard that you and Sister Man had a conflict because of a spirit tool. How about this? I have a level 6 treasure tool here, and I'll give it to Brother Ling in exchange for that spirit tool." Everyone revealed a shocked expression, casually taking out a level 6 spirit tool to give away. What great boldness, and it could also show the Wang family's background. Of course, if it weren't for the fact that Nong Man was the descendant of a heaven-grade alchemist, she definitely wouldn't be this generous. Nong Man immediately looked delighted. Actually, it was because she discovered the extraordinariness of that refined celestial bottle, but didn't want to cause a commotion, so she had Nong Shuiyun make a move. In the end, Ling Han appeared out of nowhere, and was even wealthier than them, so she had no choice but to invite Ling Han to the banquet, and use the atmosphere here to force him to submit. With the Wang family's pearl asking and being able to obtain a level 6 spirit tool, no matter how she thought about it, Ling Han should have agreed. After all, if he gave Wang Yiyun some face, it would be of great use in the future. "No need, I like that bottle very much, and have no intention of giving it to someone else." Ling Han directly refused. What a joke! That stone bowl was an imitation of the heaven transformation bowl, and could refine all things and extract their essence. It was even more precious than the demon birth sword, and it could be exchanged for a level 6 spirit tool. Dream on. His decisive refusal not only shocked everyone, but even Wang Yiyun did not expect it. Her beautiful face revealed an obvious look of astonishment, and after being dazed for a moment she finally said, "Brother Ling, won't you reconsider?" "No need." Ling Han waved his hand, not giving her any face at all. "Ling Han, you're too arrogant." Zuoqiu Lucheng took the opportunity to shout. Ling Han refused Wang Yiyun's good intentions, and obviously incurred the wrath of the masses. If he added a little more fuel to the fire, he would naturally be able to turn Ling Han into a target of public criticism. Yes, too arrogant. Fairy Yun had good intentions, and you actually did not even consider it? Does he really think he's some big shot? If not for Fairy Yun's sake, I really want to give him a beating. Everyone was talking at once. Beauties had a natural advantage, and the more beautiful they were, the more people would neglect the matter itself and be completely affected by their emotions, leaning one-sidedly towards Wang Yiyun. Ling Han smiled calmly and said, "Hunyo, are you full?" "I'm barely not hungry." Hunyo poked her little head out from the pile of food. "The food here isn't tasty at all, it's been hard on Nyo." Everyone fainted. If it wasn't tasty, then why did you eat so much? The plates piled up on the side were all taller than you, okay? Moreover, you ate so much and still barely weren't hungry. What kind of stomach did you have? All right then, let's go back and continue eating, Ling Han said with a smile. Okay. Hunyo clapped her hands and said in a sweet voice while looking at Wang Yiyun, "You're really a failure as a host, making so many disgusting dishes for your guests to eat. Sai Nyo despises you." Fine, after eating so much of her high-tier demonic beast meat, she still despised her. This little girl was really ruthless. Yet Wang Yiyun was not angered in the slightest. There was still a bright smile on her pretty face, as if nothing could sway her emotions, but the people at the side could not help but say, "Are there guests like you? Don't go, stay." "That's right, I want to spar with you." "That's right, fighting harms the harmony, so let's spar a bit." Cell phones read more refreshingly. Chapter 476. A nice romance. Wounded but not dead. As expected of a flower blossom tier king tier great beast, taking a spiritual infant tier attack head-on and only suffering heavy injuries, this was too shocking. Ling Han let out a long howl, brandished his sword, and charged towards the great demon. Given time, the great beast might recover somewhat, and if it escaped into the lake, then it would be even more impossible to find. This was called taking advantage of his illness to take his life. Xiao, after the two golden fists shot out this attack, they were also annihilated. After all, this was only a spiritual infant tier attack sealed in a law decree. Ling Han flew out and charged over. The great beast revealed a furious expression. It was a king tier, and a mere spiritual pedestal tier human martial artist dared to initiate an attack on it. This was looking down on it too much. If it was still in its prime, then a single ice blade would be enough to kill Ling Han. But now it was in its weakest state. It couldn't even move its wings, so how could it fire an ice blade? It obviously wasn't willing to wait helplessly for death, glaring and firing a martial art intent at Ling Han. As long as this martial art intent collided with it, it was guaranteed that this human brat would become an idiot. The great beast was extremely confident. It was a flower blossom tier king tier, and its martial art intent was too terrifying. However, it immediately revealed an extremely shocked expression because Ling Han's attack didn't slow down at all. As the long sword moved, it even fired out 10 flashes of sword chi, blasting towards its relatively weak neck. How was this possible? If it could speak human language, it definitely would have cried out in shock, but at the moment, it was so weak that it couldn't even open its mouth, and could only watch as the 10 flashes of sword chi madly slashed at it. Pu piu piu piu. These sword chi were all stimulated by a 10th tier spirit tool, and possessed extremely shocking destructive power. Even a king tier great beast of the flower blossom tier would not be able to withstand it with the defense of its physical body. 10 flashes of sword chi wreaked havoc, and a deep wound instantly appeared on its neck. However, this wasn't the most fatal. The demon birth sword slashed over. This was the most terrifying attack. How sharp was a 10th tier spirit tool? Even sword chi could cut open its body, let alone a direct attack from the demon birth sword. The great beast revealed an expression of fear. It absolutely did not want to die, and it definitely did not want to die in the hands of a spiritual pedestal tier human. Puff with a slash. A tiger's head instantly soared into the sky. Ling Han moved extremely quickly, grabbing the great beast's body and directly storing it into the Black Tower so as not to waste it. However, although he acted quickly, there was still a lot of blood splattering out. Xiao, a figure, darted out, actually grabbed the flying tiger head, turned around and left. How dare you? Ling Han immediately moved and chased after that person. This person actually dared to rob him. Behind him, pieces of rubble slowly gathered together. The stone spirit was reforming. The robber was extremely fast. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to do such a thing. It was obvious that he had absolute confidence in his own movement technique, which was why he dared to make a move. However, he overestimated himself and underestimated Ling Han. The movement technique Ling Han used was also changed to Earth grade, called 100 Changes 1000 Illusions. Not only could it create many afterimages to confuse the opponent during battle, it was also very useful for chasing or escaping, being astonishingly fast. Competing with Ling Han's movement technique, aside from a monster like Hu Niu, who else in the same tier could? After a few leaps and falls, Ling Han caught up to that person. Humph, back to you. That person was rather straightforward. Seeing that he couldn't escape, he directly shook his right hand and threw the tiger head far away. Obviously, he wanted to seize the opportunity to escape while Ling Han went to pick it up. Ling Han swung his left hand and shot out blood-sucking origin gold, pulling the tiger head back and storing it into the Black Tower. His figure didn't change in the slightest, continuing to chase after that person. His gaze was like a sword as he said darkly, "There's such a good thing." He swung his sword and slashed. "Master Ling, stealing treasures is a very normal thing. Why take it to heart?" That person wasn't weak either, swinging his saber to parry, and 7 flashes of saber chi rose. Ling Han snorted and said, "If you also participated in the killing of that great beast, then you indeed have the right to split the spoils. But you're clearly just a lowly person who stole, yet you still dare to boast shamelessly, truly a joke." Ding 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 ding, the saber and sword collided, sparks flying everywhere, and the will of martial arts similarly burst forth with dazzling divine light. What kind of battle prowess did Ling Han have? After a few moves, that person's expression changed in shock, completely defeated. He hurriedly called out, "I'm Feng Jingshang, a disciple of the Cold Water sect. Even if you're a heaven-grade alchemist, you can't act recklessly." "Idiot!" Ling Han scolded, his sword's momentum unwavering. He was a heaven-grade alchemist, so would he be afraid of shedding all pretense of cordiality with anyone? Only the Thousand Corpse sect, a force that naturally walked in the shadows, wouldn't be afraid of a heaven-grade alchemist. Otherwise, as long as it was a normal sect, who wouldn't give face to a heaven-grade alchemist on the surface? "I'll fight you to the death." Feng Jingshang roared loudly, taking out a spirit talisman from his mustard ring, and looked like he was about to throw it out. "This is a Raging Flames Burning Heaven talisman, made by a flower blossom tier elite of my sect, and can attack with 1/10 of his battle prowess. Don't force me." Ling Han was too lazy to even scold this time, and his long sword slashed continuously. "Die!" Feng Jingshang threw out the spirit talisman, and Hong instantly, a blazing flame rose from the spirit talisman, turning into a sea of fire that burned towards Ling Han. Ling Han sensed slightly, and activated the thunder battle armor. Instantly, a barrier of lightning formed, protecting him within, and he directly charged out of the sea of fire, slashing again. "What?" Feng Jingshang revealed an expression of disbelief. That was a flower blossom tier attack, but Ling Han actually blocked it. This was too unreal. But before he could finish his second thought, the demon birth sword had already arrived, slashing from top to bottom, and his entire body was instantly cleanly sliced into 2 halves. Ling Han withdrew his sword. With his current power and fully activating the thunder battle armor, blocking a low-level flower blossom tier attack was more than enough. Everyone looked at him with fearful gazes, their gazes extremely complicated. Merely his identity as a heaven-grade alchemist meant that no one dared to openly go against him, and his own battle prowess was even more nature-defying. Being born in the same era as Ling Han was practically a great misfortune. Ling Han obviously wouldn't care how others treated him. He smiled at Yu Kaiyu and said, "Tonight, there'll be king-tier beast tonic meat to eat again." Yu Kaiyu was startled. Ling Han just said again. Could it be that he'd already eaten such a great tonic before? He didn't dare to believe it, thinking that Ling Han had said something wrong. He immediately laughed loudly and said, "Wasting a spiritual infant tier law decree to kill it, I have to eat it back." Ling Han patted his shoulder and said, "You have more than one spiritual infant tier law decree on you. Don't pretend to be poor." Yu Kaiyu laughed mischievously, obviously being hit on the mark by Ling Han, and retorted, "Do you think spiritual infant tier law decrees are cheap? This paper, this ink, and a useful brush, those are all extremely precious materials. Moreover, even my great-grandfather has to recover for a month to draw a law decree." Ling Han was too lazy to pay attention to him, and stared at the lake as he said, "The chill is fading. Could it be that this extremely cold land was formed because of this great beast?" Chapter 477. With the death of the great beast, the coldness emitted by the lake clearly faded. Thinking that this great beast could shoot out ice blades, it should be a water and ice attribute beast. It was precisely its existence that affected the environment and made the lake water so cold. Hence the existence of absolute cold ice heartfish. Not good. With the death of this great beast, the lake water will warm up, and those ice heartfish will probably die. Ling Han said with some regret. Although there weren't many absolute cold ice heartfish left in the lake. "Then we can't waste it," Yu Kaiyu hurriedly said. "Come, we'll go catch fish in the water." Ling Han nodded and said to Li Si-chan, "You stay on the shore." Although the coldness was beginning to recede, it was still not something a gushing spring-tier warrior could endure. It might take another day or two for the lake water's temperature to return to a normal state. Li Si-chan nodded. She never flaunted her superiority in martial art. Ling Han and the others went into the lake, and some others also felt the change in the lake water's temperature, and jumped into the lake one after another, spreading out their origin power to form a shield and swimming in the water. A spiritual pedestal tier warrior could hold their breath for an hour, and with the small amount of air inside the shield, holding on for a day was definitely not a problem. Thus, everyone could explore the bottom of the lake to their heart's content, without the slightest worry of being suffocated. The lake water was still quite cold, but spiritual pedestal tier warriors could endure it. Everyone spread out, searching for absolute cold ice heartfish. Ling Han and the others also split up. Ice heartfish wasn't some powerful beast, so they didn't need to work together. A few minutes later, Ling Han had already arrived at the bottom of the lake. He saw that there were actually many damaged pavilions and pavilions here. It was as if these buildings had only sunk deep into the bottom of the lake after experiencing an earthquake. His heart moved and he swam over. After being caught by him for 3 days, there weren't many left, and now with so many people fishing in the lake, everyone could get a few. He already got 600 or 700, so he really didn't care about a few dozen. There were about 8 or 9 pavilions at the bottom of the lake. Because some of them were buried in the mud at the bottom of the lake, only their tops were exposed. Ling Han did not know if there were more buildings hidden at the bottom of the lake. With a light push of his palm, a burst of force surged and he appeared in front of a 2-story pavilion. He directly swam in through the window on the 2nd floor. This was a study, but the books on the bookshelves had long since rotted away. Only a few covers were spared, and they floated in the water. Ling Han stretched out his hand and gently grabbed it, only to see the words Puzhou Geographical Record written on it. Was there a place called Pu Province in the vast lands? Ling Han wasn't very sure because in the era of his last life, there was a huge difference between the names of places in the vast lands and the ones now. Who could guarantee what the names of the various places in the vast lands 20,000 years, 50,000 years ago? Perhaps there was a place called Puzhou. He grabbed another cover. On it was written, "On the array paths 36 changes of heart." Ling Han was instantly tempted. Array path? What a pity, there was only the cover left. Otherwise, if he could take a peek, it would be of great help to his array path. He grabbed the 3rd cover, and after his eyes swept over it, his expression changed. Notes on the refinement of clear void pill, red leaf pill, and purple line golden pill. This was a handbook on alchemy. It should be describing the details of concocting the clear void pill and the other two types of alchemical pills. This itself wasn't much. In his last life, Ling Han would also make some notes after concocting. Firstly, it was to remind himself, and secondly, it could be used as a reference for his two alchemy disciples. What shocked Ling Han was the words purple-lined golden pill. This was a godly medicine. At the end of his last life, he had entered many historical sites. Among them, there was a cave left by an ancient alchemy expert, and he had obtained some handbooks. On them, Ling Han had seen the words purple-lined golden pill. Purple-lined golden pill, after taking one, as long as the body didn't explode and die, a mortal could ascend to the heavens in a single step and become a god. What kind of godly medicine was this? Ling Han believed that even divine-grade alchemical pills were divided into different grades. How could a normal divine-grade alchemical pill possibly allow a mortal to instantly become a god? But in the vast lands, it was impossible to concoct any kind of divine-grade alchemical pill, because there were no materials. Here, 3 kinds of pills were placed side by side, and they were probably all divine-grade pills. And speaking of notes, it must have been refined, or else how could they talk about it? Divine-grade pills could be refined in the vast lands, and it was very likely to be high-level divine-grade pills. Absolutely impossible. Ling Han's hand trembled slightly, and a guess rose up in his mind. Could it be that this mystery realm was forcibly refined by a god from some region of the god realm, and then brought to the lower realm? This guess had a very high possibility of being correct, because Yin Tianzhao wanted something from the Sagittarius Palace Hall. Who was Yin Tianzhao? Although he was a mortal, he had the memories of a god, and from a certain perspective he was much more awesome than Ling Han, a reincarnated heaven-tier warrior. Could something that he had chosen be simple? It had to be a divine item. If it was said to be a part of the god realm, then it was easy to understand, and the spiritual chi environment here that was so dense that it couldn't be dissolved could also be explained. Moreover, why would there be bone patterns on the skulls of the beasts here? Because they were beasts from the god realm, that was the answer. Ling Han's heart involuntarily sped up. Could it be that he was going to obtain an inheritance from the god realm? Awesome, awesome. With this speculation, Ling Han became even more careful in his search. Any random item found here could possibly be an immortal grade treasure. But to his disappointment, the things in the room were extremely ordinary. The books were made of paper rotting, the wood wasn't some divine wood rotting, and the bricks were the same, just a bit harder. But whatever, he'd take them all. With a thought, Ling Han stored the pavilion into the Black Tower. The space was so big anyway, so he wasn't afraid of taking up space. He swam to another pavilion and stored it again, then the third was a pavilion which he also moved into the Black Tower. At this time someone also snuck over, seemingly no longer interested in the absolute cold ice heartfish, but instead staring at the sunken buildings at the bottom of the lake. It was a woman with cultivation of the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, but her age was over 30 years old, probably someone on the prodigy roll of the previous generations. She was already past the peak of her beauty, but maintained it very well. Her brows were picturesque, her cherry lips like blood, bright and threatening. And a woman at this age, compared to a 20-something-year-old girl, had a well-developed figure and flirtatious charm, like a ripe peach, plump and juicy. After arriving at Ling Han, the woman took the initiative to nod at Ling Han, which was respect for a heaven-grade alchemist. She already swam into a pavilion and began to search. Ling Han didn't care, and continued to collect the buildings here. Phone reading was more refreshing. Chapter 478. A few minutes later, the woman came out from the pavilion, and couldn't help but reveal a puzzled expression. She clearly remembered that there were several damaged pavilions nearby, but why were they all gone now? Before she could finish her thought, Ling Han had already swum over, and with a swipe of his hand, the pavilion behind her disappeared. The woman's face was full of strangeness. It turned out that those pavilions were all taken away by Ling Han. Did you pick up trash? She knew very clearly that there was not a bit of value in the pavilion, and even she didn't look at it, let alone a dignified heaven-grade alchemist. But she was immediately shocked again. A pavilion was taken away just like that. How big was your spatial ring? Ling Han, however, did not care. Even if everyone knew that his spatial ring was very large, so what? Could it be that they would still dare to snatch it? To offend a heaven-grade alchemist for a spatial spirit tool, No matter how large the spatial ring was, it was not worth it. Of course, if they knew the true use of the Black Tower, not to mention that Ling Han was only a heaven-grade alchemist, even gods would rush up to rob it. Ling Han began to excavate the underground buildings, and several only revealed their heads. 1 building, 2 buildings, 3 buildings, he was very happy to take them. Even if it was for nothing, it wouldn't waste much time, but if there were some gains, then the profit would be great. He discovered a roof and casually took it away, but found that the roof was still there, not taken into the Black Tower. He tried again, but still to no avail, which made him feel strange. Looking closely, this roof really was somewhat different. It was a pointed roof, and the entire roof was one piece without tiles and was golden. Why couldn't it be taken into the Black Tower? Ling Han waved his hands, and instantly, pieces of mud and sand rose at the bottom of the lake, as if a flood dragon came, twisting the entire bottom of the lake into a mess, becoming extremely turbid, and it was difficult to see one's fingers even if one stretched out his hand. Ling Han, on the other hand, was getting more and more surprised. At the bottom of the lake, more and more parts of the building were revealed. The golden walls were completely different from the other buildings, and they had already dug down about 30 feet, but the whole building was still not revealed. The strange thing was that the building was triangular. The lower it was, the larger the exposed area of the building. The previous point was just the tip of the cone. What was even stranger was that Ling Han had yet to find a single window. It was as if he had dug out a complete piece of metal, just that it was ridiculously large. He became more and more curious, and the woman beside him also became interested. She began to dig on the other side. The soil in the lake was soft, and these 2 people were both in the spiritual pedestal tier, so their strength was astonishing. Very soon they had dug 300 feet into the ground, and more of this golden building was revealed. But he still did not reach the bottom, and the building still had no windows or doors. This was strange. More and more people were attracted over, and there weren't many absolute cold ice heartfish left in the lake. Thus, after some fighting, everyone ended their fishing, and turned their gazes over. It was strange that there was such a building at the bottom of the lake. Everyone made a move, digging towards the bottom of the lake. After digging down for almost 3,000 feet, they finally dug to the bottom, revealing the true appearance of this building. Divine Temple, Ling Han murmured. He had seen such a description in ancient records. In the Divine Realm, there was this kind of 3-sided conical building, mostly used for sacrifices, but also used for other purposes. The Golden Divine Temple was vast and majestic, and the 3,000 feet high seat was integrated into one. Ling Han didn't know if the vast lands had such a building ability, but if this was something from the Divine Realm, then it was a different matter. There was a door on 3 sides of the Divine Temple. It was 30 feet high and 15 feet wide, and the golden door was almost integrated with the wall. If it weren't for the various animal totems carved on the door, it would really be hard to discover. Ling Han stood in front of the door on one side. Guangyuan and Yu Kaiyu had already come over, similarly extremely curious. There were many animals on the door that Ling Han hadn't seen at all. Living beings from the Divine Realm? And on the other side, someone couldn't help but reach out to push the door. Hong long long, instantly the 3 doors opened at the same time, revealing 3 dark passageways. The lake water instantly flowed backwards, gushing into the Divine Temple. The Divine Temple seemed to become a sky-swallowing giant whale, emitting a powerful suction force. A few people didn't guard against it and were immediately sucked into the temple, while most people hurriedly pushed the water flow, rising towards the surface of the lake. The suction force was shocking, and after a mere 10 minutes, the entire lake had completely disappeared, turning into a giant pit. A divine temple stood there, emitting a dazzling golden light as if made of pure gold. Although martial artists viewed gold and silver as dirt, such a large pile of dirt standing in front of them was still shocking. When all the lake water disappeared, the divine temple no longer produced suction force, and just stood there quietly like a monument, causing people to instinctively feel reverence from the bottom of their hearts. Everyone cried out in shock. Who would have thought that such a grand and strange building was hidden at the bottom of the lake? Ling Han, however, was very careful. Previously, a few people had been sucked into the divine temple along with the lake water, but now they didn't appear. What did this mean? Firstly, that it was extremely dangerous inside. they were trapped and even dead. Secondly, there were many secret treasures in the divine temple, so those few people were in the process of collecting them, and had no intention of coming out. Which was it? Ling Han's curiosity was burning endlessly, and he decided to go in and investigate. This wasn't just one person's idea. Some people had already begun to form cliques wanting to enter as a group. It could be extremely dangerous inside. And if there were secret treasures, their chances of success would be higher if they teamed up. And it was during this time that more people rushed over from afar, and the number of people increased again. Are you guys going in or not? Ling Han asked Yu Kaiyu and Guang Yuan. Li Xichan also walked over. Of course we're going in, Yu Kaiyu said hurriedly. If young Master Han wants to enter, then I'll definitely follow, Guang Yuan said. All right, let's go in, Ling Han said with a smile. He had the Black Tower so he could protect everyone's lives no matter what. Let's go. The four of them set out and climbed down the walls of the lake. This was a height of 3,000 meters, and the water below had long since dried up, revealing the eerie white rocks. If they directly jumped down, the possibility of falling into pieces was the highest. Li Xichan was only in the gushing spring tier, so she climbed very slowly. Ling Han simply picked her up by the waist, and climbed with only one hand, yet he was more nimble than Yu Kaiyu and Guang Yuan combined, heading towards the bottom of the lake at an incredible speed. Now this large lake was completely an abyss. This was a cliff, but a wet cliff, and it was mainly made of mud. With a little carelessness one could slip and fall down. It was only a matter of a few minutes, and Ling Han was the first to arrive at the bottom of the lake. He put Li Xichan down. This beauty's cheeks were already flushed, and her beautiful eyes were like spring water, tender and alluring. Chapter 479. Everyone could not believe it. 81 spiritual infant tier warriors were enough to overturn rivers and seas, but Ling Han merely drew out a treasured sword. Yet the figures of those warriors trembled as if they were about to be annihilated. This was a crushing defeat in terms of quality. Level 8. Or even level 9 spirit tool. Someone said in a trembling voice. Spirit tools were not simple weapons, but treasured weapons that possessed supreme might on the basis of being forged from level 7 rare metal, and then nourished with martial intent. The might of such spirit tools was astonishing, and even in the hands of Flower Blossom tier warriors, they would have the might of the spiritual infant tier. For example, Wang Yiyun's zither was definitely a level 7 spirit tool, which was why it could unleash the might of 81 spiritual infant tier warriors. Though it was not a physical body, its battle prowess was not inferior, and there was no fear of injury or death. And the higher the level of a spirit tool, the more difficult it was to refine it. That was because there were only so many elites in the world, and nourishing a spirit tool would take at least a few dozen years. As time passed, the martial intent would also be worn away. Unless it formed a tool spirit, then it would be able to absorb the energy of heaven and earth on its own and maintain its martial intent, which would wither away along with the body of the spirit tool. Thus, the two of them revealed their high-level spirit tools, which was naturally shocking to everyone. This was the embodiment of a party's background. Otherwise, even if you possessed level 7 or level 8 rare metal, so what? You could only forge a weapon of this level, but did not have the might of a spirit tool. Wang Yiyun's expression finally showed an obvious change. The demon birth sword gave her a huge pressure, causing her to no longer be so confident. A spiritual infant tier warrior could not defeat a flower blossom tier warrior? She felt indignant. Though when a genius reached the peak stage of the flower blossom tier, they could indeed defeat some low-level, or even middle-level spiritual infant tier cultivators, and though she was only in the second layer of the spiritual infant tier, her battle prowess was as high as 10 stars. No matter what, she had the absolute upper hand. She definitely could not be intimidated by the other party. Wang Yiyun stroked the zither even more urgently, and the tune turned into a powerful army. The 81 spiritual infant tier warriors' divine might instantly reignited, as if they had been injected with stimulants, and charged towards Ling Han. Meanwhile, Ling Han revealed a faint smile. As his comprehension of the sword increased, he finally managed to open up another pattern on the demon birth sword, increasing the might of this level 10 spirit tool by another level. What kind of concept was a level 10 spirit tool? When fully activated, it was equivalent to a shattering void tier elite. He brandished the sword and Hong 29 flashes of sword chi condensed into a false ray. With a pu, it slashed onto a spiritual infant tier warrior. The warrior hurriedly used his battle spear to block, but this false ray was unleashed by a level 10 spirit tool, and its destructive power was even more terrifying than a true ray. The warrior was split in two along with his weapon. With a single strike, he killed a spiritual infant tier warrior. Hiss! Everyone drew in a cold breath, feeling that Ling Han was so strong that it was a bit hair-raising. If Ling Han was a nature-defying monster like Yao Huiyu or Small Saber King, then everyone could accept it. After all, these guys had already advanced into the spiritual infant tier, and with their battle prowess they would naturally be able to sweep away all opponents in the same tier. The problem was, Ling Han was still only in the flower blossom tier. Ling Han did not stop brandishing his sword. Each strike was one, and there was definitely no one who could withstand 2 strikes. With 81 consecutive strikes, those 81 warriors were also completely cut in half. Theoretically speaking, they did not have a physical body, so they naturally did not have any vital points to speak of. If they were cut in half, they could completely reattach and continue to battle. But the sword ray that the demon birth sword shot out naturally carried the might of a level 10 spirit tool, so how could they be reattached? Naturally, they could only be destroyed. Wah! Wang Yiyun violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Her beautiful eyes filled with shock. She had long since refined this treasured zither, and now that 81 warriors had been cut in half, she was also affected. Her heart was burning, and she felt incredibly uncomfortable. She was unwilling to give up, and lightly patted the treasured zither. Wang, a sharp sword actually shot out from the zither. This sword was extremely thin, and the blade was like a zither string. If one did not look carefully, they would not be able to find it at all. Wang Yiyun raised her sword and slashed out. The body of the sword that was like a zither string actually turned into strands that shot out to entangle Ling Han. Furthermore, there was no end to these strands, just like the blood-sucking origin gold, which could be pulled up endlessly. But this sword was definitely not forged from the blood-sucking origin gold. It was the sword chi and origin power that she had shot out, and through a strange method, they had fused together and shot out to entangle Ling Han. It was as if she had spread out a heavenly net. The ultimate technique of the Wang clan. Falling shadow entangling silk sword technique. All those years ago, the ultimate technique that the ancestor of the Wang clan used to dominate the world. Who would have thought that Wang Yiyun had actually learned it? As expected of a genius. Fairy Wang, kill this brat. Everyone exclaimed in shock, and even more people began to cheer for Wang Yiyun. They naturally hoped that this fairy would be able to win. Somewhat interesting, Ling Han mumbled. With a shake of his right hand, the demon birth sword shot out a sharp flash of sword chi, easily slashing apart the sword silks in the surroundings. As long as the gap in power was not too great, a level 10 spirit tool would naturally have an overwhelming advantage. Wang Yiyun's figure flew, her white robes fluttering in the wind as if she was a fairy dancing in the moonlight. However, every strike of her sword sent out a sharp flash of sword chi that sliced towards Ling Han in various arcs. It was incredibly strange. Ling Han channeled the thunderclap 9th heaven, and his battle prowess skyrocketed, reaching 15 stars of the spiritual infant tier. He charged towards Wang Yiyun. Ding 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 ding. The two swords continued to clash against each other. Sword chi flew in all directions, releasing an astonishing light. Even flower blossom tier cultivators did not dare to stare at it for fear that they would be blinded. Wang Yiyun paled in shock. After every clash, her body would feel numb, as if she had been electrocuted. It was so uncomfortable that she almost spat out blood. Even her origin power had dispersed, and she was unable to unleash her full power. In a head-on clash, she was actually inferior to a flower blossom tier cultivator. It could only be said that the thunderclap 9th heaven was too domineering. Even a super genius like Wang Yiyun was severely restricted. Ling Han suppressed Wang Yiyun, and after only a few dozen moves, the long sword in her hand had already flown out of her hand. Wang Yiyun gritted her teeth, pulled out her hairpin, and tossed it into the air. Instantly, there was a sparkling and translucent light that rapidly enlarged. It was about 3 meters long and looked like a strange skiff. Ling Han frowned and said, "If you continue to pester me, I'll spank your bottom." Wang Yiyun was both embarrassed and enraged. How could she be willing to listen? She continued to activate the hairpin, and origin power gathered at the tip of the hairpin, forming a ball of light that exuded a frightening aura, as if it could destroy the heavens and earth. Disobedient. Lightning flickered on Ling Han's body. He still could not turn into lightning, but his speed had soared by 3 times. In a flash, he had already appeared on top of Wang Yiyun, and the demon birth sword swept out, whipping towards Wang Yiyun's bottom. Ah! Wang Yiyun exclaimed in shock. On one side she was in pain and on the other side she was embarrassed. This man actually really dared to whip her bottom. Xiao, but she was a prodigy of the current generation. Even in this kind of situation, she still activated the hairpin and launched an attack at Ling Han. A flash of light shot out, its destructive power incredibly frightening. Ling Han slashed out with his full strength and extinguished this flash of light. However, he felt his right hand go numb, and he almost could not raise it anymore. He couldn't help but be surprised. One had to know how astonishing his physique was, but he actually felt so uncomfortable after taking a blow. This hairpin was really not simple. Pa, he fiercely whipped Wang Yiyun. Chapter 480. Ling Han attacked with his sword. The demon birth sword sent out 10 flashes of sword chi, which didn't need to touch these bugs at all. The powerful destructive power could shatter them 2 to 3 feet away. And with the strange fire burning, the destructive power was even more terrifying. In just a minute or two, the blood-sucking bugs killed by Ling Han numbered in the tens of thousands, but these bugs seemed to be endless as more and more blood-sucking bugs flew up from the ground. Ling Han was very shocked. The area around here was filled with these blood-sucking bugs, and the total number was probably in the hundreds of millions, right? His physique was indeed tough, but if he was continuously pierced by hundreds of millions of blood-sucking bugs, even his iron sheet body that was comparable to rare metal of the same tier would probably be bitten through. This was a blood-sucking bug nest, and it was at the entrance to the 2nd floor. What a coincidence, it didn't let people pass at all. Retreat. Ling Han hesitated slightly. There was obviously no future in this battle to the death. These blood-sucking bugs' individual battle prowess was only comparable to the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and there were very few spiritual pedestal tier existences, but added together, any spiritual pedestal tier elite would tremble. He decided to retreat first. This wasn't his matter alone, so there was obviously no need to fight to the death alone. Unfortunately, inside the Black Tower, the massive golem was still slowly recovering, receiving a spiritual infant tier law decrees attack. Even if it had powerful recovery power, it couldn't recover in a short time. With his battle prowess, it was somewhat difficult to exterminate the blood-sucking bugs here, but charging out was a piece of cake. He cut through the swarm of bugs and passed through the entrance. His vision suddenly darkened, and he already appeared in the space of the 1st floor, which was incomparably dark. "He's out!" everyone exclaimed. How was it? What's inside?" Everyone asked at the same time. Ling Han ignored them. Hey, Master Ling, aren't you going to share the information you found out with everyone?" Someone rebuked. "That's right, everyone's fighting side by side now. Not to mention that you're hiding the situation. You're too petty, not having the bearing of a master at all." "I was wrong." Ling Han smirked coldly. These people dared to reprimand him because his cultivation level was not high, and he did not have any elites by his side. Otherwise, even if he was an Earth-grade middle-level alchemist, there would be no lack of flower blossom tier elites by his side. Which junior would dare to be impudent in front of him? He scanned the crowd and said, "If you want to know, go in yourself." Everyone was enraged. They felt that Ling Han was too stingy. He had already gone in, so why didn't he share the information with them? Moreover, Ling Han's wretched appearance when he ran out just now was clearly filled with danger. Naturally, they wanted to know what kind of environment it was inside and what they had to face. Only after they were prepared would they enter. "Master Ling, you've gone too far. We are in the same boat. You shouldn't be so selfish." Everyone continued to criticize, still wanting to use public anger to force Ling Han to submit. Idiot, Ling Han originally wanted to warn everyone, but now he changed his mind. Whether these people lived or died, it had nothing to do with him. He walked to the side of Li Xichan and the others and said in a low voice, "The 2nd layer is a vast special space with terrifying blood-sucking bugs. Those people before died because the blood-sucking bugs sucked all their blood dry. There was no need for Ling Han to say how intense the battle with the blood-sucking bugs was. Just by looking at the 6 dried corpses, one would know that those blood-sucking bugs were absolutely terrifying. The 3 of them revealed shocked expressions. Li Xichen and Guang Yuan were fine. They knew that Ling Han had the Black Tower, and at worst they could just hide inside, but Yu Kaiyu really frowned. Then what do we do? Yu Kaiyu asked. Ling Han smiled and said, wait. Once the rock spirit recovered, the flower blossom tear would be so powerful that it could easily suppress the bug nest. Strangely, he ran out, but the blood-sucking bugs didn't chase after him, as if they couldn't pass through the door. The others here were all elites and geniuses of various sects, definitely carrying powerful destructive treasures like spirit talismans and law decrees, perfect for them to use up. Ling Han didn't say a word, and the others couldn't do anything about him. Who could force a heaven-grade alchemist to speak? At this time, more and more people entered the divine temple, gathering one by one. Many flower blossom tear cultivators in their prime entered the mystery realm, but didn't appear nearby, so there were only spiritual pedestal tear cultivators here. Spiritual ocean tear cultivators were relatively few, and gushing spring tear only had Li Xichen. The truth was that if one's strength was too low, they couldn't snatch treasures even if they discovered them. They could only use the environment here to cultivate, and when they left they could at least advance 1 or 2 tiers. Let's go, since someone entered and came out alive, why can't we? Someone began to link up various people wanting to charge into the second layer. That's right, we're all in the spiritual pedestal tier. If he can go, so can I. Let's go. These people were all young and impetuous. On the surface, they didn't dare to fall out with Ling Han, but none of them were convinced, clamoring one after another. Finally, a team of over 100 people formed, wanting to charge into the second layer. They weren't stupid. The vanguard was a tall and sturdy man who specialized in earth element arts, and his physique was extremely tough. On top of that, someone lent him a defensive spirit tool, so even if there was a flower blossom tear cultivator lying in ambush, he could take a hit and not die. These people charged in, not making the slightest sound anymore. The entrance was isolated from a world, and neither light nor sound could pass through. After a while, Ling Han's consciousness entered the Black Tower. Seeing that the rock spirit had finished reassembling and recovered its vitality, he cracked a smile and said, "Let's go, we should also enter. Xichen, you stay outside." Taking advantage of Yu Kaiyu turning around, he directly stored Li Xichen into the Black Tower. Where's Lady Li?" Yu Kaiyu turned around, and when Li Xichen was gone, his face was instantly filled with shock. "She went out," Ling Han said casually. "So fast?" Yu Kaiyu exclaimed. "How was it possible? It was only the time it took to turn around." Ling Han nodded. Guang Yuan laughed muffled. Ling Han took the lead, and the 3 of them walked up the steps one after another, entering the second layer. Instantly, a great battle between humans and insects appeared in front of them. Countless blood-sucking insects danced in the sky, attacking the human martial artists. The insect corpses on the ground actually piled up into a thick layer, and on the human side more than 20 people died, all sucked dry. As more and more blood-sucking insects died, the insects in the entire area also began to riot. Within a radius of a few miles, all the blood-sucking insects flew up and circled in the sky, turning into a tornado that swept towards everyone. This was a completely different battle style. Previously, the blood-sucking insects relied on the advantage of numbers and attacked from all angles, but in essence they were still doing things their own way, and couldn't be said to cooperate. But now it was completely different. Hundreds of millions of blood-sucking insects turned into one body, sweeping towards everyone. Chapter 481. Blood-sucking bugs danced in the sky, as if a locust plague had arisen, but what they ate wasn't crops but fresh blood. The bug tornado swept over, and instantly, corpses that were sucked dry were thrown out one after another. No one was a match for it. Such a combination wasn't a simple superposition of power, but multiplied, infinitely close to the flower blossom tier. The remaining martial artists were greatly shocked, and all unleashed their life-saving ultimate moves, tearing apart one spirit talisman after another and firing out law decrees after law decrees. This should have been used when fighting over the treasure, but now, in order to save their lives, they couldn't care about it. If he lost his life, everything would be over. Hong, in an instant, the human martial artist's morale soared. So what if you were close to the Flower Blossom tier? Spirit talismans made by Flower Blossom tier warriors could resist, and spiritual infant tier law decrees could directly kill Flower Blossom tier warriors. These blood-sucking bugs obviously weren't kings among beasts, so how could they withstand such a crazy bombardment? The entire swarm of bugs was almost instantly wiped out. Wang, a blood-sucking bug the size of a human head, flew out shakily from the tornado. Its wings were a bit tattered, and it could barely fly. There was actually a fish that slipped through the net. It should be the king of the swarm, Ling Han said. Ling Han said. It was this bug king's appearance that changed the swarm's battle style. Previously, the countless blood-sucking bugs only did their own thing, but it gathered all the bugs together and fought under its command, increasing their power by quite a few levels. However, it was also because it gathered all the bugs together, giving everyone a chance to catch them all in one fell swoop, and only it was spared. Ninth layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, this bug king's strength was tyrannical enough, and it hid in the center of the swarm, so the impact it suffered was relatively weaker and thus saved its life. The bug king stared at everyone with a hateful gaze, but didn't attack. Instead, it flapped its wings and flew higher and higher, actually trying to escape. Can you escape? Everyone snorted and attacked one by one. Instantly, sword chi and saber chi danced together, slicing towards the sky. However, the bug king was at the ninth layer of the spiritual pedestal tier after all. It opened a black barrier, blocking everyone's attacks, and continued to fly higher. When they reached a certain height, everyone could only watch helplessly. After all, if they had not broken through to the Flower Blossom tier, they would be very helpless against an opponent that could fly. The Bug King looked at everyone coldly. These people had killed all of its people, so it would definitely come back and kill all of these humans. It wouldn't take long before it could reproduce a large number of descendants again. It retracted its gaze and flapped its wings again, wanting to find a safe place to once again strengthen its insect army. Shwa shwa shwa, a streak of sword chi slashed over, shining with resplendent light. The Bug King was disdainful at first. No one could hurt it at such a height. But in the instant that the sword chi slashed at it, it knew that it had made a grave mistake. Pooh, as the sword chi slashed past, its already broken wings were instantly completely cut off. It looked at the human below in shock, absolutely not daring to believe that there could be such a stunning and peerless sword. It could no longer maintain its flying state and fell from the sky. Ling Han smiled faintly and put away the demon birth sword. Kill! Everyone charged out and killed the Bug King in 2 or 3 moves. Unfortunately, although it was a 9th layer spiritual pedestal tier beast, it was too dirty and disgusting. No one was interested in its flesh and blood. Thus, after confirming that the Bug King was dead, everyone didn't take another look. They all looked at Ling Han. That sword strike just now made their hearts tremble. The Bug King flew so high, but Ling Han's sword chi still hurt it. Although it was the most fragile wing, it was still shocking. Ling Han walked to the Bug King's side and used his sword to cut open the Bug King's corpse. This beast didn't have bones at all, so it naturally wouldn't have bone patterns, and there were no similar things on its wings and outer shell. As expected, this wasn't King tier, so there were no bone patterns. Everyone was already on their way. Everyone was very interested in this place, wanting to explore it to the end. This place was very strange. They clearly came up from the middle of the first floor, but now there was a golden wall on one side, as if they came to the side of a divine temple. However, such a large space was unreasonable in the first place, so it wouldn't be strange if it was more strange. Because there was only one direction that they could take, Ling Han and his 2 companions followed behind the others, heading forwards. After walking for about 20 minutes, a building suddenly appeared in front of them. Its shape was exactly the same as the golden temple outside, but it was much smaller. It was only about 10 feet tall and was completely black. In addition, there was only one side that could be entered. Everyone stopped in their tracks. Now that they had suddenly discovered a building, they naturally had the urge to enter it. However, this place was quite strange. Everyone was worried that there was some danger inside, and no one was willing to stand out and be the first to enter. Wung wung wung, a strange sound was heard. Ling Han's expression changed and he said, "Not good." There are blood-sucking bugs here. Just as he finished speaking, a black cloud flew out of the temple and engulfed everyone like it covered the sky and earth. Not good. Everyone cried out in alarm. When facing the first wave of bugs, they had already used up all their trump cards, but now there was another wave. What should they do? The bug swarm was already attacking, and everyone hurriedly acted. They couldn't just sit and wait for death. In just a short while, everyone retreated. This bug swarm was even more numerous than the previous one, and everyone's strength had decreased. Naturally, they could only fight and retreat. Come, let's enter the temple. Ling Han decided to advance instead of retreating. In this relatively narrow space, it could actually weaken the bug swarm's advantage in numbers. The three of them entered the Black Temple. There was only one floor and it was very empty. In the middle there was a stone platform and on the stone was a corpse. Now there were only piles of white bones left. This was an offering for sacrifice. Then what was with the bug swarm? Master Ling, don't just stand there. Yu Kaiyu shouted. He was in the middle of a fierce battle with Guang Yuan, but Ling Han was actually so focused on the corpse that it immediately increased the pressure on them. Bloody battles can improve your strength, Ling Han said with a smile, and strode over to the side of the human remains. However, he had not even come close when he felt an indescribable pressure, as if it was about to shatter his body. So terrifying. Ling Han revealed a shocked expression. This corpse definitely wasn't simple when it was alive, and it had to be at least a shattering void-tier existence to make his divine sense feel like it was being cut by a sword. It could even be a god-tier existence. Chapter 482. This was a set of God's bones. Although it was unknown how many years had passed, the divinity still remained. Moreover, this definitely wasn't a normal human's remains. There was a horn on the forehead. Obviously, that horn was broken off, leaving only a small part on his forehead. Additionally, his leg bones and arms also had bone wings, which were also broken off. Chu Hao could imagine that when this god was alive, there were extremely sharp bone blades piercing out of his arms and legs. This isn't human. Could it be a beast that took human form? Ling Han's heart pounded. He'd read ancient records that said that if a beast crossed into god tier, it could shed its beast body and take human form. Now, some humans had the bloodline of a great ancient beast, such as Feng Yan, which was very likely a descendant of a human and a beast that became god, thus inheriting a shred of beast's bloodline. No matter what, this was a set of treasured bones without another word. Ling Han was about to put the remains into the Black Tower, but he immediately discovered that he couldn't do as he wished. What was going on? Couldn't a god-tier item be put into the Black Tower? No. He immediately discovered that a fist-sized blood-sucking bug flew out from the remains and stared at him, emitting a shocking chill. A flower blossom tear being his, Ling Han suddenly understood. Could it be that these blood-sucking bugs were born from the corpses of gods? That's why they didn't fear the pressure of gods after death, and didn't have to worry about starving to death without food? They usually resided in the remains of gods and absorbed their aura. Damn, what kind of damn place was this, sacrificing gods? Mommy! Yu Kaiyu screamed in fear. They were trying their best to block the blood-sucking bugs from outside, and relying on the narrow passageway, they could barely hold on. But Ling Han actually provoked another bug king, and it was even a flower blossom tier being. Don't be nervous, you guys continue to deal with the small ones, leave the big ones to me. Ling Han smiled and raised his right hand, summoning the rock spirit. At this time, the rock spirit had already completely recovered. The earth was thick, and the rock spirit that was born from it also inherited this advantage. Its defensive power was astonishing, and so was its recovery ability. As long as it wasn't killed on the spot, it would quickly recover. The rock spirit roared at the insect king as soon as it appeared. Its sound waves were like blades. The bug king was small, but the strength of the flower blossom tier was there for all to see, so it was completely unafraid. With a flap of its wings, wong wong wong, it stirred up two whirlwinds that welcomed the sound waves. Poo piu piu piu, the whirlwinds collided with the sound waves, setting off a shockwave. The rock spirit's sound wave clearly had the upper hand. Although it was slightly weakened, it still shattered the two whirlwinds and continued to attack the Worm King. Ling Han nodded to himself. The rock spirit was not a demonic beast, but a mysterious object born from the heavens and earth. However, in terms of ranking, it was not only the king of demonic beasts but also the king of kings. Just like how one could be called a king among swords by cultivating 7 flashes of sword chi and 10 flashes of sword chi, could 2 kings be the same? The Worm King flapped its wings at a shocking speed, charging towards the rock spirit, obviously taking advantage of its clumsiness. The rock spirit's movements certainly weren't as fast as the Worm King. Only when the Worm King's mouth part pierced into its heart did it slap over. The Worm King already started sucking blood. As long as it sucked clean the opponent's blood, no matter how strong the opponent was, it would only be a dried corpse. However, when it sucked, it realized, damn, where did the blood come from? The rock spirit slap arrived. Its speed wasn't ridiculously fast, but when it attacked and moved to high speed, it was similarly ridiculously fast. It was already too late for the Worm King to flap its wings to leave, and it was instantly slapped solidly. This was no different from hitting a mosquito. The rock spirit released its hand, and the Worm King instantly fell, but it only fell halfway before flying up again, staring at the rock spirit with hatred and confusion. Couldn't suck blood, so could it already be a dried corpse? But how could a dried corpse still be so lively? Limited by the environment it grew in, even if this Worm King advanced into the flower blossom tier, it still had limited knowledge and intelligence, so it was instantly dumbfounded. It was dumbfounded, but the rock spirit wouldn't be dumbfounded. It roared loudly and 36 hairs grew out of its head. The power of heaven and earth was activated, and instantly blazing white lightning flickered, striking out along with its punch. Tiandu Thunderstar formation. Unfortunately, this was only a 5th tier formation, and wasn't very effective against a flower blossom tier Worm King. However, against normal little blood-sucking bugs, its destructive power was too great. Come here, Ling Han shouted. Yu Kai Yu and Guang Yuan hurriedly ran over, and when a large amount of blood-sucking bugs surged in, they were all bombarded by the power of lightning, instantly turning into ashes. This was activated by the formation, borrowing the power of heaven and earth. It didn't need the rock spirit to actively activate it. It only needed to control the lightning to prevent it from blasting towards Ling Han and the others. Ji. The Worm King was furious, and let out an ear-piercing screech. Immediately, countless blood-sucking bugs gathered together with it as the center, forming a black hurricane. It wanted to gather the power of the swarm, turning it into a whole. With it as the core, it adjusted in the middle, turning the power of the entire swarm into a whole and blasting it out. However, a problem immediately appeared. This black temple was only 30 meters tall, and for the rock spirit's 10 meters tall body, this height was just enough to unleash, but for the swarm it was too narrow. The rock spirit took the opportunity to attack. The power of lightning exploded, which had a powerful restraining effect on evil beings. That hurricane was continuously weakened, and the power of the rock spirit's punch wasn't affected in the slightest, continuing to blast towards the Worm King in the core. Pong! The punch landed and the entire swarm immediately collapsed. The Worm King flew out and let out a strange cry, appearing extremely furious. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, Xiaohua, come out and help too. Hong! A flame flew out and transformed into the shape of a small dog, running around Ling Han's feet. The corner of Ling Han's mouth twitched involuntarily. He summoned the strange fire to help the rock spirit fight shoulder to shoulder. Not for this guy to act cute like a small dog. Go! He kicked out, and the strange fire that transformed into a small dog was kicked towards the swarm. A large swarm of blood-sucking bugs really thought the strange fire was food, pouncing over one after another. However, the strange fire shed its cute mask at this time, turning into a terrifying existence that could burn the heavens and destroy the earth. Hong! The flame swept past and instantly, a large swarm of bugs were burned to ashes. The strange fire now could even help Ling Han concoct heaven-grade medicinal pills, which could at least rival the flower blossom tier. Moreover, the flame could be said to be the natural nemesis of the swarm. With Xiaohua's display of might, the entire swarm seemed to have encountered their natural enemy, hurriedly distancing themselves from Xiaohua. Even the Worm King revealed a look of fear. All things were related by nature, and strange fire was an absolute restraint on blood-sucking bugs. If that Worm King wanted to fight against Xiaohua, then it had to be at least 5 or 6 small tiers higher in tier. Moreover, there was another spirit of the 5 elements here. Phone reading was more refreshing. Chapter 483. Yao Huiyu felt incredibly pained. His Zhu Xian'er actually looked like this? When they were in the north region, Zhu Xian'er's figure and the temperament she exuded were enough to intoxicate him, and he willingly prostrated himself at her feet. But now that he had really seen her face, it was as if a knife had cut into his heart. This contrast was too great. His first love had turned into a bubble just like that. Ling Han laughed loudly, put his arm around Yao Huiyu's shoulder and said, "Little Yao, whether we fight to the death tomorrow, that's a matter for tomorrow. Thank you for today. Come, let's drink, and we won't go home until we're drunk." A person with such self-control as Yao Huiyu was naturally unwilling to get drunk, but now, he only wanted to get drunk to resolve all his grievances. He sat down without a word, and did not refuse anything that came his way. He poured himself cup after cup of wine and very soon, he collapsed onto the ground with a paw, and fell into a deep sleep. "Your tolerance for alcohol is really poor," the Rain Emperor said with a smile. Meanwhile, Ling Han said meaningfully, "When alcohol enters one's mind, it is easier to get drunk." When Yao Huiyu woke up the next day, he discovered that he was all alone lying on a rock. The moment he crawled up, he felt a swelling pain in his head. The after effects of his hangover had acted up. He held his head, thinking that he definitely would not get drunk again in the future. He raised his head towards the sky, and could not help but reveal a self-mocking smile. Previously, he had been at her beck and call, ingratiating himself with Zhu Xian'er. Had he really fallen in love with her? He had not even seen her face before, so how could he possibly develop true feelings for her? However, his feelings had been deceiving him, and he had imagined her to be an exceptional beauty, which was why he had fallen in love with her. And now his dream had been shattered. From now on, he could put all his thoughts on martial arts. Yao Huiyu's thoughts were clear, and an expression of wild joy instantly appeared on his face. That was because he had come into contact with the barrier of 30 flashes of sword qi. True enough, the violent fluctuation of emotions had a very great impact on one's control over qi. Previously, he had cultivated bitterly, but had not been able to grasp the gist of it. "I want to become the number one in the younger generation," he declared with lofty sentiments, completely forgetting about his disappointment in love. The most talented person would naturally have supreme self-control. Ling Han waited for another 5 days, and Ken Yi had yet to see that disciple of the Heaven Sword sect. However, there was news that an earthquake had occurred at the Great Bright Mountains, and it was as if an incredible treasure had been born. Lightning soared into the skies, illuminating the starry sky. Because of this, a great many people had already set out on their way, rushing towards the Great Bright Mountains. Anyways, it was also within the Flying Flower County, and it would only take them 1 or 2 days to get there. In order to wait for Ken Yi, Ling Han could only restrain himself. Moreover, the flickering of lightning did not mean that a precious treasure had really been born. Previously, when he had guided lightning into his body and cultivated the thunderclap 9th heaven, hadn't he also guided lightning to bombard him for a whole day and night? Perhaps this was a person who cultivated a lightning element cultivation technique that was taking a crucial step. Ling Han waited patiently, but the Rain Emperor and Mu Rongqing had already set out on their way. They said that if there really was any lightning element treasure there, they would definitely bring it back for Ling Han so that he could truly form a body of lightning. The two brothers were very sincere, so Ling Han could not say no, and could only let them leave. However, Ling Han really did want to form a body of lightning. Now, he was only borrowing the power of lightning to speed up his body, but if he could transform his body into lightning, then his speed could be increased by another level, and he would be able to keep up with Hunyo. The Great Bright Mountains. Isn't that one of the 21 mountain ranges that are suspected to be the Boundless Mountains? Zhu Xian'er asked Ling Han after finding out. Ling Han nodded and said, "It can't be such a coincidence, right? The Clear Harmony Palace Hall is really there." It was not impossible because Zishuesian cultivated the power of lightning, and the Great Bright Mountains just so happened to have lightning soaring into the sky, so it was really too much of a coincidence. Let's wait for another day. If there is still no news from Ken Yi, then we'll set out. Ling Han decided to go. However, that very night, Ken Yi came over, and brought with him a piece of bad news. That Heaven Sword sect's true disciple actually did not manage to bring back the ancient map. He said that the sect was extremely strict in controlling the map, and treated it like the best kind of martial arts technique, and would definitely not allow outsiders to see it. Putting aside the fact that outsiders could not see it, even if the people of their own sect wanted to see it, they would have to reach a certain cultivation level such as the Heaven tier, or an outstanding disciple like Yao Huiyu. Fuck Ling Han could not help but swear. It was only a map, so was it really that valuable? It should be impossible for the Heaven Sword sect to be afraid that they would discover some secret left behind by Zi Shuexian. How would they know that Zi Shuexian had left behind any last words? Moreover, so many years had already passed. Perhaps this place had already been buried forever underground, or perhaps it had been completely destroyed. These 5 great sects were not normal. Ling Han did not hesitate any longer. Bringing Zhu Xian'er and Hu Niu with him, he rushed towards the Great Bright Mountains. Rabbit naturally accompanied him. All day long, it held 1,000-year-old ginseng in its mouth and ate it like a carrot, and even boasted shamelessly that this was interest. When Ling Han returned 2 dragon blood tyrant ginseng to it, then he would not have to pay it interest. The consequence of such a cheap mouth was naturally being bitten by Hu Niu, causing it to wail out in pain. However, it did not dare to do so again and again. How could the word cheap describe it? They chatted and laughed along the way, and very soon, they arrived at the Great Bright Mountains. Flying Blossom County was not the largest county in the Middle State, but it was definitely the county with the most mountain ranges. This Great Bright Mountains was also a large mountain range that stretched for several hundred miles, and was astonishingly large. This place was filled with a primitive atmosphere, and terrifying demonic beasts ran amok. Ordinary people would not dare to enter too deeply, as one careless mistake would cost them their lives. Ling Han gazed into the distance. The trees here were all as tall as treasured swords, and the average height was more than 300 meters. They stood upright, and there were very few branches. Just looking at them gave one a kind of somber feeling. And on the east side of the mountain range, there was indeed a ball of lightning that soared into the skies. It surged and surged, spreading throughout the entire mountain peak. Let's go. Ling Han and the others flew in that direction. Now that even Zhu Xian'er had broken through to the Flower Blossom tier, the power of their team could be said to be considerably strong. Very soon they arrived at the foot of the mountain peak. They saw that from time to time, lightning would rush out from the mountainside. This was the source of the lightning in this place, and it affected the entire mountaintop, making people not dare to approach. Ling Han revealed a shocked expression, and blurted out, "Heaven Cloud Purple Thunder. Brat, you actually know about Heaven Cloud Purple Thunder as well." Rabbit said in surprise, appearing to be very strange. "This is one of the 10 great ultimate thunders of ancient times." "What 10 great ultimate thunders?" Zhu Xian'er asked curiously. Rabbit went crazy when there was a visitor, and with someone supporting it, it instantly had the urge to show off. However, it was unexpectedly glared at fiercely by Hu Niu. In the end, it rubbed the wounds that had not yet healed on its buttocks, not daring to act cheap anymore. It said, "The heaven and earth have spirits. Even this mountain, this water, this stone, this fire, all have the possibility of developing intelligence and forming a special life form." "Oh, then isn't that the spirit of fire spirit, the spirit of rock, and the spirit of water?" Zhu Xian'er came to a realization and suddenly clapped her hands, saying, "Could it be that there is a spirit of thunder here?" Ling Han nodded and said, "It should be so, and it's an impressive guy." Chapter 484. The 6 red-furred monsters didn't dodge at all and continued to attack. The mountains crashed down, and they each threw a punch to meet it. In the fluctuation of origin power, these mountains all cracked but didn't shatter. Pung 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 pung, they were all hit, but only staggered before continuing to attack extremely fierce. Such solid defense. Ling Han nodded. Although it couldn't compare to his body of iron sheet, it was still quite shocking. There were pitifully few spiritual pedestal tier cultivators that could cultivate such defense. Hung only SOSO. The attacked man sneered and slid back. He raised his sword again, and another 7 flashes of sword chi shot out. Help! The others also knew that the red-furred monsters weren't very powerful, so they naturally had no fear. But at this moment, the 6 red-furred monsters all emitted a bloody light, directly breaking through the man's sword chi, and killing their way to him. 5 of the red-furred monsters grabbed his limbs and head, and the last one grabbed the man's body. Pooh! Under everyone's shocked gazes, the 5 red-furred monsters exerted force at the same time, forcibly tearing off the man's limbs and head. Fresh blood splattered, seemingly dyeing the sky red. Too violent, too bloody. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't accept such a scene. Pa, 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 pa. The 6 red-furred monsters all threw away the severed limbs and head in their hands, and set their sights on another person, pouncing together. Suppressed together. Everyone hurriedly shouted. They definitely couldn't be defeated by these 6 red-furred monsters one by one. In the battle between the two sides, the humans naturally had the advantage in terms of numbers, and their battle prowess was stronger. However, these red-furred monsters seemed to be undying monsters. They were stabbed and slashed, but not a single drop of blood spilled, as if they were puppets. Moreover, they had a special ability. When there was a red light on their bodies, they could ignore the bombardment of origin power and directly pass through, causing great trouble for everyone. They obviously had more people and were stronger, but they were beaten into a sorry state by the 6 red-furred monsters. Strange, what ability is this? Ling Han muttered, his eyes flashing with curiosity. Could this be another special ability of the living beings of the God realm? Young Master Han, should we go and help? Guang Yuan asked. Yes, but be careful. Ling Han nodded. Yes. Guang Yuan immediately rushed out. Yukayu scratched his head and said, Strange, why do I have to listen to this guy's words? After saying that, he also rushed out, his battle intent soaring. Ling Han did not make a move and only observed carefully. He would act when Guang Yuan and Yukayu were in danger, but at other times, he would observe more. He had never heard of this red-haired monster before, and it was too strange. His gaze swept across and a look of shock appeared on his face. That was because the pieces of flesh that had been dismembered earlier were undergoing a shocking change. A clump of red hair grew out of the flesh hair, and as if it had a life of its own, its head, arms, and legs wriggled toward the torso. Soon, the 6 parts came together and formed a complete human body, but it was covered in red hair. A new red-furred monster had appeared. A bolt of lightning flashed through Ling Han's mind, and a guess welled up in his mind. These 6 red-furred monsters couldn't be the 6 dried corpses that had been killed at the very beginning, right? He immediately flashed out and unleashed the demon birth sword, slashing at one of the red-furred monsters. In the midst of the sword chi, red hair danced in the air. This red-haired monster was instantly shaved clean by Ling Han, revealing a body that resembled a dried corpse. In fact, there were even a few tattered pieces of cloth on it. Luo Luoheng, a martial artist said with a trembling voice. He's Luoheng, I recognize the tattoo on his arm. Ling Han looked over and sure enough, there was a tattoo on the red-furred monster's arm. Although it was hard to tell, it was still a picture of a fierce tiger. Everyone was shocked. Luoheng was one of the first to enter the 2nd floor, and was turned into a dried corpse by the blood-sucking insects. How did he suddenly become a red-furred monster and come back to life? Another one. Someone found the 7th red-furred monster, although it had just stood up shakily and hadn't joined the battle yet. Where's Su Ming's corpse? Someone asked with a trembling voice. Everyone was speechless. This dried corpse could become a red-furred monster, so why couldn't it be torn apart? What kind of damned place was this? The dead could also come back to life, although it couldn't be considered a true resurrection. Ling Han drew his sword and activated the 2 vein-like patterns on the demon birth sword. He didn't believe that even a 10th-tier spirit tool couldn't kill these monsters. Pew pew pew, his figure flashed, and one sword strike after another, chopping the red-furred monster into 2 pieces. However, a strange scene appeared. The 2 pieces of the red-furred monster actually stuck together again, becoming one again. An undead monster. Ling Han made a prompt decision and said, Go to the 3rd floor. Yukayu and Guang Yuan obviously didn't have the slightest objection to his words, and immediately climbed up the stairs, charging towards the 3rd floor. Ling Han put away the demon birth sword and also leapt up the stairs. Even a powerful battle prowess like Ling Han ran away, so how would the others dare to tangle with them? These red-furred monsters couldn't be killed at all, and even if someone hit a spiritual infant tier law decree, could it suppress them? Although Ling Han came up the stairs later than Guang Yuan and Yukayu, he caught up, and with a big stride, he was the first to enter the 3rd floor. the scenery immediately changed. This was actually a primeval forest, with tall trees everywhere and countless old vines tangled together, thicker than houses. Who knew how many years it had been growing for it to reach such a scale? However, in the extreme distance, a divine temple stood at the peak of a mountain, shining with a golden brilliance. Xiao 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 Guangyuan and Yukayu also leapt out, and then more people appeared. However, none of the red-furred monsters charged up, as if each floor had a strict limit. Ayo! A beast's roar sounded in the distance, as if it could tear the sky apart. Everyone was shocked. Even so far away, they could feel the terrifying deterrence contained in that roar. It was at least a flower blossom tier existence, or even a spiritual infant tier beast. What to do? Below there was an unkillable red-furred monster, and above there were flower blossom tier and even spiritual infant tier beasts. It was truly a dilemma. Ling Han, however, only looked at the golden divine temple on the distant mountain peak. He had a feeling that there might be an answer regarding the secret of this divine temple. Let's go. He nodded towards Guangyuan and Yukayu. The three of them set off, walking towards the divine temple in the distance. The others all shrugged. The mountain peak wasn't far, but it definitely wouldn't be near if they walked all the way. And who knew how many terrifying beasts they would encounter? Let's charge back. That's right. Although the red-furred monster can't be killed, its battle prowess isn't ridiculously strong, and it's still stronger than spiritual infant tier beasts. Let's go back. Most people wanted to retreat, and only a few decided to follow Ling Han and the others forward. At least with the three of them scouting ahead, if there was any danger, the three of them would be the first to bear it. However, these people were immediately dumbfounded because Ling Han summoned the golem. The three of them all stood on the golem's back, and the large golem carried them towards the mountain peak. Chapter 485. Oh, how to play this? The few people who originally wanted to take advantage of Ling Han were instantly disappointed. Ling Han had a flying tool, but they could only rely on their feet to run, and couldn't rely on Ling Han to block the disaster for them at all. They immediately dispelled the idea of following, and were just about to turn back when they saw a flash at the entrance, and three people walked out. These three people were all in their 30s, all male, and emitted an astonishing aura, making everyone involuntarily bend down and lower their heads. Flower Blossom tier greetings Lord Miao, Lord Gu, Lord Gung. Everyone half knelt and saluted the three. Miao Qi-si, Gu Yuanliang, and Gung Jingsheng were all figures on the prodigy roll several generations ago, and now they all stepped into the Flower Blossom tier, becoming the mainstay of various sections. In the future, they might even advance into the spiritual infant tier, and become the most powerful figures in the North region. Miao Qi-si raised his hand, indicating for everyone to stand up. His gaze was the same as Gu Yuanliang and Gung Jingsheng, staring at the divine temple on the distant mountain peak. Let's go. Gu Yuanliang tapped his foot, and his figure was already floating in the air. Miao Qi-si and Gung Jingsheng also followed. Haha, with three Flower Blossom tier elites appearing, I believe that even if Ling Han finds the treasure, he won't be able to get it. Someone gloated. Humph, just a Flower Blossom tier puppet, it can't be compared to a real Flower Blossom tier. Even if it's a heaven-grade alchemist, no one has to give face to alchemists in a mystery realm exploration. That's right, as an alchemist, one should honestly refine pills. Quite a few people echoed, all jealous of Ling Han. Although the rock spirit was a bit clumsy and foolish, its explosive power was a bit weak at the start, but once it increased its speed, it wouldn't lose to normal Flower Blossom tier warriors. Only a few minutes later, they arrived at the mountain peak. The massive golem landed, and Ling Han and the other two jumped down one after another. Although there were many creatures on this level, the space wasn't too different. Ling Han already swept a circle in the sky, and didn't find any steps leading to the fourth level. In other words, this level was the last level. His conjecture was correct. It was highly likely that this final temple would reveal the secrets of this place. This golden temple was 1,000 feet tall and completely golden. It was as if the large temple outside had shrunk by 10 times. The difference was that only one side could be entered. Little stone, you take the lead. Ling Han patted the stone spirit. The rock spirit naturally did not object and walked at the very front. Ling Han and the other two followed closely behind. With the flower blossom tier rock spirit blocking in front, Ling Han had enough confidence to put Guangyuan, Yu Kaiyu, and the rockman into the Black Tower at the most dangerous moment. Unexpectedly, the inside of this temple was very bright, and it was not as empty as those black temples. There were stone pillars here that were only 1 meter tall. The top of the stone pillars was cast in the shape of a basin, and the inside was empty. The entire temple only had 1 floor, so it was extremely spacious. Walking inside made the 3 of them feel insignificant. There were no pillars in the temple, and the 3 walls leaned against each other to support the weight. Rows of stone pillars reached the center of the temple, but there was a hexagon-shaped object that floated in midair and continuously spun, very strange. Huh, so fragrant. Ling Han and the other 2 wrinkled their noses. Eat. The rock spirit also transmitted the thought to Ling Han, but it stared at the stone pillars on the ground. Go eat. Ling Han waved his hand. But don't overstuff yourself. The rock spirit was instantly overjoyed. It pounced in front of a stone pillar, and its head split open as if it had opened a large mouth, biting towards the basin. With a kacha, it bit off half of the stone basin and started chewing, eating happily. Ling Han and the other 2 trotted to the stone pillar closest to the hexagon-shaped object. They saw that there was a bit of milky white liquid in the stone basin, and it was this liquid that emitted a shocking fragrance. What is this? Yu Kaiyu asked. Ling Han shook his head and said, I don't know either, but I can be sure that this is an absolute spiritual liquid with incomparably huge value. So you guys can get lost. A cold voice sounded, and Miao Qi and the other 2 already walked in with large strides, obviously not taking Ling Han's identity as a heaven-grade alchemist seriously. In the outside world, heaven-grade alchemists naturally had a transcendent status, but when fighting over treasures it was all based on strength. It was impossible to give away treasures just because you were the son of the Shattering Void tier. Heaven-grade alchemists were the same. Ling Han said to Guangyuan and Yu Kaiyu, you guys put away these spiritual liquids first. He turned around, waved at the rock spirit and said, Little rock, come, it's time to fight. The rock spirit was somewhat reluctant. It was eating happily, but who asked Ling Han to be its master? It couldn't help but stare fiercely at Miao Qi and the other 2. It was precisely the appearance of these 3 that interrupted its delicious meal, which made it very angry. Puppet, Miao Qi and the other 2 said in surprise when they saw the mysterious patterns on the rock spirit's body. They obviously thought those patterns were formation patterns. They sensed the strength of this golem, emitting an aura that they didn't dare to underestimate. Master Ling, although you are a genius of alchemy, admired by the whole world, since you entered the historical site to seize and defend, you should have the self-awareness of a martial artist. Gu Yuanliang said. If you force me to make a move, I won't be merciful. Ling Han cracked a smile and said, Is that so? Stop. Seeing Guangyuan and Yu Kaiyu take out a jade bottle to collect the spiritual liquid in the stone basin, Miao Qi and the other 2 couldn't hold back anymore. They all moved, wanting to stop them from seizing the spiritual liquid. Ung! The rock spirit roared angrily and charged towards them, while Ling Han drew out the demon birth sword and activated the thunder battle armor, slashing towards the 3 large hands of origin power. Pooh! As the sword chi swept out, Ling Han forcibly sliced open the 3 large hands of origin power, not letting them slap Yu Kaiyu and Guangyuan. However, he was only in the 2nd layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, and even with the protection of the thunder battle armor, he was still shaken badly by the huge force. Wah! He vomited blood. Just like the 3 lives corpse casket, even a Shattering Void tier elite couldn't break the casket, but if a Heaven tier elite laid inside, he would definitely be shaken into pieces. Blocking a direct attack and neutralizing the impact of the power were 2 different things. Ling Han, however, was radiant. Under the protection of the thunder battle armor, he could withstand such an impact, and as long as he didn't die in one hit with the recovery power of the indestructible Heaven Scroll, he could immediately recover. Of course, the most important thing was that he formed the body of Iron Sheet. Otherwise, if it was someone else, even with the protection of the thunder battle armor, it would be very difficult for them to be heavily injured. After all, the flower blossom tier was too strong. Then let's fight. Ling Han laughed loudly. Chapter 486. Oh. A mere second layer of the spiritual pedestal tier actually dared to say that he wanted to fight with Flower Blossom tier warriors. How heroic was this? Yes, it was heroic. If it was others, this would be stupid behavior, but one sword strike cut off the attacks of 3 Flower Blossom tier warriors, showing outstanding strength, so it was naturally heroic. I've long heard that Master Ling's battle prowess is amazing. You once relied on a spirit tool to hit 20 stars of spiritual infant tier battle prowess during the Prodigy Tournament's test, so it's not false, Miao Qixi said indifferently. Gu Yuanliang and Geng Jingshang's expressions were solemn. Even if Ling Han relied on a spiritual infant tier law decree to blast out such terrifying battle prowess, how many spiritual infant tier warriors could have 20 stars of battle prowess? At least in the North region, they'd never heard of such an existence. Sealing power with a law decree, one could launch an attack at any time, anywhere. This was indeed a great deterrent weapon. But the problem was, how could a sealed attack truly rival spiritual infant tier's battle prowess? To seal 20 stars of spiritual infant tier battle prowess, how strong was this spiritual infant tier warrior? Was it possible to have 21 stars of spiritual infant tier battle prowess? And the North region didn't have any deity transformation tier warriors. Very strange. Therefore, when the news spread, most people didn't believe it, thinking that it was exaggerated to flatter Ling Han, a heaven-grade alchemist. However, Ling Han actually destroyed the attacks of 3 great Flower Blossom tier elites with a single sword strike, which made Miao Qixi and the others reconsider. Ling Han might have really obtained a deity transformation tier law decree, or perhaps brought it from the middle state. A heaven-grade alchemist naturally had this kind of face. It couldn't be underestimated. Master Ling, to avoid hurting harmony, how about we divide these spiritual liquids equally? Miao Qixi suggested. Ling Han smiled and said, I'll listen for now. How do we divide equally? Naturally, it's one for each of us. Gu Yuanliang interrupted. Yu Kai Yu and Guang Yuan weren't willing, but in front of Flower Blossom tier warriors, they didn't have the qualifications to bargain, and could only dare to be angry but not speak. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, You guys aren't beautiful, but your thoughts are really beautiful. Grandmaster Ling, although you're a heaven-grade alchemist, you're only at the second layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. Seizing treasures in the mystery realm, everyone doesn't gain status but strength, Miao Qixi said coldly, obviously unwilling to give up on the spiritual liquid. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, Since you guys are so powerful, why are you still spouting so much nonsense? Are you guys wasting my time? That's crazy. Miao Qixi and the other two were furious. A heaven-grade alchemist was indeed high and mighty, but you haven't formed your own force yet, so you should keep a low profile no matter what. Besides, this was a mystic realm. Was it really good for you to be so arrogant? Don't get slaughtered without knowing who did it. Then Master Ling, I've offended you, Geng Jingshang said coldly. Although Ling Han had broken their attack with a single sword strike, it had only been a casual attack from the 3 of them. Moreover, he had also been injured and vomited blood repeatedly. Was there any need to say how big the difference in strength was? Little stone, beat them up, ordered Ling Han. Boom, the rock spirit didn't say another word and rushed over to give them a violent beating. It was extremely displeased. It was happily eating stones and you guys suddenly interrupted it, so how could it not be angry? It wanted to immediately knock them over and throw them out so it could continue eating stones. Miao Qixi attacked towards the rock spirit and said, You guys seize the spiritual liquid. Leave this puppet to me. All right. Gu Yuanliang and Geng Jingshang both nodded. With 2 Flower Blossom tier warriors joining hands, what could 3 spiritual pedestal tier warriors do? Young Master Han, what do we do? Yu Kai Yu and Guang Yuan both asked. Nothing. Ling Han smiled. Brother Yu, quickly ask for a spiritual infant tier law decree. Yu Kai Yu couldn't help but roll his eyes. Using another spiritual infant tier law decree so soon? Did you think it was something that fell from the sky? Even if he was the sole male heir of this generation of the Yu clan, he had only been granted 3 law decrees by the old ancestor. Firstly, the materials were too precious, and secondly, refining one required a spiritual infant tier warrior to spend a month to recover, so how could it be mass-produced? However, with Flower Blossom tier warriors pressing on, if they wanted to keep the treasure, they could only use their trump cards. When fighting for treasure, it was useless no matter how great one's background was. This was the rule of martial art, and it was possible to be secretly killed by others as long as it could be kept a secret. Yu unleashed a spiritual infant-tier law decree and shouted, "Don't force me to use my ultimate move." Gu Yuanliang sneered and said, "If a spiritual infant-tier warrior came personally, we'd obviously leave, but it's only a law decree." He shook his head. After the law decree was activated, it could only attack once and dodging it would be fine. On the other hand, didn't they have a spiritual infant-tier law decree on them? Ling Han reached out to stop him and said, "Don't waste it, it's just 2 third-layer flower blossom tier warriors, no need to use a law decree." Who? What did he mean just 3rd-layer flower blossom tier? Flower blossom tier, as long as they crossed this threshold, they'd transcend mortals, and how could mortals rival them? Gu Yuanliang and Gung Jingsheng were obviously extremely displeased, and even Guang Yuan and Yu Kaiyu gritted their teeth, feeling that Ling Han's tone was a bit too arrogant. Ling Han waved his hand and said, "You guys step back for now, let me deal with these two." Such arrogance. Gu Yuanliang attacked, striking towards Ling Han. This time he was serious, and the large hand of origin power he struck out moved with countless patterns. This was the flower blossom tier's martial art intent, drawing upon the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, increasing the power of this palm strike infinitely. The reason why flower blossom tier warriors were countless times stronger than spiritual pedestal tier warriors, no matter how much of a genius you were, was that flower blossom tier warriors could draw upon the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to increase their battle prowess. How could human strength compare to the power of heaven and earth, unless one could gather the power of a nation and borrow other power to contend against the power of heaven and earth? Hong Long Long. The large hand attacked with supreme might. Ling Han fully activated the thunder battle armor, and circles of lightning spread out. He never thought of relying on his own power to fight against a flower blossom tier warrior, so he obviously had to rely on the thunder battle armor, and body of iron sheet was his other trump card. Lightning again. Yu Kaiyu rubbed his chin and pondered. Could it be, this is the thunder battle armor, but isn't the thunder battle armor junior brother Han's? Lady Li and brother Guang both follow him. Could it be that junior brother Han and Master Ling know each other, and have a good relationship? His nerves were very thick, and he never thought of the possibility that Ling Han and Han Lin were the same person. Hong! The flower blossom tier's large hand struck down, but was blocked by the lightning barrier. Pa pa pa! In the flash of lightning, the large hand exploded into pieces. Wah! Ling Han vomited blood again. The direct impact could be dissolved by the lightning barrier, but the shockwave produced by the huge force couldn't be helped. After all, the thunder battle armor wasn't truly activated. Gu Yuanliang and Gung Jingsheng were both shocked. It was blocked again. Ling Han smiled, pointed at Miao Qixi and said, "Your companion can't hold on much longer." The two turned their heads and were shocked again. They saw that Miao Qixi was completely suppressed by that puppet, to the point of being at a disadvantage, and was in a precarious situation. Chapter 487. This pool of lightning was at least 30 meters in circumference, and on the other side was a cave. Half of the cave's entrance had collapsed, giving off a feeling of dilapidation. The pool of lightning surged, rolling with terrifying divine lightning, and the scene was astonishing. In the surroundings there were many people watching. Some even wanted to barge in and enter the cave, but after trying for a while they immediately gave up. They were bombarded by the lightning until their bodies were covered in scorch marks, looking extremely miserable. Ling Han said, "The might of this pool of lightning is probably at the deity transformation tier." Although the current younger generation was rising very fiercely, even geniuses like Small Saber King and Lang Yatian, who could be classified as part of the younger generation, hadn't crossed into the deity transformation tier, not to mention others. However, it didn't matter if their cultivation level wasn't high enough. They could use treasures to make up for it. Ling Han then saw someone take out an umbrella, open it, and enter into the pool of lightning. The lightning bombarded, yet this umbrella emitted a bright luster, turning into a shield that blocked all the lightning. It was a woman, beautiful and moving. Her figure was graceful, and as she stepped on the lightning waves, she was as elegant as a fairy, captivating one's heart. Broad Sun Sex Wunren Qian Qian. What? I've never heard of her. Wunren Fairy is very low-key, but her talent is astonishing, and her strength is extremely powerful. Even she herself is as beautiful as a fairy, not inferior to the pearl of the Wang clan and the beauty of the Hu clan. Whether she's strong or not is still unknown, but she's really beautiful. If she's beautiful, you can have her. Wenren Fairy has said that as long as it's a battle of the same cultivation level, or a battle of the same age, a man who can defeat her will have the right to be her future husband. Really? Of course it's true. However, she didn't say that if you win, you'll definitely be able to marry her. She just has the right, that's all. Even so, it still made a lot of people eager to give it a try. This Wenren Qian was really so beautiful that it made one's heart tremble. The moment they closed their eyes, all they could see was her graceful figure, the absolutely beautiful and elegant scene of her stepping on the lightning waves. It was something that could not be erased. I advise you all to give up. Wenren Fairy has already been taken by Jia Ming. Unless you all think that you can compete with Jia Ming, otherwise you better stop worrying. Jia Ming. Hearing this name, a lot of people revealed astonished expressions. This was the most talented genius that had obtained the qualification to directly enter the Restore Heaven Academy, and his reputation had only risen in the last 2 years. Previously, he had always been bitterly cultivating in the depths of the savage mountains, fighting demonic beasts, and had never appeared in the world. It was precisely because of this that Jia Ming's murderous nature was also extremely great. He was cruel in his actions, and never knew when to be lenient. In the 2 years that he had returned, who knew how many geniuses had died at his hands, and some were even disciples of great clans and forces, but he had always been safe and sound. There was no other reason than that Jia Ming was a disciple of the Earth Dragon sect. Who would dare to touch a disciple that walked out of one of the 5 great ancient sects? Moreover, Jia Ming had also killed in a one-on-one battle, which could be said to be rather fair. Which force would dare to suppress him? This was the advantage of having a great background. Otherwise, someone like Jia Ming, who slaughtered without fear, would have long since been secretly slaughtered many times by the older generation. No one dared to open their mouths and speak nonsense. Jia Ming was a person who would harm and kill at the slightest disagreement, completely without any scruples. If he knew that they were fantasizing about Wenren Qian behind his back, he would definitely hunt them down and kill them. This demon couldn't be provoked. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "Come, some people have already entered. The heaven cloud purple thunder should be inside the cave. This lightning pool is only a bit of power that has leaked out." Rabbit expressed his agreement. "Let's go. Hu Niu pulled Ling Han's hand and walked towards the lightning pool, completely unconcerned. Ling Han stepped out, but the thunderclap 9th heaven had already been channeled, and his body was emitting the light of lightning. He couldn't possibly resist the lightning of the deity transformation tier. But these lightning bolts weren't the attacks of anyone. He used lightning to counter lightning, and only hoped to safely pass through it, which greatly reduced the difficulty. However, unexpectedly, Hu Niu's body turned into a bottomless pit. When the lightning struck, it was easily absorbed by her, making Ling Han stare with wide eyes. This was lightning of the deity transformation tier. Not to mention Ling Han, even small Saber King would be trembling with fear if he came. But Hu Niu was good, not rejecting anything that came, and absorbed it cleanly. Seeing this, Rabbit hurriedly jumped over. Behind Hu Niu, a small path appeared in the pool of lightning, as if a supreme almighty being had forcibly cut out a safe zone. However, as Hu Niu moved further away, this small path was also quickly submerged by lightning, and once again became a complete pool of lightning. In the surroundings, everyone was in disbelief, but their gazes were fixed on Ling Han. They naturally thought that such an action was done by Ling Han. Who would suspect a little girl that was only 7 or 8 years old, or a large white rabbit? Under Hu Niu's lead, Ling Han very quickly passed through the pool of lightning, and arrived at the entrance of the cave. "I'm not full yet." Hu Niu still hadn't had enough, and turned around to look at the pool of lightning behind her. Ling Han smiled and said, "Then you can go and absorb some more power of lightning." "Forget it, I'd better help Niu's Ling Han find the heaven cloud purple thunder first," Hu Niu said very sensibly. This little girl was really becoming more and more likable. Niu is so obedient. Ling Han must marry Niu in the future. The little girl immediately began to bargain. The two of them walked into the cave, and the rabbit followed behind them without any human rights, because as long as it walked side by side, it would be bitten by Hunyo. She said that it was a hindrance, so Uncle Rabbit could only follow behind obediently. On one side it was feeling displeased, thinking that it was an elite of the spiritual infant tier, so why did it have to follow behind a human brat of the flower blossom tier? The entrance to the cave was not big, and was also in tatters. However, after walking inside for a while it suddenly became wide and spacious, and the deeper they went the bigger the space became. That's... Ling Han's eyes swept over, and his figure had already leaped over. He saw that there was a ruin in front of him. It had once been a building, but now only a foundation was left, and there were dilapidated walls all around. It was unknown how many years ago this had been. Palace Hall Qinghe? Ling Han mumbled. He walked one round in the surroundings, and actually really did find a broken plaque in the ruins, but there was only one word left on it. Harmony. It had to be the Palace Hall of Clear Harmony. Ling Han was completely sure that this was the Palace Hall of Clear Harmony that Zishuesian had spoken of. This lightning, this ruin, and this harmony. There could not be such a coincidence in this world. After 10,000 years there had indeed been a great change. Ling Han could not help but feel rueful. If it had not been for the earthquake that had happened previously, and if the thunder spirit had not appeared, would he have been able to discover this place? This mountain peak was very large, and its interior had basically been hollowed out. Thus the space inside was also very large. This Palace Hall of Clear Harmony was not built at the end of the cave, and there was still a very large space behind it. Ling Han hesitated. Was the thing that Zishuesian had left behind in the Palace Hall of Clear Harmony, or was it in the depths of the cave? That was because the message that Zishuesian had left behind only contained the words Boundless Mountain and Palace Hall of Clear Harmony, and did not explain in detail. Ling Han thought for a long while, and decided to first search the ruins of the Palace Hall of Clear Harmony. Chapter 488. Let's go. The four that survived no longer hesitated. This Bug King wasn't something they could contend against at all. Not to mention that it was sealed in amber. Even a spiritual infant tier's attack couldn't harm it. If it wasn't for this piece of amber as a seal, its speed would probably increase countless times, and that would be a disaster of total annihilation. Even escaping would be impossible. The main purpose of the divine temple was to offer sacrifices. Could it be that the ancient people offered sacrifices to this Bug King? But if this Bug King was high and mighty, how could it be sealed in amber? What the hell was that red-haired monster? Earlier, the Bug King was obviously sucking its blood, but after so many years it still hadn't sucked the blood clean? Thinking of this, Ling Han couldn't help but jump in fright. That red-haired monster still hadn't died? Too strange, this place was too strange. Just like that, their thoughts flew for a while, and they had already escaped from the divine temple. However, the Bug King was still in hot pursuit. It flew out shakily and started sucking at them. Fortunately, its speed was too slow. The four only needed to notice its movement changes and could immediately react, definitely not letting its mouthpart face them. After rushing out of the divine temple, Gung Jingsheng immediately flew away. At this moment, he forgot to ask for the spiritual liquid from Ling Han and the others. His life was more important. Ling Han and the others also jumped onto the rock spirit's body and flew away. The rock spirit looked back as it flew. It was still thinking about those stone pillars in the temple. For it, they were great nourishment. The Bug King was still chasing, but its speed was really too slow. It was thrown further and further away, until finally it was only a small dot. Xiao Xiao, Gung Jingsheng and the rock spirit already flew to the entrance of the third floor. At this time there were still many people waiting there. Seeing them return, they all revealed curious expressions, obviously wanting to know what was discovered in the divine temple at the summit. However, the quick-witted people immediately discovered that 3 flower blossom tier warriors went together, but now only Gung Yuansheng returned. What did this mean? Lord Gung. Someone was insensible and approached to talk. Gung Yuansheng immediately slapped over, sending that person flying. He then entered the passageway and returned to the second floor. Ling Han laughed and said, "If you don't want to die, then hurry up and run. Don't ask anything, I don't have time to explain to you." Saying that, Yu Kaiyu and Guang Yuan also entered the second floor. There were still 7 red-furred monsters guarding the staircase on the second floor. However, as Gung Yuanxing was the first to appear, the 7 red-furred monsters chased after him. When they discovered Ling Han's group, 4 of the red-furred monsters continued to chase after Gung Yuanxing while 3 of them ran back and roared at Ling Han's group. "What are you roaring for?" Ling Han flew out, his sword light sweeping out. Poof poof poof. 3 of the red-furred beasts were instantly sliced into pieces. "Go!" He didn't even bother to stop and continued charging forward. The Worm King behind them was too ferocious. If they were caught, they would definitely be in trouble. Behind him, the others also ran out. Although these people didn't know why they had to run, even a Flower Blossom tier elite fled in panic, so it was obvious that this place was extremely dangerous. Suddenly, a dark cloud rolled over, and everyone was instantly shocked. It was a swarm of blood-sucking bugs. Just as everyone prepared to fight, a strange scene appeared. This swarm of bugs actually ignored them and flew towards the second floor's staircase, flying into the third floor's space one after another. Everyone instantly breathed a sigh of relief, but Ling Han's expression changed greatly as he suddenly shouted, "Quickly! Get on small rock and advance at full speed!" This swarm of bugs entering the third floor was very likely under the command of that Super Bug King, and although that big guy moved slowly, what if it was carried by the entire swarm of bugs? Yu Kaiyu and Guangyuan also thought of this possibility and instantly paled in fright, hurriedly jumping onto the rock spirit. The big guy didn't fly, but directly accumulated power in its legs, and with a xiao it leaped forward over 300 meters. Flying wasn't the fastest, but it had an advantage when leaping over terrain. In a flat area for a power type like the rock spirit, the explosive speed of its legs was obviously faster. The others didn't understand why Ling Han and the other 2 were so scared that they actually rode on a Flower Blossom tier puppet to escape. Some people were smart, thinking that even 2 Flower Blossom tier elites were lost inside, so the third floor might contain some terrifying monster. They didn't hesitate anymore, hurriedly taking out spirit talismans and sticking them on their bodies. Instantly, their figures sped up, flying towards the entrance of the first floor. However, some people couldn't bear to waste it, still advancing at the original speed. The swarm of bugs returned from the third floor, and countless bugs surrounded a piece of amber, carrying it and chasing everyone at high speed. The few people that fell behind were quickly surrounded by the swarm of bugs. The Super Bug King attacked, instantly sucking those people dry. The entire swarm of bugs didn't stop, continuing to chase the people in front. Wong 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 from the black temples along the way, swarms of insects flew out, joining the army of the Ultimate Insect King, making this army seem even more astonishing, and also scaring those people at the back to the point their souls almost flew out of their bodies, running for their lives. The rock spirit ran very quickly, and soon ran neck to neck with Gung Yuanshang, making this Flower Blossom tier elite's eyes shine fiercely, wanting to make a move and make Ling Han and the other 2 stay. When being chased, you didn't need to run the fastest, as long as someone was slower than you. If he made Ling Han and the other 2 stay, it could obviously buy him some more time. However, thinking of the rock spirit's terror, he still dispelled the idea of making a move, putting all his origin power on the journey. The entrance of the first floor was already in sight. Xiao they entered one after another, then ran out in different directions. Not good, where's Lady Lu? Yu Kaiyu suddenly thought, didn't Li Xichan stay on the first floor earlier? It's fine, she left long ago, Ling Han said casually. Yu Kaiyu was skeptical, but since Ling Han said so, he could only believe. Not long after, the others also escaped from the entrance, and only a few seconds later, swarms of blood-sucking bugs flew out, practically blotting out the sky and covering the earth. And in the end, there were over 100 fist-sized bug kings surrounding the amber, supporting that Super Bug King. The swarm of bugs scattered, flying out in 3 different directions. Under the lead of the rock spirit, Ling Han and the other 2 ran out of the Divine Temple in about a minute or so, appearing at the bottom of the lake. This time they didn't have time to slowly climb the rocks, so the rock spirit rose into the air and brought them to the shore. At this time some people rushed over, looking at the Grand Divine Temple in the middle of the lake with a shocked expression. "Run, there's a big guy down there, if you don't run you'll die," Ling Han yelled. "It's Grandmaster Ling." Someone recognized Ling Han. Seeing Ling Han run so hurriedly, some people chose to believe him but some didn't. Not only did they not plan to leave, but they also wanted to go down and investigate. In a short while, countless blood-sucking bugs flew out, and when those bug kings also appeared, it was an unavoidable massacre. Chapter 489. Divine Temple, 3rd floor, inside the golden temple that was 10 times smaller. 18 chains locked a red-haired monster, and it didn't move for a long time, as if it was a dead person. But after an unknown amount of time, a red light surged on its body. That was a drop of blood. Originally, the blood-sucking bug king stabbed its mouth into its heart, and as long as a drop of blood was produced, it would be sucked away. But now the bug king was gone, and this drop of blood was preserved. A miraculous scene appeared. As the blood flowed, the red-haired monster actually glowed with an astonishing vitality, and the hair on its body also continuously faded away, revealing deathly pale skin that tightly stuck to the bones. This was actually a female, but now she was like a dried corpse without even a strand of hair. Her appearance could only be described as terrifying and frightening. But after a long while, the second drop of blood was produced, and once again flowed through her body. Her vitality was even more abundant, and her skin quickly became moist and smooth. Her buttocks were all raised high, and a head of long red hair grew out, reaching her buttocks, and also covering her private parts, leaving behind a haze. This was a great beauty with red lips like fire, and eyebrows like a painting full of seductive allure. A pair of black wings spread out on her back, forming bat wings. There was not a single feather, and each piece was at least 3 meters long. She stretched, appearing somewhat lazy, but it made the 2 proud parts of her body stand out even more. Ding ding dang dang dang, the iron chains made crisp sounds. She clapped her hands and said, "Trapping this lady for 100,000 years, so boring. Without the suppression of the blood-sucking bugs, this demon suppression chain can't trap this lady for long." She released her divine senses to sense and suddenly laughed loudly, saying to herself, "The wind wing race suppressed this lady, but they were afraid that killing this lady would provoke the powerhouses of my race to wipe them out. They only sealed this lady, and then used the blood-sucking bug king to absorb this lady's essence blood, not letting this lady have a chance to escape. I heard that the wind wing race and the blood-sucking bug king made a contract for the wind wing race to forever worship the blood-sucking bug king in exchange for the blood-sucking bug king suppressing this lady. I didn't think that the wind wing race had already cut off their worship tens of thousands of years ago. No wonder that bug king was furious. Strange, why do I feel that this isn't the ancient land of the wind wings race? It seems like I have been pushed into some strange space. No matter what, the most important thing right now is to escape and then find that human youth. I feel like he has some amazing treasure on him." Ling Han and the other 2 continued to run madly, and only after they had traveled another few hundred miles did they heave a sigh of relief. Although the swarm was large in number, it wasn't that shocking when placed in such a large world. Moreover, the strongest one was only that super bug king. As long as that guy didn't catch up, there was nothing to be afraid of. The 3 of them stopped to regulate their breathing. The spiritual energy here was too abundant. They had to cultivate for a long time every day. Otherwise, it would be a huge waste. On the other hand, the rock spirit asked Ling Han for a few stone pillars and began to eat them. A few hours later, the 3 of them had finished their cultivation, and their realms had improved a little. The harvest this time is really great. Yukayu took out a jade bottle that contained spiritual liquid, but they didn't know what it was. They only knew that it was definitely something good, but as for how to use it, they could only stare. Although spiritual liquid was good, it couldn't be eaten indiscriminately. If it exceeded one's own level by too much, then one's body would explode and die. If one died from eating spiritual medicine, that would be too embarrassing. Ling Han took it and said, "I'll study it and should know how to use it. Let's eat meat first." He took out the corpse of the tiger-headed crocodile-bodied great beast and started a fire to cook it. This was a king-tier beast of the flower blossom tier. If they ate it whole, it was guaranteed that the 3 of them would explode and die, unable to digest such benefits at all. Thus, Ling Han only cut off one of its legs. The cooking pot wasn't a normal iron pot, but a medicinal cauldron used to refine pills. Because to cook the meat of a flower blossom tier beast, an extremely high temperature was needed, and a normal iron pot would have long melted into molten iron. As a matter of fact, Ling Han even used strange fire, completely refining this pot of meat as a medicinal pill. He added a lot of precious medicine from the Black Tower, and quite a few reached 1,000 years old. He also added a few absolute cold ice heartfish, believing that this pot of nourishment could make a spiritual pedestal tier cultivator have a nosebleed. Yu Kaiyu and Guang Yuan went to set up a tent, and after they were done, Ling Han summoned Li Xichan from the Black Tower. This gave Yu Kaiyu a fright, but Ling Han and Guang Yuan both said that Li Xichan ran over just as they arrived, making him extremely puzzled. When did his senses become so weak that he didn't even know a gushing spring tier warrior ran over? Moreover, wasn't this too much of a coincidence? They fled for their lives and didn't care about the direction at all, so why did Li Xichan just happen to run in this direction? However, after a few cups of wine, he immediately forgot about this matter completely. The four of them began to eat the fish and meat. Li Xichan only took a small bite, and her whole body emitted multicolored light again. She had no choice but to sit on the side and circulate a cultivation technique to refine the boundless medicinal essence inside her body. A king tier great beast in the flower blossom tier. What a great tonic this was. Even Yu Kaiyu and Guang Yuan only ate a small bowl each and had no choice but to stop, hurriedly going to the side to circulate and refine it. Only Ling Han ate bowl after bowl, transforming into the glutton who knew, making Yu Kaiyu's eyeballs almost fall out. He was sure that if he ate so much precious meat, he would definitely be stuffed to death. Ling Han savored the delicacy but sighed inwardly. His spiritual pedestal was too imposing, and there were two of them. The accumulation needed for him to advance a small tier was enough for others to advance a dozen times. This was the price that had to be paid for being invincible in the same tier. Ling Han felt both pain and happiness as he ate madly. Very soon, he finished the whole pot of fish soup, and only then did he begin to circulate 5 elements heaven grade skill to refine the medicinal essence. Hong, his whole body shot out divine light, and an intense change occurred inside his body. The indestructible heaven scroll circulated, raising his physique from the iron sheet tier to the Vajra tier, but this step required too much precious medicine essence, and definitely couldn't be accomplished in a short period of time. What was awkward was that the indestructible heaven scroll extracted most of the precious medicine essence, leaving him pitifully little to raise his cultivation. He wanted to raise his cultivation first, but 5 elements heaven grade skill couldn't compete with the indestructible heaven scroll, leaving him helpless. Forget it, a strong physique was obviously a good thing, and even if he reached the Vajra tier, he only completed the first layer of the indestructible heaven scroll. As for how many layers this cultivation technique had, Ling Han still didn't know, because he didn't understand the following cultivation techniques at all. It was probably because his tier was too low. Ling Han entered the tent, pretending to rest for a while, but actually entered into the Black Tower. He wanted to study the spiritual liquid. Chapter 490. At that time, the spiritual liquid was only the shallow bottom of the stone basin, pitifully little. After being put into the jade bottle, there was only half a bottle, and it was also put into 2 bottles by Yu Kaiyu and Guang Yuan, so it was even less. Because he didn't know what this spiritual liquid was, Ling Han brought it into the Black Tower, preparing to try it himself. In the Black Tower he was like a god, and even if he ate poison he could get rid of it. It should be like this, right? He asked Small Tower. If I eat poison here I probably won't die, right? Small Tower trembled slightly and said, If you seek death yourself, no one can save you. These words. Ling Han took out the jade bottle, shook it in front of Small Tower and said, Do you know what this is? Only a sliver of heaven and earth energy, still considered pure. Small Tower said calmly, but Ling Han could feel a sliver of disdain. True, it was a master that instantly swallowed a chaos source rock, so it was hard not to be proud. Ling Han paused and asked, Can I take it directly? Small Tower thought and said, No, you're too weak. If you take it directly, your body will definitely explode, and even the power of the Black Tower won't be able to suppress it in time. It's that powerful? Ling Han said in surprise. You can try, Small Tower encouraged. Ling Han rolled his eyes and said, I'm your master. Is it really good for you to encourage me like this? A master that can die from nourishing medicine is too stupid, just right to change one, Small Tower said indifferently. I've really disappointed you. Not only will I not die, but I will also live for a very, very long time. Just accept your fate, Ling Han said with a smile. He shook the jade bottle and said, Then dilute it with water before taking it is feasible? Yes, Small Tower said succinctly. How many times do you want to dilute? Ling Han asked again. About 10,000 times, Small Tower said. Ling Han instantly coughed. It actually needed 10,000 times. He originally felt that this spiritual liquid was pitifully little, but if diluted 10,000 times was what he could bear, then this spiritual liquid could practically be regarded as a small lake. Not only could it be drunk, but it could also be used for bathing. I've profited. Ling Han laughed heartily. As expected of the immortal realm's spiritual elixir, its effects were truly shocking. He was about to pour a drop of spiritual liquid into a pool, but after some thought he asked Small Tower, inside the Black Tower it shouldn't spoil, right? No. Small Tower shook its head. Ling Han continued to tip the bottle. He poured a drop into the pond and drank it in one gulp. Immediately, his mouth was filled with the fragrance, and he felt as if he was about to ascend to heaven and become an immortal. There was too much energy. Unfortunately, the indestructible heaven scroll did not circulate on its own to fight for this energy with the 5 elements heaven grade skill. This meant that the indestructible heaven scroll did not have this kind of energy, so it was impossible for it to improve Ling Han's physique. This made Ling Han both happy and disappointed. Obviously, although the energy was abundant, it could not be compared to the king-level demonic beasts in terms of quality. This meant that the spiritual liquid could only be used to accumulate one's cultivation level. Ling Han, on the other hand, didn't care. At least before the shattering void tier, all cultivation barriers did not exist. He only needed the rapid accumulation of cultivation level, and this effect was enough. After spending more than an hour, Ling Han finally refined the spiritual liquid. He took out a few jade bottles and poured the diluted spiritual liquid into them, then exited the Black Tower and called Yu Kai-Yu and the others over, handing over a bottle to each of them. The original spiritual liquid's energy is too violent, and whoever drinks it will die. This is the diluted one, so you guys have to take it easy. Brother Yu and Brother Guang can take a small sip each time, and Si-chan can take 10 drops at most. Adjust according to your own situation. Yu Kai-Yu and the others all nodded and took the jade bottles one after another, already unable to contain their joy and starting to take it. Ling Han also entered the Black Tower and poured himself a large mouthful, continuing to refine. However, this was the same as medicinal pills, having considerable resistance. When Ling Han took the third mouthful, he felt that he couldn't completely refine the medicinal power, and the efficiency instantly dropped by half. He exited the Black Tower and lay down to rest. Even spiritual pedestal tier warriors needed a certain amount of sleep, and couldn't be completely replaced by cultivation. This was mainly used to recover soul power. After daybreak, the 4 continued forward. There were blood-sucking bugs chasing them, but how could normal level be taken seriously by Ling Han and the others? They immediately exterminated them lest these bugs brought the news back and attracted the big one. After half a day, a huge city wall appeared ahead, towering into the clouds. In the city there was a pillar of light that soared into the sky, and it was this pillar of light that attracted them to this place. Can it fly over? The 4 were curious. Ling Han let the rock spirit fly up to try, but the result was that the rock spirit only flew up to a height of 300 meters before falling back down. It transmitted its divine sense to Ling Han that there was a terrifying pressure above, so it could only fly up to a height of 300 meters. To jump over the city wall, what kind of cultivation was needed? The 4 could only walk along the city wall, believing that since there was a city wall, then there would naturally be a city gate. Sure enough, only a few hours later, a huge city gate appeared ahead. It was 100 meters high, and anyone standing in front of it would suddenly feel incomparably small. There were many people at the city gate, some entering the city, but more people were sitting cross-legged on the side. At first, Ling Han didn't pay much attention, but he soon discovered that the people entering the city were walking very, very slowly. Some even looked like they were in pain and some even spat out blood. They retreated as if they had suffered a serious injury. Only those who have the ability to enter the city gate are qualified to accept the assessment to become a disciple of the 12 palaces. On the side of the city gate were 3 rows of flamboyant characters. Ling Han was surprised and said, "So even without the opening key, one can still obtain the inheritance of the 12 palaces." Indeed, Our sect's third-generation ancestor was extremely talented and passed the assessment, becoming an outer disciple of the 12 palaces and receiving some divine arts, making our sect the strongest force in the north region. Yu Kaiyu said leisurely, full of yearning. He paused, then said, "Actually, the third-generation ancestor had the chance to become a shattering void-tier elite, but the environment at that time didn't allow it. The 12 palaces had strict rules that the inheritance of the palace couldn't be passed on to outsiders. So the third-generation ancestor only left his personal martial art experience, which allowed our sect to survive for thousands of years. If we could obtain the true inheritance of the 12 palaces, our sect definitely wouldn't be weaker than the Middle States' rich and powerful families." Ling Han nodded. Becoming an outer disciple and obtaining the true inheritance were definitely different, or else Yen Tianzhao wouldn't want to obtain an item from the palace so much. Even gods would be moved, so what kind of treasure was that? However, obtaining the opening key also had to pass the test. Only by passing through this city gate would one have the chance to go to the 12 palaces, and not just anyone with good luck could obtain the inheritance of the 12 palaces. One also had to have considerable talent. Young Master Han. At this moment, the voices of Lu Yutong and the others were heard, and Ken Yi, Zhu Wujiu, and Zhu Xianer all walked over. Big Baddie Hunyo pounced on him and hugged one of his legs, like a sticky candy that couldn't be shaken off no matter what. Phone reading was more refreshing. Chapter 491. Ling Han was also furious, the veins on his forehead throbbing, burning with a killing intent that seemed to burn the heavens. Too hateful, actually using the living beings of an entire realm as medicinal ingredients to refine. What kind of madness was this? Could it be that the 5 great immortal sects were all demonic beasts that had taken human form? But even if they were demonic beasts that had taken human form, humans weren't the only ones in the vast lands. On this land there were his friends and relatives, but it was possible that they would suddenly encounter a great disaster in the near future. This caused his killing intent to soar to the skies. If the heavens are unfair, then I'll destroy the heavens. Such a thought arose in Ling Han's mind. Wang, his entire body shook, and he entered into a strange state. Sword intent surged all over his body, as if his entire person had become a sword, displaying its sharpness. Fuck, this brat is too excited, and is about to comprehend Tao. Rabbit exclaimed, also filled with envy. Everyone said that it was easy to comprehend Tao under extreme emotions, but that was only for geniuses. Otherwise, if one's aptitude wasn't enough, no matter how excited one was, it would all be a waste. Xiao xiao xiao, Ling Han's fingers unconsciously moved, and flashes of sword chi danced. This was a secret chamber, and it wasn't very big. As the sword chi danced, it instantly filled the entire stone chamber. Ioyo, you want to shoot your Uncle Rabbit to death? Rabbit hurriedly fled, but there was sword chi everywhere, so it could only circulate its origin power to form a shield and take it head-on. However, Ling Han's battle prowess was too terrifying. Even if these sword chi were merely flicked out by his fingers, their destructive power was astonishing, causing it to cry out in pain. Fortunately, it was also a freak, and the layer of skin on its body was so thick that even Hunyo couldn't bite through it. It was fine for it to take a few of Ling Han's sword chi head-on, but the pain was naturally unavoidable. Yet Hunyo giggled and walked freely beneath the sword chi. Her figure twisted and turned, and she could even change her form inconceivably and suddenly dodge, appearing incredibly strange. Rabbit couldn't help but widen its eyes and murmured, "Body of lightning that's mastered? Truly astonishing, being able to turn into lightning and change its body at will. It can even be like lightning flashing, compressing space to form short-distance teleportation. If this little girl really has an ancestor in the immortal realm, then what level of existence is that, the king of gods?" Ling Han entered into a state of unconsciousness, and under his fury, it actually allowed him to achieve a breakthrough. The doors of 30 flashes of sword chi were slowly opening towards him. He had been stuck at the level of 29 flashes of sword chi for a very long time. This was a true threshold, and since ancient times, it had been thought to be the limit of the number of flashes of chi. Naturally, it was incomparably difficult to surpass. Even if he was a prodigy, he was still stuck. But after so many days, he already had a hazy comprehension. It was as if there was only a thin layer of window paper separating him, yet he was always that little bit off. Only now, under his fury, Did he finally break through that thin layer of window paper? Ling Han's whole body was exuding sword chi, and it was no longer just his fingers. 30 flashes of sword chi was really the limit. This was a metamorphosis. Success! Rabbit exclaimed in surprise. This brat was also a freak. Comprehending chi was actually as easy as drinking water. Though the comprehension of chi was nothing much, and was only a small peak on the path of martial arts, and there were still many higher peaks that needed to be climbed, it was already enough to produce a freak like Ling Han. Ling Han suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a faint look of joy. He had never thought that he would actually be able to reach 30 flashes of sword chi in such a state. Now he could condense ray, and no longer needed to use pseudo-ray to battle, so his battle prowess would naturally increase once again. However, joy could not erase his fury. The 5 great sects were really deranged. They were obviously rearing the whole world as if they were livestock, but for 10,000 years, they actually acted as if they were their savior, and made the people of the world worship them. No wonder Shuexian would say that they had been living in a giant lie all along. After the destruction of the world, there must have been someone who had left behind the truth of the past. However, the 5 great sects had 10,000 years' time to brainwash and destroy the evidence of their crimes. Thus they were still sitting high up on the altar. No wonder the 5 great sects had been so careful with the ancient map. They were afraid that there might be some clues left behind on the ancient map that would lead to the discovery of the secret from 10,000 years ago, or even the secret from 20,000 years, 50,000 years, or even 100,000 years ago. Ling Han's emotions stabilized. Agitation could not solve the problem. On the contrary, letting his emotions affect his decisions would only cause trouble. For example, if he were to shout loudly now, and reveal the true colors of the 5 great sects, how many people would believe him? Weren't you pouring dirty water on the 5 great ancient sects? Were you slandering the great heroes of 10,000 years ago? Your intentions were deserving of death. No wonder Small Saber King was so indifferent to life, because in his eyes, they would only be dregs of medicine in the future, so what did it matter if a few died? I swear, not only will I flatten the 5 great sects here, I will also charge into the realm of immortals in the future, and those so-called 5 great immortal sects will not be able to escape the fate of destruction, Ling Han said, clenching his fists. Brat, Uncle Rabbit will support you in spirit, Rabbit said undependably. Ling Han Nyo supports you. Defeat everyone. You will be the emperor, and Nyo will be the empress. Hu Nyo meanwhile was very loyal, and completely did not know what bashfulness was. Ling Han laughed loudly, but when Hu Nyo mentioned the emperor and empress, a thought flashed through his mind. Shuexian not only left behind the truth, but also mentioned how to solve this kind of predicament. Simple: split open the skies. Bring the whole lower realm with him and ascend to the realm of immortals, causing the lower realm to become a part of the realm of immortals. Then, the realm of immortals had its own rules, and the 5 great immortal sects definitely could not lay a vicious hand on the people of the divine land. Otherwise, they would really suffer the wrath of the entire realm of immortals. Even if the 5 great immortal sects were very awesome, they would definitely not be able to withstand it. Splitting open the skies, how easy could it be? Feng Peyun said that there would be an extremely great danger if one were to shatter the void and become an immortal now. That was because the 5 great immortal sects had sealed off the passageway to becoming an immortal in this realm, and had laid down a killing formation that could kill any shattering void tier cultivator. In this realm, shattering void tier cultivators were the strongest. Even immortals would be restricted by the Tao of heaven and earth when they descended, but once they left this place, the shattering void tier cultivators would still be shattering void tier cultivators, but the immortals would recover their bodies as immortals. It was as easy for a deity to kill a shattering void tier cultivator. Thus, aside from the people of the 5 great sects who could break open the void and enter into the realm of immortals, anyone else who did so would be seeking their own death. However, now was also the best time. Because the development pattern of the lower realm had been changed by the 5 great immortal sects, it was as if the accumulation of 10,000 years was completely unleashed in these short few hundred years. This would allow the realm pill that they concocted to have the greatest effect, and for the martial artists here, it was also an opportunity for extremely rapid growth. Otherwise, where would so many geniuses come from? Ling Han could not help but think of his 4 disciples. If they all became immortals, wouldn't that be selling their own dignity? Ling Han's expression was dark. In future, if he could still see Zhang Yufeng and the others, he would definitely ask them properly. Otherwise, he would definitely carry out the sex rules and purge those with no morals. The problem now returned to splitting open the skies. Splitting open the skies had to be done in the form of a nation, because an individual's battle prowess was limited. However, to bring the whole land into the realm of immortals, the power required would surpass even several hundred or several thousand shattering void-tier elites. Thus, only by borrowing the power of the nation could one break through the 9 heavens and enter into the realm of immortals, turning the lower realm into a part of the realm of immortals, and everyone would have the hope of becoming immortals. Ma Duo Bao. Ling Han suddenly thought of something. Ma Duo Bao had mentioned splitting open the skies to him a few times, and directly pointed out that the realm of immortals was their greatest enemy. Could it be that he had long since known the truth? Otherwise, why would he establish the Purple Moon Empire? Chapter 492. Not long after they stopped, there was a building that looked like a normal house, but a large group of people gathered at the door. Ling Han saw Yukuan Luan Yangjun Hao and Ronghuan Xian. The heir of the Thousand Corpse sect was still lying in the 3 Lives corpse casket, but aside from the main casket, he brought 2 secondary caskets this time. He probably dug up graves and collected other corpse soldiers. Feng Yan was also there, and his hate-filled gaze immediately glared over, causing Ao Feng on the side to be slightly startled. He still didn't know about the feud between Feng Yan and Ling Han. 3 of the 7 sons of Ao family came in, and they were all in the spiritual pedestal tier, obviously more talented. Kaiyu greets Elder Ao. Kaiyu saluted to Ao Feng. What he thought was one thing, but what he showed was another. Ao Feng raised his hand slightly, and both sides walked over. What's everyone waiting here for? Ling Han asked the white-robed Sword King. Among these people, he had the best impression of Shenzhong Chang. We waited for the city gate, and when we came here, a formation spirit appeared and said there's a test here. If you can get into the top 3, there'll be an amazing reward. Shenzhong Chang answered. Formation spirit. Ling Han was surprised. That's right, this entire mystery realm is controlled by the formation spirit. Zhu Xian'er interrupted. This was obviously what her master told her. Ling Han nodded. Although these people entered the 12 heaven mystery realms for the first time, their elders had entered before, and would naturally tell them some taboos. Oh, what reward? He was a bit curious. Didn't say. Shenzhong Chang shook his head. Ling Han's lips twitched and he said, Didn't say you're all waiting here? It's definitely worth it. Kaiyu also spoke. My sect's 3rd generation ancestor obtained an opportunity here, and from then on, his martial art advanced rapidly. No wonder these geniuses all stopped here, and weren't in a hurry to go elsewhere. On the other hand, without the opening key, these people couldn't enter the 12 palaces, so they might as well set their sights on these practical rewards. Formation spirit me, Ling Han said. Maybe he could communicate with it and discuss formations together. It only said 1 sentence and disappeared, Shenzhong Chang said. How much longer do we have to wait? 10 days after the secret realm opened. Ling Han calculated. There were still a few days left. If he had known earlier, he would have taken a stroll outside. Who knows, he might have found some precious elixirs. Only he didn't know if that super bug king would attack over. That big fellow was definitely terrifying. If it really caught up, it would be hard for the people here to escape. Unless the array spirit took action. Although Ling Han did not know what grade the array here was since it was extracted from the God world, it should at least be at the God grade. Everyone waited patiently. This place was filled with spiritual energy, and was a holy land for cultivation. 1 day in here was equivalent to 100 days in the outside world. Thus, even though they were just sitting here, it was not a waste of time. Their cultivations were all rising at a rapid rate. Ling Han was even more exaggerated. Every day he ate great beast meat with absolute cold ice heartfish and added all kinds of 1,000-year-old medicinal ingredients. When it was cooked, all kinds of multicolored light soared into the sky, making those flower blossom tier elites involuntarily swallow their saliva. When the few of them ate to their heart's content, the throats of everyone nearby trembled as they continuously swallowed their saliva. That was called gluttonous. Unfortunately, who dared to rob a heaven-grade alchemist by force? In the North region, some people indeed didn't have to give face to heaven-grade alchemists, but not giving face didn't mean that they could offend them to death. After all, everyone fought over treasures, and no one could say anything. However, if you went to rob a heaven-grade alchemist's meal, the whole world would probably laugh at you to death. Some people were thick-skinned. Qi Hualan and Lin Xiangqin came uninvited and joined their team. Relying on the advantage of being beauties, they also picked up bowls and chopsticks to serve soup and pick up meat, making Hunyo cry out anxiously. How could they rob her food? Fortunately, aside from Ling Han, no one ate much, so the little girl was only anxious for a while. Very soon she excitedly fought over food with Ling Han. Ling Han, you really came. Rong Huanxian slid the 3 Lives corpse casket closer. Don't tell me you also want to eat meat? Ling Han pretended to be surprised. Aren't you a dead man? Dead people also eat meat. Don't be so talkative. Rong Huanxian shouted. He didn't expose Ling Han's secret of possessing a spatial spirit tool that could accommodate living things, as well as obtaining the key to the Sagittarius Palace. It wasn't that his relationship with Ling Han was good, but that he wanted it for himself. Then what do you want? Ling Han said with a smile. I just want to hear your last words. After all, you'll soon be made into a skinned corpse soldier by me. Rong Huanxian cackled. And these people beside you, none of them can escape. In the whole North region, there were probably quite a few people who wanted Ling Han dead, but Rong Huanxian was probably the only one who dared to openly threaten to kill a heaven-grade alchemist. Ling Han sighed and said, So you're here to tell a joke? And everyone give me a round of applause. Lu Yutong and the others all applauded, and also laughed. Ling Han, you'll soon know that this isn't a joke. Rong Huanxian didn't get angry, and instead said in a calm tone, Then I'll wait and see. Ling Han smiled. Humph. Rong Huanxian slid the corpse coffin wanting to go back, but Ling Han drew out the demon birth sword and slashed at the 3 Lives corpse coffin. With a chong, sparks flew. What are you doing? Rong Huanxian said angrily. Got nothing better to do, so I'm slashing at the tortoise shell. Ling Han said with a smile as he continued to strike. Rong Huanxian was furious. With the 3 Lives corpse coffin's protection, he obviously didn't fear Ling Han's slashes, but being slashed by Ling Han like this, he lost face. Moreover, every strike would still have a shockwave that spread into the coffin. Although it couldn't harm him, the constant tremors made him feel very uncomfortable. Have you had enough? Seeing that Ling Han still didn't plan to stop after slashing over 100 times, he couldn't help but reprimand. Of course not. You came to threaten me so carelessly and wanted to leave just like that. How could there be such a good thing? Ling Han said darkly. Rong Huanxian was speechless. Who told him to have such a cheap mouth and insist on angering Ling Han? He hurriedly moved the 3 Lives corpse coffin and fled towards the city gate. There were still 2 days before the test started anyway, so he wanted to hide first. After all, there were too many people here, and there was also the formation spirit. He didn't want to reveal his trump card too early. Ling Han didn't chase. With the 3 Lives corpse coffin, it wouldn't be easy to kill Rong Huanxian. 2 days passed quickly. Wang, a figure, appeared out of thin air. It was a child that looked to be only 5 or 6 years old. His entire body was transparent, as if he was an illusion. Formation spirit, the test begins. After you enter that door, you can choose 3 different opponents and choose the one with the best result. Finally, you'll be ranked according to your star power value for surpassing your own cultivation level. That's a spiritual space, and only your divine sense enters. Thus, you won't be able to use any supplementary techniques, but you won't be injured either. The higher the star power value you surpass, the better the reward you'll receive. If you're all trash and only surpass 2 or 3 stars, then you'll at most get something like an earth-grade cultivation technique. Only the top 3 will receive a reward. Chapter 493. The formation spirit disappeared again after speaking. Everyone looked at each other and walked towards the house. It was a pitch-black door that couldn't be seen inside. Let's go. Ling Han and the others also walked over. This house was like a bottomless pit, allowing people to enter one by one without crowding. Xiao, the instant Ling Han walked in, he discovered that he appeared in a circular stone room that was sealed off from all sides. The place was very large, with a diameter of 300 meters and a height of 300 meters. Thinking of what the formation spirit said, Ling Han hurriedly sensed and found that he indeed lost connection with the Black Tower. His divine sense had been pulled out. He was very shocked. One had to know that losing divine sense was equivalent to being an empty shell, and if his divine sense was trapped here, then his body would starve to death. Even if Flower Blossom tier warriors broke away from the mortal world and only needed to absorb spiritual chi to survive, they would still slowly die of old age. If the formation spirit wanted to erase them, it would be a matter of a single thought. Since it could extract their divine sense, then it naturally could easily erase them. As expected of a god-level formation, he didn't even know how the divine sense was extracted. Wang, that child, appeared and said, "Choose your opponent. What tier, battle prowess, and star value do you want?" Ling Han thought and said, "Let's start with 20 stars of the spiritual pedestal tier. You're at the second layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, surpassing 18 stars. The formation spirit actually revealed a very human-like expression of surprise. "Not bad if you can really pass such a test. It's pretty good strength even in Lord Brahma." Ling Han was even more surprised. Surpassing 18 stars was pretty good. Lord Brahma, was this a place in the god realm? "What weapon do you use?" the formation spirit asked again. "Sword," Ling Han said. "Xiao." A long sword appeared out of thin air and stabbed into the ground beside Ling Han's feet. Ling Han wanted to discuss Lord Brahma with the formation spirit again, but before he could ask, the formation spirit already disappeared and was replaced by a swordsman of medium build but expressionless. So strong. Ling Han's heart trembled for no reason. This was a true swordsman. His whole body was emitting an astonishing sword intent. Just a glance at him made him feel like his soul was about to be torn apart. His fighting spirit soared as he drew his sword and said, "Then let's fight." That swordsman bent his knees slightly, then suddenly shot out with a speed that was ridiculously fast. Shua, the long sword, was unsheathed, bringing with it an astonishing sword light that was piercingly cold. Ling Han was fearless. He raised his sword to meet the attack. Ding ding ding, the two of them fought fiercely. This was clearly just a divine sense space, but it was incomparably real. The sparks that came out from the collision did not seem fake. The swordsman swung his sword, and immediately 10 streaks of sword chi swept towards Ling Han. "Not bad, 10 rays of sword chi. I finally met my match." Ling Han laughed heartily and also slashed out with his sword, sending out 10 rays of sword chi. Ding 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 ding. The sword chi collided and were annihilated. Ling Han was astonished. The quality of his opponent's sword chi was actually not the slightest bit weaker than his. This was very rare. His heroic spirit grew and he said, "Then take another one of my swords." He began to circulate the mysterious 3000. But before the sword aura had even formed, he was forced to stop. The swordsman was astonishingly sensitive to battle and immediately slashed out with his sword, stopping Ling Han's accumulation of power. Interesting. Ling Han laughed. "You're the first opponent in the same realm to make me stop my sword." That swordsman only had battle instincts, and he still continuously attacked with his sword, his attacks like a tide. Ling Han activated the Eye of Truth and the 100 Illusions transformation movement technique. Under the opponent's sword aura, he was still accumulating power, and wanted to use the mysterious 3000 to directly end the battle. The swordsman's attacks became more and more urgent. Suddenly, the long sword paused slightly, and when the sword slashed down, the shadow of 10 large mountains descended towards Ling Han. Ka 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 ka. Ling Han's body immediately emitted crisp sounds as if his bones were about to break, but Ling Han didn't care at all. He cultivated the body of iron sheet, and his body was equivalent to precious metal of the same level. To crush his body, one had to be at least in the flower blossom tier. In this spiritual space, the formation spirit also faithfully replicated his body's strength. Aside from the Black Tower demon birth sword, and other weapons that weren't brought in, everything else was practically no different from his real body. Ling Han laughed heartily and struck out with his sword. Xiao 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 xiao. Instantly 1,000 sword lights appeared, slashing wildly at the swordsman. These sword lights were too dense. Unless the swordsman also had the Eye of Truth and understanding of the mysterious 3000 wasn't weaker than Ling Han's, then he could possibly kill his way out of these sword lights, just like what Ling Han had done before, killing his way out of Yao Huiyu's sword aura. However, the swordsman obviously didn't possess these 2 points, so he was hit. He was also very valiant. As the long sword unfolded, he actually slashed off over 500 flashes of sword chi, but the following sword lights drowned him. When all the sword lights disappeared, the swordsman also vanished into thin air. This was a spiritual space in the first place, and the swordsman wasn't a physical body at all. Very good, you passed. The formation spirit appeared again. You still have 2 chances to choose an opponent. Ling Han asked. Can I rank first with this result? Limited by the rules, I can't answer you. The formation spirit shook its head and said methodically. Can you talk about the great Brahma? Ling Han changed the question. Actually, this was what he wanted to ask. Limited by the rules, I can't answer you. The formation spirit said the same thing. Ling Han couldn't help but sigh, thought for a moment and said, Get another one with battle prowess of 25 stars of the spiritual pedestal tier. As you wish. The formation spirit disappeared, and another swordsman appeared, even more terrifying than the previous one. Every strand of hair moved without wind, slicing the air and forming whirlpools. Ling Han was surprised. In the vast lands, 20 stars was the limit of a tier's battle prowess, and any higher would be crossing a major tier. However, because the difference between the spiritual pedestal tier and the flower blossom tier was too great, no matter how strong the spiritual pedestal tier was, it couldn't possibly battle the flower blossom tier, so there was a gap in battle prowess. He didn't think that the formation spirit would really give him 25 stars of the spiritual pedestal tier. Let's fight. Ling Han charged up and the 2 fought fiercely. This swordsman was indeed stronger than the previous one, and not just by a little bit. An increase of 5 battle prowess stars was also the limit that normal geniuses could surpass. In this battle, Ling Han fought with extreme difficulty. His body was cut with countless sword marks, and even the body of Iron Sheet couldn't withstand such sword attacks. What made him even more depressed was that he couldn't circulate the indestructible heaven scroll. The formation spirit actually couldn't simulate this cultivation technique? What did this mean? The level of the indestructible heaven scroll was higher than this formation, so it couldn't? Ling Han still had time to think, but after paying such heavy injuries, he also fought for the opportunity to use the mysterious 3000. With a slash, the sky was filled with sword light. However, the second swordsman was really strong. He actually slashed 1,000 sword lights, and the last 100 sword lights slashed onto his body, but they actually didn't destroy him. He only lost a left leg and left arm, and a large hole appeared on his chest. However, he still stood on one leg, holding his sword steadily. Ling Han bared his teeth. This was the battle prowess of 25 stars of the spiritual pedestal tier, truly fierce. Phone reading was more refreshing. Chapter 494. Ling Han attacked again. Ding 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 ding, the 2 fought fiercely. Fortunately, the second swordsman lost a leg and an arm, greatly reducing his battle prowess, and Ling Han finally gained the upper hand. However, he still fought another 1,000 moves before finally suppressing his opponent. He immediately sat down on the ground, feeling so tired that he wanted to sleep. Logically speaking, he was a spiritual body, so he shouldn't feel tired. This should be because his spirit was exhausted too much, causing him to feel extremely tired. You can rest for 10 minutes. The formation spirit appeared, and with a wave of its hand, all the wounds on Ling Han's body disappeared. Ling Han sat cross-legged. There was no meaning in adjusting his breath here. He wasn't a physical body at all. He stretched out his left hand and operated it, and couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy, because the formation spirit also simulated the demonic pattern on his hand. This came from Azura Demon Emperor, which should be a god-tier existence. Its destructive power was also extremely terrifying, being at least 20 stars of the spiritual infant tier. Ling Han changed his mind and said, "This time I want to fight 20 stars of the spiritual infant tier." In another testing space, the enemy Rong Huanxian face was shockingly a flower blossom tier existence. He cackled strangely and said, "Corpse and I are one split." A strange scene appeared. His lower abdomen split open and a corpse soldier actually came out. It was shockingly a third-tier silver-armored corpse, comparable to a flower blossom tier. If it weren't for my tier being too low to fuse with a spiritual infant tier corpse soldier, I could even choose a spiritual infant tier opponent. Rong Huanxian's face was full of pride. However, this is enough. I'm only 3 stars of the spiritual pedestal tier, yet I can defeat 5 stars of the flower blossom tier. This surpassing star value is something no one can compare to. He pointed at the flower blossom tier opponent and ordered the corpse soldier, "Kill him." The corpse soldier immediately charged. In another space, Yin Tianzhao impressively appeared. He hid in the shadows and didn't appear, not because he was afraid of Ling Han, but because he wanted to ambush Ling Han and succeed in one strike, seizing the key from his hands. And his opponent was shockingly also a flower blossom tier being. Aha, this is a spiritual space. I have fused with the memories of an immortal, and in terms of the strength of my divine sense, it surpasses anyone, he said proudly. My true battle prowess is only at the spiritual pedestal tier, but here, it is the limit of the flower blossom tier. This is a mystery realm set up by the 12 generals of the Heavenly River King. According to legends, the Heavenly River King obtained a supreme inheritance and practically ruled over the great Brahma heaven. Though he was ultimately destroyed, his reputation was illustrious. Even his 12 subordinates were ridiculously strong. I am determined to obtain the inheritance of the Heavenly River King, but I will have to return to Brahma heaven to obtain it. Now, I'll first collect the inheritance of the 12 great generals. I believe it will be of great benefit to my strength. Hong, his opponent had already arrived, and shockingly was a terrifying existence of 20 stars of the flower blossom tier. Battle God pedestal stage 25 stars, this should be Ling Han's limit. He might still be able to win if he had one more star, but what meaning was there in having one more star? Thus he wanted to play big. 20 stars of the spiritual infant tier, his destructive power was enough to defeat such an elite, but the key was that he didn't know how these swordsmen appeared the previous 2 times. Thus, he had long since laid an ambush at the place where the 3rd swordsman would appear, the black pattern already ready to attack. As you wish. The formation spirit immediately disappeared after saying this, and the 3rd swordsman already appeared. He was also extremely strong. Discovering that Ling Han was ambushing him, though there was no time to brandish his sword, he directly launched a divine sense attack at Ling Han. How fast was the divine sense attack? Furthermore, with the divine sense of a spiritual infant tier cultivator, a light touch could crush a spiritual pedestal tier cultivator to death several hundred times. But who was Ling Han? He had a sliver of heaven tier divine sense, and wanting to injure him with divine sense, it had to be at least in the heaven tier, right? Hong, under the divine sense attack, Ling Han was unscathed, but his left hand slapped onto the 3rd swordsman's body. The demonic pattern shone, and the 3rd swordsman disappeared as soon as he appeared. It was settled just like that. The formation spirit appeared again, and it was obviously speechless. In this battle, Ling Han used too many tricks, and definitely wasn't a reflection of true battle prowess. But who told it to copy such an ability from Ling Han? And Ling Han caught a loophole. On the other hand, if it wasn't for Ling Han's powerful divine sense, he definitely would have been shocked to death by that attack, and there wouldn't be any tricks afterwards. You pass. The formation spirit said somewhat gloomily, because it just encountered a monster with a little girl, and it actually couldn't pull out her divine sense, causing her to be unable to participate in the test. I still can't go out? Ling Han asked. When everyone else finishes, the top 3 will be rewarded right here, the formation spirit said. Ling Han nodded and waited patiently. This wait actually lasted 1 day and 1 night. Originally, as long as one came here on this day, they could participate in the test, but after this day ended, the entire test was also declared over, and the top 3 would be judged according to everyone's results. Xiao, all those who didn't enter the top 3 had their divine sense return, and were shaken out of the room one by one. What? I can surpass 7 stars to defeat an opponent, and I actually didn't enter the top 3. Get lost, I surpass 8 stars. Everyone cried out in shock. They were already so strong but didn't even enter the top 3, this was too exaggerated. Yukuan Luan Yongjun Hao, and the other first place of the prodigy roll all had ugly expressions. They could even surpass 10 stars to battle but still couldn't advance into the top 3. This was too big of a blow. Ao Feng and the other middle-aged generation also had gloomy expressions. Similarly surpassing 5 stars to battle, The flower blossom tier was at least comparable to the spiritual pedestal tier's 10 stars, because the higher the tier, the harder it was to surpass one's tier to battle. Didn't the formation spirit consider this? They all did. Previously there were 15 flower blossom tier warriors here, and now there were still 15, which meant that not a single flower blossom tier warrior entered the top 3. This made them feel unfair. The formation spirit definitely didn't consider the difficulty of the tier. I don't accept it. I don't accept it either. We all don't accept it. Everyone shouted, wanting the formation spirit to give an explanation. The formation spirit appeared and said, "You guys are doubting my fairness? Lord Formation Spirit, have you considered the difficulty of surpassing Flower Blossom Tier's tier to battle?" Aofeng asked politely. The formation spirit that transformed into a child sneered and said, "This lord has lived a few thousand times longer than you, and actually dares to ask this lord such a question. Then, Lord Formation Spirit, say how many stars did the top 3 surpass?" Someone said, unconvinced. "Right, tell us. I'd like to know how powerful the top 3 are." The formation spirit paused slightly and said, "All right, 3rd place, spiritual pedestal tier, defeated a 5th layer flower blossom tier." Who? Instantly, many people spurted out, revealing expressions of disbelief. Who didn't know the gap between the spiritual pedestal tier and the flower blossom tier? This was an insurmountable chasm, but a spiritual pedestal tier actually defeated a flower blossom tier, and at the 5th layer flower blossom tier at that. Wasn't this a huge joke? Phone reading was more refreshing. Chapter 495. Good, truly an astonishing seedling. The ultimate elite that had been pretending to sleep earlier immediately opened his eyes, and even started clapping his hands. As for the death of a genius, so what? There was no lack of geniuses here. Furthermore, if he was insta-killed in one move, wouldn't that be trash? He had absolutely no right to enter the Restore Heaven Academy. "Little girl, what's your name?" the ultimate elite asked amiably. He was the absolute saber-sex guardian king, and his name was Guiliang Kai. He possessed the strength of the deity transformation tier, and was enough to crush the current younger generation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to keep watch. He looked at Hunyo, filled with fondness. If it wasn't for the fact that his cultivation level was too low, he really wanted to take Hunyo as his personal disciple. However, a little girl that was only 6 or 7 years old actually possessed the cultivation level of the spiritual infant tier. Could he possibly teach such a genius? Probably only the sect master and the few old venerable elders had such qualifications. "Nyo is Ling Han's Hunyo," Hunyo said in a slightly roundabout manner. She ran to Ling Han's side and held his hand, looking very innocent and pure. If it wasn't for the fact that the vulgar man's corpse was still on the ground, crackling with lightning, perhaps everyone would be fooled by her current pure and cute appearance. Guiliang Kai swept a glance over Ling Han, and made up his mind. If Ling Han's talent wasn't that outstanding, he would kill Ling Han to avoid affecting the little girl. This kind of seedling could be of great use. More importantly, he was still young, and could easily be brainwashed and instilled with all kinds of ideas. Hunyo once again stepped forward to have her bone age tested. This time, even the disciples were extremely respectful. She had obtained the love and favor of a deity transformation tier law king. Moreover, as long as one wasn't an idiot, they would be able to tell that Hunyo was so fierce at such a young age. So how terrifying would her future prospects be? They could only look up to her. 7 years old, not even 8. The bone age was very quickly tested. However, Hunyo was also very annoyed. It was a bit painful to be pricked by a broken needle, causing her to glare fiercely at the disciple who had tested her bone age. This fierce glare was really terrifying, and had even surpassed the level of the spiritual infant tier. It actually shocked that disciple so much that he wet his pants, and a stench instantly wafted out. Ling Han was also surprised. He had not thought that Hunyo had also broken through to the spiritual infant tier. However, the little girl had always been strange, so no matter how fast her cultivation rose, it was still very normal. "Hung!" Guiliang Kai was very displeased, and shouted at the disciple who had wet his pants, "You still haven't scrammed? Clean yourself up before coming back." Yes. The disciple hurriedly nodded, and turned around to flee. In his heart, however, There was shockingly a comparison of disbelief. Hunyo's gaze was actually even scarier than Guiliang Kai's. How could this be possible? Guiliang Kai was in the deity transformation tier. The deity transformation tier. Ling Han walked up, and the aura of the spiritual infant tier rose slightly, proving that he had the right to take the bone age test. At this moment, he had already recovered his original appearance. Since he had decided to establish a nation and split open the skies, he had decided to show his original appearance to others in the future. A heaven-grade alchemist could do whatever they wanted wherever they went. Please stretch out your hand. For Hunyo's sake, the disciple who was taking the bone age test had used the word, please. Otherwise, he would have directly shouted that he did not have the right to directly enter the academy, which meant that his talent was not that great, so was there a need to be too polite? But Hunyo's appearance made them understand a certain principle. The world was too big, and it was possible that an absolutely stunning genius would suddenly appear. You dare to be fierce to Nyo's Ling Han. But Hunyo was still not satisfied. She glared at the disciple, the ominous glint in her eyes again. That disciple was instantly so frightened that he sat down on the ground. He felt as if he had been stared at by an ancient beast, and a layer of goosebumps rose all over his body. He almost wet his pants. He finally understood what his previous companion had experienced. This little girl was practically inhuman. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "All right, I won't make a fuss anymore." Only then did Hunyo put on a smile, and happily held onto Ling Han's hand, looking like an obedient little girl. Deceiving someone to death was not worth paying with one's life. Whoever believed him would be unlucky. Ling Han stretched out his hand, and that disciple also wiped off the cold sweat on his face as he climbed to his feet. He held a golden needle in his hand, yet it was continuously trembling. Though he had not wet his pants in shock, he was still quite frightened. Prick. He steadied his mind and pricked at Ling Han's wrist. However, the golden needle that was as thin as a cow's hair was actually unable to pierce through Ling Han's skin. Don't use origin power to defend, that disciple said in slight displeasure, but he had not even finished speaking when an expression of shock appeared on his face. What a freak, he obviously did not use origin power to protect his body, so how could his skin be so hard that even the bone-piercing needle could not pierce through? The bone-piercing needle was a tool that was specially used to test the age of one's bones. It could easily pierce through the skin of a spiritual infant tier cultivator, directly reach the bones and pick out a tiny bit of bone. Then, the scale on the needle would indicate the corresponding age. The younger the age, the more accurate the scale. It was measured in years, but after 100 years it would be measured in 10 years, 20 years, or even 50 years. That was because after 400 or 500 years old, a difference of 50 years of cultivation would practically have no effect. But the bone-piercing needle actually could not pierce through Ling Han's skin, and he did not use origin power to defend himself at all. How could this be possible? Hadn't he encountered a freak? Hurry up, hurry up. How long are you going to keep pricking Ling Han? Hunyo was displeased. Do you have a grudge against me? Pricking again and again without stopping to take a breath. With Hunyo's urging, that disciple naturally became even more flustered. Even his hand was trembling even more. Putting aside the fact that he could not pierce through Ling Han's skin, he did not even manage to pierce through his hand. Trash! Guiliang Kai walked forward and pushed that disciple aside. He snatched the bone-piercing needle and pierced it towards Ling Han's hand. Wang! The golden needle descended, and rapidly became shorter. It pierced in? No. Guiliang Kai could not help but be shocked. The bone-piercing needle becoming shorter was not because it had pierced into Ling Han's skin, but because Guiliang Kai's strength was too great, and Ling Han's skin was too hard, so the needle directly bent. That was why it seemed like it had pierced into Ling Han's skin. Fuck this freak. Those people in the surroundings had initially been laughing at that disciple who had made a fool of himself, but now, not a single one of them could laugh. What kind of shocking physique was this? Even if an elite of the deity transformation tier personally attacked, they would not be able to compete. I'll do it myself, Ling Han said. He drew out the demon birth sword and slashed at himself. Instantly his skin split open. Guiliang Kai was startled at first, then immediately pierced the needle, touching Ling Han's bones, and withdrew the bone-piercing needle. This time, a shocked expression appeared on his face again, and he blurted out, 19 years old, not even 20. I'm dizzy. Those people nearby were once again shocked into a daze. Another freak actually appeared. Although he was not as freakish as Hunyeo, taking into account his terrifying physique, he was really not inferior. Ling Han put away the demon birth sword. He did not need to circulate the indestructible heaven scroll at all. The body of diamond had already engraved the profound meaning of the heaven scroll into every inch of his flesh. The wound automatically healed, and not even a scar was left, as if that sword strike from before had not even happened. This caused everyone to involuntarily curse him as a freak again. How were they supposed to fight Ling Han? The toughness of his physique was almost at the limit of the spiritual infant tier, right? How many people of the same cultivation level could break through it? Moreover, his recovery ability was even more terrifying. He was completely an existence that could not be dealt with in the same cultivation level. Chapter 496. The timing of this sneak attack was perfect. It just so happened that everyone was completely focused on escaping for their lives. No one had expected that a sword would suddenly attack them. Even Ling Han had not expected this. His divine sense had not discovered any powerful living beings in the vicinity at all. Most of them were ordinary existences, such as earthworms underground and mice in the bushes. With a sweep of his divine sense, he had swept past them. However, this sword was extraordinarily powerful. There were 9 flashes of sword chi locked on the sword's edge, greatly increasing the attack power of this sword. It was obviously a fatal strike. In such a short time, Ling Han still raised his head, and the face of the sneak attacker immediately reflected in his eyes. Yin Tianzhao, this person impressively advanced into the flower blossom tier. Ling Han couldn't dodge this sword, but it didn't matter. He had the Black Tower, and even if it was 30% faster, Ling Han had enough confidence to enter the Black Tower the instant the sword's edge touched his body. He actually still had the mood to think that this guy deserved to have the memories of a god. Advancing into the flower blossom tier was as easy as taking 2 steps, without the slightest bit of difficulty. However, he was only in the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier before, but now he instantly advanced into the flower blossom tier. This speed was too terrifying, wasn't it? Wait, they both received rewards in the first stage. He received the 9 Dragons Tyrant Body Art, and if Yin Tianzhao received a medicinal pill, then it would be strange if he instantly advanced into the flower blossom tier. When this thought flashed through his mind, Ling Han planned to enter the Black Tower and summon the golem at the same time. But at this moment, a white figure pounced in front of him and hugged him, using her body to protect him. It was Zhu Xian'er. Silly girl, he was completely fine. But now that he was hugged, he couldn't even enter the Black Tower unless he immediately knocked her unconscious and put her in with him. However, he estimated that just as he raised his hand, Yin Tianzhao's sword would already pierce him. Ling Han didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Are you helping me or harming me? Pooh. He hadn't even finished his thought when Zhu Xian'er was struck by the sword. The tip of the sword entered her body, and almost without the slightest pause, it continued to pierce towards Ling Han. The power of the flower blossom tier was too strong, and even if a spiritual pedestal tier warrior sacrificed himself to protect her, it wouldn't have much effect on reducing the power. However, when the tip of the sword pierced onto Ling Han's body, it was immediately blocked by the Thunder Battle Armor. This was a level 10 treasured armor and was extremely sturdy, so how could it be pierced through? However, the power of the flower blossom tier was too strong. The vast power that came from the long sword passed through the Thunder Battle Armor and entered Ling Han's body, instantly wreaking havoc inside his body. Even if he had body of iron sheet, it was useless. The impact of the destructive power immediately caused him to violently vomit blood, and all the blood vessels in his body ruptured. He was already in such a state, so Zhu Xian'er was obviously in an even worse state. Her delicate body immediately went limp, and her life force rapidly dropped. Ling Han was furious and shouted, "Little stone, kill him for me." His figure flashed, and he had already brought Zhu Xian'er into the Black Tower. "They're gone." Yu Kaiyu cried out in shock. As for the others, the other 3 didn't look the slightest bit surprised. He couldn't help but be driven mad. Could it be that only I find it strange? 2 living people suddenly disappeared. You dare to harm Nyo's Ling Han. Nyo is very angry. Nyo will bite you to death. Hu Nyo's face was filled with killing intent, and she also charged towards Yin Tianzhao, attacking together with the golem in a frenzy. Yin Tianzhao revealed a surprised expression. He knew that Ling Han had a treasured armor on him, so he calculated the opportunity and did not give Ling Han the chance to activate the treasured armor at all, launching a surprise attack in the most effective way. He possessed the memories of an immortal, so he naturally had a way to conceal his own presence and deceive Ling Han's divine sense. He then took advantage of the moment when the Azure Flame Vulture went berserk to suddenly launch a surprise attack, succeeding in one strike. However, an accident still occurred. First, that girl blocked for Ling Han. Although the spiritual pedestal tier wasn't much, there was definitely some influence, and what surprised him even more was that Ling Han and that girl actually disappeared together. He obviously didn't feel the tearing of space, so they shouldn't have teleported away. Could it be that Ling Han had a treasure on him that could contain living things? Such a treasure was quite precious even in his world, and only those with high status could possess it. Instantly his gaze burned. He definitely had to obtain such a treasure. Hong the golem had already charged over, and Hu Nyo also used her movement technique. Her speed was ridiculously fast, and she bit at him from behind. Yin Tianzhao could only face the enemy first. Spirits of the 5 elements, even he did not dare to underestimate them. After all, he was no longer in the body of an immortal. Inside the Black Tower, Ling Han hurriedly summoned the power of the tower to heal himself, but discovered that it was useless. "Small tower, why can't my injuries recover?" he asked. "Who told you that the Black Tower could heal?" Small Tower appeared and said in a calm tone, "The Black Tower can expel strange evil powers, but has no effect on healing." Ling Han sighed and said, "If I die, you'll have to find a new master, and you're still so calm." "Oh, it's just a change of master. So be it. After all, my life is endless," Small Tower said calmly. "Fuck." Ling Han didn't have time to get angry, and channeled a drop of indestructible true fluid. As long as he didn't die instantly, the indestructible true fluid could save him. He hurriedly went to check on Zhu Xian'er's injuries, but immediately frowned. Although this silly girl hadn't been struck in a vital spot, the destructive power of a flower blossom tier warrior was too terrifying, shattering her heart and other internal organs. She was currently bleeding profusely from the inside, and it wouldn't be long before she died. Although Ling Han didn't need her rescue at all, he definitely wouldn't allow someone to die to save him. Ling Han said in a low voice, "Small Tower, think of a way to stabilize her injuries. I'm going to concoct a pill." Small Tower sensed slightly and said, "She's already in a state of near death, and I need to consume source power to maintain her injuries from worsening. You have to think clearly. My current source power is limited. It'll be gone after using it, and I can't manifest to help you." "No need to think, she can't die," Ling Han said without hesitation. "All right." Small Tower nodded, and with a light shake, rays of divine light immediately enveloped Zhu Xian'er's delicate body. A miraculous aura circulated, locking in the little bit of life force she had left, preventing her injuries from worsening. Ling Han's divine sense probed outside the Black Tower, and seeing that the rock spirit in Hu Nyo had already gained the upper hand, he relaxed and concentrated on concocting a pill. There were already a lot of spirit herbs in the Black Tower, but there were still too few high-grade ones, so the only one he could concoct was the Earth-grade low-level White Phoenix Water True Pill, a panacea for healing. It might not be able to heal Zhu Xian'er's injuries, but Ling Han had no confidence at all. Could he add in a drop of indestructible true fluid? Ling Han suddenly had a strange idea. This was a panacea for healing, and as long as one wasn't dead, a single drop could instantly heal injuries. He'd already circulated it just now, and now his injuries were completely healed. However, how should he take out this indestructible true fluid? "Small Tower, do you have any ideas?" he asked. Chapter 497. Indestructible true fluid is only effective for those who cultivate the indestructible heaven scroll. Even if you take it out, the effect will decrease sharply, Small Tower said indifferently. Decrease sharply but still effective, right? Ling Han's eyes lit up. Yes, this is a human body precious medicine extracted from the indestructible heaven scroll. It has the best effect on the user, and second on those who also cultivate the indestructible heaven scroll. For others, the effect will decrease 100-fold, Small Tower said calmly. As long as it's effective. Ling Han was the alchemy emperor. He forcibly added 5 drops of indestructible true fluid into the recipe of the White Phoenix Water True Pill. This was also the total amount he could extract now. Just now, he used 1 drop to save himself. Only half an hour later, he refined the medicinal pill. There was only 1 pill, condensed with the essence of 5 drops of indestructible true fluid, and had a shocking recovery effect. Try it as a last resort. Ling Han fed the medicinal pill to Zhu Xian'er, but she was already in a state of near death. Her teeth were tightly shut, so how could she swallow it? Ling Han tore off the veil on her face, pinched open her teeth, and forced the medicinal pill in. Then he poured a mouthful of diluted spiritual fluid into her mouth. But the pill entered her mouth, but she couldn't swallow it no matter what. Si-chan, do me a favor and help her breathe. Ling Han hurriedly called Li Si-chan over. Li Si-chan saw Zhu Xian'er's heavily injured appearance and was first shocked, then stunned. Her eyes revealed disbelief and she muttered, "How can there be such a beautiful person?" Only now did Ling Han notice that he tore off Zhu Xian'er's veil, revealing her true appearance. As expected, she was breathtakingly beautiful, not losing to the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden in the slightest. The difference was that the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden was like a goddess of war, full of heroism, bright and dazzling and charming to the bone. Zhu Xian'er, on the other hand, was cold like a bright moon, untainted by the mortal world. Of course, in terms of temperament, the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden was definitely superior. After all, she was one of the only 7 elites of the heaven tier in his last life. That kind of soaring confidence and elegance was not something an ordinary person could hope to achieve. Don't just stand there, hurry. Ling Han hurriedly urged. The tower's origin energy was about to run out again. Li Si-chan hurriedly walked over and passed a breath into Zhu Xian'er's mouth, making her swallow the White Phoenix Water True Pill. It was visible to the naked eye that Zhu Xian'er's wounds were recovering at an extremely fast speed, and so were her internal organs, but she still had not woken up. Under the impact of the Flower Blossom Tier's will of martial art, her divine sense was also close to being destroyed. Ling Han sighed. His divine sense was injured, and he was also helpless. Now he had only saved Zhu Xian'er's life, but whether she could wake up and when she would wake up would depend on her desire to live and the tenacity of her will. Si-chan, take care of her, he said. Then his killing intent flared, and he exited the Black Tower in a flash. However, Yan Tianzhao had already disappeared. He ran. Hunyou and Small Rock are chasing, Kenyi said. The corner of Yu Kaiyu's mouth twitched and he mumbled, "Why am I the only one that feels strange?" 2 people disappeared into thin air, and now another one appeared out of thin air. Could it be that everyone is abnormal, or am I the only abnormal one? Young Master Han, how is Fairy Zhu? He hurriedly asked. Won't die. Ling Han nodded. Just as they were speaking, the rock spirit had already returned, and Hunyou sat on its shoulder. Damn it, he slipped away and only bit off an arm. It stinks. Hunyou flung off a severed arm. Lu Yutong and the others were all shocked. Even with the help of the rock spirit, the Flower Blossom Tier against the Flower Blossom Tier, and still managed to tear off one of Yan Tianzhao's arms. Hunyou's battle prowess was truly powerful. Ling Han's expression was still cold. Yan Tianzhao possessed the memories of an immortal, and was almost torn into pieces at the time. But didn't he recover completely afterward? For such an existence, regrowing a severed limb probably wasn't a difficult task. He decided that if he saw Yan Tianzhao again, and if he hadn't reached the Flower Blossom Tier, then he'd directly let Small Tower give him power, and he'd definitely kill Yan Tianzhao with his sword. It was he who concocted the alchemical pill that woke Yan Tianzhao from his slumber. This was the cause that he planted, so he naturally had to deal with this effect. Young Master Han, Ling Han. Yu Kaiyu ran over. Where did you run off to just now? Also, where's Fairy Zhu? Why aren't you guys curious? Why am I the only one curious? Ling Han blinked and said, Are your eyes blurred? Blurred, your sister, Zhu Xian'er obviously wasn't here, so give a reason. But Ling Han didn't explain at all, and Yu Kaiyu could only twitch the corner of his mouth. Could he still grab Ling Han's neck and force him to explain? Let's leave this place first, Ling Han said. The 5 of them continued forward. With Yan Tianzhao's sneak attack this time, they were even more careful. But the rest was surprisingly smooth. They didn't encounter any attacks from demonic beasts, and smoothly exited the mountain forest. Thinking about it, it should be that azure flame eagles might that intimidated the other demonic beasts, causing them to all hide in their nests, not daring to come out. In front of them was a flat plain. In the far distance there was a building, which was extremely conspicuous on the grassy plain. This should be the location of the second test. The 5 of them quickly walked over. Very soon they arrived in front of the building. Ling Han and the others came relatively early, so there were only a mere dozen or so people here. One day later, the test will begin. The formation spirit appeared and said indifferently, then glanced at Ling Han. You really know how to cause trouble. Ling Han said weakly. What trouble did I cause? The entire forest is in an uproar. Isn't it your fault? The formation spirit snorted. Ling Han laughed mischievously and said, There's no rule that I can't do that, right? You only cause trouble for me. The formation spirit said discontentedly. If it weren't for your trouble, the number of people who could reach the second stage would be reduced by at least half. The dozen or so people who arrived first were all shocked. What did Ling Han do to have such an effect? How could Ling Han say that he stole an egg from Azure Flame Eagle, and in the future would nurture a demonic beast that was at least in the deity transformation tier? He immediately shut his mouth, making everyone's hearts itch. After a day, more and more people reached the second stage. Counting, there were actually over 70 people. In other words, more than half of the people who set out from the first stage came here. Ling Han set up a tent and took the chance to enter the Black Tower because Zhu Xian'er woke up. Her injuries were completely healed, but her divine sense was still heavily damaged. To recover it wouldn't take a day or two but a month or two's time. However, if she could get through this stage, it would actually be very helpful to the advancement of her martial art. Waking up from this kind of injury was a form of breaking down and building up. Young Master Han, where is this place? Zhu Xian'er asked blankly, and she actually found Li Xichan here. Chapter 498. From the moment Zhu Xian'er stepped forward bravely and blocked the sword for him, Ling Han treated Zhu Xian'er as a friend. Presumably, Zhu Xian'er wasn't someone who couldn't keep a secret, so he only hesitated and said, This is inside my spatial spirit tool. Zhu Xian'er was dazed at first, then revealed a shocked expression and said, How is it possible spatial spirit tools can't hold living things? Ling Han smiled and said, Aren't you inside? Zhu Xian'er was dazed for a while, then seemed to accept this fact and said, But how can this spatial spirit tool be so big? It's like a world. So this secret can't be known by others, Ling Han said seriously. Zhu Xian'er nodded hurriedly. A spatial spirit tool that was almost infinitely big and could hold living things, the value was indescribable. No wonder Ling Han kept such a secret. However, now that Ling Han actually let her know this secret, it instantly made her feel as if she ate honey, sweet to the bottom of her heart. Xian'er will definitely keep this secret well, she said seriously. Recuperate well. There's plenty of spirit medicine here, and origin crystals can be used at will. First heal the wounds of your soul, or else you can't cultivate at all, Ling Han said. Zhu Xian'er nodded obediently. She didn't wear a veil anymore, and her beautiful face exuded a soul-stirring beauty that made Ling Han's heart beat faster. Fortunately, he was used to Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden's beauty in his previous life, or else he might really be charmed by this little girl. Ling Han didn't immediately leave the Black Tower. After coming out from the Divine Temple, he was entangled by all sorts of things, so he didn't have the chance to study the 2 patterned beast bones. Also, there were 2 divine spirits' corpses. Inside the Black Tower, he no longer feared the pressure of the gods, and studied them carefully. These 2 gods' remains seemed to be complete, but the divine essence within was almost completely exhausted, obviously sucked clean by the blood-sucking bugs over a long period of time. I wonder if the god spirit's bones can be used as medicine after grinding them into powder, Ling Han murmured. However, even though they aren't humans, they have a human form. Refining human bones into medicine feels pretty disgusting. Forget it, let's just leave it for now. He picked up the 2 demonic beast skulls and carefully studied the 2 bone patterns on them. If he could comprehend the profound mysteries within, then his combat strength would increase by a lot. A night passed and Ling Han exited the Black Tower. The second stage of the test was about to begin. Those who want to participate in the test go in. As long as you can walk out, you will get a reward. The top 3 will get a grand prize. The formation spirit said. The shorter the time, the better the reward. Everyone was excited. In the first stage, only the top 3 would receive a reward, but in this stage, as long as one passed, they would receive a reward. It was likely that the difficulty would increase by a lot. They all entered the building, and the scenery in front of them immediately changed. They appeared in a place full of fog, surrounded by stone pillars with all kinds of patterns engraved on them. This time many people entered, but now everyone was alone, and no one else could be seen. Formation. Ling Han said. The second stage turned out to be a formation. Breaking out of the formation would be considered a success, and the person with the fastest speed would receive a generous reward. He spun inside the formation and the fog rose. Hong, a demonic beast, suddenly appeared and pounced at him. It was chopped into pieces by his sword, but there was no rain of blood. This was formed by the formation and not a physical body. From the strength of the demonic beast, this formation is 5th tier, mainly to confuse the mind, supplemented by the demonic spirit attack formed from spiritual qi. Ling Han quickly figured out the profound mysteries of the formation. This should be adjusted according to each person's different tier. Or else if a flower blossom tier monster came, how could he block it? The prerequisite for breaking the formation was to be able to withstand the formation's attack. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have his life, so how could he break the formation? Ling Han's divine sense was clear. He entered many historical sites in his last life, and had no lack of understanding of formations. He was indeed a novice in setting up a formation, but he was a veteran in breaking it. Soon he figured out some clues and started walking inside the formation. Sometimes he turned left, sometimes right, almost without any pattern. However, after a dozen or so minutes, the front suddenly opened up, and he walked out of the formation. However, he wasn't the first person. Hunyo had already appeared on the other side, and was currently gnawing on a piece of meat out of boredom. When she saw Ling Han, she immediately ran over cheerfully. Ignoring the grease on her hands, she hugged Ling Han and said, "Nyo missed you." Ling Han smiled and said, "When did Nyo arrive?" "Seems like a long time," Hunyo said, biting her finger. "This girl is very strange." The formation spirit appeared, pointing at Hunyo and said, "I've never seen such a person, actually not affected by the formation at all, and not moving according to the formation's rules at all, yet walking out of the formation." Ling Han was startled. For example, when he had walked out of the Great Formation previously, he had walked according to the train of thought of the person who had set up the formation. He had definitely not walked out in a straight line. Instead, he had to go around and around, as if he was walking through a maze. But hearing the formation spirit's meaning, Hunyo didn't walk according to the formation at all, and just directly ran out. This was truly shocking. "Nyo is a genius," Hunyo said proudly. "I don't know if you're a genius or not, but you definitely won first place this time, and broke all the records," the formation spirit said. "You can choose a treasure as a reward." Ling Han's heart moved and he said, Nyo, ask him for 9 dragons tyrant body art." Hunyo agreed crisply and said, "Nyo wants 9 dragons tyrant body art. Give it to Ling Han." The formation spirit glanced at Ling Han, then said to Hunyo, "Such a precious opportunity, you want to give it to someone else?" Nyo is just that willful. Hunyo put her hands on her hips, and said indifferently. The formation spirit could only be speechless, and threw a ball of light at Ling Han and said, "Count yourself lucky, or else with your results, you couldn't possibly get this cultivation technique." Ling Han smiled, and placed the ball of light on his head. Instantly, innumerable specks of light entered his mind, and fused together with the 9 dragons tyrant body art from before. With this, if he cultivated it to perfection, his physical body could reach the power of 6 true dragons. However, although Ling Han was now second, the second stage's test would last for an entire day. Some people might have just arrived and started the test, so his results couldn't be determined until the end of the day. People walked out one after another. These formations weren't too difficult, and couldn't stump true geniuses. Breaking the formations was only a matter of time. The day passed quickly, and Ling Han's results were indeed second, while the third was actually Lin Xiangqin. Didn't expect it, right? This lady's breasts are big, but my mind is just as nimble. This woman fluttered a coquettish glance at Ling Han, and even stuck out her majestic breasts, still having a fiery style. Ling Han could choose 3 types of medicinal pills, which made him very depressed. What medicinal pill couldn't he refine? Might as well give it to this formation secrets. He bargained with the formation spirit to see if he could exchange it for other rewards, but was coldly refused by the formation spirit. Truly willful, he ridiculed inwardly. Chapter 499. Yuan Cheng He. Li Fengyu and Li Zixian exclaimed at the same time. He, since you know who I am, why haven't you scrammed yet? The well-dressed youngster sneered. Seeing Ling Han somewhat perplexed, Qin Lianyu explained. Yuan Cheng He, a disciple of the Huayun sect. Like Wenren Qian, he's always been cultivating in seclusion, and no one's heard of him. But recently, he suddenly appeared and defeated many veteran spiritual infant-tier elites. His strength is truly very powerful. Some even put him on par with Yao Huiyu Small Saber King and the others. Ling Han shook his head and said, Small Saber King and Lang Yitian are almost 40 years old. And how old is Yao Huiyu? They're clearly 2 generations apart, so how can they be compared together? However, I don't believe that this guy is stronger than Yao Huiyu. What are you guys still muttering about? Yuan Cheng, he said, displeased. Since you know of his fame, why haven't you scrammed yet? Li Fengyu said in a low voice. I'll draw his attention, you guys go first. He immediately put on a smile and jogged towards Yuan Cheng He. Big brother Yuan, I'm Li Fengyu. I've long heard of Big Brother Yuan's fame, and to be able to see you today, it's truly the fortune of 3 lifetimes. Big Brother Yuan is indeed awe-inspiring, just standing there emitting a scorching golden light that shines upon this little brother's heart, making this little brother feel as if there's an additional red sun in this little brother's life, guiding this little brother's direction. He spoke unceasingly, causing Ling Han and the others to stare dumbfounded. There was actually someone who could speak such mushy words so smoothly and not blush at all, unlike them who were about to puke. Yuan Cheng He, however, enjoyed it greatly. His talent was shockingly high, and previously, he had always been cultivating in seclusion, isolated from the world like an ascetic monk. However, his heart was extremely proud, desiring to be acknowledged, worshipped, and admired by others. Recently, he finally shone brightly, and the vanity in his heart naturally swelled up all at once. At this moment, being flattered by Li Fengyu, every slap instantly hit his bones, making him feel elated and not the slightest bit mushy. Li Fengyu spoke for a long time, and his mouth was almost dry. Turning around, he saw that everyone was looking at him with their mouths half open, making him anxious, and said, I'm almost out of words here, planning to start from the beginning again. Why haven't you guys run yet? Ling Han laughed loudly and said, Isn't this a test of how far you can fabricate? He now even had the confidence to cut down Small Saber King with his sword, and needing to flee upon hearing of Yuan Cheng, he was truly a joke. Yuan Cheng He also abruptly reacted, and couldn't help but reveal an angry expression as he said, Good, you dare to trick me. Li Fengyu was so frightened that he hurriedly broke into a run. Although he was also a genius, he definitely wasn't at Yuan Cheng He's level, not to mention that he was a major tier lower than the latter, so how could he dare to fight? Brotherling, it's yours. He called out. Despicable guy, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to beat you flat. Yuan Cheng He roared. He originally wanted to say kill, but this stage strictly forbade killing, and he didn't want to lose the qualifications to enter the Restore Heaven Academy because of this. Brotherling, take care of this guy, and I'll gift my sister to you as a wife. Li Fengyu called out again. Brother. Li Zixian reprimanded with a red face. How could he be like this, betraying her just like that? Ling Han doesn't want this ugly woman. Hunyo rushed out, deciding not to give Ling Han the chance to make a move. She turned into a flash of lightning, and appeared in front of Yuan Cheng He in a flash. Her small fist shot out, blasting towards the latter. Yuan Cheng He was shocked. He didn't think that a little girl would actually have such a fast speed, and even more so didn't think that she was in existence on the same tier as him. This practically shattered his confidence. He had always been proud of his own tier. A 27-year-old spiritual infant tier was practically unprecedented, but now a 7 or 8-year-old little girl was shockingly also in the spiritual infant tier, so what was there to be proud of? Chang. He drew out a treasured sword but didn't unsheath it, and merely used the scabbard to block Hunyo's punch. However, lightning surged and spread towards his arm through the scabbard. Hung! He snorted lightly, and flames surged on his body, clashing fiercely with the lightning. Martial intent turned into resplendent rays of light, interweaving into various shapes in the air. Hunyo somersaulted in the air and retreated. Ling Han nodded. No wonder this person could be compared to Yao Huiyu and the others. His strength was indeed very strong, being able to take on Hunyo's attack head-on and not be at a disadvantage. There weren't many spiritual infant tier cultivators that could do this. Little did he know, Yuan Chang, he was even more shocked. He was extremely conceited, thinking that even Yao Huiyu and Small Saber King weren't his match. This time, he descended upon the Restore Heaven Academy and began his path to becoming a legend. Who would have thought that before he even entered the academy, a little girl that randomly ran out would be able to fight him on equal footing? Although he didn't use his ultimate move, it would be clear as soon as Kaja made a move. This little girl couldn't be underestimated. Ugly, come chase Nyo, Hunyo said, clapping her hands. Yuan Chang, he snorted, unsheathed his sword and said, "You guys let a little girl stand up for you guys? You really have no shame." Ling Han laughed loudly and said, "You can't even beat the youngest among us, so don't tell me you still want to challenge others? You should be grateful that we didn't bully you and just randomly sent a little girl to play with you." These words were indeed true. A little girl of 7 or 8 years old was definitely just casually playing around. Who would believe that this little girl was a great expert at the spiritual infant tier? Yuan Chang, he couldn't refute, and could only be secretly gloomy. Who asked him to encounter such a freak? Hunyo, beat him to your heart's content. I want to take him as a lackey, Ling Han said with a smile. Okay. Hunyo agreed crisply. Leave it to Nyo. Damn it. Yuan Chang, he was furious when he heard this. She actually wanted to take him as a lackey, treating him like some random cat or dog. He immediately unsheathed his sword and charged towards Ling Han. Your opponent is Nyo. Hunyo's figure flashed, and she already appeared in front of Yuan Chang he, her small fist heading straight for the latter's face. Yuan Chang, he was helpless and could only tilt his head. At the same time, he thrust out his sword and stabbed towards Hunyo. This could be a formidable opponent whose strength was not inferior to his, so how could he dare to let her attack him as she pleased? It was really possible that he'd be beaten up so badly that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. The two immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Yuan Chang, he was indeed very strong, being able to withstand Hunyo head-on. At least for the time being, he didn't look like he was going to lose, causing everyone to click their tongues in wonder. They were all generous with their praise for him. One had to know that the skeletal monsters from before were all blasted down by Hunyo head-on. However, when Yuan Chang he heard this, he felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. He'd actually fallen to the point where he could only stand side by side with the little girl. Ah! He roared, and finally unleashed his ultimate move. As the sword danced, he seemed to have turned into a sword top, spinning rapidly towards Hunyo. More than 20 flashes of sword chi crisscrossed, extremely terrifying. Chapter 500. A minute later, Ling Han switched to the second position. Ka, the bones in his body made explosive sounds again, as if he was frying soybeans. Even though he had now cultivated body of iron sheet, and the hardness of his bones was comparable to rare metals of the same level, he still felt like they were about to break. Because he forcibly assumed such a position, it was equivalent to him going against himself with all his strength. Not to mention rare metals of the same level, even divine metals would similarly break. However, in this strange position, his flesh and bones seemed to each have a life of their own, madly absorbing the accumulated energy and transforming it into his own power. However, it wasn't origin power but the brute force of his physical body. His muscles obviously didn't bulge, But he still felt that every cell was full of vitality, and with a slight burst he could collapse a tall mountain. This was obviously an illusion. He had just started cultivating body art, so how could there be such a shocking effect? However, once he truly cultivated it and his physical body became divine, then one punch would have the power of 9 true dragons, which was extremely terrifying. Ling Han switched to the third position. Ka ka ka, his bones continued to make explosive sounds. He coughed up blood, but the blood was actually black, and there were some impurities inside which made him involuntarily shocked. This effect was too obvious. His body was sweating like rain, and his hair was all wet, dripping with sweat. There was steam rising, forming wisps of white steam. Hunyo found it interesting and also imitated his position. Ow ow ow! The little girl immediately complained incessantly, hurriedly sitting on the ground and said with a bitter expression, "Not fun, not good at all." Ling Han wanted to laugh. So it turned out that this little demonic-looking girl wasn't an astonishing freak no matter where she went. 12 minutes later, he had done every position once, and a pool of sweat had formed on his body. His whole body was completely drenched. He changed his position and returned to the first position, so he obviously had to do it for enough time. The energy essence inside his body was continuously being absorbed. It was very strange. When he circulated the 5 elements having great skill, these energy essences turned into origin power and were stored in the Dantian Spirit Sea. Now they were absorbed by every cell in his body, turning into pure brute force. Elemental energy or brute force, is there a difference? Ling Han had heard that some creatures were born enormous, and their adult bodies were even the size of a city. They didn't need to cultivate at all, and with a single punch or kick they could collapse a mountain. It was like a human to an ant. From the ant's point of view, how many levels did it have to cultivate to be able to resist the brute force of a human? Was the 9 dragons tyrant body art created by some creatures that were born with enormous bodies? They specialized in the path of body cultivation, and their bodies became gods. Ling Han suppressed the distracting thoughts in his mind and focused on guiding the blood, flesh, tendons, and bones in his body to absorb the free energy and transform it into his brute force. He had eaten too much good food in the past few days, so the power that was converted was also very terrifying. It made him feel like he was stuffed to death, and his whole body was swollen. An hour later, Ling Han stopped and sat on the ground, panting heavily. This was really too tiring, but his whole body was indescribably comfortable, forming a very strange feeling. After sitting for a while, he entered the Black Tower, took a bath, changed into a new set of clothes, and then tested his brute force. Comparable to Poly Heavens, he had only cultivated for an hour, and he had directly crossed a martial Dao realm. Ling Han nodded. This was because he was standing at a different height. He was now in the spiritual pedestal tier, and had eaten so many great tonics that when released, wouldn't it be enough for a normal person to immediately cross over to the body refining tier? On the contrary, if you let a body refining tier martial artist eat so many tonics, he would have long been stuffed to death. However, the beginning was fast because I'm already in the spiritual pedestal tier, and the following progress shouldn't be so fast. Ling Han said to himself and cracked a smile. Body arts would be his trump card. In the future, who thought he was at the end of his tether? But he would suddenly explode with terrifying brute force and turn the tables in one move. He exited the Black Tower and started a fire to cook with Hunyo. Now that he had an additional expense, he was more and more hungry for food. In the future, the Black Tower has to raise more beasts, Ling Han said, or else he and Hunyo's stomachs really wouldn't be able to hold up. NN. Hunyo agreed deeply and stared at Ling Han, drooling. That egg can't be eaten, Ling Han said hurriedly. The little girl still didn't give up and didn't forget the Azure Flame Eagle's egg. Hung stingy. Hunyo pouted, but when the food was cooked, she immediately ate happily. When they were about to finish eating, they saw someone climb up from below with difficulty. It was Shunzhong Cheng. He really didn't expect that the one who rushed to the third place wasn't an older generation Flower Blossom tier warrior, nor the top of the young prodigy roll, but the white-robed Sword King who only rushed to the 8th place this year. Ling Han nodded. These 3 stages actually didn't test strength. Of course, if it was a monster like Ling Han and Hunyo, who obviously only had the cultivation of the 2nd or 3rd layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, but whose strength was comparable to the 9th layer, then it was another matter. Overall, this stage still tested one's toughness. Spiritual pedestal tier cultivators had long opened up their spiritual ocean, and their origin power was endless. They also built a spiritual pedestal, almost reaching the heavens, and climbing like this definitely wouldn't exhaust their strength. However, the gravity was too strong and it was easy to cause fatigue. Thus, who was fast and who was slow depended on each person's willpower. If you had to rest after every few steps, how could you be fast? This swordsman's gaze was like a sword, flickering with tenacity and decisiveness. Obviously, he wouldn't stop until he reached the end. His body was like Ling Han's before, covered in sweat, and his hair was completely drenched. However, when a man sweated, not only did it not give others a feeling of being in a sorry state, it instead emitted an endless air of masculinity. Men should be like this. Ling Han gave up on the idea of inviting Shen Zhongcheng over for a meal. Shen Zhongcheng was squeezing out all the tenacity in his body, and it was very possible that he would experience a great explosion. Either his cultivation level would soar, or he would obtain a great breakthrough in his sword arts. "Hunyo, we can't be lazy, let's charge to the top in one go," he said. "Charge." Hunyo raised her small fist. The two of them also began to climb again. Their strength surpassed their tier by too much, and this place was defined by tier to determine the gravity each person endured. So the two's speed was ridiculously fast, surpassing Shen Zhongcheng in an instant. Ling Han, however, sighed. He was too relaxed, so relaxed that he couldn't squeeze out his own body's limit, which wouldn't bring about the effect of tempering, truly a pity. But on the other hand, that was also because he had long raised his limit above this level, which was why he could be so relaxed now, having already walked through this process. Thinking that way, he felt more at ease. Chapter 501. For others, this stairway to heaven was a huge test. But for Ling Han and Hunyo, these two monsters, it was only slightly strenuous. It was completely impossible for it to push them to their limits. Thus, Ling Han soon lost interest. After climbing for a day, he stopped to cultivate origin power, and then improve his brute force. On the other hand, cultivating 9 Dragons' tyrant body art was extremely painful. Every posture wasn't something a normal person could do, and each time it made him vomit blood. No wonder he had to eat nutritious food, or else he'd die from vomiting blood every day, so how the hell was he supposed to cultivate? Every time Ling Han finished his cultivation and started to eat meat with Hunyo, the white-robed Sword King would catch up to him. Every day that passed, his brilliance did not diminish in the slightest, and his eyes were even brighter than before. Ling Han could tell that something was planted in this swordsman's heart, and once it sprouted, a shocking change would occur. This was Shen Zhongcheng's opportunity. After a whole 9 days, Ling Han and Hunyo finally arrived at the end of the stairway to heaven, and there was actually another piece of land here, which was indescribably strange. It was as if it had originally been a complete piece of land, but had been forcibly broken off by a great elite. One was placed on top, and the other was placed on bottom, forming a gigantic stairway. Suddenly, a strange wave came from below, emitting a shocking power, the aura fluctuating like a tide. Someone broke through, and it's the flower blossom tier. Ling Han was surprised. After another while, the wave appeared again. A second person is breaking through to the flower blossom tier. Ling Han appeared even more surprised. From the spiritual pedestal tier to the flower blossom tier, this was a process of breaking away from mortals. Although the flower blossom tier was far from being called gods, flower blossom tier warriors could fly with their physical bodies and survive as long as they absorbed spiritual chi, which wasn't something mortals could compare to. Thus, this step was extremely difficult and the commotion was ridiculously large. In half a day, Ling Han actually felt 7 waves of breaking through to the flower blossom tier, and it definitely wasn't the same person consecutively breaking through 7 times due to failure. Those should be prodigies who had long been stuck in the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, and were originally only a step away from the flower blossom tier, but due to the fact that this step into the flower blossom tier was too difficult, they had not taken the step forward for a long time. However, in this place he was able to force out his limits and even surpass them. This was a type of sublimation of his will, and it was extremely easy for him to enter the state of being one with the world. He would be able to completely see through himself and comprehend the Tao in a single night, thus taking a crucial step forward. No wonder so many people wanted to enter. Even if they couldn't obtain any treasures, Just this experience was worth it. Of course, those 7 people could break through because their accumulation in the spiritual pedestal tier was deep enough. Otherwise, if you had just stepped into the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier and wanted to break through to the flower blossom tier just by walking like this, that would be a joke. This place only played a supporting and promoting role. The key was still on him. 7 people wasn't the limit. On the afternoon of the 10th day, another 3 people began to break through to the flower blossom tier one after another. Obviously, these 10 people couldn't possibly arrive in 10 days' time, because breaking through to the flower blossom tier would take at least 10 days' time. When they finished breaking through, the 1 month's time would almost be up, and they would have to leave the mystery realm. The white-robed Sword King was the 3rd to arrive. After taking the last step, he sat down cross-legged. Spiritual chi rolled and poured into his body almost visibly, as if several invisible hands were guiding it. Looking closely, the spiritual chi turned into 3 fierce beasts that leaped into Shen Zhongcheng's body from different angles. 3 beasts phenomenon. Ling Han was surprised. The legend is true. So completely surpassing oneself would indeed trigger a reaction from some mysterious power of heaven and earth. It said that a few spiritual beasts could be triggered, and one could finally break through a few small tiers. This time, Shen Zhongcheng really struck it big. Spiritual chi rolled over and continuously turned into the form of fierce beasts that leaped towards Shen Zhongcheng 3 by 3, continuously increasing his cultivation. In only half an hour's time, a powerful force surged out of Shen Zhongcheng's body. He suddenly opened his eyes, which were as bright as 2 small suns, but the light immediately faded, but they were still filled with deterrents like sharp swords. 5th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. Sure enough, he suddenly soared 3 tiers. Ling Han was extremely envious. Why did he have to be so strong that the tests here couldn't force him to his limits? The 4th to arrive was actually Qin Yi. His killing intent overflowed all over his body, and he actually held a saber in his right hand. His eyes emitted a terrifying, ominous glint, and he was completely fearless. It was as if even if a shattering void tier elite appeared in front of him, he would unhesitatingly strike with his saber and cut him in half. This tempering of willpower had finally allowed him to completely release his murderous aura. Qin Yi immediately sat down. Hong spiritual chi rolled, and similarly turned into 3 strange beasts that surged into his body. Sigh, they were all angering him, weren't they? Ling Han shook his head, but then revealed a smile. After this tempering, Qin Yi could be considered to have truly stepped onto the path of an elite, and his future accomplishments were limitless. When he was in Rain Country, he had a feeling that Qin Yi might become the 2nd Setting Sun Saber Emperor, but now this feeling became a certainty. As long as Qin Yi could keep on living and keep on fighting, he could become such an elite. Ling Han rubbed his chin. Should he let Qin Yi fly off on his own? If he stayed by his side and always received his protection, then he would never be able to become a true elite, and could only become a powerful hired thug. People arrived one after another, but the number was extremely small, and Yu Kuan Luan and the other top-ranking figures of the previous generation or the generation before the prodigy role were nowhere to be seen. They probably belonged to one of the 10 that were breaking through to the flower blossom tier. Ling Han only thought for a moment, and then threw this thought aside. He was extremely eager to pass the 3rd stage and obtain the complete 9 Dragons Tyrant body art. At the end of the day, only 14 people passed. People like Lu Yutong and Yu Kaiyu still hadn't come up. Obviously, their willpower wasn't firm enough or perhaps freakishly strong. Even Shen Zhongcheng spent over 9 days to arrive, and he even triggered the 3 beasts phenomenon, which showed how difficult it was. Thus it was normal that they couldn't come. The formation spirit appeared, swept its gaze over the 14 people and said, "The 3rd stage tests alchemy ability. There's no absolute standard, and I'll make a judgment." Instantly, 13 out of the 14 people gave up. Why fuck, none of them were alchemists, so what did they take the test for? The formation spirit's expression was a bit strange as it stared at Ling Han and said, "You're also an alchemist? You're actually the only alchemist. How unfortunate." Ling Han deliberately sighed. The formation spirit thought for a moment and said, "Even if you're the only one, if the alchemical pill you refine isn't of a high enough level, you still won't get any good rewards." Was this belittling an alchemy emperor? Chapter 502. Hurry up and start. Ling Han was impatient, as if the last part of the 9 Dragons Tyrant body art was already beckoning him. Kid, you're too arrogant. Even the formation spirit was grinding its teeth. Ling Han laughed loudly and entered the building in front of him. Xiao, his figure flickered, and he appeared in a pill room. All around him were walls, and there were rows of shelves filled with all kinds of medicinal ingredients. In the middle was a pill furnace. He sensed for a moment and his divine sense was pulled out again. Ling Han couldn't help but exclaim that it was a pity. The medicinal ingredients here were at least 9th tier, and he wanted to take the pill away after refining it. He didn't think that it was just a mental space and everything was illusory. Here, you don't have to worry about the limits of the fire temperature. Whatever ingredients you want to refine, they're all on the shelves. If you don't have them, tell me, and I'll bring them for you. The formation spirit also appeared. Ling Han couldn't help but ask, what level of pill do I have to refine to get the last part of the 9 Dragons Tyrant body art? The formation spirit wanted to roll its eyes. You haven't even started refining, and you're already eyeing the reward. You're so confident. It paused and said, based on your age, you have to at least refine a high-level Earth-grade pill to be qualified, and the quality of the formed pill. Why didn't you say so earlier? Ling Han was already taking out the ingredients on the shelves, his speed unusually fast. In order to be safe, I'll refine a low-level heaven-grade blue rainbow soul cleansing pill. The corner of the formation spirit's mouth visibly twitched. Heaven-grade pill? Kid, you sure talk big. But Ling Han had already begun. His hands moved like flowing water, filtering, cleaning, purifying, and finally opening the furnace to refine the pill. The entire process was done in one go, indescribably smooth. The formation spirit's mouth slowly opened, and finally became a circle. It was obviously too shocked. How could there be such a freak in the world? Shocking talent in martial art, outstanding performance in formations, and finally even more stunning in alchemy. Would such an all-round monster really appear in the world? Although he had spent a long time concocting the heaven-grade elixir, Ling Han only stopped after 3 days and 3 nights, feeling extremely tired. After all, it was a heaven-grade medicinal pill, and the current strength of his spiritual consciousness was too weak. Refining a furnace would not be enough. The formation spirit hadn't even formed the pill. All of this was illusory, changing within its array formation. Thus, it clearly saw every step of Ling Han's pill concoction, so it naturally knew whether the pill had been successfully concocted or not, and how many stars it was at. For you. The formation spirit threw out a ball of light. Needless to say, this was definitely the last part of the 9 Dragons Tyrant body art. Ling Han hurriedly caught the ball of light and pressed it against his forehead. Sure enough, the 9 Dragons Tyrant body technique changed again and was finally complete. Kid, you have the qualifications to become an inner disciple of the 12 palaces. How about it? Which palace do you want to be a disciple of? Ling Han smiled and said, send my consciousness back into my body first. I'll give you something, but don't let anyone know. TSK, so secretive. The formation spirit snorted, but did as he was told. Ling Han's consciousness returned. He was still in the building, but it was no longer a sealed stone room, and he also regained contact with the Black Tower. He took out the key to the Sagittarius Palace and shook it in his hand. You actually have the key to open the Sagittarius Palace. The formation spirit exclaimed. Why didn't you take it out earlier? If I took it out earlier, how could I obtain the 9 Dragons Tyrant body technique? Ling Han asked in response. Stinking brat. The formation spirit muttered, and suddenly laughed as if rejoicing in someone else's misfortune. I'll tell you an unfortunate piece of news. The Sagittarius Palace has already been opened for the first time, so all the treasures in the palace have already been taken clean. There are only 2 things left that can't be taken away. Fuck. Haha. The formation spirit laughed loudly. It had been displeased with Ling Han for a long time, and now that it could disgust Ling Han for once, it instantly felt great. It paused and then said, however, the truly valuable things in the Sagittarius Palace are also those 2 things that can't be taken away. What are they? Ling Han asked, hoping for the best. A mystical power and a coordinate, the formation spirit said. A mystical power. Ling Han was delighted. This was good stuff, but what was the coordinate? He asked. What coordinate? All those years ago, the Heavenly River King once discovered a shocking treasure trove, and only took away a few things, allowing him to shake the great Brahma heaven. These coordinates are the location of the treasure trove, the formation spirit answered. Ling Han suddenly realized that the things Yin Tian Zhao wanted to take away had to be those coordinates. Are these coordinates only in the Sagittarius Palace? Ling Han asked again. No, they're in all 12 palaces. Being able to inherit the inheritance of the 12 palaces obviously qualifies to obtain the treasures left behind by the Heavenly River King, the formation spirit said. Right, what kind of place is that great Brahma heaven? Ling Han asked. The formation spirit rolled its eyes and said, I'm only the core of this formation, and not a know-it, so how would I know? Fuck, he was actually looked down upon by a formation spirit. Ling Han thought about it and said, Is there anyone else who brought the key this time? You can even guess this. The formation spirit was surprised. Before you, there was indeed a brat who brought the key, and was in such a hurry that he didn't participate in the previous test. Is it called Wen Yi Jian? Ling Han's heart trembled. That's right. As expected, Wen Yi Jian didn't coincidentally encounter the opening of the 12 heaven mystery realms, and probably kept an eye on the North region situation after obtaining the key. Which palace did he open? Scorpio Palace. Ling Han thought about it and said, Since the Sagittarius Palace was already opened, that treasure trove still hasn't been taken away? No. The formation spirit shook its head, returned the key to Ling Han and said, This is not only the key to open the Sagittarius Palace, but also the token to enter the treasure trove. There's a restriction set by the Heavenly River King, and without the key you can't enter at all. However, the key can only be used once before disappearing. Since it appeared again, it means that the previous holder didn't enter the treasure trove. So that was how it was. After you leave here, I'll take you to the Sagittarius Palace, the formation spirit said again. All right. When Ling Han walked out, quite a few people immediately fixed their gazes on him. Everyone knew that Ling Han was a heaven-grade alchemist, so not only did he pass this round, he must have also obtained an extremely good result, so he must have obtained an astonishing treasure. Ao Feng and the other Flower Blossom tier warriors all revealed killing intent. If they weren't afraid of the formation spirit, they definitely would have made a move to snatch it. You. The formation spirit pointed at those who arrived here within 10 days. You all have the qualifications to enter the 12 palaces as outer sect disciples. Follow me if you're willing. The 13 people hurriedly followed. Didn't they come here for fated chances? Hunyo didn't mind, she just followed Ling Han. Phone reading was more refreshing. Chapter 503. True Phoenix. In the legends, true phoenixes stood side by side with true dragons, and true dragons were the strongest divine beasts. For example, the 9 dragons tyrant body art that Ling Han cultivated. Why did it use 9 dragons as the standard of power? It was precisely because the power of true dragons was the strongest. Divine beasts favored by heaven didn't need to cultivate at all, and possessed terrifying strength upon reaching adulthood. The power of true dragons could even shatter the blue dome of heaven and break open the galaxy, thus becoming the standard of measurement for power in the divine realm. Of course, martial artists could still surpass the power of true dragons, or else there wouldn't be such a thing as the power of 9 dragons. But here, the power of true dragons and true phoenixes was definitely the limit of limits. If Azure Phoenix Divine Empress could truly possess the complete power of true phoenixes, then with a casual pat, this corpse king would scatter into a skeleton once again. The 5 great sects all inherited from the divine realm. For example, Zishuesian was a descendant of a great clan related to lightning in the divine realm, and was extremely powerful. Thus, Azure Phoenix Divine Empress was also very likely a descendant of the divine realm, and possessing a trace of true phoenix bloodline wouldn't be strange. The 9-eyed corpse king actually revealed a hint of fear. For a corpse soldier that didn't fear death and didn't know pain, this was an inconceivable thing. That was also because the 9-eyed corpse king's level was too high, actually deriving self-awareness, and thus knowing how to weigh the situation. However, the corpse soldier's body was still full of brutality, and it very quickly suppressed the fear in its heart. With a loud roar, chong chong chong, ghastly white bone spurs grew out all over its body. Each one was 30 meters long, making it seem like a porcupine. The Corpse King once again charged towards Azure Phoenix Divine Empress. Gray vein-like patterns shone on each bone spur, emitting an aura that made people despair. Ling Han paled in shock and said, "Not good." What Zhu Xian'er and the others feared the most now was hearing Ling Han say not good. Every time he said not good, something bad would definitely happen. "Brother-in-law, can you not say not good?" Li Fengyu said, shivering. Ling Han shook his head and said, "This Corpse King just awakened. Previously, all 9 eyes were opened, and now bone spurs grew out. I think it's still in the process of fusing with those corpses all over its body, and hasn't reached its complete state." Qin Lianyu turned pale with fright and said, "You're saying that after it finishes fusing, it'll become even stronger?" "Of course." Ling Han sighed. His now Azure Phoenix Divine Empress was only tied with the 9-eyed Corpse King. If this Corpse King became even stronger, wouldn't even Azure Phoenix Divine Empress be unable to suppress it? This Corpse King's appearance seemed to be able to fuse with corpses. If Azure Phoenix Divine Empress was killed and her corpse was also absorbed, then how strong would it become? About to break through the limits of the Shattering Void tier and step into the Divine tier, right? Everyone's hands and feet shivered. If that was really the case, there wouldn't be a single pure land in the entire continent, and they would all be slaughtered clean by this Corpse King, devouring flesh and blood, fusing with corpses and bones, evolving into the strongest corpse soldier in history. Ling Han thought even more, did this have anything to do with the Thousand Corpse sect? This place should be an ancient battlefield, where the elites of the 5 great sects of the divine realm descended and engaged in a great battle with the rebels. The final result was obviously the burial of the golden age of martial arts 10,000 years ago. The Thousand Corpse sect was also a great sect of the divine realm, so they definitely had a way to escape the concoction of the last realm pill. Then, they would be able to play some tricks here in secret, turning the corpses that should have decomposed into corpse soldiers. However, with the 5 great sects keeping watch, they didn't dare to do it brazenly, and could only take things slowly. In the end, they created such a monster. Ling Han couldn't be sure, but he could conclude that this definitely had something to do with the Thousand Corpse sect. After growing bone spurs, the Corpse King's battle prowess increased greatly. Every bone spur was equivalent to a divine spear, covered in vein-like patterns, and could pose a huge threat to even Shattering Void tier elites. Azure Phoenix Divine Empress didn't dare to attack directly, and kept moving her figure to avoid the sharp edges. After all, her physique couldn't compare to the Corpse King's. However, she wasn't dodging blindly either. She kept retaliating with her sword, unleashing a world-shocking sword ray. Moreover, her tail was completely formed from flames, and as it swept past, it caused considerable trouble to the Corpse King. Those flames were definitely not ordinary flames, and possessed shocking destructive power. When they swept past the Corpse King's body, they left behind multiple scorch marks, burning the corpses into ashes. In a short period of time, the 2 great elites were still in a state of being evenly matched. However, just as Ling Han said, this Corpse King was actually like a newborn infant. At the beginning, it only had pure instincts. Killing was its nature, and it only moved according to its instincts. However, as it battled, it learned how to use its power, and it itself seemed to be growing, becoming more and more terrifying. This change was very obvious, because those corpses on its body were fusing together, as if they weren't hard bones, but were made of sand. In the process of fusing, the Corpse King's body was also slowly shrinking, but its power was increasing. Ling Han's heart trembled and he said, "Previously, it was only over 10,000 corpse soldiers attacking together, but now it's 1,000, then 100, and finally only 1 remains." Everyone was smart, and immediately understood. A decrease in numbers wasn't a good thing. On the contrary, this was the worst possible situation. No matter how united 10,000 people were, could the power blasted out reach the superposition of 10,000 parts of power? Definitely not. But 1,000 people, each person's power multiplied tenfold, and then attacking together, who would be stronger? Not to mention 100 or 10 people. When there was only 1 person left, the power would be multiplied by 10,000 times, and that would be the complete power of 10,000 people, without the slightest bit of discount. The Corpse King was advancing in this direction. Azure Phoenix Divine Empress obviously came out as well. Her sword's momentum was even more urgent. Pu Piu Piu sword ray slashed on the corpse king's body, continuously sweeping off broken bones, but for a corpse soldier's colossal body, this was completely a small matter. Moreover, as its body became smaller, the corpse king's power became stronger and stronger, and its defense became stronger and stronger. Moreover, the area of defense was still shrinking. This really wasn't a pleasant piece of news. After less than half a day, the corpse king's body had already shrunk by half, and was only 150 meters tall, but the bloody light in its eyes was more than twice as strong, making one's heart feel like it was about to burst. Pa! The corpse king's movements stiffened, and another eye actually grew out on its forehead. 10 eyes. 9 eyes was the 9th layer of the shattering void tier. Then what about 10 eyes? It definitely couldn't become god tier. But its battle prowess would at least increase by another star. The shattering void tier's battle prowess was extremely terrifying in the first place, and wanting to increase 1 star's battle prowess was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Now that the corpse king further fused with its body, it finally obtained a qualitative change, its whole body's aura skyrocketing. Hong, the entire Ghost Lock Valley collapsed. The corpse king attacked again, its bone spikes shocking the heavens, collapsing stars as if it was destroying the world. Azure Phoenix Divine Empress finally revealed a cautious expression, reached out and swiped the Heavenly Phoenix Sword and said, "Open!" Wang, the patterns on the Heavenly Phoenix Sword shone again, and this time it was several hundred times stronger. A giant rainbow phoenix flew out from the sword blade, as if a god had descended, emitting endless divine might. Tool Spirit. 10th Tier Tool Spirit.